In order to maintain my manufacturing store, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, I chose to sell computers for 100,000 yuan, while others only sold them for 2,000 yuan. Just because I suddenly activated a system, it is the most powerful manufacturing system in the world. Who wouldn't be excited to hear the name of this system? I thought I had finally reached the pinnacle of my life and was ready to show my talents. But when I took a closer look, I found that the settings of this system were simply outrageous. Whenever I want to upgrade the system functions, I have to rely on earning money from customers to accumulate points. In other words, if a customer places an order for $1,000, the less cost I invest, the more points I earn. I realized that this is not the strongest in the world. It is clearly the most rapist business system. Not only that, the system also comes with a small reminder. If the customer is not satisfied, the points will be wasted. Before I could recover from the shock, the system sent another task, to start live broadcast promotion. At this moment, I wanted to give up, but then I thought again and decided to muster up the courage to continue. I gritted my teeth, opened the live broadcast room, and promoted my manufacturing store vigorously. Unexpectedly, as soon as the live broadcast started, orders came in like snowflakes, and the screen was filled with comments like, "Boss, we support you." As the order amount continued to increase, I couldn't help but feel fortunate that maybe this system wasn't that bad after all. Just as I was about to count the money, a line of words suddenly popped up on the system. System management fees will be deducted from the order points, and the balance must be manually replenished if it is insufficient. My face instantly turned black. It turns out that this system also has paid services. It is indeed the king of profiteer systems. The computer that I sold for 100,000 yuan was bought by a former professional esports player named Zitai. At first, his message told me that he wanted to build a desktop computer with excellent gaming performance, and he particularly emphasized the need for man-machine integration and beating the Korean esports team. When I saw this order message, I almost laughed out loud. How dare this guy trust me? I set up the instant answering function myself and activated the most powerful manufacturing system in the world to prepare for work. Although the system has only activated the first stage of skills, top manufacturing of civilian products, the technology in it has far exceeded the current market level, especially computer manufacturing. The man-machine integration model required by Zitai is not an unattainable metaphysics to me, but a real high-precision technology. However, this places extremely high demands on the computer's display frame rate and instruction processing speed, and it also depends on the user's physique and adaptability. So, I sent an order inquiry and took a look at Zitai's physical examination report. At this time, Zitai was still live streaming. When he saw the message, he was stunned. He probably didn't expect that I would ask for the medical examination report so professionally. The comments in my live broadcast room instantly became lively again. Physical examination report? Does this boss run a drugstore? Blood sugar, blood lipids, blood pressure. Is this a computer or a medical consultation? Zitai directly retorted. What do you know? This is called professionalism. I just happen to have the physical examination report and will send it to you right away. After saying that, he gave the audience a look of contempt, ended the live broadcast, and sent the physical examination report to me. Once I got his medical examination report, I entered the data directly into the system for evaluation. The system quickly gave feedback. The most suitable display frame rate for Zitai is about 218 frames, and the operation delay is 0 milliseconds. In other words, Zitai's operation on the computer can be done with millisecond error, truly integrating man and machine. I nodded. According to this configuration, it is impossible to buy such a computer on the market. Not to mention 100,000, you can't even buy it for 200,000. System, open the super laboratory. I said to myself. Ding! Received host command. The first stage of the super laboratory is opening. The system's voice sounded in my head, and I immediately felt relieved. If I only relied on the tools at hand, it would be impossible to achieve this configuration. However, with the super laboratory, everything became possible. While the system was activating the super laboratory, my eyes fell on the scrapped secondhand computer in the corner of the room. The estimate given by the system made me smile. All the hardware added up to only 126 yuan. This is an order worth 100,000 yuan. Excluding the cost, I made a net profit of more than 99,000 yuan, and I can also get points of equal value. If I complete this order, I will get the points for the second stage upgrade of the system. I couldn't help but secretly look forward to it in my heart. What kind of surprises will the next stage of the system bring? If I just spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy ready-made high-end hardware and then use the system's super laboratory to configure it, it would indeed be a lot easier. But I decided to build a killer computer out of obsolete hardware. Isn't that asking for trouble? But this way of doing things is more challenging and gives me a greater sense of accomplishment. But if I fail, the system won't reimburse me for the costs, and I'll have to spend money to start over again. As I was thinking, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The super laboratory has been successfully opened. The time ratio of the current stage is 5-to-1. That is, 5 days in the laboratory is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. The host can choose to enter the laboratory completely or enter only with the consciousness body, and the body is controlled by the system. Hearing this setting, I was secretly delighted. This system function is really amazing. With the blessing of time multiplication, no matter how complicated the manufacturing process is, I have the confidence to complete it. When I thought about achieving almost immortality in the laboratory, I thought that even building a super complex device would not be a problem. Moreover, this is only the first stage of the system, and the time ratio is only 5-to-1. When it is upgraded to a higher stage in the future, I believe the time ratio will be even more amazing. It can be said that in the future, if I spend a year in the lab, only a few days may pass in the real world. Thinking of this, I am more motivated. I took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in my heart, closed the shop door, and walked into the super laboratory, holding the scrapped old computer. The moment I entered the laboratory, I saw a pure white enclosed space in front of me. The air temperature and humidity were just right, but the vast expanse of white was really depressing. As soon as I thought about it, the surrounding environment changed immediately. Countless towering trees rose from the ground, and the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled my face. It was as if I was in a primeval forest. With the environment set up properly, I thought again, and all kinds of high-tech manufacturing equipment appeared in front of me. These are the necessary tools I need to make integrated circuits, wiring, and computer boards. Everything is ready, and I began to concentrate my energy and put all my thoughts into the manufacturing of this epic-making computer. 3 days passed in a flash in the laboratory. I didn't eat or sleep during these 3 days. I remained energetic, but even so, I could still feel a little tired. The beads of sweat on my forehead reminded me that this was not an easy job. But hard work always paid off. From the graphics card to the motherboard, and then to the hard drive, I completed the high-performance configuration required by Zitai step by step. In the end, the system even gave me a score for this manufacturing experiment. 9.9 points. In other words, even with the top manufacturing technology rewarded by the system, my understanding and operational level are enough to surpass 99% of people. However, the 9.9 points given by the system were actually intentional on my part. For the memory part, I did not pursue perfection completely. After all, memory belongs to dynamic random access memory, and making it a little simpler will not affect the use of Zitai. Besides, it's considered good if a computer can be used for 5 or 6 years. Even if the lifespan of the computer I gave it is halved, it can still last for 10 years, which is already quite long-lasting. I took a deep breath, forced down the sense of accomplishment in my heart, picked up the computer I had just completed, and left the laboratory. At this time, only a dozen hours had passed in the real world, and it was exactly 11:40 in the morning. Without giving it much thought, I contacted Shunfeng Express directly and prepared to deliver the computer to the address left by Zitai. The delivery should be very fast, and this epic-making computer will be delivered to him soon. 2 days later, Zitai successfully received the computer I sent. Holy crap! Did I hear it right? 1.68 seconds. This boot speed simply crushes all other computers. When Zitai's shocked voice echoed in the room, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Ahem, a fast boot up doesn't mean good performance. Maybe this computer is missing a lot of components. That's why it's so fast, Zitai complained. An empty shell computer, haha. I'm afraid I've been ripped off this time. I can almost imagine Zitai's gnashing teeth. After reading the comments, he slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, I want to see how much money he has cheated me out of. Zitai sneered as he took out his phone, then added viciously, the lawyer has already said 30,000 for 3 years, 100,000 for 10 years. If he cheats me out of an extra 10,000, I'll give him an extra year. After that, he downloaded Master Lu and wanted to do a comprehensive test on the computer. He wondered, It's understandable that this computer boots up quickly, but it's not right that it downloads software so quickly. While complaining, he opened the hardware evaluation function of Master Lu and prepared to systematically evaluate this broken computer. This review takes dozens of seconds, so he opened his phone and watched a short video. As a result, The first video on his phone was about someone being defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars. The comments in the comment section were simply mocking him. There are fools every year, but there are especially many this year. How can they be deceived? With a smart person like me, the scammer should have been out of work long ago. Zitai was scrolling through the comments and was so angry that he threw his phone aside. His resentment towards me increased a little bit. Just then, the computer evaluation results came out. He looked up and was stunned for a moment. The audience in his live broadcast room also widened their eyes and held their breath. He couldn't help but say, "Wait, is this detection software? Why are all the hardware displayed as unknown? Damn, the processor is unknown, the graphics card is unknown, the memory is unknown, and the hard drive is also unknown." After saying that, he held the mouse tighter. What does that mean? There's not even a brand? What kind of mysterious configuration is this? How much money did the manufacturing store owner cheat me of? Just as he was stunned, he saw the ratings below the software. On the screen, the processor score is 5,067,854. The graphics card score is 3,098,541. The memory score is 255,412. The main hard drive score is 701,576. And the total score is nearly 10 million. When I saw this string of numbers, the exclamations of millions of viewers in Zitai's game live broadcast room seemed to reach my ears. Oh my God! Nearly 10 million points. The most scored computer in the country is only a few million points, right? Except for the low memory, the other scores are simply horrible. Is this crappy B detection software infected? Its performance is too outrageous. On the other hand, Zitai reluctantly opened the national running score ranking of Master Lu and found that the computer ranked first in the national ranking had only more than 4 million points. And my machine is twice as high. This is the level that can only be achieved by the top configuration in the country. High-end computers worth hundreds of thousands of yuan are ranked behind this computer and are completely crushed to the ground. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, my heart is filled with pride. What I produce must be high quality. Soon, with the help of the computer I installed, Zitai began to participate in various online esports competitions. In the game, Zitai's operation was not like that of a retired player at all. He was even more powerful than most active professional top laners. As Zitai won victory after victory in major gaming competitions, I, the computer adapter behind the scenes, became known to more and more people. All of a sudden, my manufacturing shop, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, started to thrive. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I had just taken a nap after lunch when I was awakened by the reminder sound of the Tiger Shark live broadcast platform. I rubbed my eyes and opened my phone. The screen was full of order information, which instantly brought me back to reality from my sleepiness. This traffic is too exaggerated, I muttered to myself, but I was very happy in my heart. I had thought that the computer I equipped Zitai with would attract some attention, but I didn't expect it to be so popular. It looks like I won't have to worry about the points needed to upgrade the system. With excitement, I began to browse the back-end orders. Because I completed the order of Zitai, my points have reached the standard to open the second stage of the system. The second phase unlocks a category of top manufacturing technologies for civilian products, including the manufacturing of high-end equipment such as air conditioners, automobiles, and mobile phones. Compared with the second-class civilian products, the manufacturing skills at this stage are a qualitative leap and cover a wider range of fields. Despite this, what I am really looking forward to is the third stage, top military manufacturing. That is the skill I have always dreamed of. Imagining that I can manufacture military-grade equipment is really exciting. However, the road to the third stage is not easy. From the first stage to the second stage, only 80,000 points are needed, but from the second stage to the third stage, a full 10 million points are required. Even though there are more orders now, there is still a long way to go to accumulate 10 million points. Even if I earn 100,000 points every day, it will take 100 days, and that's if I work really hard. If I slack off, it might take me a year to get enough points. I sighed and continued to look through the back-end orders. The Tiger Shark platform is very user-friendly, and the orders are sorted by price rather than order time. I took a look and found that the most expensive order was priced at 150,000 renminbi. It was from a customer who wanted a computer that was better than Zitai's. He wanted to suppress his arrogance. The dozen or so orders that followed this one were all in the range of 100,000 to 150,000, and only after that did the price begin to drop below 100,000. The more I looked at it, the more my brows furrowed, not because there were fewer orders, but because all of these orders were for me to install computers. Although there is a large profit margin in computer orders, no matter what I do, the price of a computer is only a few 100,000 yuan. Even if I am unscrupulous, I cannot raise the price indefinitely. If we continue to receive orders like this, we will still have a long way to go before we get 10 million points. I wanted to shout in my heart, I can do more than just build computers. Can you use your imagination? If you dare to think about it, I dare to build it. I sighed frustratedly and decided to just pick an order to work on. I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Just as I was about to take action, a new order suddenly popped up in the background and suddenly jumped to the first place. I took a closer look. 500,000. This new order was priced at 500,000. My eyes lit up instantly. At the same time, the live broadcast room of Xiaomi, a well-known female anchor on the Tiger Shark live broadcast platform, also exploded, and the barrage was instantly filled up. What the hell? Girl placed an order with Brother Fei. I thought she wanted a computer, but it turns out she wanted a motorcycle? Did she get her head stuck in the door? Everyone else wants Brother Fei to build a computer, but she wants to build a motorcycle. Although this order is worth 500,000, Brother Fei will definitely not accept it. He only knows how to make computers, right? Although Fei's shop doesn't indicate the type of manufacturing, it looks like it mainly sells computers. Motorcycles? I guess they're just joining in the fun. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at Xiaomi, and made a noise. Xiaomi's face turned almost black. She pinched her waist and shouted angrily. First, don't call me an old woman. I'm only 27 years old. Second, I really like motorcycles. I just don't like those popular models on the market. Third, if I don't make dirty jokes for a day, you will die. Her complaints not only failed to stop the barrage of comments, but made the audience laugh even more. However, at the moment when everyone started to make a fuss, the order status displayed on my screen suddenly changed, and Dai's order of 500,000 yuan was clearly displayed as received. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck. Brother Fei really accepted the order to build a motorcycle. The status of the Super God manufacturing store shows not accepting orders, but the old woman's order has been accepted. Is Brother Fei really going to build a motorcycle? Did Brother Fei accidentally slip? Can he really build a motorcycle? Anyway, Brother Fei either slipped this time, or his unscrupulous nature broke out again. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Slip of the hand, not happening. Since someone offered a high price of 500,000, of course I would take it. As for motorcycles, I have the top manufacturing technology for a type of civilian products, so what's there to worry about? Just wait and see. This time, I will let them know that Super God Manufacturing Shop does more than just make computers. When I opened her order message, I couldn't help but shudder. The screen full of sweet words gave me goosebumps. The content is roughly, I have to build a motorcycle that is fast on straight tracks and has beautiful appearance, and it would be best if it is so fast that it can fly. She also specifically told me to be Brother Shen Fei and to be beautiful. I am really impressed that in order to achieve their goals, women can even call you brother so easily. Although her words made me nervous, this order of 500,000 is a big fat sheep. I secretly thought to myself that I should save as much as possible. After all, every dollar saved can bring me more points. But after thinking about it, I decided to try my best this time. After all, little sister has high requirements. She wants speed, beauty, and safety. There have been a lot of news about car accidents on the internet recently, especially those about young people who pursue speed and end up losing their lives. I used to just casually read these news, but I didn't expect that I would have to think about these things today. After I had a plan, I walked into the super laboratory. After the second phase of the system was opened, the raw material warehouse was also unlocked, and I could directly purchase the required materials here. I selected for a long time and finally gathered all the parts needed to build the locomotive. After checking the cost, I found that the material cost was 12,000 yuan. I felt sad when I saw this number. This is not just money, but also valuable points. Then I started to really get involved in the manufacture of the locomotive. According to the steps, first the locomotive frame, then the engine, transmission, driving part, operating brake part, and then the electrical part and instrument part. The most time-consuming parts are of course the engine and transmission. These two components directly determine the speed of the locomotive and must be meticulously crafted. Although the appearance part is troublesome, in order to satisfy Dai's little sister's beautiful requirements, you still have to spend some time on it. More importantly, the exterior also needed to incorporate a special stability structure that I designed to ensure that the motorcycle remained safe even at high speeds. 15 days later, I finally finished the motorcycle. Looking at the result of my own work, my tiredness was swept away. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in my mind at the right time. Ding! The system is now scoring the host's experiment. The locomotive experimental manufacturing received a full score of 100 points. The host's understanding of locomotive shell manufacturing has broken through the limit, and he is rewarded with 100,000 points. When I heard the system's reward prompt, I was stunned for a moment, and then I couldn't help laughing out loud. There are unexpected points. This system is not too stingy to its own people. Although 100,000 points are not a lot, but a little bit adds up to a lot, and this is also an unexpected gain for me. After sorting out my feelings, I packed up my motorcycle and prepared to send it for express delivery early tomorrow morning. By the way, I looked up at the clock and found that only half a day had passed in the real world, and the time ratio in the super laboratory had increased to 30 times. This 15-day hard work was only a few hours in the outside world. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel full of energy again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I was preparing for a day's work in the store. I didn't expect that the motorcycle order I took from Dai Girl last night had caused an uproar on the internet. When those netizens who were waiting in line to get their computers from me saw that I suddenly accepted an order for a motorcycle, they were so angry that they almost wanted to rush into her live broadcast room and duel with her. Start the show, old woman. I want to duel with you. Everyone is looking for Brother Fei to build a computer. Why are you joining in the fun? Do you have to ask Brother Fei to build a motorcycle for you? I was originally ranked second in the order rankings, but because of you, I probably have to wait until next week. I couldn't help but smile. It seems that Dai is really a lucky girl. However, I was still secretly happy here, but I didn't expect that Dai actually changed the title of the live broadcast to Brothers. Take a day off today. The new motorcycle that Fei Gu equipped has arrived. As soon as this title came out, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. What? It's finished in less than a day. Brother Fei's speed is too amazing. Is there any motorcycle expert here who can tell me if this speed is normal? I've been involved in the motorcycle industry for 10 years. A motorcycle built in one day, haha. It's not that I look down on it, but it must be a defective product. The old woman must have been badly cheated by Brother Fei. The order of 500,000 must have cost her a lot of money. At this moment, in the courtyard of a luxurious villa, Dai's face was red with anger. She pinched her waist and muttered, "These black fans are so annoying. I just like them. It's none of your business." Originally, her good friend Tunton advised her to start an unboxing live broadcast today. Who on the Tiger Shark platform has not heard of the name Fei Gu? As long as the show is on, the traffic will definitely make a fortune. However, Dai Girl stubbornly refused. She felt that motorcycles were her hobby, and she didn't want to be criticized by others. Seeing these comments now, she became more resolute in her decision, thinking to herself, "Humph, I'll just open the box myself and let you guys be jealous." So she took the tools and quickly opened the package. When she lifted the last layer of anti-collision sponge and saw my motorcycle, her expression instantly became extremely complicated. "Shen Fei, are you trying to cheat me out of my money? The appearance of this motorcycle. Why is it so ugly?" She complained, with a tearful tone in her voice. The motorcycle I designed is indeed streamlined, but for the sake of performance and stability, the shell is not overly decorated. In addition, in order to reduce light reflection, I deliberately created a retro metal texture. As a result, when the silly little sister took a look at it, she thought it was the result of rubbing against rusty old iron sheets. She was so angry that she almost cried, thinking that since she spent $500,000, it should at least be comparable to those cool sports cars. However, just as she was feeling disappointed, she suddenly discovered a pink Peppa Pig pattern on the fuel tank cap. Seeing this cute pattern, Dai little sister was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help laughing. "Brother Fei, I didn't expect you to be such a straight man. Forget it. I'm such a cute and beautiful girl. I'll forgive you." She looked down at Peppa Pig, and her mood finally got a little better. But just as a smile appeared on her face, when she turned the key, she was stunned again. The fuel tank was empty. "Oil, where's the oil?" She was about to explode and immediately yelled madly. "Shen Fei, you bastard. I gave you 500,000, but you are reluctant to fill up even a tank of oil," she said angrily. Then she raised her phone indignantly. "Hello, police? I want to report a liar. Yes, the amount is very large. No need to verify, just shoot him." In the courtyard of Dai's villa, her roar reached the sky. "Shen Fei, just wait. If this motorcycle is not good enough, I will really call the police." She was so angry that her face turned red and she swore with gritted teeth. It seemed that I really pissed her off. But before she called the police, She obviously had to make a trip to the gas station, because of course I didn't fill up her motorcycle with gas. Those are points I saved. So, she carried the empty oil barrel and angrily went to the gas station. At the same time, on the Tiger Shark live streaming platform, her live broadcast room was crowded with curious viewers. Although Dai didn't do a live broadcast, there was still a steady stream of onlookers, all of whom came to see her motorcycle order worth 500,000 yuan. Although there are all kinds of comments in the comments, I know that even if the products produced by Shen Fei are just a pile of scrap metal, as long as my name is attached to them, everyone will want to take a second look. Sister Dai, please, let us take a look at Fei GE's motorcycle. Just one look. Haha. Is there any motorcycle master here? What do you think Brother Fei can build? I guess Brother Fei must have cheated her again this time. I wonder if the old woman will cry because of this. At this moment, a netizen named Guchobot in the live broadcast room suddenly posted a message saying that he saw the silly girl at the gas station. Everyone immediately became excited and urged him to take pictures to see what the motorcycle looked like. But after waiting for a while, Gu Duchiobai continued to send messages. I looked carefully, and I didn't see the old woman's motorcycle at all. She drove to the gas station. I don't understand if she was going to buy a barrel of gasoline to take back. This sentence directly enlightened the audience in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, it really is Brother Fei. He didn't even bother to add gas for an order of 500,000. The nature of a profiteer, Shen Fei is such a wicked guy. I knew he wouldn't let us down. There was a lot of laughter in the comments, and I couldn't help but laugh. This is exactly the effect I want. After all, my profiteer persona is unbreakable. On the other side, Dai finally came back to the yard, carrying a barrel of number 98 gasoline, cursing all the time. I guess she had greeted me hundreds of times on the way. After finally filling up the gas tank, she turned the key and the motorcycle started up. She put on her helmet and hurriedly rode away from the villa. She had ridden a motorcycle before, but she didn't really know much about its performance. Dai twisted the accelerator all the way, and after riding carefully for 2 kilometers, she stopped, leaned on the motorcycle and panted, and said to herself, "This motorcycle is quite comfortable to ride, but I don't know if 70 miles per hour is fast." In order to find out the true value of this motorcycle, she took out her mobile phone and posted a message on the motorcycle forum. Friends, is the performance of a motorcycle with a speed of 70 miles per hour considered good? Is it worth 300,000 yuan? As expected, the comment section immediately went wild. 70 miles per hour for 300,000, the poster is being ripped off. Dude, my 30,000 yuan motorcycle can go over 100 miles per hour. Your motorcycle is a snail, right? Looking at the replies one by one, Dai sighed dejectedly and murmured, "It seems that I really have no idea how much this car is worth." Alas, I guess I was really cheated by Shen Fei, the big profiteer. After saying that, she sat down on the side of the road, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the scenery in front of her. Just as she calmed down a little and was about to get up and go home, a young man in his 20s suddenly appeared in front of her with an anxious look on his face. "Beauty, can I borrow your motorcycle for a while? I have something important to do now," the young man requested eagerly. The silly girl was startled and asked cautiously, "Why do you want to lend me your motorcycle?" The young man pointed to the high-speed rail station not far away, with a trace of sadness on his face. "My girlfriend just broke up with me, but she said that as long as I can catch up with her high-speed rail, there is still a chance to get back together. Please, lend it to me, and I will definitely pay for it if it breaks." The silly little sister was stunned and couldn't help but blurt out, "Brother, you want to catch up with the high-speed train on a motorcycle? Do you know how fast the high-speed train is? How can you catch up with it?" She was completely dumbfounded by this crazy request. At the moment when the silly girl handed the motorcycle keys to the young man, if I had seen this scene with my own eyes, I would probably have laughed out loud. She obviously didn't believe that the locomotive could catch up with the high-speed train and thought the young man's request was simply a fantasy. But who would have thought that I had made a major modification to build her a speedy and invincible motorcycle? It was really interesting to let her release this wind-chasing monster with her own hands. The young man took the key, his eyes determined, and nodded vigorously. "Thank you. I will try it no matter what this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly put on his helmet and got on his motorcycle. The young man stepped on the accelerator. The motorcycle made a low roar and rushed out instantly, leaving behind a sound of braking through the air. The silly girl's hair was blown all over the place by the airflow. The silly girl looked at the motorcycle that was leaving the ground. Her mouth almost couldn't close. "Why does it feel completely different from when I rode it?" She was still in a daze. The locomotive was almost catching up with the speed of the high-speed train. As she watched the small black dot on the road getting smaller and smaller, she realized that the car I gave her was a real monster. The high-speed train sped by, and the passengers leisurely looked at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, a young man with glasses pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The other passengers came over curiously and looked in the direction his finger was pointing. The carriage suddenly fell into an eerie silence. On the road, a locomotive was speeding at a speed visible to the naked eye, closely following the high-speed train. Everyone compared the speed displayed on the carriage, 293 kilometers per hour. But the locomotive was still approaching. Am I driving the high-speed train, or is he driving the high-speed train? The driver was stunned and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. The entire carriage was in an uproar, and everyone took out their mobile phones to record this unbelievable scene. This kind of scene is rare to come across once in a lifetime, and no one wants to miss it. However, as they were exclaiming in amazement, the locomotive suddenly stopped. The young man, kneeling on one knee, was gazing affectionately in the direction of the high-speed rail and seemed to be holding something in his hand. The passengers speculated that it might be a ring. In an instant, the entire carriage was filled with a deep feeling of emotion. Everyone was talking about it, and many people were moved to tears by this scene. Some people said, "He must be very in love with someone on the high-speed train." Others said, "Catching up with the high-speed train just to see her. How romantic." At this moment, a quiet girl sitting by the window couldn't help but burst into tears. She covered her mouth and tears flowed down like a flood. The passengers around gathered around and looked at her curiously. "Girl, that boy is your lover, right?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The girl trembled slightly and looked out the window with tearful eyes. It was not until the speed of the high-speed train made the figure kneeling on one knee gradually disappear outside the window that the girl finally came to her senses. She wiped her tears and explained to the passengers around her with a little sob. "He is my boyfriend, Zhang Ping. We have been together for 7 years, but we have not been able to get married because of the problem of buying a house. For the sake of their respective jobs, they had to live apart for a long time." The girl proposed a breakup before getting on the car. She thought it would be good for both of them. After all, buying an apartment in a big city was too stressful. Before she left, she casually said, "If we catch this high-speed train, we still have a chance." Who knew? He actually caught up with her. Having said this, the girl could no longer stop her tears from falling. After hearing her story, the passengers in the carriage were all moved by her emotions, and some of them wiped away tears quietly. Someone in the car directly advised, "Girl, true love is hard to come by. Don't let the house and distance get in the way. Don't miss out on such a sincere relationship. This guy is worthy of your lifelong trust." The girl nodded, her eyes firm, and she choked up as she recorded a voice message. "I'm not leaving. I'll wait for you at the next stop." After he finished speaking, there was warm applause in the carriage, and everyone sent their blessings for this affectionate waiting. When Zhang Ping rode away on the motorcycle, Dai little sister actually felt a little uneasy in her heart. After all, this motorcycle was a speed monster that I designed carefully. If it drove too fast, what if an accident really happened would be bad? Looking at the high-speed train and motorcycle that disappeared in the distance, Dai couldn't help but mutter, "Brother, please don't get hurt. Otherwise, I will regret letting you ride away." Just then, I heard a familiar roar of a motorcycle, and I looked up immediately. Sure enough, it was Zhang Ping who returned safely on his motorcycle. The silly little sister breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to comfort him. "Brother, don't be too sad if you didn't catch up. At least you tried, so you have no regrets." However, Zhang Ping's expression was somewhat surprised, as if what Dai little sister said took him a little by surprise. He smiled, patted the motorcycle, and said meaningfully, "Girl, have you underestimated your motorcycle? To be honest, the performance of this motorcycle is really terrifying. When I first rode it, I didn't think I could catch up with a high-speed train, but when I turned the accelerator hard and shifted gears, I suddenly found that the high-speed train looked like a slow snail in my eyes." Dai's sister was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he said. "Brother, do you mean you really caught up with a high-speed train?" Zhang Ping nodded solemnly, with a hint of shock in his eyes, and his tone was full of emotion. "Yes, I looked down at the dashboard, and the speed has soared to 400 miles per hour, converted to about 600 kilometers per hour. And I know that this is not the limit of this motorcycle. Girl, with this motorcycle, let alone catching up with a high-speed train, you can even catch up with the plane." After he finished speaking, he took out his phone and checked the message. He smiled and said to the silly girl, "Ah Jing has told me to wait for me at the next stop. Girl, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and this motorcycle, I might have missed her." As Dai Dai listened to his words, her mind went blank. After Zhang Ping left, Dai Dai still stood there, looking down at the motorcycle, completely stunned. Chasing the plane is no problem. The silly little sister murmured, her throat slightly tightened. Shen Fei, brother Fei, what kind of monster did you create for me? At this moment, Dai Dai's heart suddenly surged with admiration and guilt. Shen Fei's products actually had such amazing performance. How could he be called a swindler? He is simply the best manufacturing master in Dai Dai's heart. Thinking of this, Dai Dai even felt that 500,000 was not enough. It was understandable that they didn't even add the oil. It was probably over budget. Dai Dai couldn't help but smile, silently grateful in her heart, touching this seemingly ordinary but extremely powerful motorcycle. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. This is not a simple motorcycle. It is a testimony of love, saving a relationship. The silly girl said to herself, "Brother Fei, I give you full marks this time. Very good reviews. I have to give it to you." On the way back, Dai Dai was obviously in a much lighter mood than when she went there. She had a smile on her face and had no idea that her motorcycle had caused a sensation on the internet. The instigators of all this were the passengers on the Harmony high-speed train. Many people recorded the scene of Zhang Ping riding a motorcycle to catch up with the high-speed train and uploaded it to the internet. As a result, it went viral in a short period of time. And 8 out of 10 videos people viewed online showed the astonishing scene of a locomotive chasing a high-speed train. This incident even became a hot topic, and the topic directly rushed to the top. The title was "Charge for Love, Ride a Motorcycle to Chase the High-Speed Train," and countless netizens were moved by this love story. However, as the popularity grew, many big V bloggers also came out to interpret it. The first one was my most admired life mentor, Zhan Yaping. Still with a familiar grove in the background, he said to the camera with a serious face, "Brothers, charging for love, motorcycles chasing high-speed trains, isn't it exciting to watch? However, I Opping still like to tell the truth." Then he waved his finger and began his unique life lecture. Apeng said, "What you see is a touching love, but what I see is that without money, you can't move forward. Without money, they can't buy a house. And this young couple can only walk to the edge of breaking up. Chasing the high-speed rail? The truth is only money is real. If you make enough money, not only girls but also the queen can chase you." Peng's words with the phrase, "I love to tell the truth," caused the live broadcast room to be filled with comments. Haha, our brother is really realistic and clear-headed. Teacher Zhan's conversation is extraordinary. He has changed from spitting to talking. Peng's sermon was hilarious. On the other hand, Professor Luo from the law school was also tagged crazily by netizens and had to come out on a live broadcast to answer the question, is it illegal for a motorcycle to chase after a high-speed train? Adjusting his glasses, Mr. Luo said seriously, "According to the speed limit regulations, the speed limit on Chenghua Avenue is 80. Zhang Ping caught up with a high-speed train on his motorcycle, which was seriously speeding. However, the key to this matter still depends on whether the high-speed rail department announced the speed at that time." He hinted meaningfully, as if to say, as long as the high-speed rail department does not make it public, no one will pursue the high-speed chase. The audience understood instantly, and the comments were full of comments like "Go high-speed rail department. As long as you don't announce it, this is the victory of love." While netizens were talking about this incident with great relish, the professional motorcycle community was also in an uproar. In a small courtyard, the well-known motorcycle blogger Pio watched the video and said to the camera with emotion, "Do you know how crazy this is? In 9 seconds, this motorcycle passed 26 electric poles. According to the regulations of the Magic City Municipal Government, the distance between electric poles is 55 meters. Converted to, the speed of this motorcycle is over 600 kilometers per hour. I couldn't help but laugh. Although I initially relaxed some parameters of this car just to test its performance, I didn't expect it to become a god car in the motorcycle world." PU was amazed, his eyes full of desire, and he said that he would have no regrets if he could just ride it for a while. Looking at these people's comments, I can't help but feel a little proud. I have built a motorcycle with this kind of performance, and it really lived up to my expectations. Yu explained enthusiastically in her live broadcast room, and the 100,000 viewers were stunned. They had never expected that this motorcycle could reach a speed of more than 600 kilometers per hour. To be honest, I myself did not expect that it would cause such a big response. After all, when I designed this motorcycle, I just wanted to make a groundbreaking product and test my own technical limits. Now it seems that it has caused a stir in the motorcycle community. The comments in PO's live broadcast room were flying. More than 600 kilometers per hour. Isn't this faster than a high-speed rail? I'm usually scared when I drive over 100 kilometers per hour. How brave must the guy be to ride this motorcycle? If there is no helmet, this speed will probably blow people away. Many people actually have no idea about the speed of a motorcycle. After listening to PU's analysis, their scalps started to tingle. PU continued to explain and gave a detailed explanation of the maximum speed of motorcycles, comparing them with famous cars such as Kawasaki and Dodge. She specifically mentioned that the Kawasaki can only reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour on a dedicated track, while my motorcycle can reach more than 600 kilometers per hour on Chenghua Avenue. She said with emotion that the stability and power of this vehicle far surpassed all brands of motorcycles, and it was like the ultimate artifact in a science fiction movie. PO's excitement infected all the audience, and the comments instantly went viral. The most powerful motorcycle in the world. This car must be worth $1 million, right? Compared to Kawasaki, it's at least over $1 million. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw these exaggerated comments. When I built this motorcycle, I never thought it would become the king. It was really a pleasant surprise. The entire motorcycle community was discussing my monster, and major bloggers and influencers were trying to track down its whereabouts. Soon after, some smart bloggers who were promoting products also came forward to reveal the truth. Among them, Mr. Luo was the most eye-catching. He analyzed in a calm tone. This so-called riding a motorcycle to chase the high-speed rail story is very likely an extremely clever commercial marketing. Someone has already said that the motorcycle is worth $2 million. If the boy sells it, there will be no problem of not being able to buy a house. Listening to his live analysis, I almost laughed out loud. Marketing? This motorcycle was built entirely by me. If there is any coincidence, it can only be regarded as an accidental achievement. As for its high performance, I'm not yet at the point where I need to sell a story to prove its strength. Listening to Lao Luo's live commentary, I almost laughed out loud. Lao Luo's analysis was very logical, and he even described my purely handmade motorcycle as a business plan. When the audience heard it, they all thought that my chasing the high-speed rail scene was just a clever marketing move, and some even suspected that it was a promotional method of some big brand. That's not all. Once the announcements from big brands like BMW and Kawasaki came out, the popularity reached its peak. Netizens have been speculating which brand the product is, while those major brands are still playing Tai Chi vaguely, refusing to admit it but not completely denying it either, making the matter seem like a suspense blockbuster. At the same time, my experimental mouse Dai had no idea that she had become the center of this storm. She was in a good mood at the moment, riding her motorcycle on the road and even starting a live broadcast. The viewers in the live broadcast room received the notification and instantly filled her room. The comments scrolled rapidly, and everyone teased her. Old woman, you actually started broadcasting today. You said you wouldn't broadcast. Tell me quickly, did that broken motorcycle that Brother Fei bought you screw you over? The incident of going to the gas station yesterday has been exposed. The silly girl ignored the teasing and said leisurely, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll chat with you for half an hour. For a moment, the comments in Xiaomi's live broadcast room exploded. No way, the old woman was cheated by Fei Ge, and she was in a good mood? Is it possible that she actually fell in love with Fei Ge? She felt happy to be cheated by the person she loved? When I saw this comment, I almost burst out laughing. I didn't expect these netizens could have such wild imaginations. However, at this moment, the silly little girl suddenly screamed. The picture on the screen shook, and then there was a mess. In the live broadcast, Dai was lying on the side of the road with her car, and in front of her left, a Ferrari was slowly stopping. Obviously, there had been a small accident. I was watching the live broadcast, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that I had just finished this motorcycle and hadn't had time to formally inspect it, but Dai girl gave me a crash test. Seeing the live broadcast, I was so angry that I laughed. Li Jiechi, relying on his money, was so arrogant that he even threatened to smash my carefully crafted motorcycle in front of tens of thousands of people. He probably had never seen the durability of my work. Seeing the bodyguard Uru, he called walking towards the motorcycle waving a brick. Dai little sister's face changed, and she quickly stood in front of the motorcycle, refusing to let him touch it. Her anxious expression really showed that she was a car-protecting little lady. The audience in the live broadcast room also went wild, cursing. Is Li Jiechi crazy? How could he have the heart to smash the car? Eru is really going crazy, sisters. Hurry up and protect him. We brothers will support you. Although Eru's bodyguard is big and strong, he is obviously a little wary of Dai Dai's unyielding attitude. Li Jiechi looked at the silly girl who refused to move away, but a sneer appeared on his face. Okay, you have some backbone. But if this broken car is left here, it will be strange if it doesn't dirty my eyes. He waved his hand, signaling Eru to continue. They ignored Dai Xiaomei's protests and Eru raised the brick high, ready to smash it down. But unexpectedly at this moment, the locomotive suddenly made a low roar, which scared Eru so much that his hands trembled and the brick almost slipped out of his hand. Dai Xiaomei, Li Jiechi, and all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. No one expected that the locomotive would spontaneously roar, as if it was angry, making everyone's eardrums numb. The comments in Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room instantly exploded. Fuck. Does Fei Ge's motorcycle have an automatic defense function? Haha, did Fei Gu expect that someone would bully his precious motorcycle? I looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile proudly. I had specially tuned the engine system of this locomotive. Although it can't be called a defense system, it will have no problem starting the self-check as long as it senses external force. At this moment, the low roar of the locomotive was not only a warning, but also a declaration. Whoever dares to touch me will have to wait for the consequences. Li Jiechi was startled by the sudden vibration, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. But he quickly calmed down, snorted coldly, turned his head and said to Eru, I want to see what tricks this broken car can do. Keep going. But just when Eru raised his hand again, the roar of the motorcycle suddenly became louder, and then a trace of blue flame emerged from the tail nozzle, which stunned the onlookers and Dai Xiaomei. At this point, Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room completely exploded. Brother Fei's car has become a spirit. Who dares to touch it? Ha! Eru must be scared away. This car even chases the high-speed train. If you dare to touch it, just wait to be burned to ashes. Seeing Eru and Li Jiechi's pale faces, Dai Xiaomei quickly protected the motorcycle and shouted at them. This motorcycle is Fei Ge's work. If you want to smash it, ask him first if he agrees. I watched as the burly man, holding a brick and walking towards my beloved motorcycle, with a ferocious look on his face. Dai Xiaomei was quite brave. Although she had already wanted to back out in her heart, she still gritted her teeth and stood in front of the burly man. She desperately shouted, Stop! Don't touch my motorcycle! Her words were full of urgency, but the burly man didn't even look at her and pushed her aside coldly. I watched him raise the brick and was about to smash it against my motorcycle. Dai Xiaomei was so anxious that her eyes were filled with tears. She started to cry and begged in a sobbing voice. I don't want your money. Please don't smash my car. Seeing Dai Xiaomei's look made my heart tighten, and I felt helpless and pitiful. Just when I thought my beloved motorcycle was in danger, unexpected rescuers suddenly appeared. A dull collision sound broke the tense situation. When I looked up, I saw several foreigners in suits standing in front of the burly man and pushing his bodyguards away effortlessly. That scene made Dai Xiaomei's face full of shock. Before she could react, a foreign old man with silver hair strode up and headed straight for my motorcycle. As soon as he saw the car, he immediately showed a look of anguish and muttered, Oh my God! Who did this? I will curse him for Jesus. The old man was crying so hard that my little sister and I were stunned. Li Jiechi, who was standing next to him, had a gloomy expression. However, due to the uninvited VIPs in front of him, he did not dare to act rashly and asked coldly, Who are you? The old man ignored him completely, but turned to look at Dai Xiaomei excitedly, and said respectfully, My dear lady, I am Muda, the head of the Longwa region of Chrysler Group. Mr. Muda said, 20 minutes ago, our information department contacted Mr. Zhangping and learned that this motorcycle with a speed of over 600 kilometers per hour is yours. We at Chrysler Group hope to purchase this motorcycle, and the price will definitely satisfy you. The old man's burning eyes stunned the little girl, and the respect and eagerness in his words made it difficult for her to react for a while. At the same time, the audience in Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room exploded instantly. Did I hear it right? The magic car chasing the high-speed rail is Fei Ge's. Some people even said, Is this true? Such an awesome car was actually made by Fei Gu. Is this old guy really from Chrysler? They made the Dodge Tomahawk. I give up. Fei Gu is truly a god now. Just when everyone was shocked beyond measure, a trace of disdain flashed across Li Jiechi's face, and he sneered, "No matter how good this car is, it's not worth more than one of my wheels, right? Do you want to pay for her?" This time, old man Muda looked at him straight in the eye with a cold expression and waved his hand gently. Several strong men beside him immediately walked towards Li Jiechi, making him pale and his voice tremble. "What are you doing? This is a society ruled by law." As soon as he finished speaking, several strong men walked past him, took out their riot batons, and smashed his sports car. The sound of iron colliding was endless. In a few seconds, the Ferrari turned into a pile of tattered scrap metal. Li Jiechi's face turned pale, and the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch violently. But facing these burly men in suits, he dared not say a word. Dai Xiaomei finally came back to her senses from her shock and whispered, "Mr. Muid, I haven't decided to sell it yet." She thought Muid wanted to stand up for her, but Muid just shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Miss, this has nothing to do with whether you sell the motorcycle or not. This gift from God has been offended, so of course it must be punished." Muid paused, turned to Li Jiechi, and continued coldly, "Your car is scrapped. We will compensate you with an identical one." Muid said, "But we will take legal action on behalf of this lady for the damage you have caused to this magical motorcycle. The outer shell of this motorcycle is directly related to its stability. There is currently no such technology in the world." Every word Muda said was like a heavy hammer, which completely stunned Li Jiechi. I couldn't help but laugh as I was standing aside. I didn't expect that Li Jiechi, a guy who usually has a sharp tongue, would fall on a motorcycle. He often says that he is not afraid of netizens' complaints and has managed to get to where he is today. But this time he ran in a Chrysler, and even the entire legal department was going to deal with him. His face suddenly turned pale, and he was shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. At this time, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Muda's words ignited the curiosity of netizens, and everyone finally understood why he would support Xiaomi as the general manager of the region. The fundamental reason was because of my Shen Fei motorcycle. Amidst countless audience comments, Li Jiechi walked away in a huff and puff, and it seemed that he was in a hurry to find a lawyer. Since Muda had announced that he would sue, he was not vague at all. On my side, Dai Xiaomei was chatting enthusiastically with Muda, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. She turned to Muid and said, "Uncle Muid, thank you so much, but I really don't want to sell the motorcycle to you. But you can go to Brother Fei to place an order. He built this motorcycle for me." As soon as she finished speaking, before I could react, Muda showed a helpless smile and shook his head, saying, "Dai Xiaomei, since we have found you, of course we have also found out the source of this motorcycle. In fact, we contacted Mr. Shen Fei early in the morning and even expressed our intention to cooperate, but he rejected our request." Muda paused, a trace of respect flashing in his eyes. "Mr. Shen Fei only sells products, not patents. And if we have the ability to thoroughly study his technology, he will not stop us. We only need to pay a certain amount of patent fees." Muid's eyes were full of expectation. He continued, "So, my dear lady, on behalf of the Chrysler Group, I would like to request to rent this motorcycle from you for 3 days. In just 3 days, we will return the motorcycle intact." Dai Xiaomei thought about it and seemed to think that 3 days was not a long time, so she nodded. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely excited. Seeing the barrage of comments flooding the screen like crazy, even many motorcycle manufacturers took the opportunity to come to my live broadcast room and queue up to place orders. The popularity of my live broadcast room rose rapidly, from 2 million to 5 million, and then soared to 8 million before stopping slightly. The barrage was already filled with messages. I looked down at the order list and saw that in just a few minutes, the number of pending orders soared from 300,000 to over 800,000. Everyone seemed to be scrambling to make reservations, especially several large manufacturers, which directly placed sky-high orders of 3 million yuan and waited for me to take them. But they may not know that I don't need the money. Frankly speaking, no matter how much money you have, it may not be able to buy the bottom line of technology. Those motorcycle manufacturers spent a lot of money just to buy my technology, but they were destined to be disappointed. My live broadcast room is bustling with activity, as netizens and motorcycle manufacturers are eagerly waiting for my orders. But I am too lazy to pay attention to those hot topics. A few hours have passed, and the live broadcast room is still quiet. I don't have the time to pay attention to them. Friends who couldn't wait rushed to Chrysler's official website. After all, they were the only ones who had the technology to control my motorcycle. I sneered and said, if Chrysler could really figure it out, wouldn't everyone have a Shen Fei motorcycle? At the same time, The comment section on Chrysler's official website was really lively. Not only were motorcycle enthusiasts urging it to go ahead, but even several major motorcycle manufacturers were adding pressure. Amid the outcry, Chrysler's official website quickly issued an announcement. We, the Chrysler Group, have decided to extend an indefinite invitation to Mr. Shen Fei to cooperate because he is already the future and hope of the motorcycle industry. Chrysler's announcement completely set off a storm on the internet, leaving countless netizens and manufacturers completely dumbfounded. The messages were flooding the screen at a rapid pace, and I couldn't stop them. Chrysler's announcement pushed my reputation and that of Super God Manufacturing Shop to the peak. People finally understood that the store's slogan, "Satisfy all your fantasies," was not just a manifestation of the second-year syndrome, but real strength. As for me, I was at my leisure in a suburban manufacturing shop. Ever since I learned that the motorcycle built by Xiaomi and I had caused a sensation on the internet, I immediately went to the system store to buy a bunch of equipment and move them all to the back of the factory to prevent people from discovering that my super manufacturing store was actually an empty shell. After finishing all this, I dusted off my hands and finally sat down to take a look at the situation in the live broadcast room. Looking at the hot words "store impression" on the screen, I couldn't help but laugh. When I saw the term "technical god" had 1.08 million likes, I felt, well, that's not bad. When I saw that "snail efficiency" had 960,000 likes, well, I admit that I was a bit slow. When I saw that "the negligent anchor who never broadcasts" had 740,000 likes, well, I really won't broadcast. But the most eye-catching thing is "swindler 5.78 million likes." I grumbled helplessly. Alas, it's just a little bit of saving on materials. You guys are too obsessed with the cost. Chapter 23, Liebes's Order. Never mind. Crooked businessmen are just crooked businessmen. They are all forced by the system. And they only guess that I made money, but they certainly couldn't guess how much money I made. Shen Fei said confidently. But at this moment, a prompt from the system completely stunned Shen Fei. Ding! Periodic financial report is being generated. It is expected to be completed within a week. The system will then automatically publish the financial report in the host's live broadcast room. The system's gentle voice resounded in Shen Fei's mind. But at this moment, Shen Fei felt that the voice of the system was so cold. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Shen Fei then roared with a dark face. System, are you kidding me? I'm just a small manufacturing company, not a listed company. How can I publish a financial report? You're the one who made me cheat you out of my money, and now you're turning around and stabbing me again? Are you still human? Or do you think I've lived too long and want those customers to hack me to death? Shen Fei's chest heaved violently. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be about to become reality. In other words, the system is invisible and intangible. Otherwise, Shen Fei really wanted to give it some respect himself. Now netizens are just guessing how much money he has cheated. Wait until the financial report is released. Shen Fei felt that it didn't matter whether the title of this unscrupulous businessman was true or not. He was afraid that the address of his manufacturing shop might be leaked one day. The blades at the door must be piled up like a mountain. Shen Fei was so angry that he was fuming. After the system issued the prompt sound, it fell into complete silence. There was no response at all to Shen Fei's roar. Take a deep breath. Shen Fei knew that he had nothing to say to the system. This system is purely for playing with him. Sit up straight in front of the computer again. Shen Fei continued with a gloomy face and began to choose the order. But looking at the dazzling array of orders and their high prices, Shen Fei's mood was relieved a lot. Although after the Chrysler Group announced that the locomotive technology built by Shen Fei could not make a breakthrough for the time being, all major airport manufacturers have given up hope. The price did not continue to rise. But now the prices of the top few have reached between 3 million and 3.5 million. At this price, Shen Fei receives several more locomotive orders. I can quickly collect 10 million system upgrade points. Let the system upgrade to the third stage. However, upgrading the system is certainly important. Fully enjoy the challenges and breakthroughs of yourself in this process. Shen Fei thinks it is more important. Otherwise, the system will be upgraded to the third or even fourth, fifth, or sixth stage in the future. The functionality has been greatly improved. But Shen Fei may not be able to keep up with the pace of the system, even if a middle school student gets full marks in every subject. But let him look at the high school knowledge. Basically, I can't understand it all. This is my thought. Shen Fei stopped what he was doing. I plan to wait until a suitable order comes along before accepting it. Or if there are no other orders later, just pick the one with the highest price and take it. But at this moment, An order suddenly appeared in the order-taking background, and it directly jumped to the first place. The motorcycle order, which was originally ranked first, had an order value of more than 3.5 million. They were all left far behind. Shen Fei was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then he clicked on the details of the order. At first glance, Shen Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. But I watched it twice more. Shen Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. It's you. At the same time Shen Fei took over the new order, there was a huge uproar on the internet. The Tiger Shark live streaming platform is used by Shen Fei in a live streaming room for running his store. The millions of viewers gathered here watched the order taken by Shen Fei. Everyone was stunned. Xiaomi technology. Holy shit, it's actually Xiaomi technology. Has Fei Ge's name reached Lei Bushi? No. Is this really Lei Bushi's little me? They placed an order for new energy vehicles with Brother Fei? No need to think. It must be. The order amount is 9.99 million. I can recognize that this is the price Mr. Lei offered even with my eyes closed. Alas, Mr. Lei is so confused. How much of your 9.99 million yuan must have been taken away by Brother Fei? Besides, Brother Fei only sells products, not patents. 9.99 million yuan is too expensive to buy a car. I always feel like Brother Fei, the unscrupulous businessman, is just fishing. And now it seems like he has caught the big fish, Lei Bushi. Ha ha ha. The type that will stop after earning 10 million? If that's the case, Brother Fei can retire with just this one deal. Anyway, I think dear Mr. Lei is going to be screwed by Brother Fei. Motorcycles and cars are two completely different things. Especially new energy vehicles, the technological content is really too high. It is simply not something that can be accomplished by one person. Ah, right. That's what you said when Fei Ge matched a motorcycle for Dai Xiaomi. You said that computers and motorcycles are completely different. But what was the result? All right, stop arguing. You haven't come up with anything useful after talking for so long. Why don't you go to Xiaomi Group and ask what Lei Bushi is thinking? Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room talked about it until the end. They left Shen Fei's live broadcast room one after another and ran to Xiaomi's official website to leave messages. At that time, Xiaomi Group was located in its headquarters building in Yanjing. Many directors of Xiaomi technology gathered together, and the argument had already turned into a mess. All this is because of the order that Lei Jun placed with Shen Fei. At that time, countless netizens may not have known it yet. The decision to place the order with Shen Fei was entirely made by Lei Jun alone. It was not approved by the board of directors at all. Now this matter has begun to ferment on the internet. The directors of Xiaomi Technologies board couldn't help but slam the table at Lei Jun. Boss Lei, you have to give us an explanation for this matter. We've all heard of Shen Fei. He's very capable, but that's only limited to computers and motorcycles. And our Xiaomi car has invested tens of billions of dollars since its development. You've given tens of millions of dollars to a small business owner who makes a live streaming platform to make something that they haven't been able to develop successfully. Isn't this ridiculous? Chapter 24, A Big Gamble. Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of Xiaomi Group, Lin Jiancheng, who is also the General Manager of Xiaomi Automobile Division, said with a frown. He called it nonsense. This is undoubtedly an extreme challenge to Lei Jun's authority. The people on the board of directors were not surprised by all this. There was no expression of surprise on his face. In fact, they all know it in their hearts. In the eyes of outsiders, Lei Jun is the absolute representative of Xiaomi Group. But in the past 2 years, the Lin faction headed by Lin Jiancheng is gradually sidelining Lei Jun, especially after Lin Jiancheng became the chief researcher of Xiaomi Automobile a year ago. This situation has become increasingly serious. But Lei Jun did not go through the resolution of the board of directors. He placed an order for new energy vehicles directly with Shen Fei. To Lin Jiancheng, this was no less than a knife swung at him by Lei Jun. That's why he was so emotional. Everyone with a discerning eye here has already seen this. The group directors in the conference room looked at each other. They all turned their heads and looked at Lei Jun, who was sitting in the chairman's seat. I want to see how he will respond to what Lin Jiancheng said regarding the current internal struggle within the Xiaomi Group. They haven't started to position themselves yet. It stands to reason that considering what Lei Jun has done over the years and his position in the Xiaomi Group, there was no reason for them not to stand on Lei Jun's side. But Lin Jiancheng is also not an ordinary person. It is said that the big boss from Yanjing is standing behind him, the kind whose ancestors made great contributions to the progress of the times. Now things have come to this point. They all smelled a hint of a decisive battle. I just don't know whether Lei Jun can get rid of Lin Jianqing this time and take complete control of Xiaomi Group back into his own hands. It was Lin Jianqing who came from behind and completely defeated Lei Jun. It's just a 10 million yuan quota. Do I have to inform you if I spend 10 million yuan? Facing Lin Jianqing's words, Lei Jun smiled calmly. When the group has significant expenditures, it is necessary to convene a board of directors for collective resolution. But that would be at least a few $1 billion in expenditure. It's just 10 million now, so there's really no need for him to say hello to Lin Jianqing and the board of directors. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianqing looked up at Lei Jun. Suddenly, an expression of mixed sadness and anger appeared on his face. He pursed his lips, his expression extremely heavy as he said, "Boss Lei, 10 million is a small amount, but who knows how big the impact it will have on Xiaomi Group. Don't you really understand this? It took less than 15 minutes for the news of your order to Shen Fei to spread. Xiaomi Technology's share price in Hong Kong has started to fluctuate. Now our stockholders and shareholders are questioning the strength of Xiaomi Group. A listed company is currently focusing on the new energy vehicle sector, but it is going to entrust it to a small manufacturing store owner. If this continues, the Xiaomi Group might be destroyed. I suggest that you stop cooperating with Shen Fei on orders immediately. You personally came forward to announce that all this was just a misunderstanding. At the same time, we will increase investment in Xiaomi Auto to let shareholders see our Xiaomi Group's determination in the new energy vehicle sector." The expression on Lin Jianqing's face changed from heavy to excited in the end. The words were spoken passionately. It looked as if he was the only one who cared about the group. And Lei Jun listened to what he said, but he couldn't help but laugh, and the smile on his face was even brighter than before. "Look, everyone. Our Director Lin's acting skills are really good. Director Lin, I would say you might as well start making a movie. I guarantee you will become an award-winning actor." Lei Bushi had a smile on his face, but the words he said were like slaps in the face of Lin Jianqing. The conference room fell into deathly silence in an instant. Many directors couldn't help but shudder when they looked at Lei Jun. It was as if only at this moment they remembered the person standing in front of them. But Lei Bushi reached the peak as soon as he debuted. When he was at his poorest, he only had 4 billion yuan. The two horses of the same period are still staying in some corner, and the subtle changes in the expressions on the directors' faces. None of them escaped Lin Jianqing's eyes. Lei Jun's sarcastic remarks echoed in my ears again. Lin Jianqing's face was extremely gloomy. "Boss Lei, what do you mean? Are you insulting me?" Lin Jianqing's deep voice echoed in the conference room. Lei Jun slowly put away the smile on his face. "You said that my decision caused the fluctuation of Xiaomi Group's stock price. Then I want to ask you, can endlessly investing money in Xiaomi Auto without seeing any results keep Xiaomi Group's stock price from fluctuating? It's been a year, Lin Jianqing, and I don't have any patience anymore. You said I was insulting you. Aren't you embarrassing yourself?" Lei Jun looked at Lin Jianqing with cold eyes. Not at all as kind as usual. It's so strange and scary. And Lin Jianqing heard what he said, then fell into silence. A few seconds passed. Lin Jianqing slowly raised his head. "Since Mr. Lei has said so much, I have nothing more to say. I want to sign a bet agreement with you. 3 days, give me 3 days. If I cannot lead Xiaomi Auto to manufacture the first Xiaomi car, I will hand over the position of general manager of the Xiaomi Auto division. But if I'm done, you need to resign as executive director. Boss Lei, do you dare to answer it?" Lin Jianqing finished speaking. There was a burst of noise in the conference room immediately. The directors guessed that the two might have a big game today, but I didn't expect it to be so big. "Boss Lin, think twice. Don't be impulsive. Boss Lin is just speaking in anger. Don't take it to heart. Hey, my two ancestors. Let's calm down first, have a cup of tea, and talk slowly. The directors began to talk one after another. They all began to admonish Lin Jianqing and Lei Jun. Kellen was built for the surrounding sounds, but he pretended not to hear it. He just stared at Lei Bushi. He looked like he was going to have a life-or-death fight with Lei Jun, and facing Lin Jianqing's sharp gaze. Lei Jun suddenly calmed down a little. He slowly leaned back against the seat. Then he threw a document on the table. "Since it's a bet, why not play it bigger? I will make the announcement in my capacity as the executive director of Xiaomi Group. The launch ceremony of Xiaomi car will be held at Beishan Square in 3 days. You take the ones from Xiaomi Group, and I'll take the car that Shen Fei gave me. Then let's see whether you win or I win. If you win, Not only can I hand over the position of executive director, I can also reduce my holdings of Xiaomi Group shares. But if you lose, I don't want to see you in Xiaomi anymore, and you must sell all the Xiaomi Group stocks you hold. Lei Bushi's voice was not loud, but his words were like thunder. The explosion was heard by everyone's ears. Chapter 25, A Big Gift. No one expected it. Lei Jun actually drafted a bet agreement in advance. After the dozen or so directors in the conference room came to their senses, all of them looked at Lei Bushi. I think he must be crazy, judging from this bet agreement between Lei Jun and others. Now Lin Jiancheng can be said to have the best time and place. Anyway, Xiaomi Car has been under development for a year. I don't know how much money has been invested. And now Lei Jun actually wants to take only his partner Shen Fei, who is worth 9.99 million. Come and gamble with Lin Jiancheng. This is no less than Lei Jun bringing Shen Fei with him. Become the enemy of the entire Xiaomi group. Many directors looked at each other. There was a hint of absurdity and sincere respect in his complex eyes. They never thought about the day Lei Jun will be an outsider. Come and personally fight against Xiaomi, the girl he created. And what they can understand is, what Lei Jun did was good or bad for him personally. But it is best for Xiaomi Group, because it doesn't matter whether Lin Jiancheng and Lei Jun succeed or fail. Xiaomi Group will be the ultimate winner. The internal fight between Lin Jiancheng and Lei Jun. It will end quietly in this subtle and silent way. It won't cause any bad effects, and most people won't even know about it. This is my thought. Every director in the conference room couldn't help but look at Lei Jun with respect. At least at this moment, Lei Jun has completely conquered them with his personality. But in terms of interests, the directors present will eventually choose to stand behind Lin Jiancheng. Because from the moment Lei Jun proposed this bet, no director thought he could win 10 million in funds in 3 days. No matter how powerful Shen Fei is, the outside world has already promoted him as a godlike figure. They also don't think that Shen Fei can build a new energy vehicle that can conquer everyone. Boss Lei, why are you doing this? We have differences on certain issues, and I admit that I want to become the executive director of the Xiaomi Group. But I never thought of killing you. Lin Jiancheng's eyes wandered between Lei Jun and the gambling agreement on the table. His eyes were slightly hesitant. Lei Jun's actions did shock him. Since the first day I entered Xiaomi, Lin Jiancheng knew that Lei Jun was a tough nut to crack. Even though he has the background of Yanjing, this made Lei Jun feel deeply fearful. Over the years, he has been severely suppressed by Lei Jun and Xiaomi. His partners who entered some large companies at the same time have already secured core positions. Only he is still marginalized from time to time. And now, in Lin Jiancheng's view, Lei Jun's bet agreement. Lei Jun, who was undoubtedly still in the upper hand, suddenly waved the white flag and announced his surrender. This was really difficult for Lin Jiancheng to understand. Society is developing rapidly now. The next huge opportunity is looming. Maybe in 5 years, maybe in just 3 years it will appear. I don't want Xiaomi's development to be hindered because of you or me. I hope that 100 years later, Xiaomi can still stand at the forefront of this era. So all of this will come eventually. It's just a little earlier now. Faced with Lin Jiancheng's frank words, Lei Jun was no longer aggressive. The tense atmosphere in the conference room seemed to dissipate instantly. Lin Jiancheng looked at Lei Jun in a daze. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. Then he bowed slightly and said in a voice full of respect, "Boss Lei, I'm not as good as you. But don't worry, Xiaomi is in my hands. I will definitely make it go further." After saying that, Lin Jiancheng stood up and took the gambling agreement. He signed his name neatly. Then he stood up. His expression returned to its initial coldness. "Boss Lei, I really respect you. But this time, there's no way you can win." Just 2 hours before you placed the order with Shen Fei, our Xiaomi car had made a breakthrough. In 3 days, we will be at the top of the new energy vehicle market with our kingly momentum. Please wait and see. After saying that, Lin Jiancheng turned around and started walking out of the meeting room. Seeing this, many directors of Xiaomi Group present hesitated for a moment. They all stood up and began to leave one after another. Not long, Lei Jun was the only one left in the huge conference room. Crack! There was a sound of a chair being moved. Lei Jun walked around the conference table and slowly came to the floor-to-ceiling window in the conference room. Looking down from here, you can see the prosperity of the entire city. Lei Jun stood there for a long time. Then he murmured to himself, "Will I definitely lose?" He's the most amazing young man I have ever met. It feels very familiar, like myself back then, but I know that he is much better than I was when I was young. While Lei Bushi placed all his hopes on Shen Fei. Shen Fei in a suburban manufacturing shop. He had already entered the system's super laboratory. Netizens know that Lei Jun placed an order with Shen Fei. As everyone knows, the order is for new energy vehicles. However, only Shen Fei himself knows the specific content of the order. At this moment, we are standing in the primeval forest inside the super laboratory. Shen Fei couldn't help but pursed his lips when he thought of the order content of more than 1,000 words written by Lei Jun. The first sentence of the order was that Lei Jun told Shen Fei not to feel any pressure. He knew that it would be difficult for Shen Fei to create an eye-catching new energy vehicle within 3 days. Even if Shen Fei failed, Lei Jun would not ask for the money for the order. They would not even announce Shen Fei's failure to the outside world. To be honest, Lei Jun is worthy of being Lei Jun. When he saw these words, Shen Fei already had the idea of taking the order. After reading the order, I also read Lei Jun's ideas about new energy vehicles. Shen Fei decided to take the order. Gear performance, balance shafts, composite material production costs, batteries, motors, electronic controls, and most importantly, the intelligent driving system. Boss Lei, you really dare to make a request. It's very challenging. But in my opinion, it's good, but not good enough. Boss Lei, wait for me to give you a big gift. Chapter 26. Shen Fei rushes into the experiment. After whispering, Shen Fei opened the system all. We began to select the materials needed to build the new energy vehicle. Although I admire Lei Jun as an outstanding entrepreneur, but it is impossible for Shen Fei to spend a huge amount of money, because he had not mentioned the most important reason for accepting the order. That is 9.99 million as long as he works hard and saves enough money. Then the third stage of the system can be started directly. This is too great a temptation for Shen Fei. Pick and choose. It took more than half an hour. Shen Fei has finally selected all the materials needed for this new energy vehicle experiment. The total price is 98,000. After Shen Fei paid the bill, of the 9.99 million that Lei Jun transferred to him, there was still a full 9.89 million left, plus the points earned from Dai Xiaomi before. There are enough points to start the third stage. However, the third phase can only be started after completing this order from Lei Jun. Otherwise, if the third stage of top military manufacturing is awakened, Shen Fei can also add some powerful features to Lei Jun's new energy vehicle. But now, Shen Fei can only use his imagination as much as possible. And there is another very important point. Although it failed, Lei Jun said that he would not take back the money for the order. However, if the experiment fails, the system will directly judge Shen Fei as a failure. Even if the money cannot be collected at that time, Shen Fei will not get any points for system upgrades. It seems that I have to work harder next time. Fortunately, there should be enough time. Shen Fei muttered a few words to himself. He then devoted all his energy to the production of new energy vehicles. When Shen Fei began to work hard day and night in the super laboratory, little did they know that the outside world had already exploded at this moment. All this is naturally due to the announcement released by Xiaomi Group. 3 days later at Beishan Square, Xiaomi Auto will witness the birth of a miracle with everyone. Xiaomi was born for fever. After the news that Lei Jun placed an order with Shen Fei spread. However, countless netizens have already rushed to Xiaomi's official website platform. Originally, everyone wanted to find out what Lei Jun was thinking. But who would have thought that Xiaomi's official account would give them a big blow? Excuse me, am I in the wrong place? Are you sure this isn't the set of a major science fiction movie? I originally thought that Mr. Lei just wanted to get a car for Brother Fei for fun. But who would have thought it would be so big? 3 days, just 3 days. This is not the way to witness a miracle. I think since Xiaomi Group has announced this, we can just wait and see. We'll see in 3 days whether it's a mule or a horse. Countless netizens were talking about it. It seems that they have subconsciously determined that what Xiaomi Group is going to show everyone at Beishan Square 3 days later is the car order that Lei Jun placed for Shen Fei. As for the internal betting agreement between Lei Jun and Lin Jianxing, no one knows anything. This is probably what Lei Jun wants to see. That is, no matter whether Shen Fei can successfully build the car in 3 days. The Xiaomi Group is already invincible. And because of Shen Fei, now everyone is very interested in the new energy vehicle launch conference of Xiaomi Group. Inside the suburban manufacturing shop. At this moment, Shen Fei had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, He is fully devoted to the creation of the new energy vehicle in front of him. With the previous experience in building locomotives, it was not difficult for Shen Fei to complete the construction of a car frame. After all, the two actually have something in common, and it has the help of the system's cross-era, fully automatic equipment. Shen Fei doesn't have to spend any effort at all to make the materials reach the parameters he wants. So in the super lab, it took Shen Fei about 10 days. That is equivalent to less than half a day in the outside world. Shen Fei has initially built the car's frame and a combination of various components. This speed would leave even the most professional automotive groups in the world dumbfounded. After all, Shen Fei was working without any template. Design it according to your own requirements for the best functionality of a car. After completing the initial construction, what Shen Fei needs to create next are some details. For example, the three most important components of new energy vehicles: batteries, motors, and electronic controls, etc. These things will determine the performance of the new energy vehicles built by Shen Fei. Compared to the first step, this process will take Shen Fei a longer time. It took more than 20 days. It took Shen Fei to handle all of this. So far, Shen Fei has been in the super laboratory for a month. And in front of Shen Fei, a complete new energy vehicle was already placed in front of him. Now all we have to do is charge the car's battery, and it can hit the road in no time. But Shen Fei knew, if he ended the experiment now, the system probably won't give him a passing score for this experiment. In other words, the system will directly determine that his experiment has failed. Because of the content of the order that Lei Jun placed with Shen Fei, now Shen Fei has only completed half of it. The car in front of me can only be regarded as an ordinary car with a good appearance. It can't be called a top-notch new energy vehicle at all, because it still lacks the most important intelligent driving system, which is also the most selling point of current new energy vehicles. Call. Shen Fei took a deep breath. He knew that the real difficulty of this experiment would begin next. Adjusted my mental state. After feeling full of energy, Shen Fei plunged headfirst into the creation of an intelligent driving system. Time is like quicksand on your fingertips. Time passed by quietly without you noticing. 3 days passed in a flash. And after breakfast on the third day, in the large square at the foot of Beishan Mountain, there was already a surge of people. A colorful flag with the 4 big words Xiaomi Group written on it was hung high, fluttering in the wind, and could be vaguely seen from hundreds of meters away. And it's not just ordinary people who are extremely interested in the Xiaomi car launch, which has been brewing for 3 days. Even some business tycoons got up early and sat in front of the TV with some anticipation, waiting for Xiaomi's press conference to start live broadcast. Chapter 27: The Sky-High Price Offered to Shen Fei. In an antique villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jichuan, chairman of Warwick Group, was making tea himself. From time to time, he looked up at the screen in front of him. Xiaomi Group's press conference has not officially started yet, but the live broadcast has started. The picture shows a huge crowd of people. It is much more spectacular than Warwick's press conference. Regarding this phenomenon, Ren Jichuan's little niece Jiang Qianqian couldn't help but pout and said, "Uncle, this is too outrageous. I know that Shen Fei is very popular and powerful. One man created the fastest and most stable motorcycle in the world, and the entire Chrysler group was eager to recruit him. But Xiaomi is obviously not on the same scale as Huawei right now. If you don't know, you would think Xiaomi is the largest technology company in Dragon Country." Jiang Qianqian had a very unhappy expression on her face. She was deeply doted on by Ren Jichuan in front of Ren Jichuan. Always say whatever you want to say. When Ren Jichuan looked at his beloved little niece, he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. "Qianqian, watch this live broadcast carefully today. I'm sure you'll learn a lot. The Xiaomi group may not be as good as Huawei, but in terms of ability, 10 of your uncles are not as good as one Lei Bushi." Ren Jichuan said seriously. Perhaps there is a hint of understatement in what he said, but it is obvious that Ren Jichuan's evaluation of Lei Jun has reached an extreme level. After Jiang Qianqian heard this, her beautiful big eyes couldn't help but blink. She shook Ren Jichuan's arm coquettishly and said in a sweet voice, "Uncle, did you see something? Just tell me." Upon hearing this, Ren Jichuan looked at his little niece with a helpless expression. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then he said, Okay, said the uncle. "Your Uncle Lei's actions are obviously taking advantage of the situation. Borrow the momentum?" Jiang Qianqian tilted her little head, her face full of confusion. Ren Jichuan paused for a moment and took a breath. Then he continued, "Qianqian, you've actually already figured it out. Just like you said, there is no way Xiaomi's current size can be compared to Huawei. But why is the Xiaomi Group's car launch today so much more exciting than the launch of our GJ a while ago? This is all because Lei Bushi borrowed the power of that young man named Shen Fei. At the end of his speech, Ren Jichuan couldn't help but look at the screen in front of him with deep meaning in his eyes. At this moment, the screen showed that the press conference had officially begun, with less than 5 minutes left. When Jiang Qianqian heard this, her pretty eyes widened immediately. Uncle, you mean that when Lei Jun placed an order with Shen Fei, he didn't expect Shen Fei to build a new energy vehicle within 3 days? They just want to take advantage of Shen Fei's recent traffic and popularity to promote their own Xiaomi car? Ren Jichuan smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Qianqian, you really hit the point. In fact, after this incident broke out, many entrepreneurs in the same industry contacted me and asked what Lei Jun really thought. Among them are the CEOs of NIO and BYD. In the end, I just asked them a question back, and they understood. That's how much time and money they put into developing the car. Cars are different from computers and motorcycles. They are much more complicated, especially new energy vehicles. That young man named Shen Fei is very talented. But how is it possible for him to build a new energy vehicle in 3 days? But I really like Shen Fei. There are very few young people with such hard skills now. I have asked the Human Resources Department of Huawei to sign a contract with Shen Fei. I believe he will be interested. Mention the word Shen Fei. Even Ren Jichuan couldn't help but feel a deep admiration in his eyes. When Jiang Qianqian heard this, she couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore. After all, she knew that her uncle was known for his generosity. Uncle, what price did you offer Shen Fei? Upon hearing this, Ren Jichuan turned his head and looked at Jiang Qianqian and said, Want to know? Yeah, uncle. Of course I want to know. Seeing Jiang Qianqian nodding her head like a chick pecking at rice, Ren Jichuan didn't keep anyone in suspense. The conditions I offered Shen Fei included giving him a portion of Huawei's shares. He will also be given an annual salary of at least 300 million yuan, and the salary increase in the following year will not be less than 10%. Ren Jichuan's voice slowly rang out in the room. The expression on Jiang Qianqian's little face froze immediately. She thought Ren Jichuan would offer Shen Fei a very high price, but she never expected it to be such a sky-high price. Let's not talk about the other things for now. The annual salary of 300 million is enough for Warwick to hire a medium-sized team of 30 people composed entirely of high-tech talents. I was stunned for several seconds, until Xiaomi's press conference was officially announced on the screen not far away. Jiang Qianqian finally came out of her state of shock. She and Ren Jichuan looked up at the live broadcast screen. The little mouth couldn't help but mutter. Unless Shen Fei is blind, he can't refuse such a high price. Chapter 28. Did Shen Fei fail? Xiaomi Group's car launch conference officially begins. More than 5 million netizens rushed into the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments suddenly filled the entire screen. However, the staff in charge of managing Xiaomi's live broadcast room was stunned when looking at the background data. At the same time, there were thousands of comments containing the words Xiaomi. It seems like enough is enough. However, there were as many as 70,000 to 80,000 comments containing the words Shen Fei, although the staff of Xiaomi Group had already been mentally prepared. But they would never have thought of it. Surprisingly, more than half of the netizens who came to watch the launch of Xiaomi Group's new energy vehicles were there for Shen Fei, while netizens were enthusiastic in the live broadcast room. On the other side, Lei Jun had already walked onto the stage. After greeting the audience and briefly announcing the official start of the press conference, Lei Jun then handed over the home court to Lin Jianqing. Lin Jianqing walked to the center of the stage holding a microphone. Then he spoke directly. I know why everyone is here today, so I won't keep you in suspense. Next, let's invite the protagonist of this press conference to come on stage. As Lin Jianqing's voice fell, there are 5 live broadcast cameras on site. All of them pulled the camera aside. I saw a car with a gorgeous appearance and smooth shape being driven towards the stage by the staff of Xiaomi Group. Lin Jianqing looked at the car. His eyes were full of confidence and pride. After the car was driven to the center of the stage, Lin Jianqing held the microphone and introduced the functions of the car one by one, from interior to exterior, from battery life to hardware facilities. Every time Lin Jianqing paused, there will be loud applause from the audience. Many people in the industry listened to Lin Jianqing's introduction. They all nodded repeatedly. I think the functions of this car are remarkable and are enough to rank among the top new energy vehicles. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were already going wild. No, didn't Brother Fei cheat Lei Jun's money this time? It feels like a lot of money has been spent on both the exterior and interior. My youth is over. Brother Fei is no longer the same Brother Fei. Well, how can I put it? Although this car is remarkable, it doesn't give me any amazing feeling. It's almost the same as most new energy vehicles. Brother Fei is really only good at computers and motorcycles. Okay, in 3 days, it's good enough that Brother Fei can give Lei Bushi a car like this. Wait, that's not right. Look at the big screen. This car doesn't look like it was built by Brother Fei. Just as millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were discussing the matter. After the huge screen on the stage flashed, lines of text and pictures suddenly flashed out. Lin Jianqing turned around and looked at the countless audiences below the stage. Then he smiled and said, "Everyone, the car released by our Xiaomi group is called. I led the automobile division of Xiaomi Group and worked hard for more than 300 days and nights to create the first generation of Xiaomi new energy vehicles. I know it may still have many imperfections and is not good enough to stand at the top of new energy vehicles today, but I hope everyone will give us some time. In time, Xiaomi Auto will give everyone even bigger surprises." Lin Jianqing finished speaking. Some of Xiaomi's loyal fans at the scene immediately applauded. Inside the villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jichuan looked at the live broadcast in front of him and said with an expression that he understood everything. "Qianqian, do you understand? Xiaomi's bike is just average. It's not easy to attract so much attention. If the situation continues like this, Xiaomi Auto may not be a big seller, but it will be like knocking on the door of new energy vehicles. Is your Uncle Lei's marketing ability very impressive? If he hadn't come up with the idea of relying on Shen Fei to gain so much attention, Xiaomi's car probably wouldn't have made even a big splash. Okay, just continue to watch it slowly. Uncle has something else to do, so he won't accompany you," Ren Jichuan said as he spoke. He was about to get up and leave. But at this moment, suddenly, a questioning voice came from the screen. "Boss Lin, the news that Boss Lei placed an order with Mr. Shen Fei has spread all over the internet in the past 3 days. Everyone thought that what Xiaomi was going to show everyone at this press conference was the car built by Mr. Shen Fei. But from beginning to end, this press conference has nothing to do with Mr. Shen Fei. I would like to ask, did Mr. Shen Fei fail? He was not able to build a car that met your requirements within 3 days?" A reporter at the scene held up a microphone and asked seriously. Ren Jichuan, who had already taken a step forward, hesitated for a moment when he saw this. Sat back in the seat again. Countless audiences at the scene and in the live broadcast room who were extremely interested in this question pricked up their ears at the first moment. Lin Jianqing on the stage smiled calmly when he heard this. Then he turned his head and looked in the direction of Lei Bushi in the audience. "I think it would be better for Mr. Lei to answer this question in person." Lin Jianqing looked at Lei Jun in the audience. His face couldn't help but be filled with the pride of a winner. And after his voice fell, everyone looked in the direction of Lei Bushi. At this time, Lei Bushi sighed quietly. Then he relaxed his expression. It seemed that he had already prepared himself mentally to deal with this situation. But at this moment, a grunting sound, like the sound of a tractor running, suddenly broke the silence at the scene. Chapter 29. There's no battery. This car is out of battery. The sudden sound of a tractor. Everyone at the scene was stunned. You should know that this is the launch site of high-tech new energy vehicles. The sound of this tractor is a bit too discordant. After a moment of daze, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The tractor emitting black smoke had stopped at the easternmost part of the square. Then the tractor's rickety door opened from the inside. A dark-skinned old man walked down from above. Looking at so many people looking at me, the old man was also a little nervous. But then he seemed to remember something. Then he started shouting, "That's Boss Lei? That's Boss Lei. A boss named Shen asked me to bring the car for you." The old man's rough voice echoed throughout the scene. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the cargo bed behind the tractor. I could see some firewood piled up on the back bed of the tractor through the gaps. You can vaguely see the corner of a car. At this time, Lei Jun reacted. He walked quickly to the old man. "I am the Boss Lei you mentioned. My fellow, is this the car Mr. Shen Fei asked you to bring to me? The car is right behind, isn't it?" At this moment, the excitement on Lei Bushi's face could no longer be concealed. Although a little late, but Shen Fei at least delivered the car to him at the last minute. But just as Lei Bushi was about to lift his legs and walk towards the back of the tractor, The dark-skinned old man stopped Lei Bushi. Boss Lei, you can't look at it. You can't look at it now. You haven't paid for the shipping yet. I drove for several hours to get the car here for you. Mr. Shen told me to ask you for the shipping fee. The old man spoke anxiously. And hearing what he said, even Lei Jun's expression was stunned. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter in an instant. I'm not kidding. I just took a sip of water and it came out. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for 3 minutes first. It's fine to use a tractor to transport the car for Lei Bushi, but the freight is still payable on delivery. This operation is unparalleled. Familiar tast, familiar recipe. Brother Fei is still the same Brother Fei. Haha, look at me. Lei Bushi is starting to doubt his life. Lives. I don't care about my reputation. I paid $10 million, and you still want me to pay a few $100s for shipping. Now I realize that I got up early in the morning to watch the live broadcast, not to watch the car, but just to see how Lei Bushi was tricked by Fei Ge. Brothers, it feels good. It feels good. I'm done. This is the feeling. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room were delighted. There was also a burst of laughter at the scene. Only the old man looked at Lei Bushi with a wary look. It looks like he won't let you see the car unless you pay. And after Lei Bushi came to his senses, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. Then he waved his hand behind him. A woman who looked like a secretary hurried over. She took out a few $100s in cash from her wallet and handed it to the old man. The old man then felt satisfied and started walking towards the back of the truck with Lei Bushi. After a moment, the old man lowered the truck bed fence. Only then could everyone see clearly the new energy vehicle built by Shen Fei. But after seeing its shape clearly, everyone at the scene was slightly stunned again, because its appearance is quite different from most new energy vehicles on the market. If you look closely, it looks like the old generation has been discontinued a long time ago. TSK. Could it be that Brother Fei is a fan of Fujiwara Takomi, so he made a car with this design? I can only say that when I saw this car, a retro vibe came over me. I quite like it. That's enough. I think Brother Fei, the unscrupulous businessman, either finds it troublesome or wants to save money, so he just converted a broken old secondhand car into a new energy vehicle. Haha. The truth is out. The guy upstairs is the one who understands Brother Fei best. While the audience was talking about it, on the other side, Lei Bushi couldn't wait to climb onto the tractor bed. All 5 cameras for the live broadcast. They were all aimed at the car built by Shen Fei. Not far away, Lin Jiansheng, who had already walked off the stage, was looking over here. There was an expression of complete indifference on his face. Standing next to him were several directors of Xiaomi Group. At this moment, they had already congratulated Lin Jiansheng in advance. Director Lin, congratulations. The little me that you took the lead in creating has been a complete success today. Yes, from now on, our Xiaomi has completely opened the door to the new energy vehicle industry, and Director Lin has made an indelible contribution. I've just checked. The share price of our Xiaomi Group has risen by 0.05 percentage points in less than a few minutes. I seem to have seen the scene of Xiaomi climbing to a higher peak under the leadership of Director Lin. Several group directors surrounded Lin Jiansheng with smiles on their faces, and Lin Jiansheng heard their flattering words. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes were also pressed into folds because of smiling. He raised his chin slightly, pointed to Lei Bushi, and said, "Everyone, it's too early to say this now. We haven't seen the car that Mr. Lei spent 10 million yuan to hire Shen Fei to build yet, right?" Lin Jiansheng said with a smile, but there was contempt in his eyes. If you look carefully, you can easily see it. And at this moment, something seems to have happened with Lei Jun again, accompanied by the sound of noise. Lin Jiansheng squinted his eyes and looked over. The other side, Lei Jun had already opened the car door using the car key left by Shen Fei. The interior of the car is not much different from most new energy vehicles. But the problem occurred at the moment when Lei Jun wanted to start the car. The car is still on the tractor bed. The bracket is already set up. Just wait for the car to start and then drive down. But after Lei Jun pressed the one-button start button, the car didn't react at all. See this scene. The many audiences at the scene and in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start talking about it. Fuck, did Brother Fei fail? Why can't the car start? It seems that 3 days is indeed too short. Brother Fei probably didn't clean that place properly. It's over. Brother Fei's reputation is going to be ruined. The car won't even start. What the hell is going on? Balanced. My heart is finally balanced. Otherwise, compared with Brother Fei, I always feel like a waste. There was constant noise at the scene. Lei Jun was frowning and checking what went wrong. He is a big shot with a technical background. I have some knowledge about cars. Although not as good as some high-tech professionals, they are still much better than ordinary people. And it doesn't matter if this is not checked. Under one inspection, Lei Jun couldn't hold it anymore. Electricity, this car is out of power. Lei Jun slumped in the backrest of the car. Even he couldn't help but swear. There were even several black lines on his forehead, and his voice was transmitted through the live broadcast equipment on site. The noise suddenly dissipated. The huge Beishan Square was plunged into deathly silence. Chapter 30, Why Am I Hallucinating in Broad Daylight? The silence at the scene lasted for several seconds. Then a burst of laughter rang out at the scene. Many people bent over with laughter. I can't straighten up. I can't straighten up at all. I almost laughed to tears. Many people have only heard of Shen Fei's reputation as a profiteer, but do not have a specific concept of him. Today they finally saw it. And those viewers in the live broadcast room who had come to see Shen Fei were already overjoyed. I can't take it anymore. Let me catch my breath. Just make me die of laughter. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. It's still that unscrupulous businessman. I thought that Fei Gu, not even giving Dai Xiaomi a tank of gas was already the limit, but I didn't expect Lei Bushi to be even more pitiful. Fei Gu didn't even give her a tank of electricity to charge. With an order of 10 million, they are reluctant to charge the battery at 30 yuan. Looking at the entire business district, this is an extremely explosive existence. For others, the customer is God, but for Brother Fei, he thinks he is God. I guess Mr. Lei didn't expect that his reputation would not work at all with Brother Fei. He will continue to cheat me. That's for sure. Didn't you see that Mr. Lei is a little confused? Only Brother Fei can make a billionaire lose control of his facial expressions. Lei Bus leaning back in his car seat. At this moment, my mood is indeed extremely complicated. Think carefully about the order requirements he put forward to Shen Fei. Lei Jun has lost hope. But at this moment, Lei Jun's cell phone suddenly rang. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a look. Then the expression on his face froze for a moment. Lei Jun originally thought it was a message from a business partner. However, he didn't expect that it was an order receipt sent to him by Shen Fei through the Tiger Shark platform. And after Lei Jun finished reading the message sent by Shen Fei, his brows immediately knitted together. Shen Fei, what on earth do you want to do? Is there any comparison between the two? Lei Bushi murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Then he fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds. Wait until the staff of Xiaomi Group pulls all the mobile charging piles over. Only then did Lei Bush come out of his contemplative state. Forget it. At this point, I have no choice but to trust Shen Fei. Reese took a deep breath. Then he got out of the car. Then he whispered something in his secretary's ear. He started walking straight out of the venue. The audience at the scene saw this. I thought Lei Jun was so angry with Shen Fei that he left in anger. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but start talking. The female secretary looked at the situation and felt a little out of control. He quickly stood up and explained. The press conference of our Xiaomi group has not ended yet. Mr. Lei just told me that after the battery is fully charged, we will officially start to display the car that Mr. Shen Fei built for our Xiaomi group. Please be patient. After saying this, the female secretary stepped back to the side, responsible for monitoring the charging of the car. The tens of thousands of viewers at the scene and millions of viewers in the live broadcast room heard what the female secretary said. Instead, I chose to wait quietly. If it were any other company's press conference, everyone would have to wait for more than half an hour. I don't know how many people left early, but because of Shen Fei, everyone has been very patient. About 20 minutes passed like this. Suddenly, there was a roar of cars. Everyone was already getting a little bored of waiting. Hearing the loud explosion, many people turned their heads to look over. All I saw was the open area at the entrance to the mountain at Beishan Square. Supercars suddenly came out one after another. All of them stopped there steadily. Just take a quick look. There must be at least a dozen of them. Among them are top supercars such as Ferrari and Lamborghini. Extremely eye-catching. It is said that a sports car is the ultimate romance for men. Upon seeing this scene, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Many people hurriedly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. And just when everyone's attention was focused on these top supercars, Lei Bushi's voice suddenly rang out through the loudspeaker. In the next few days, I would like to invite everyone to enjoy a racing feast. These are all the world's top supercar series that our Xiaomi group has specially found. And their drivers are all very professional drivers. Lei Bushi's voice echoed throughout the square. There was immediate cheering at the scene. No one expected that there would be such an explosive show today. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but go wild. Fuck. Mr. Lei is indeed worthy of being Mr. Lei. Every press conference he holds is always a great success. Listening to the roar of those supercars really makes my blood boil. But this is Xiaomi's new energy vehicle launch conference. Is it really okay to have a bunch of top gasoline-powered sports cars competing together? That's right. What on earth is Mr. Lei thinking? Is he worried that his Xiaomi car will sell too well? Hey, why should we worry about that? There's a show to watch. Wait, what the hell? That's not right. Look, am I dazzled? At the end of the live broadcast, the audience in the room suddenly became startled. And the people at the scene, the expression on his face seemed to be frozen. I saw the starting line on the road leading to Beishan Panshang. More than a dozen supercars are making roaring sounds. They were like wild beasts ready to attack. And at this moment, Lei Jun drove the car built by Shen Fei and stopped among a dozen sports cars. That kind of scene gave everyone a shocking feeling. It's like a little sheep sneaking in among a group of steel beasts. And he can't even scream. The scene was silent for a second. The noise broke out like a tide. Fuck. Wife, please slap me. Why am I hallucinating in broad daylight? Hiss. It hurts, it's not an illusion. But is Mr. Lei crazy? Let me solve it out. Let me solve it out. There are more than a dozen supercars competing, and Mr. Lei wants to drive a new energy vehicle to participate. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Koenigsegg. If Lei sees the exhaust of these cars, I lose. I can only say that I give full marks to Mr. Lei for this show. This is definitely the most explosive car launch I have ever seen. It wasn't just the average audience that was shocked. At this moment, even Lin Jianqing and other directors of Xiaomi Group in the stands were shocked. Several seconds passed. Lin Jianqing was the first to come back to his senses. Then he couldn't help but wipe his eyes and said, "Boss Lei, are you going to personally prove how useless that car is so as to highlight how powerful we are?" "That's enough, Mr. Lei. You've done enough for me and Xiaomi Group. No matter whether you are still the executive director of Xiaomi Group in the future, you will always be worthy of respect in my heart." Lin Jianqing spoke with great emotion. True feelings revealed. It seemed that he was really moved by Lei Jun. The directors nearby heard what Lin Jianqing said. I reacted instantly. So that's what's going on. The bigger the fuss Mr. Lei makes, the better our products will sell. If you ask me, Director Lin has a thorough understanding of the matter. He can see the whole story at a glance. Under the leadership of Director Lin, Xiaomi will surely become bigger, stronger, and more brilliant in the future. Chapter 31. Mr. Lei's driving skills are too awesome. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Jianqing and others, the racing competition on the other side has entered the countdown. More than a dozen supercars are ready to go. A violent roar reached the sky. In contrast, Lei Jun was driving a Shen Fei brand new energy vehicle, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. All you can do is wait quietly for a dozen supercars to crush you. Finally, the countdown ended. After the firing gun sounded, more than a dozen supercars all rushed out in a flash. That kind of catapulting posture. The audience at the scene was so excited. Then everyone turned their attention to the car driven by Lei Jun. Laughter rang out one after another. The starting acceleration of new energy vehicles is faster than most fuel vehicles, but that can only be compared with ordinary fuel vehicles. Compared to these real supercars, that's a bit of a dwarf compared to the big one. Light is just a start. Lei Bush was left behind by dozens of meters. A few more seconds passed. Lei Jun can't even see the exhaust of those supercars. However, at this time, Lei Jun's distinguished status as the chairman of Xiaomi Group was revealed. The staff responsible for remotely controlling the drone for follow-up filming were very sensible. There are a total of 5 drones for follow-up filming. 2 of them were following Lei Bushi all the time. That's all. Lei Jun drove the car and finally arrived at the first bend of the Beishan winding mountain road. The audience on site and in the live broadcast room, everyone had already turned their eyes straight to the huge screen in the square. The images transmitted back by the tracking drone can be clearly seen above. Of course, everyone is paying attention to the pictures of supercars. I have almost no interest in what's happening on Lei Jun's side. After just a casual glance, he continued to watch the images of supercars speeding. But it was just this one glance. Everyone's eyes couldn't move away. Some people at the scene even couldn't help but scream in disbelief. In the picture, the car driven by Lei Jun was seen to be reaching a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Although not as good as those supercars. But it's definitely not slow. You should know that the fastest speed allowed on most highways is this. and it is driving at such a high speed. Lei Jun actually cut into the corner directly. It took less than a second to pass the curve. Brothers, am I seeing this correctly? Mr. Lei doesn't even slow down on the curve. I'm F***king stunned. Why does it feel like Mr. Lei is taking this corner faster than those professional drivers driving supercars? No need to feel it. It's faster than those supercars. I was just timing myself. The fastest of those supercars is the Koenigsegg, which took 1 second to pass the first corner. And Mr. Lei only took 0 seconds. It's twice as fast. Wow. I thought Mr. Lei was going to show off his car, but after all this fuss, he's actually going to show off his driving skills? I can only say I love you. From now on, I will be Mr. Lei's #1 fan of his driving skills. The audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it. Everyone began to focus their eyes on the picture of the car in which Lei Jun was standing. And as time goes by, everyone watching was becoming more and more frightened. Originally, everyone thought that Lei Jun did not slow down when turning, and taking the turn gracefully was already the limit. But I didn't expect that it was just the beginning. Wow! Downshift and heel toe. Track brake, pressure pendulum to start drifting. Excuse me, is Mr. Lei really not a retired professional racing driver? Although these are cruel enough, I feel that even crueler things are still to come. Shift the center of gravity to ensure the front of the car can be suspended in the air to create an overtaking route. Maneuver your car to counterattack within the smallest possible range to control tire consumption. The most terrifying thing is that Nima Lei can always use inertia to drift. I feel like Mr. Lei's driving skills are comparable to Fujiwara Takumi from Initial. I'd like to call him Fujiwara Takumi. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments has completely exploded. No one expected that this car race would turn out like this. Among a group of supercars and professional drivers, Lei Jun actually became the well-deserved protagonist. In the winding mountain road in Beishan, there are mostly bends. Lei Jun drives the car with all kinds of exaggerated technology. He has already jumped directly from the last place to the first place, and the distance between them and the second place was nearly 1 kilometer. The professional drivers who were overtaken by Lei Jun looked at the new energy vehicle that didn't even have any exhaust gas. Their faces were full of expressions of doubt about life. Boss Lei, am I a professional driver, or are you a professional driver? Am I driving a supercar, or are you driving a supercar? In Beishan Square, at this moment, no sound could be heard anymore. Everyone's face was filled with admiration, and they looked up at the car driven by Lei Jun on the big screen. And in the crowd, Lin Jianqing and the other directors of Xiaomi Group looked at each other. They all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. When did Mr. Lei learn such driving skills? Who knows? Mr. Lei has many hobbies and interests. Maybe he would have learned it when he was young. TSK. I feel like Mr. Lei can directly participate in professional racing competitions after retirement. When the time comes, I will definitely book the entire venue and invite everyone to watch. Haha, Lao-san, this is what you said. Let's form a group and go watch Mr. Lei's game together. Alright, stop it. Mr. Lei's driving skills are quite impressive, but you don't think they are better than professional racers, do you? These drivers were invited by Mr. Lei. Who knows how much water they have let down? Hearing Lin Jianqing's last words, everyone nodded in response. At this time, at the foot of Beishan Mountain, Lei Jun was driving the car and slowly appeared in everyone's sight. They are calm here, but the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene could not remain calm at all. Lei Jun hadn't parked the car yet. Cheers one after another resounded throughout the entire square. But what everyone doesn't know is, at this moment, Lei Bushi was still sitting in the driver's seat. His eyes were already filled with horror. He looked at the steering wheel in front of him. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva as my throat moved. His face was full of disbelief. This state lasted for more than 2 minutes, until other professional drivers also circled Beishan and reached the finish line. Lei Bush took 2 deep breaths, slowly opened the car door, and walked out. Chapter 32, Fully Automatic Intelligent Driving. Lei Jun just got out of the car. All the professional drivers came forward one by one. Boss Lei, are you kidding us? Hold the Beishan racing competition and invite us all to come. The first prize is 5 million. We all drove with all our might. But who would have thought that you are the real one who never reveals your true identity? This driving skill is almost as good as that of a professional racing driver. I can't outrun you. I can't outrun you at all. The driver smiled wryly. His eyes were filled with admiration for Lei Jun's driving skills. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, while the expert sees the details. Lei Jun's driving skills are just what these insiders think. It's also extremely explosive, especially the smooth operation when Lei Jun overtook them earlier. But they were all stunned. Professional drivers all admire Lei Jun's driving skills to this extent, not to mention the ordinary people. Tens of thousands of people at the scene gathered around and shouted, "Boss Lei, you are so fierce. The match just now was even better than any foreign blockbuster. Boss Lei, are you still accepting apprentices? I want to learn driving skills from you. Boss Lei, please give me a driving tutorial. I'll learn it on my knees. Boss Lei, I want to give birth to a baby for you." The audience was in high spirits. The words he shouted became more and more outrageous. Rebus took the microphone from his secretary and coughed slightly. Most of the noise at the scene suddenly dissipated. Then he faced the excited gazes of countless people. Lei Bushi said slowly, "What do you think of it?" As he spoke, Lei Bush slowly pointed his finger to the side. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of Lei Bushi's finger. When I saw that Lei Jun was talking about the car built by Shen Fei, everyone was about to comment. Who would have thought that a puffing sound suddenly rang out? All I saw were the 4 tires of the car. 3 of them suddenly cracked. The last remaining one also became a little crooked. And it's not over yet. After a series of subtle clicking sounds were heard. Suddenly, a louder sound was heard from inside the car. It looks like the motor is burned out. The scene was silent for a second. There was a burst of laughter. How much money did Shen Fei cheat Mr. Lei out of? It's okay that he didn't even charge the battery, but the quality is so bad. This is the first time I've seen a new car become like this after just one run. I think Mr. Lei is a bit lucky. Who said it wasn't? I guess Mr. Lei's legs must be shaking right now. If there was a problem with the car during the race just now, the only way to see Mr. Lei is to go to his grave and burn paper for him. I feel like the car Shen Fei built has limited Mr. Lei's driving skills. If he had been driving a supercar, I can't imagine what kind of visual feast it would have been. Mr. Lei, let's run again, this time with that Koenigsegg. Yes, Mr. Lei, please. The audience at the scene started shouting. Not far away, Lin Jiansheng and other group directors were looking at the almost scrapped car. They all shook their heads and laughed. Only Rees looked at the car in front of him. There didn't seem to be any expression of surprise on his face. It seems that people don't think much of this car. Well, let me show you something. Xiao Zhang, play the video on your phone on the big screen. Rebus said. He took out his cell phone and handed it to his secretary. Even at this moment, there was still a trace of excitement in the depths of Lei Bushi's eyes. The beautiful female secretary nodded hurriedly when she heard this. Then he took Lei Jun's mobile phone and started walking away. As for the many audiences at the scene and in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned for a moment. Obviously, no one could figure out what Lei Bushi was up to. Be patient. Everyone turned their eyes to the huge screen. After the female secretary completed the operation, the picture suddenly appeared on the screen. Wow, this is the video of Mr. Lei in the car. This is interesting. I really want to see how Mr. Lei drives the car like that. Boss Lei is so generous. I will definitely study this video frame by frame. Dude, don't just say you want to learn. Have you seen those professional drivers? They all took out their phones and started recording seriously. Everyone stared at the big screen, not daring to blink, afraid of missing any wonderful scenes. At this time, on the big screen, the roaring sounds of more than a dozen sports cars could be heard one after another. Obviously, it is the scene of the game about to start. In the lens, Lei Jun did not put his hands on the steering wheel at this moment. He just stretched out a finger and tapped the main control screen. Next second, a beautiful female voice suddenly came through the big screen. It reached the ears of every audience member at the scene and in the live broadcast room. Ding! You have selected the fully intelligent automatic driving function. Please fasten your seatbelts. The wonderful reminder sound is very pleasant to the ear. But at this moment, these 2 sentences were like thunder, booming in everyone's ears. The expressions on everyone's faces were completely frozen. Not far away were Lin Jiansheng and other directors of Xiaomi Group. He was even more incredulous, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Fully intelligent automatic driving. Could it be that the one who beat those professional drivers and supercars was not Mr. Lei, but this car? A middle-aged director couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The voice trembled with horror. Now many new energy vehicles are claimed to have the function of autonomous driving. But in fact, These senior executives all know it clearly. At present, the so-called autonomous driving is still in the testing stage. At best, it can be called an assisted autonomous driving function. That is, it can automatically avoid obstacles and perform emergency braking, etc. Like the Xiaomi just released by Lin Jianqing himself, it can automatically drive to the center of the stage, which is already a very powerful function. When Lin Jianqing showed it to everyone before, the audience cheered and applauded loudly. This can be seen from this point. But what kind of words of gods and ghosts are they hearing now? Fully automatic intelligent driving function? Just tell Rebus to fasten his seatbelt? If only the car, just now, was completed entirely by this car built by Shen Fei. Lei Jun didn't touch the steering wheel from beginning to end. Then they really don't know how big a sensation Shen Fei's car will bring to the entire new energy vehicle industry. Compared to this car, all new energy vehicles claiming to have autonomous driving capabilities, they will all be pressed to the ground and rub hard. Chapter 33 shocks everyone. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This should at most be a driving assistance function. It's impossible for all the operations to be completed by just one car. How come this kind of technology exists now? It won't be possible even if it goes on for another 10 years. After Lin Jianqing came to his senses, he exclaimed in a somewhat inappropriate voice. Compared to other directors, he knew better how outrageous this was. Director Lin, don't be too anxious. We'll know what's going on if we keep watching. At this moment, another director spoke with narrowed eyes. Hearing him say this, Lin Jianqing pursed his lips. Then he looked at the big screen with a frown. Other ordinary audiences were shocked. He had already stared straight over there. I just saw it on that huge screen. The game screen has begun. Lay Bush after fastening his seatbelt. He leaned comfortably on the car seat. There was no more movement. Soon the straight runway ended. The camera came to the first bend. At this moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Seconds passed in the blink of an eye. And when this 0-second scene appeared in my mind, everyone's scalp suddenly felt tingling. A chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet and spread all the way to the top of their heads. Numb. My whole body is numb. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lei didn't even touch the steering wheel with a finger from beginning to end. This car actually managed to make the turn without slowing down, which blinded my eyes. Do you remember Mr. Lei's expression just now? It seems that Mr. Lei was also frightened. Damn, who wouldn't be shocked by this? I've never heard of a car speeding by itself. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room broke out like a tide. Everyone was shocked by this scene. And this is not the end. One bend after another, overtaking again and again. Downshift and heel toe. Track brake. Pressure pendulum to start drifting. Shift the center of gravity to ensure that the front of the car can be suspended in the air to create an overtaking route. Use flexing driving to make counterattacks within the smallest range to control tire consumption. Use inertia to drift. These are superb technical moves that even professional drivers find difficult to perform. Countless spectators watched as a car was used by itself. The more you see, the more you will see. Everyone became more and more frightened, especially at 10 minutes and 8 seconds. That beautiful reminder sounded again. Ding! The tires and motors are detected to be overloaded and are expected to fail in 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Other parts are currently intact. You can drive with confidence. Listen to the two prompts coming from the big screen. Everyone couldn't help but swallow a few times with their throats moving subconsciously. It turns out that the problems with the tires and motor had already been detected during the inspection of this car. Even the time is accurate to the second. There is no possibility of any dangerous problems during racing. I am totally convinced. I thought that riding a motorcycle at a speed of over 800 kilometers per hour was the limit for Brother Fei. But who would have thought that in just 3 days, Brother Fei would once again surprise me? Brother Fei has become a god in my mind for the first time. From computers to motorcycles to new energy vehicles. What is the limit of Brother Fei? I never thought that a person could be so great. Is it too late for me to study now? This is the first time I have seen the charm of knowledge and technology. Some friends have speculated that Fei Ge is already 60 years old. I think it is impossible for Fei Ge to be less than 80 years old. He must have studied various technologies for a lifetime to achieve such results. The live broadcast room was buzzing with discussions as the number of viewers had nearly exceeded 10 million. I can't stop at all. They watched the car on the big screen, which was still in fully autonomous driving mode. It was just like seeing Ultraman in the real world. I saw the light. And it wasn't just the average audience that was shocked to the core. Even the business tycoons who were watching the live broadcast had stunned expressions. In a single-family villa in Shenzhen, Ren Jichuan looked at everything in front of him. My breathing became a little rapid. Some time ago, Huawei just released a new energy vehicle of their own, the World of Wisdom. As soon as this car was born, it crushed a number of new energy vehicles. Relying on its autonomous driving function, it has successfully reached the top of the ranks of new energy vehicles. But now let's compare Jijia's autonomous driving with the car built by Shen Fei. Ren Jichuan didn't know what to say at all. What kind of autonomous driving is their intelligent world? It's just like a child's toy. Then he thought of the 300 million annual salary he asked Warwick's Human Resources Department to offer Shen Fei. Ren Jichuan's face even started to turn red. Warwick spent more than 20 billion in research and development to create Jijia. The car built by Shen Fei alone can crush their intelligence to the ground. The value of Shen Fei as a person. They are countless times more terrifying than the masters and PhDs he hired at high salaries. 300 million. Ren Jichuan felt that he was not just slapping Shen Fei in the face. It's even a slap in his own face. Qianqian uncle was wrong this time. He was terribly wrong. From the very beginning, this was not a marketing campaign by Lei Jun, but a personal show by Shen Fei. I underestimated Shen Fei. He alone is worth countless top scientific research teams. It is a blessing for the entire country and its people that Dragon Country has such talents. After a wry smile, Ren Jichuan's face was filled with excitement. This moment, in his opinion, it doesn't matter whether Shen Fei can be used by Huawei. He was glad that Shen Fei was a Dragon citizen. As for Jiang Qianqian standing aside, he had long since stopped listening to anything Ren Jichuan said. At this moment, she was staring straight at the screen. My eyes are full of little stars. It seems that she has completely become Shen Fei's little fangirl. Chapter 34 ended perfectly. On the big screen, after the video of more than 10 minutes was played, everyone turned their attention back to the car built by Shen Fei. The first applause sounded in the silence. Then it seemed as if a chain reaction was triggered. The scene was instantly filled with thunderous applause. Everyone looked at the car. Everyone feels that a glorious era of new energy vehicles is about to come. And just at this moment, inside the car with a broken tire and a burned motor, suddenly, that wonderful reminder voice sounded again. Ding! Here is another voicemail for the owner to check. Detection. Email permissions are too high, and emails will now be automatically played for the owner. A sudden sound. Everyone was stunned. Then, before everyone could react, a magnetic voice came from inside the car. Hello, Mr. Lei. I'm Shen Fei. You should have heard that I only sell products, not patents. Whoever can figure it out can give me some of the patent fees. But I am willing to sell you some of the patents for this first-generation new energy vehicle, which I call Xiaomi Guang. I can't help it. I'm a little short of money recently. If Mr. Lei has thought it through, he can communicate with me through the order receipt. Shen Fei's few words slowly echoed throughout the square. The scene suddenly became quiet. When the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room came to their senses, they were completely shocked. Fuck, where's his face? How can the evil Shang Fei have the nerve to say such outrageous words? You laughed, I laughed too. Anyone in this world can be short of money. How can you, a profiteer businessman, say that you're short of money? That's funny, right? Wait, is this the voice of Phineas himself? Why does he sound so young? Hiss, buddy, you've really woken me up? This voice is probably only around 20 years old. You guys are kidding me? Around 20 years old? Has Brother Fei been doing research since he was in his mother's womb? I can accept Brother Fei being 80 years old, but how can I live if he is only 20 years old? Compared to him, I am nothing but a waste. I seem to have seen today's top trending search. The genius in pervert research is only 20 years old. Phineas became a partner with Lei Bushi when he was 20, but when I was 20, all I knew was Macabacca. Wow, stop talking. My mom is watching the live broadcast too. She's looking at the live broadcast and then at me, and there seems to be murderous intent in her eyes. After a voice message accidentally revealed Shen Fei's age, everyone was getting a little impatient. As for Lei Bushi, his mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head from laughing. Of course, he knew that Shen Fei only sold products and not patents. Originally, Lei Jun wanted to rely on Shen Fei to gain absolute control of the group. Then he personally led the research team to study the order car built for him by Shen Fei day and night. Who would have thought that Shen Fei would give him such a big gift? With Shen Fei's help, Lei Jun believes that the first generation of Xiaomi Guang will be able to go into mass production soon. At this moment, he felt that the name Guang given by Shen Fei was so appropriate. This car is a ray of light breaking into the new energy vehicle industry. And Shen Fei is a light in Lei Jun's life. It completely illuminated both him and Xiaomi Group. Think of this. Lei Jun was about to contact Shen Fei in a hurry. But at this moment, a slightly heavy sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Rees looked back. I saw Lin Jianqing walking behind him. Mr. Lei, congratulations. There was a hint of bitterness and a trace of residual disbelief on Lin Jianqing's face. He really never thought about it. It turns out that Lei Jun really only relies on Shen Fei. He defeated the entire R&D department of Xiaomi Group. And it was a crushing victory without any suspense. You don't have to be so depressed. The one who defeated you is not me, but that genius boy. Everyone says that I have been too legendary for most of my life, but compared to this talented young man, I feel that he is the real legend. Lei Jun looked at Lin Jianqing and said from the bottom of his heart. When Lin Jianqing heard what Lei Jun said, the expression on his face froze for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss Lei, you misunderstood. I am not discouraged. I didn't lose unfairly. Shen Fei is so powerful that it makes my heart tremble. But your choices are amazing too. Now I understand that you are not only the founder of Xiaomi, but you are also the most suitable leader for Xiaomi. Boss Lei, see you again if we are lucky. At the end of his speech, Lin Jianqing bowed slightly towards Lei Jun. He turned around and left. And Lei Jun looked at Lin Jianqing and hesitated for a moment. Still couldn't help but ask, what are your plans next? Lei Jun was not generous enough to try to keep Lin Jianqing. Like if he failed, Lin Jianqing would not try to keep him either. But in business, the two are enemies and competitors. But in some aspects, Lei Jun still admires Lin Jianqing to some extent. At least in the area of new energy vehicle technology. Lin Jianqing is much stronger than him. It just lost to Shen Fei, but not to other new energy vehicles. Next I want to go back to the Institute. Mr. Lei, you know that our Lin family has some influence in Yanjing. Before that, I had been concentrating on scientific research in the Institute. Later, I found research boring and lost interest in continuing. And today, Shen Fei showed me what real scientific research is. I think I will devote the rest of my life to scientific research. Even if I can make some achievements, I will live my life to its full potential. Lin Jianqing said this with a serious expression, as if he had already made the decision in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun looked at Lin Jianqing in shock. For the first time, a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Lei. I hope we can sit together and drink tea sometime in the future. Finish the last sentence. Lin Jianqing no longer had any attachment to what was before him. He turned around, waved to Lei Jun, and left the scene in a cool manner. And Lei Jun looked at Lin Jianqing's back as he walked away. After pursing his lips, he couldn't help but murmured, every researcher deserves respect and admiration. But most people will remain unknown throughout their lives, and few can achieve as many successes as Shen Fei. Jianqing, I hope you can keep a calm mind in your long scientific research career. After all, there is only one perverted monster like Shen Fei in the world. Chapter 35 Military Research Base. As Lin Jianqing left, Lei Jun expressed his feelings. The press conference of Xiaomi Group also came to a successful conclusion, and the name Shen Fei. It once again dominated the hot search lists on major platforms, major news sections, and front-page headlines. All of them are occupied by the new energy vehicle light. Everyone has seen new energy vehicles. We have all seen new energy vehicles that can automatically assist driving. However, no one has ever dreamed of a new energy vehicle that can race automatically and intelligently. So many people who didn't watch the live broadcast of the press conference saw the video of the racing in Beishan Square. All of a sudden, they were all astonished by her beauty. No one had thought of it. With the development of modern technology, the first people to lose their jobs were not farmers, but racing drivers. An industry where it seems like you will never be out of work. And as the movement on the internet grows louder and louder, Shen Fei finally came into the sight of some people. The first military district of Demon City, as an important military base ranked among the top 10 in the country. The most powerful thing here is not its military combat power, but its military research and development capabilities, which are among the best in the country. Here, It has the largest military research and development base in the country. Countless of the country's top RD talents are all gathered here. At this time, somewhere in this vast military area, an old man with gray hair and a majestic look watched the video on his mobile phone and couldn't help but adjust his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. I never thought that my dragon country would have such an outstanding young talent. It's just that his research direction seems to be all about people's livelihood, which is a bit of a waste of his talent. The old man named Chun Jinming, who had a few stars on his shoulders, couldn't help but say with regret. Then he raised his hand and pressed a button on the table. A few minutes later, a young man in military uniform with an upright posture knocked on the door and entered. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Xiaomi, go find a way to contact this young man named Shen Fei. I would like to invite him to work at our RD base," Chen Jimin said as he looked at his favorite student, Ma Hongyi. As the head of the RD base, Chen Jimin has many students. Among all his students, Ma Hongyi's talent and understanding are enough to rank among the top 5. Therefore, Chen Jimin's attitude towards him was very kind. But I heard what Chen Jimin said. Ma Hongyi couldn't help but hesitate. "Teacher, I've heard of Shen Fei. His deeds have been making quite a stir on the internet recently. But isn't it a bit unusual to let him come directly to our RD base? All the people we recruit here are top scientific research talents from major military academies and research institutes. More than half of them have been involved in military research for at least 5 years. And what Shen Fei is researching are all civilian products. If he were to come to our RD base, he probably wouldn't know anything, right?" Ma Hongyi said boldly. When ordinary people received orders from Chen Jinmin, they had no choice but to obey them and did not dare to question them at all. Otherwise, Chen Jimin would surely scold him harshly. After all, this person looks somewhat kind at the moment. But within the RD base, Chen Jimin is known for his bad temper. Many new researchers have been scolded by him and cried. However, Ma Hongyi dared to say this because he relied on the fact that Chen Jimin's attitude towards him was different from that of others. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin just smiled and said, "I just wanted Shen Fei to give it a try. I didn't say to directly recruit him as a formal member of the research base. After all, there is a world of difference between people's livelihood and military industry. Whether he can also have outstanding understanding in military industry, only time will tell. Okay, go make the contact first." Chen Jimin waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi nodded obediently, then turned and walked out of the door. But just as his hand touched the door handle, Chen Jimin's voice suddenly rang out again. "By the way, has Qining finished the experiment?" I heard the word Qining. A hint of admiration immediately flashed across Ma Hongyi's eyes. Then he nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, teacher. Professor Qin has completed the research on the super hard alloy material. Although this experiment took Professor Qin 2 years to complete, her breakthrough will bring a historic innovation to our land battle tanks. With this super hard alloy, the combat effectiveness of our land tanks will be increased by more than 2 levels. Teacher Qin is the real genius." Ma Hongyi did not hesitate to express his admiration in his words. "That appearance is just like Qining. Shen Fei is nothing at all." Chen Jimin nodded when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his majestic face. "Qining is a very intelligent girl. She only studied under me for 2.5 years before she was promoted to become a mentor at our research base. Xiaomi, you have to work hard too." "Yes, teacher. We will definitely live up to your expectations." "Yeah, okay. Go contact Shen Fei first. After making the contact, notify everyone and hold a meeting in Hall 1. Let Qining go over as well." "Yes. Okay. Teacher, I'll arrange it right away." You can see Qining as soon as you hear it. Ma Hongyi became a little excited. Then he quickened his pace and left Chen Jimin's office. And after Ma Hongyi left, Chen Jimin then turned his attention back to the phone in front of him. Looking at the fully automatic intelligent driving new energy vehicle built by Shen Fei in the picture, he couldn't help but murmured, "I just don't know whether this is a specific program setting or an intelligent road recognition system. If it's the latter, then perhaps it could be applied to military operations. That would greatly improve the efficiency of special operations. However, with current technology, it is probably difficult to achieve mass production of such a system." Shen Fei must have spent a long time researching to come up with this set. Chapter 36 Military Research Base Meeting. The other side. Shen Fei didn't know that he had already entered the sight of Chen Jimin, the real military industry tycoon. After passing some core technical information of the new energy vehicle Guang to Lei Jun, Shen Fei walked out of the manufacturing shop, planning to have a good rest for a few days, in the memory of his fused predecessor. In addition to having such a manufacturing shop, there seems to be another house in the city center. Therefore, Shen Fei planned to stay in his house in the city for 2 days. Although the manufacturing shop also has a room where you can rest. But in Shen Fei's opinion, work and life should be separated. Besides, he usually doesn't even see anyone here. It keeps going on like this. Shen Fei estimated that his social skills had probably deteriorated. Walk out the door of the manufacturing shop. Facing the warm afternoon sun, Shen Fei couldn't help but stretch comfortably. This is the manufacturing shop. Shen Fei's current plan is to wait 2 days before accepting the order, or accept the order after encountering a suitable order. After the system's third phase of top-level military manufacturing was launched, Shen Fei naturally wanted to challenge himself more. Let's just leave it at that for now. Let's go to the city now. Shen Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then he drove his second-hand Jetta slowly towards the city. Meanwhile, on the other side, the first military district of Demon City is located within the territory of the research base. Chen Jimin was pacing towards the military district conference hall. Before getting close, Chen Jimin heard bursts of ghostly howling sounds coming from inside. Sistering, stop fighting. I admit defeat. Isn't that enough? Teacher Qin, you're the teacher now. You can't bully me like this. Whoa, it's going to break if you hit it again. Listen to this sound. The expression on Chen Jimin's face froze slightly. Then he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. This girl. After saying this, Chen Jimin quickened his pace. When he walked to the door of the conference room, just then I saw a beautiful figure raising her foot and kicking someone away. Those long legs under the loose trousers. Sexy and full of explosiveness. Chen Jimin took another closer look. There was no one on the ground except the one who was kicked away by Qin Ning. 4 or 5 more also fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was obvious that he was badly tortured by Qin Ning. At this moment, Qin Ning did not notice the arrival of Chen Jimin behind her. She glanced at the people lying on the ground. He clapped his hands, folded his arms, and said, "Hey, your health is really bad, isn't it? I told you to do some research and exercise. How come after 2 years, you are still so weak?" Qin Ying's clear voice echoed in the huge conference room. Not only the few people lying on the ground felt like crying, but had no tears. Even the people around who were watching the fun couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Sistering, why don't you exercise? We run 20 kilometers in the mountains every day, and we haven't missed a single day in 2 years. What can we win against you? Even the special forces avoid you when they see you. What can we do? Forget it, sistering. You can kill me or chop me up as you like. We choose to die standing. Several people were talking to each other. His face was full of grievance. Qin Ning looked at the few people like this. I was stunned for a moment. Then she rubbed her hands and approached the few people. Good. You have guts. Just these few words, and you still act like a man. Sister will help you. As she spoke, Qin Ying's long legs, which were more than 1 meter long, were already raised. But just at this moment, Chen Jimin finally couldn't bear it anymore. Ahem. All right, Qin Ning, stop torturing your fellow disciples. As Chen Jimin spoke, he walked into the house with his hands behind his back, and everyone in the room saw Chen Jimin. It was like seeing my real father. They wiped their tears and came closer. Mr. Chen, you have to make the decision for us. Qin Ning doesn't bully people like this. We are a group of the country's top military researchers, and she forced us to exercise. Isn't this torture? I had a nightmare yesterday when I heard she was coming back. I had a clue about the research of the 3 tubes, but I was scared out of my wits all of a sudden. Woo, Mr. Chen is in charge. Those people rushed to Chen Jimin. Tears and snot. He doesn't look like a top military talent at all. Okay, Qin Ning is doing this for your own good. Without a good physique, you can't do scientific research for long. Everyone, go back to your seats. I have something serious to tell you today. Finally, Chen Jimin said in a slightly more serious voice. Dozens of people present heard this. It was as if he had changed his face immediately. They all put away the smiles on their faces. They returned to their seats one after another. Only Qin Ning looked as if nothing had happened. I pulled a chair casually and sat down. Chen Jimin glanced at Qin Ning and said nothing more. He walked over to the display screen in the conference room. A video was uploaded to the system. Then he faced everyone and said, "Let's watch this video first." As Chen Jimin's voice fell, dozens of people in the conference room all turned their eyes over. I saw a car on the screen without anyone operating it. It's fully intelligent and autonomous driving. Perform various difficult racing techniques. In the end, it left a group of supercars behind. Rao is the top military talent present here. A hint of surprise appeared on their faces. After reading it, Qining, who was standing by, couldn't help but narrow her pretty eyes. After the video has finished playing, she fell directly into deep thought. At this time, Chen Jimin walked slowly to the main seat. He raised his eyes and scanned the people in the audience, then spoke in a dignified manner. What happened in this video happened just a few hours ago. It's a recording of a press conference held by a first-class technology company in our country. I think some of you have heard of the name Shen Fei, but some of you may not have heard of it. Now tell me, what do you think of the scenes in the video? After Chen Jimin's voice fell, dozens of top military workers in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they started discussing with each other. Qining, who was sitting at the front seat, narrowed her eyes at this moment. I don't know what I'm thinking. Chapter 37. Is it so difficult to admit that Shen Fei is excellent? Inside the meeting room, after everyone discussed for a while, someone stood up and said to Chen Jimin, Mr. Chen, I think the fully intelligent autonomous driving function in the video does have some value, but not much. To be specific, the visuals are very impactful, but not very useful in practice. From a civilian perspective, this technology can really maximize people's driving experience, but drag racing is not allowed by law. If Xiaomi Group wants to promote and launch this car, the drag racing function will definitely not pass the review. But technically speaking, I personally admire Shen Fei more. He seems to have a natural talent for intelligent things. Hongi just mentioned to me that you seem to be interested in recruiting Shen Fei to study at our military base. I think after he has learned some military skills and knowledge for a while, he might be able to make some contributions to our military intelligence. A young man wearing silver-framed glasses spoke eloquently. Hearing what he said, many people in the meeting room nodded in agreement. Chen Jimin looked up at the young man and suddenly asked, Su Ting, what if we change it to military use? Military use? The young man named Su Ting was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he met Chen Jimin's gaze and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Mr. Chen, please don't test me. I can still think of this. In my opinion, this technology cannot be applied to military industry for the time being. In the process of military operations, if there is an autonomous driving function, it can indeed liberate combat forces. But no matter how smart something is, it is still just a bunch of cold parts. It is simply incapable of making the most accurate judgments about the ever-changing battlefield. For example, the intelligent driving system will only analyze the current road conditions. Just like what we just saw in the video, people take the most correct and shortcut roads when turning at the fastest speed. This judgment method is also the most basic and important judgment method for intelligent driving systems. But on the battlefield, close is not necessarily good, nor is it necessarily safe. If this kind of intelligent driving system is really applied to military industry, it is likely to lead to irreparable mistakes. Su Ting's voice echoed in the conference room, one word after another. This time, the voices of approval were even louder. Many female researchers even cast admiring glances at the handsome Su Ting. But at this moment, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out. Su Ting, is it difficult to admit that Shen Fei is excellent? You guys all think highly of yourselves and look down on what others have researched. But if it were you, could you build such an intelligent driving system? The sarcastic voice was like a slap in the face. It hit Su Ting and others hard in the face. But when they looked in the direction where the sound came from, he wilted in an instant. Sistering, I don't mean to look down on Shen Fei. I'm just speaking the truth. As for the concept of intelligent system driving, I have never been involved in it, and I don't know if it could be researched. Su Ting bravely said. Qining couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard that. Then she looked at Chen Jimin and said, Mr. Chen, look at how hypocritical they are. Military research is much better than civilian research in some aspects. But something that shocked people like Lei Jun was just a matter of fact in their mouths. There is no more respect for technology. If you ask me, Mr. Chen, you should not gather so many people together. Each person will be locked up in a small dark room, where they can concentrate on their research and not be so vain. Qining said something that was not going to stop until she shocked the audience. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others' eyes twitched when they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Ying's fighting power was comparable to that of a special forces soldier, they would have had to refute her. But now, they can only look at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses and pretend not to hear anything. Or just look at Chen Jimin eagerly. I hope Shen Jimin can make the decision for them. But soon, their last hope was extinguished. Although Qin Ying's words are a bit straightforward. But it's not without reason. Shen Fei's intelligent driving system is indeed a product that is ahead of its time. It's a very nice lad, and I'm looking forward to having him here. Xiaomi, how did your contact go? At the end of his speech, Chen Jimin suddenly changed the subject and looked at Ma Hongyi, who was sitting not far away. Ma Hongyi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he took out his cell phone and took a look at it, then said as if he was speechless, "Teacher, I got the phone number of Shen Fei's registration platform from the official Tiger Shark Live platform. I called him twice, using the official number of the admissions office, but both calls were rejected. I later sent him another text message, but he hasn't replied to me yet." Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin waved his hand, indicating that the matter should be put aside for the time being. Qining on the side couldn't help but give Ma Hongyi a cold look. Qining heard all the hints of fueling the flames in his words. Okay, let's wait for Shen Fei's reply. I believe that as long as he is interested in scientific research, he will not miss this opportunity. Next, let's start the formal meeting agenda. At this time, Chen Jimin spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room sat up straight. It turns out that all that just happened was not the real purpose of this meeting at all. And under the staring eyes of everyone, I saw Chen Jimin picked up the chalk. A line of big words was written on the blackboard in the conference room. On the points that contemporary strategic aircraft must break through. Chapter 38. No problem is a problem if it can be solved with money. While Chen Jimin, Qining, and other top military workers in the country began to discuss the issue of strategic aircraft. Inside the headquarters of Shunfeng Building in Shenzhen, the CEO of Shunfeng, the leading domestic express delivery company, is also worried about the plane issue. Boss Wang, shall we continue with the research and development? The previous 6 experiments all failed. I don't know how much money I will have to spend if I continue. Next to Wang Wei, a middle-aged man who looked like an assistant said with a bitter face. Since the beginning of last year, Shunfeng is designed to make express delivery more convenient. So the plan of using drones to deliver express packages was started, trying to crush other major express delivery companies from all aspects. For this purpose, Shunfeng has specially recruited a large number of professional scientific research talents in this field. A total of more than 10 billion yuan was invested. But who would have thought that they would blow away all the cups? The external publicity is that this time we must create a drone with long flight time, strong delivery capability, and good stability. Greatly improve the efficiency of express delivery. It can fly all over the country, and the express will arrive on the same day. This advertisement is so loud, no matter how it sounds. But the results were far from satisfactory. All 6 studies failed, or the battery life is not enough, or the cargo capacity is just average. Either the first 2 items are met, but the stability is very poor. In short, Shunfeng has no idea how much money it has spent and how many test aircraft have exploded in the past year or so. The current situation is that Shunfeng and Wang Wei are both in a difficult situation. As soon as you show your head, you will be killed instantly. The kind that will be poisoned to death by the poison circle if you don't show your head. Hey, Lao Yang, I know exactly what you were worried about. But if we don't continue, wouldn't all the money we spent so far be wasted? Besides, I, Wang Wei, always stick to my words. I've blown all the bullshit out there, but now there's no sound. How will others view Shunfeng and me, Wang Wei, in the future? After pondering for a while, Wang Wei gritted his teeth and said, an attitude that no matter how much money is spent, one must be responsible for the boasting. The middle-aged assistant next to him heard what Wang Wei said. My legs couldn't help but tremble immediately. Boss Wang, please think twice. We at Shunfeng have made money over the years, but we can't sustain it. Lao Yang, wait, don't talk yet. The middle-aged assistant hasn't finished speaking yet. But Wang Wei interrupted him with his hand. The middle-aged assistant was slightly stunned when he saw this. He looked at Wang Wei with some confusion. At this time, Wang Wei was looking up and staring straight ahead. The confused eyes suddenly became brighter. The middle-aged assistant followed Wang Wei's gaze. Then his throat moved, and he began to swallow his saliva. I saw a picture frozen on the screen in front of me. The protagonists in the picture are Lei Jun and a car. Mr. Wang, you don't mean to? Good. Lao Yang. Since Shen Fei can create a new energy vehicle that transcends the times, I think it won't be difficult to create a drone that meets our requirements. Oh, my brain. Why did it take me so long to react? I should have thought of this as soon as I knew about the Xiaomi Group's car launch at Beishan Plaza. As Wang Wei sighed, he couldn't help but slap his thigh hard. Then he turned on the computer on the table and placed an order directly to Shen Fei. The middle-aged assistant beside him saw this. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but speak. Boss Wang, Shen Fei's reputation is not very good. Wang Wei was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he couldn't help laughing while placing the order. Lao Liang, are you talking about Shen Fei's reputation as the leader of a dishonest businessman? Haha, if he can really build a drone for me, I won't mind not refueling the drone. It's just a tank of gas, it doesn't cost much. While speaking, Wang Wei has already placed the order. Then he leaned back in his boss's chair. He breathed a sigh of relief. He looked as if he had finally put his worries to rest. The middle-aged assistant couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Mr. Wang, I'm not worried about that. What I mean is that Shen Fei is too young. According to the recorded message on Beishan Square, everyone speculated that Shen Fei was only about 20 years old. It is amazing that such a new energy vehicle can be created at such a young age, and it can make everyone give a thumbs up. But Jiang Lang has his talent exhausted. How could Shen Fei, a 20-year-old young man, master both new energy vehicle technology and drone manufacturing technology? And the parameters of the drone we want to build have never appeared on the market before. It's no exaggeration to say that it is unique in the world. Can Shen Fei do it? The middle-aged assistant expressed his concerns one by one. Wang Wei was silent for a few seconds. Then he turned his gaze to the blue sky and white clouds outside the window and said, Lao Liang, I know this is difficult. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed so many times. But do you have a better idea now? After Wang Wei finished speaking, it was the middle-aged assistant's turn to be speechless. After a moment, the middle-aged assistant calmed down and said, Mr. Wang, perhaps your choice is correct. But will Shen Fei accept our order? I guess the number of people who want to place orders with him online must be skyrocketing right now. Hearing the middle-aged assistant say this, Wang Wei waved his hand very confidently. No, I've checked it just now. The highest order amount for Shen Fei's manufacturing store is only 20 million. I offered Shen Fei a high price of 100 million yuan. Didn't you say Shen Fei is greedy for money? Then he will definitely accept my order. Wang Wei said with confidence. The middle-aged assistant nodded subconsciously upon hearing this. Is that so? That's good. Wait, Mr. Wang, how much money? 100 million. Mr. Wang, are you sure you didn't add an extra zero and type 12 million as 120 million? After coming to my senses, the middle-aged assistant suddenly became a little uneasy. You have to know that what they make are just small drones, not large passenger planes. The R&D cost is very high, but the manufacturing cost is at most tens of millions. With 120 million, we can build a mid-sized passenger car. Moreover, the middle-aged assistant had also heard about Shen Fei's principle of only selling products and not patents. No matter how the middle-aged assistant thought about this deal, he felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Okay, Lao Liang, you don't have to think too much. Money is earned to be spent. As long as Shen Fei can build the drone for us, it will be worth it. Although one drone like this may not be enough for us to build a drone delivery system. But as long as Shen Fei succeeds, can't we just buy a few more from him? As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Wang Wei said with an expression of wealth and splendor. The middle-aged assistant could only nod with twitching eyes when he heard this. But he really felt it necessary to find out where Shen Fei lived. It would be best to send a few people to monitor Shen Fei. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Shen Fei would run away with the money. After all, people on the internet are spreading it. Shen Fei, the unscrupulous businessman, might stop doing business and run away after just one order. The middle-aged assistant felt that 100 million was already tempting enough. Chapter 39 New Order Troubles. Tiger Shark live streaming platform. Ever since the Xiaomi car launch conference ended, the advertising live broadcast room belongs to the Shen Fei manufacturing store. It has never come down from the first place on the homepage. Countless netizens came here to visit. Everyone wanted to see how terrifying the orders in Shen Fei's live broadcast room had become. Wang Wei's order emerged like a dark horse and firmly sat on the throne of the first place in order amount. The millions of viewers who were in Shen Fei's live broadcast room were all stunned. Fuck, did I see that right? 100 million? Shen Phone Group gave Brother Fei an order for 100 million? TSK. Isn't my brother Wang too cruel? That's 100 million renminbi, not 100 million happy beans. Wow. Stop talking. I've never seen 100 million happy beans in my life. Suddenly I feel that Mr. Lei is too stingy. Look at Mr. Wang. He spends 9 figures at a time. Alas, I could never have imagined that a computer worth $100,000 would be the closest I'd ever come to being made by Brother Fei. Ha ha ha. It is said that Ertzi no longer dares to use the computer that Fei Ge bought for her to play games, and has already used it for display in the live broadcast room. I envy Ertzi and Dai Xiaomi. I regret it so much. Well, what did Mr. Wang ask Brother Fei to build for 100 million? Why is this order still a confidential one? I guess it's for Ultraman. Bullshit. I thought it was to make an armored hero. Pucci, how come Wulong and Fengshu appeared at the same time? Friends in the live broadcast room were talking about it. Finally, curiosity overwhelmed me. I want to know what exactly Wang Wei gave Shen Fei the order to make. And it didn't take long. The resourceful netizens dug out some clues. I know. Drones. Mr. Wang should have placed an order for drones with Brother Fei. No. Drone? Is it the drone I know? What kind of drone is worth 100 million? Dude, you are really ignorant of this. Shunfeng has long been promoting the idea of building drones for express delivery. It's said that it can carry 1 ton of cargo and can fly all over the country. But there has been no movement, probably because it has not been manufactured yet. So I guess Mr. Wang must have run out of ideas. So he came to Brother Fei to place an order. Alas, Mr. Wang is so confused. Even if this drone is awesome, it's not worth more than 100 million. Okay, we're not the ones paying for it anyway. If Brother Fei really did it, I'll use Shunfeng for all my express deliveries from now on. Yeah, me too. Since I can't use the computer and motorcycle made by Brother Fei, I can use the drone made by Brother Fei. After guessing that it might be a drone order, the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were completely blown away. What's even more terrifying is that this incident happened in less than half an hour. Shunfeng stock has actually risen a lot. In the chairman's office on the top floor of Shunfeng Group's headquarters building, the middle-aged assistant named Liang was completely confused. It took him more than 10 seconds to recover. Then he couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Wang Wei, who was sitting in the boss chair with a wry smile. Boss Wang, it seems that I have underestimated this person's influence. After the amazing success of the Xiaomi Group's car launch, this person's fame is truly unrivaled. If the growth rate continues like this, it won't be long before the 100 million you spent is recovered. Assistant Liang couldn't help but smack his lips repeatedly. Wang Wei, who was standing by, heard what he said. As he stared at the computer in front of him, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Lao Liang, why hasn't Shen Fei accepted the order yet? Isn't the price I offered high enough? Wang Wei was naturally excited about Shunfeng's rising stock price. But he knew that all this was caused by Shen Fei. What if Shen Fei doesn't accept his order? Isn't that the end? By then, the stocks that have risen back will definitely fall again. And it will drop even more. After all, Shen Fei doesn't accept orders. There will definitely be rumors online. Their Shunfeng drone express delivery plan also indicates that it will be completely shelved. Mr. Wang, it shouldn't be a matter of price. Your price is already very high. Maybe Mr. Shen Fei just has something to deal with right now. Faced with Wang Wei's words, the middle-aged assistant could only try to guess and comfort him. And the moment he finished speaking, Wang Wei suddenly jumped up from his seat. This action scared the middle-aged assistant. Seeing Wang Wei, who is usually steady, so excited, the middle-aged assistant immediately said excitedly, Mr. Wang, yes, has Mr. Shen Fei accepted the order? Hear the middle-aged assistant's question. Wang Wei, however, had a look of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to the computer screen in front of him. Then he said a little depressed, I wonder why Shen Fei doesn't accept the order. Just now, I reopened the order content and read it again in a hurry. Wrong! The drone parameter data I gave Shen Fei was all wrong. I added an extra 0 to both the range and cargo weight. I guess I was distracted by you talking to me when I was placing the order earlier. No wonder Shen Fei doesn't accept orders. The cruising range is 10,000 kilometers. The cargo capacity is 10 tons. How is it possible to build a drone like this? Well, let me see how to cancel this order and place a new one with Shen Fei. Wang Wei said this with a wry smile on his face, while moving the mouse, trying to find where to cancel the order. But at this moment, a prompt message suddenly popped up in the background of Tiger Shark Live. Ding! Friendly reminder. The store order you placed on the Tiger Shark Live platform has been accepted by the store owner. The order status will change to received. Look at this message. The expression on Wang Wei's face immediately became dull. Then he rubbed his eyes twice to make sure he was not seeing things. A voice of extreme horror burst out from his throat. Lao Liang, can you please check if I am seeing things? Shen Fei actually accepted the order for a drone with such outrageous parameters. He took it. Chapter 40. No one says a word as soon as it opens. On the balcony of a residential building in the center of Shanghai, Shen Fei was lying on a recliner, comfortably basking in the afternoon sun. I took another look at the order I just took. Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seems that Mr. Wang is the one who knows what's good. That's right. It's difficult to get the order, but the money is enough, so we have the motivation to make it. Stand up from the recliner. Shen Fei stretched comfortably. So he planned to set off immediately and rush back to the manufacturing shop. Go and process the order placed by Wang Wei. After earning 10 million points, the system has already started the third phase of top-level military manufacturing. Before obtaining top-level military manufacturing skills, it seemed almost impossible for Shen Fei to complete Wang Wei's drone order. But now, Shen Fei thinks he can give it a try. And it wasn't just the difficulty of this order that made Shen Fei interested. Shen Fei was also very satisfied with the price of the order. The system started the third stage. The point system for upgrading to the fourth stage has also been announced. 1 billion. A full billion. Shen Fei had already made a bold guess before. But I didn't expect that it would take so many points to unlock the next stage of the system. However, the fourth stage is the 7 words conceptual level military manufacturing. This made Shen Fei feel a lot more balanced. Although he didn't know what conceptual level military manufacturing was all about. But just hearing the name gives off a sense of grandeur. There shouldn't be any problem with it being worth 1 billion points. Oh, and this too. Let's put the matter of Wang Wei's order aside for now. Shen Fei took out his cell phone again and looked at the 2 missed calls and a message on it. These were naturally the calls and messages that Ma Hongyi called him from the military research base. Shen Fei didn't answer the phone directly. He did read the text message, but he didn't show any intention of replying, because he didn't know how to respond. Forget it for now. Anyway, I have no interest in entering any military research base. Shen Fei muttered to himself. I dragged all the text messages and phone calls into the trash can. It's not that Shen Fei is unwilling to serve the country, but there was no way for him to get in. First of all, more and more points are required for system upgrades. Naturally, this means Shen Fei needs to make more money. It's not so easy to make money once you enter the research base. You might not even make any money. How to upgrade the system in this case? And there is another very important reason. Life in the military research base is definitely not as free as he has now. Sometimes he might be asked to study something that he is not very interested in or that is not very difficult. All these completely blocked Shen Fei's possibility of entering the research base. Shen Fei started his journey back to the suburban manufacturing shop while processing Shunfeng Group's drone orders. On the other side, in the chairman's office of Xuanfeng's headquarters building, Wang Wei and assistant Liang Shuzhong, looked at each other for a long time. Only then did he gradually come out of his state of shock. But deep in the eyes of both of them, yet there was still a strong sense of shock left in their hearts. Boss Wang, how about you slap me? Why does this feel so unreal? It's difficult for us to build a drone with a range of 1,000 kilometers and a cargo capacity of 1 ton. Shen Fei actually received an order for a drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a cargo capacity of 10 tons. Am I really not dreaming? Liang Shuzhong couldn't help but feel his throat moving and swallowing his saliva. The reason why he was able to become Wang Wei's assistant to the chairman. But it was carefully selected by the group's directors. The root cause is that Wang Wei spends money too lavishly. Those directors were afraid that Wang Wei would be too wasteful. That's why he was assigned an extremely stingy, middle-aged assistant like Liang Shuzhou. But this time, he faced the 100 million yuan that Wang Wei waved out. Liang Shuzhou felt it was worth it, absolutely worth it. If Shen Fei can really build such a drone, then Shunfeng can forget about maintaining its position as the leading express delivery company in the country. Just look at the world. No one can fight Shunfeng. The express was sent in the morning and delivered in the afternoon. Who can do this? Lao Liang, are we too cautious in placing the order? Shen Fei is not a human being. He is a pervert. He is a scientific research pervert. Wang Wei looked at Liang Shuzhong's exaggerated expression. He himself wasn't much better, since he started from scratch and built this express delivery empire. There are very few people who can catch Wang Wei's eyes. But since I knew the name Shen Fei, Shen Fei refreshed his cognitive limits again and again. For the first time, Wang Wei felt that there was more to him than just making money. There are such charming people and things in the world. Mr. Wang, do you have an urge to study for a master's degree or a doctorate? To be honest, I have some too. Old people always say that knowledge is power, and that all other things are inferior except for reading. I always felt that these words were out of tune with this era. But Shen Fei made me understand the true power and great charm of knowledge. Liang Shuzhong sighed from the bottom of his heart. There was a strange expression of hope on his face. However, he also knew that it was too late for him to engage in scientific research at his age. But he still has a son. His son just entered the 6th grade of junior high school this year. In the past, Liang Shuzhong just wanted his son to live a peaceful and happy life for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter whether you read or not, or how well you read. But now, Liang Shuzhong just wanted to slap back all the slaps he hadn't given before. Give his son a complete childhood. Okay, Lao Liang, let's stop sighing here. There are tens of thousands of scientific researchers in the world, but there is only one person with Shen Fei's ability and courage. But Long will act such a brilliant and shining scientific researcher. He will be like a beam of light, illuminating the way forward for countless confused young people. And I know you have one more thing to say. Even compared to someone like Shen Fei, billionaires like Lei Jun and I seem a little bit inferior, right? Finally, Wang Wei suddenly spoke jokingly. Wang Wei is feeling very relaxed now. He is even more looking forward to the drone that Shen Fei will give him in the near future. Liang Shuzhong heard what Wang Wei said. Naturally, I didn't dare to answer a single word. After hesitating for 2 seconds, then, as if he had suddenly found a topic, he asked, "By the way, Mr. Wang, is there a time limit for the order you placed with Shen Fei? Should we make an announcement in advance?" Anyway, netizens have already guessed that we placed an order for drones with Shen Fei, so I don't think there's anything to hide. And Rebus has already given us a sample. The announcement will be made 3 days in advance. Xiaomi car at Beishan Square became famous overnight. We really need to learn a lot from Lei Jun when it comes to marketing. Hearing Liang Shuzhong's words, Wang Wei immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, Wang Wei spoke directly. "Lao Liang, you really reminded me. Of course we have to publish the announcement, although I didn't give Shen Fei a time limit. But based on the speed at which Shen Fei completed orders in the past, I estimate that Shen Fei will deliver the goods to us in a week at most. Then let's set it for a week. A drone launch event will be held in Shenzhen Haihu Park in a week. Let's see whether Lei Jun's Xiaomi car launch will make more noise this time, or our drone launch will make more noise." Finally, even Wang Wei, who has been in the business world for a long time, couldn't help but get a little excited. Of course, Liang Shuzhong was naturally even more excited. "Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it right away." Nodded heavily. Liang Shuzhong quickly walked out of the office. Liang Shuzhong moved very quickly. Less than 10 minutes after he finished talking with Wang Wei, an announcement was posted on Shunfeng Group's official website and the official accounts of Xuanfeng's major platforms. The content of the announcement is, 7 days later, at Shenzhen Haihu Park, Shunfeng Group will hold a drone delivery press conference. Please stay tuned. The content is very brief, but it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. In a very short time, huge waves arose. "I knew it. It must be a drone. What Mr. Wang asked Brother Fei to build is a drone. I'm too busy, absolutely too busy. I took a leave just to watch the Xiaomi Group's car launch, and now I have to take another leave. My boss will fire me if I keep going like this." "Huh, don't worry, brother. Watch it openly at work, because I have a feeling your boss will watch it too. He won't have time to take care of you." "Oh my God. Bro, you know how to talk. Can you please say it earlier next time?" Anyway, I'm following the press conference now. I understand what it's like for girls to follow variety shows. It's so cool. Below Xuanfeng's official account, the number of comments exceeded tens of thousands in less than a few minutes. Everyone is looking forward to Xuanfeng's drone launch conference in 7 days. At the same time on the other side, inside the 1st Military Region Military Research Base, Chun Jimin held a seminar with Qin Ying and others. But he opened his mouth without saying a word. "Mr. Chun, it can't be achieved. It can't be achieved at all. The strategic aircraft currently has 2 most important functions. One is strategic bombing, and the other is the delivery of supplies. Let's start with strategic bombing. To ensure the safe return of our pilots and strategic aircraft, we can only start with the protective shell of the strategic aircraft. But even the super hard mixed metal that Sister Ing just developed cannot guarantee that it can withstand an air control missile without any malfunction. On land, one or two missiles hitting a tank may not be a problem, but in the air, it is different from on land. Any malfunction can be fatal. As for the delivery of supplies, although it is delivered to our camp, the risk factor is much lower, but it still cannot guarantee 100% safety. So I think this topic is a false proposition and it is impossible to achieve. In the silent meeting room, Ma Hongyi was the first to stand up and speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin waved his hand and motioned Ma Hongyi to sit down. Then he looked around the conference room. Looking at the 40 or 50 top military workers below, he said in a deep voice, "Nothing can be done? Nothing at all? At least a little idea would be fine." Chen Jimin's voice echoed in the conference room. What greeted him was the crowd's growing silence. Only Qin Ing frowned twice, as if wanting to say something, but in the end she just shook her head. He swallowed the words back into his stomach. Chapter 41. I really don't want to be a profiteer. I'm forced to do so by money. Inside the suburban manufacturing shop, Shen Fei carefully reviewed the order parameters that Wang Wei gave him. Then the super laboratory was opened. After the system is upgraded to the third stage, the functionality of the super laboratory has also been greatly improved. The first is the time ratio. It's reached 50, although the increase is not as good as that from the first stage to the second stage. But in Shen Fei's opinion, this amount of time was already exaggerated enough. He has now been in the super laboratory for 50 days, but in the real world, only 1 day has passed. It is precisely because of the super laboratory's incredible ability. Only then did Shen Fei dare to accept Wang Wei's order. Even if he fails, Shen Fei doesn't have to worry about time issues. The second is the types of equipment and material library of the super laboratory. They have all been upgraded to military grade. From inside the super lab, Shen Fei can not only use various top military equipment for free, you can also spend money to buy all the military materials on the market. However, the prices of some materials made Shen Fei shudder. There were so many zeros at the end that Shen Fei didn't even want to count them. So when he told Reeves that he was a little short of money recently, he was not kidding. In the process of completing the order, the rule given to Shen Fei by the system is that the more money he saves, the more points he will get. But one day, Shen Fei might want to come up with something of his own. At that time, Shen Fei would definitely pick the best one. And the little money he had was not enough to build it. If I were to undertake a small project, I would probably lose everything. Hey, Mr. Wang, now everyone is calling me the crooked businessman. The number of likes for crooked businessman on my store is about to exceed 30 million. To be honest, I didn't intend to cheat you this time. I wanted to build a drone for you and get rid of the reputation of being a profiteer. But now I feel so poor. You must understand me. Shen Fei muttered to himself. Then the material library function of the super laboratory was opened. I spent half a day picking and choosing in the material warehouse. Shen Fei has gathered all the materials needed to build a drone. Compared with the previous times, Shen Fei did take a long time to select materials this time. But there is really no other way. The military materials on site are too expensive. Shen Fei has been looking for other materials that can be used as substitutes. Fortunately, hard work pays off. It would have cost millions in materials. Now Shen Fei has forcibly compressed it to within 2 million. All materials are added up and packaged for settlement. Shen Fei paid a total of 1.8 million to the system. And if Wang Wei knew this number, I guess he would collapse on the spot. Brother, I paid you 100 million. 100 million. You only spent 1.8 million in the end? Can you be a little more manly? Can you? Although Wang Wei currently has no idea how much money Shen Fei spent, but he will probably know in the near future. Because before entering the super laboratory, Shen Fei took a look. The system is still generating some periodic financial report. Shen Fei guessed that the system would be released directly at that time, the kind that wouldn't even let him look at it. There is absolutely no way to modify it yourself. This is my thought. Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter. Well, after finishing this job, I think it's necessary to hire some bodyguards or renovate the manufacturing shop and get some defensive weapons. Otherwise, I always feel uneasy. After selecting the materials, Shen Fei then went over the manufacturing process again in his mind. If it is a normal drone, Shen Fei can build more than a dozen of them in less than a day. However, in order to create a drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers and a cargo capacity of 10 tons, it must also have extremely high stability. No kidding. This is a greater challenge for Shen Fei than building the new energy vehicle for Lei Jun. because there is no need to consider other things about the new energy vehicle. The only difficulty is the automatic intelligent posture system. And this is the drone that Wang Wei placed an order for. The three most important aspects are mutually exclusive. If the driving range is long, it is difficult to increase the cargo capacity. When the cargo capacity is large, stability is difficult to control. If the stability is strong, then the cruising range and cargo capacity will be restricted. I want to find a balance between the three. The difficulty will be extremely high. This is like a technician having to create a very fine component, and the detail requirement is down to 1 micron. So a difference of 0.5 millimeters will not work. The difficulty Shen Fei is facing now are many times more difficult than building a so-called component. These three problems must be solved one by one. Let's first solve the easiest issue, which is the range. Shen Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then I constructed it in my mind. And with his architecture, many of the manufacturing equipment needed in the process were also summoned out by him from the super laboratory. Although Shen Fei said that cruising range is the easiest problem to solve, but that is also compared with the other two questions. In the drone parameters Wang Wei gave him, the captain's data was about 10 meters. This is also the longest length a drone can reach. It's not that it can't be longer. It's just that this length is the most suitable length for the drone. Any longer and its flexibility would be greatly reduced. The length of an ordinary civil airliner is about 30 meters, and its mileage is only about 12,000 to 13,000 kilometers. This means that Shen Fei now needs to use 1/3 of the volume of civil airliners. Get the same mileage as a civil airliner. The difficulty can be imagined. But just at this moment, Shen Fei seemed to have thought of a possibility. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered. The biggest difficulty in solving the mileage problem is to reduce the size of the fuel tank. If the fuel tank is too large, it will definitely affect the cargo space and stability of the aircraft. And currently all aircraft use aviation kerosene as fuel. The size of the gas tank has something to do with mileage, but does it have more to do with fuel? It's hard to solve the problem of fuel tank size. So what about fuel? Yes, that's the idea. This should be the best solution. Whisper to the end. Shen Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Then he did what he said. All my energy began to be put into solving the fuel problem. At the same time on the other side, inside the first military district research base in Demon City, Chen Jimin gave Su Ting and others about half an hour. Let them think carefully about how to solve the problem of strategic machine safety system. But half an hour passed. Su Ting and others continued to stare at each other. My head is empty, without a single idea. And bringing up the topic of this meeting, it all started 3 days ago. 3 days ago, the Dragon Country and the Bear Country secretly launched a modern air combat exercise. Since the emergence of fighter jets, air superiority has become a key factor in determining victory in a war. Therefore, all countries attach great importance to their own air combat capabilities. In recent years, Longwa has been willing to sacrifice its own efforts in building its air force. I don't know how much money and effort was invested, but 3 days ago, there was an air combat exercise between Dragon Country and Bear Country. But it gave a chill to the military leaders of Long Kingdom. It's not that the Dragon Country was crushed by the Bear Country in air combat. On the contrary, in this exercise, Longwa ultimately won the exercise. But victory was extremely cruel. The entire air combat exercise. The Dragon Kingdom dispatched a total of 100 fighter jets. Among them, J-7 series fighter bombers, 20, J-10 series, 25, Su-27J-11 series, including J-1110, Su-30 series, 8, Su-35, 7, Jikaz-10, J-16 series, including J-16-8, J-20 series, 12 aircraft. This is equivalent to the entire strategic aircraft series of an aviation division. The Russian Bear Country only dispatched 10 fighter jets, just when the military leaders of Dragon Country thought that the Bear Country was joking. However, the Bear Country taught the Dragon Country a lesson through its actions. 100 fighter jets easily annihilated the 10 fighter jets of the Bear Country. Even the combat base of the Bear Country was destroyed. However, this also caused the 100 fighter jets of Longwa to be exposed to the enemy's field of vision. The Bear Country is using hard tactics to counter hard ones. Before it was destroyed, all anti-aircraft guns and artillery bombardments were activated. With one combat base, the 98 fighter jets of an entire aviation division of Longwa were replaced. Only 2 escaped unscathed and returned to the camp. Just look at this military exercise battle. The Long Kingdom won. But a real war will never be determined by one victory. The Dragon Kingdom exchanged nearly 100 fighter jets for a combat camp. If it were put in a real war, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, after this air combat exercise, a group of military leaders from Long Kingdom held an emergency meeting. Think carefully about the root cause of the brutality of this combat exercise. In the end, the military leaders had 8 hours of intense discussion. This was the final result of the discussion. That is because the strategic aircraft's defensive capabilities are too poor. Once we penetrate deep into enemy territory, we will inevitably kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of our own. And the most important thing is not the destruction of a strategic aircraft. What is more important is the pilots flying the fighter jets. Every fighter pilot is selected from thousands and carefully trained. Losing one person would be heartbreaking, let alone losing an entire team. That's why the higher-ups gave Chen Jinmin an urgent order. He was required to lead all the top military and engineering talents in the research base. Find a solution to the safety issue of strategic aircraft pilots within 1 week. And today is the second day since Chen Jinmin received the order. Chapter 42, another magical function of the system. Mr. Chen, I think this problem is not only faced by us, but also by all other countries. So don't worry too much. In the short term, I think the strategic aircraft safety issue cannot be solved at all. Even if the higher-ups execute us all, this problem will still be difficult to solve. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed a bit depressing. Ma Hongyi stood up and said, and he didn't say it doesn't matter. After his saying, Chen Jimin was so angry that his beard started to curl up. I need you to tell me this. Leave the problem to time, leave the problem to time. Every time you face a scientific research problem, do you all have this mentality? Then let me ask you, if time solves the problem, then what do you need to do? And since everyone has solved this problem, what advantages does Dragon Country have? What the higher-ups want is for us to solve this problem ahead of other countries. 2 days anyway. I'll give you 2 days. If you can't even come up with a basic idea, then I should really consider Qin Ying's words. I'll lock each of you up in a small dark room so that you can concentrate on your research. After saying this, Chen Jinmin slammed the table hard. He left the meeting room with a sullen face. Only Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others were left staring at each other with eyes wide open. After a moment, Ma Hongyi couldn't help but look in the direction of Qin Ying. He showed a flattering smile and said, Sister Ying, Teacher Qin, you usually have the most ideas. How about you give us some advice? I don't think Mr. Chen is joking this time. After Ma Hongyi's voice sounded in the conference room, everyone else also turned their heads to look at Qin Ying, who was sitting in the front row. His face was full of hope. Although most of them here have entered the research base, Qin Ying has already become a mentor at the base. Almost no one has ever taken classes with Qin Ying, but they have all heard of Qin Ying's strength. Qin Ying and her group of people back then, now they have become leaders of various military research units. And Qin Ying is one of the best among them. If she hadn't always wanted the research base to be quiet, he might have been poached by other military regions a long time ago and was responsible for the military research of an entire military region. Hey, now you know to call me Sister Ying? Didn't you just rush to complain to Mr. Chen? And you also said that I am a mentor. What does it have to do with me if Mr. Chen wants to lock you up in a small dark room? May the best of luck to you. Qin Ying glanced at Ma Hongyi and others indifferently. Then she stood up and shook her long legs. He left the meeting room under the dumbfounded gaze of everyone. Ma Hongyi and others were standing there in a daze. My heart seemed to fall to the bottom with a clang. Alas, I can't count on you anymore. I can't count on anyone now. Everyone, work hard. Try to come up with a reasonable research plan for Mr. Chen within 2 days. If it really doesn't work, you have to give more ideas, even if they are wrong. Mr. Chen is probably angry today because we didn't say a word when he asked us a question. Su Ting shook his head and sighed. The others looked at each other in confusion when they heard this. I could only nod in silence. Time is like quicksand on your fingertips. 2 days passed in a flash. When top military talents such as Su Ting were troubled by the problem of strategic aircraft defense. Shen Fei is located in a manufacturing shop in the suburbs of Magic City. He has already stayed in the super laboratory for a full 100 days. If the entire process of developing drones was not very compact, Shen Fei has no concept of time. He really must be going crazy. But God will not let down those who work hard. It took more than 3 months. Shen Fei finally built the drone that Wang Wei requested. A groundbreaking drone with a range of 10,000 kilometers, a cargo capacity of 10 tons, and excellent stability. Looking at his masterpiece in front of him, this time, even Shen Fei couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. Ding! The system is now scoring the host's experiment. After system testing, the host received a full score of 100 for the manufacturing of this drone experimental product. In terms of drone fuel tank construction, the host's understanding and manufacturing capabilities have broken through the limit, obtained a level evaluation, now rewarding the host with 10 intelligence points, rewarding the host with 10 million system upgrade points. The system's soft voices fell one after another. Shen Fei didn't take it seriously at first, but when he heard the last 2 sentences, the body that was originally planning to leave the laboratory suddenly froze in place. The 10 million upgrade points rewarded by the system are nothing. The system has been searching in this regard. Compared to the 1 billion upgrade points, 10 million is like begging from Shen Fei and the system. But those 10 points of intelligence. But Shen Fei couldn't help but swallow his saliva with his throat moving. I feel like the adrenaline is about to burst out. If he understood correctly, these 10 intelligence points are equivalent to 10 IQ scores. A person with an IQ score of 100 is an average talent. A person with an IQ score of 110 is considered an outstanding talent. In other words, these 10 points of intelligence of the system, it can instantly transform a person's IQ from average to excellent. And these 10 IQ points are used on Shen Fei. It is estimated to be even more exaggerated, because Shen Fei has talent and understanding in scientific research and other areas of research. It is enough to be called top-notch. It is said that Einstein's IQ is extremely high, reaching 160. In the past, Shen Fei didn't know whether he could compare to Einstein. But if these 10 points of intelligence are integrated, Shen Fei felt that it was Einstein's reincarnation. He can definitely compete with him in terms of pure IQ. It seems that the system still has many functions that I haven't touched upon. But the fact that it can increase intelligence is truly terrifying. Shen Fei took a deep breath. He forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Then he looked up at his masterpiece again. Then he took it out of the super laboratory. Chapter 43. Poor nephew, Yuan is here. Inside the vast factory building behind the manufacturing shop, the drone made by Shen Fei has been quietly placed here. Shen Fei also added an intelligent autonomous driving function to this drone. Although it cannot compare with the fully intelligent automatic driving on the new energy vehicle he built for Xiaomi before. But there is no problem in letting this drone fly to Shunfeng Group's headquarters building by itself. Of course, it's not that Shen Fei is stingy. This drone is also equipped with a fully intelligent autopilot system. It's just that drones have the ability to be remotely controlled by humans. Moreover, we are flying in the sky, so the road conditions are not as complicated as on the ground. Fully intelligent autonomous driving is a bit useless. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The fuel tank compression function will take another day to test. If the drone doesn't explode within 24 hours, then there shouldn't be any big problems. When the time comes, just let this drone fly over by itself. Shen Fei muttered, while turning his head to look at the location of the drone's fuel tank in front of him. It is said that the system gave him a rating of over 100 points this time. Shen Fei wasn't really surprised, because the fuel tank he developed is definitely a product of advanced technology. It has a volume of less than 2 cubic meters, but it can hold enough fuel for 10,000 kilometers of driving. Anyone who hears this would probably be shocked. And the method used by Shen Fei. It is a molecular compression technology for aviation fuel. A volume of aviation fuel is compressed several times. The space it needs to occupy is greatly reduced. The entire fuel tank is divided into 2 parts, upper and lower. The lower section holds compressed aviation fuel. The upper part is responsible for decompression and transmission. The entire fuel tank is filled with molecular liquid conductors created by Shen Fei. It can be said that this fuel tank alone has great scientific research value. But nothing is absolute. Although Shen Fei is 100% confident in the fuel tank he built. But fuel compression is no joke. If you don't handle it properly, it will explode. That's why Shen Fei decided to experiment first. Well, forget it. There's no time to wait any longer. Be generous this time and fill up your own tank of gas. But it shouldn't take a whole tank of gas to get from here to Xuanfeng's headquarters building. A little more gas should be enough. While Shen Fei was thinking, he took out his cell phone and asked Wang Wei to send him a barrel of aviation fuel. But think about it. He still thinks that he should leave a way out for the future. Purchased a tank of aviation fuel from the system's material warehouse. Shen Fei paid another 5,000 yuan with tears in his eyes. Then he poured all the oil into the drone chassis. He then went back into the drone cabin and set up automatic takeoff and cruise. Immediately afterwards, Shen Fei jumped off the drone. He also purchased a complete set of firefighting equipment from the system mall and installed it in his factory. After doing all this, Shen Fei went out, locked the door, and drove his second-hand Jetta. He left the manufacturing shop in a flash. To avoid the explosion from affecting yourself, Shen Fei felt that it would be better for him not to return to the manufacturing shop within 24 hours. Inside the first military region research base, there are 2 days left before the deadline given by Qin Jimin. Now there is only one night left. In a room in the base, Qini was sitting in front of the computer. The slender palm moved the mouse twice. After a while, he picked up a pen and scribbled on the paper in front of him. And in the trash can next to her, the discarded paper balls have piled up like a small mountain. Although she said that she didn't care about the life or death of Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others. But she couldn't possibly ignore the task assigned by her superiors. But it takes 2 days. She stayed in her own residence, thinking hard. However, no good solution to the security problem of strategic aircraft has been found. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. My head will explode if I keep thinking about it. Qining threw the pen in her hand aside. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Then she stood up and casually put on some casual clothes. Left the room. 5 minutes later, when Qining appears again, she has arrived at Qin Jimin's office. Mr. Chun, I'm going to ask for a leave and go out for 2 days. Open the office door. Qining spoke directly. And when Qin Jimin saw that the person coming was Qining, he couldn't help but force a smile on his serious face. Qining, okay, it would be nice to go out and relax. I know you've been locking yourself in your room these past 2 days. Don't be too hard on yourself. Those guys from Su Ting have to be beaten, but your teacher knows that you have tried your best. Hearing what Qin Jimin said, Qining nodded casually and said, That's one reason. But Mr. Chun, I'm not going there to relax. I want to visit a relative of mine. I haven't seen him for 2 years. I don't know if he's starved to death. As Qining spoke, she leaned on the table beside her. That lazy and easygoing temperament is exuded to the extreme. If someone else saw it, no one would have guessed that she would be a top-notch instructor in a top military industrial base. When Qin Jimin heard her words, his expression was slightly stunned. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Qin Jimin said with some hesitation, Relative? You are not. Mr. Chun, my parents died early, and my only sister died in a car accident a few years ago. But my sister has another son. He is also my only relative in this world. Finally, Qining said with a strange emotion in her eyes. Then she waved her hand, after forcibly suppressing the emotions. Then he continued, Mr. Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Yeah, okay. Don't worry about the agenda for now. Take a good rest for 2 days. Qin Jimin said with concern. Qining nodded when she heard that, then pushed the door and left the room. A few minutes later, Qining walked out of the research base. She frowned and thought for a long time beside the stone pillar at the gate. Then he turned his eyes to the southeast. If I remember correctly, the house my sister left behind is over there, right? Room 403, Unit 1, Building 3, Tianhai Community. Yeah, I think I'm not mistaken. My poor eldest nephew probably still lives there. Chapter 44. Aunt, do you have a proper job? The next morning, the warm sun from the east shone through the window onto Shen Fei's face. But he was not awakened by the sun. Instead, he was awakened by the pressure of a heavy object. Ahem! A strong feeling of suffocation came over me. Shen Fei coughed twice, then woke up suddenly. He thought it was his throat that was too dry. He reached out to touch the water cup, but the hand passed in front of him. I started to feel something was not right. Shen Fei's originally sleepy eyes suddenly widened. He looked towards the side of the bed nervously. He saw a strange, beautiful woman lying on his bed. He was wearing a white shirt on his upper body, wearing shorts on the lower body. She was holding a pillow in her hand and threw it on him. Shen Fei subconsciously touched his chest. If he is not mistaken, it must have been the pillow that the woman was holding that woke him up. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, looking at the woman in front of him who was still sleeping. This moment, Shen Fei thought a lot. Is your identity exposed? Honey trap. Which company? Just as Shen Fei was lost in thought, the woman's beautiful eyelashes suddenly trembled twice. Then she opened her pretty eyes, Ahaha. The woman covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. Then he straightened up and stretched. Then she looked at Shen Fei and said, "Oh, this sleep is so comfortable. Qin Fei, come on, let your aunt hug you. Auntie misses you so much." Until the woman reached out and held him in her arms. Shen Fei finally came out of his confused state. "Annie? What does this have to do with anything?" Shen Fei's hair still stood on end. Highly nervous. But at this moment, a strange memory suddenly emerged in Shen Fei's mind. Then he looked down at the woman in front of him. Then he asked tentatively, "Aunt Qining?" "Oh, that's good. It seems that you haven't completely forgotten your aunt. It's been a few years since we last met, and our Qin Fei has grown into a big boy. I remember you were quite ugly when you were a kid. How come you look quite handsome now?" "Ah ha ha ha." Qin Ying's sweet voice, like a bell, echoed in the bedroom. Shen Fei's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. However, regarding the word Qin Fei mentioned by Qining, Shen Fei didn't react much, because through the memory in my mind, Shen Fei also knew some of his past. When he was 8 years old, his biological father was sentenced to 6 years in prison for intentional injury. Later, his mother died in a car accident on the way to visit his father. At the age of 12, Shen Fei officially became an orphan. In the following years, Shen Fei lived with his grandmother. After Shen Fei's biological father was released from prison, Shen Fei didn't even have the chance to look at him before he jumped off the building for unknown reasons. Later, Grandma also passed away. Shen Fei went to college alone. And during these 4 years in college, Qining, also known as his aunt, I visit him once a year on his birthday. After spending his birthday with him, he left some money and disappeared again. Shen Fei didn't have any special impression of Qining in his memory. Just a little. That is, she hated Shen Fei's biological father very much. Later, Shen Fei was asked to change his surname to Qin, and from then on he was called Qin Fei. To this day, Shen Fei guessed that his aunt didn't even remember his original last name. He looked up at Qining in front of him. Seeing this moment, Qining suddenly looked at him with some heartache. Tears seemed to well up in my eyes. Shen Fei couldn't help but say, "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Upon hearing this, Qining reached out and touched Shen Fei's face. A tear as big as a bean fell down. "Xiao Fei, you've suffered a lot these years. Annie has been busy with work and hasn't been able to take care of you. It must be hard for you to live alone in this city. But don't worry, I'm not busy these days. I'll come to see you when I'm free, okay?" Qining wiped her tears with one hand. A hand rubbed Shen Fei's face and said. Shen Fei looked at Qin Ying's genuine expression. For a moment, I couldn't help but be moved. Qining only has him as a relative in this world. Isn't it the same for Shen Fei? "Okay, Annie. But Aunt, I have a question for you. I'm on the 4th floor. I remember I locked the door last night as well. How did you get in?" Shen Fei looked at Qining. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. In fact, he hadn't said anything else. Not only did he lock it, he also added some defensive facilities. Whenever the door opened, the bell above his bed would ring. Although no one knows what he looks like yet. No one knew where he lived. But it's never a bad thing to be on guard against everything. But what surprised him was, how did Qining come in so quietly? Even if Qining has the key to this place, the bell should ring. Qining was already standing in front of the mirror at this moment. I tidied my clothes and hair. Hearing Shen Fei's words, she shrugged casually and said, "Well, my aunt knows how to pick locks. It was too late yesterday, and my aunt was afraid of disturbing you, so she opened the door herself." While talking, Qining also shook the hairpin in her hand at Shen Fei twice. I mean, this is what she used to open it. After Shen Fei listened to Qin Ying's explanation, the corners of his open mouth twitched twice. "Do you have some lock-picking skills?" His aunt. Is she a legitimate aunt? Then I thought about how Qining would disappear from time to time. Shen Fei conceived a novel in his mind in just a few seconds. A female bandit is rampant in the world. A story about a man who risked being chased by the police to celebrate his nephew's birthday. "Aunt, I'm actually doing pretty well now. You don't have to come visit me too often. You should pay more attention to your safety." Shen Fei expressed his genuine concern. Qining, who was putting on her makeup, heard Shen Fei's words. Slightly stunned. Then she looked at Shen Fei with a confused look. "Nephew, what are you thinking about? My aunt has a serious job. Okay, get up. Today, Annie will take you shopping in the mall." Chapter 45. Annie, will you buy me a sports car? Get up, wash your face, and go out. Qining took Shen Fei straight to the mall. And she wasn't kidding. It turned out to be a big shopping trip at the mall. From head to foot, Qining bought more than 3 sets of clothes for Shen Fei. However, The only thing that made Shen Fei a little uncomfortable was, when shopping in the mall, Qining kept her hand on Shen Fei's arm. On several occasions, the shop assistants directly mistook Qining for Shen Fei's girlfriend. It made Shen Fei's ears turn red. After all, Qining is his biological aunt with a real blood relationship. On the contrary, Qining didn't care at all, not even an explanation. After noticing that Shen Fei was a little unnatural, she would also jokingly ask the pretty female clerk, "Yeah, we're a good match, right?" This caused Shen Fei to flee in panic. Qining would then let out a chuckle, sound like a copper bell behind him. Until I left the mall, after getting into his broken secondhand Jetta, Shen Fei's emotions were still a little confused. Qining on the side looked at Shen Fei like this. He even bent over with laughter. It seems like I have found something interesting. Even though Shen Fei has an IQ of over 160. In this regard, I am really unable to cope with it. This is our nature. Shen Fei had no choice but to look at Qining pitifully. There was a look of pleading for mercy in his eyes. And, seeing this, Qining raised her head and laughed out loud again. I laughed until tears were almost coming out. She wiped her eyes and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. My dear nephew, this is really fun. It seems that I will have to come home to see you more often in the future. A smile can make your aunt forget all her worries." While speaking, Qining couldn't help but look at Shen Fei's broken second-hand Jetta. He tilted his head and thought about it. Qining suddenly spoke again. "Xiao Fei, will your aunt return the car to you? Your car is too shabby. How are you going to go out and find a girlfriend in the future?" "Well, I heard that young people nowadays like sports cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini. Auntie, will you buy one?" Qining looked at Shen Fei seriously. This time there is absolutely no joking intention. And Shen Fei heard Qin Ying's words. The expression on his face couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He really doesn't have much interest in what kind of car he drives. And there is another benefit to driving this car. That's being low-key. After all, no one would have thought that the famous and scrupulous businessman Shen Fei would drive such a shabby car in real life. "Aunt, no need. I'm fine driving this car." Shen Fei started the car and replied. However, Qining offered to give him a sports car worth several million as soon as she opened her mouth. This made Shen Fei even more suspicious. Qining looked like she was only a few years older than him at most. To have so much money at such a young age. Is his aunt sure that she is not a core member of a criminal gang? Oh, well, forget it then. But you don't have to buy a car. You still have to buy some things. Turn around and go to Tiananmen Square. "Ah, what are you doing there, Annie? Don't talk nonsense. Just go if your aunt tells you to go." While Shen Fei was completely dominated by Qining, the other side is in a manufacturing shop in the suburbs of Demon City. A slight clicking sound suddenly rang out. Then a mechanical female voice slowly resounded throughout the huge factory. "The set time has ended. It will take off according to the planned trajectory." Mobile phone signal connected, message sent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the top floor of Shunfeng headquarters building, Wang Wei had just finished convening a group meeting. The specific content of the meeting was all about their upcoming drone launch conference. "Boss Wang, we have done enough publicity this time. It's already on the trending search list before the press conference even started. According to incomplete statistics, at least tens of millions of netizens are paying attention to this matter. All the preliminary work has been prepared. The only thing missing is Mr. Shun's drone," Liang Shuzhong said as he followed behind Wang Wei. And after Wang Wei sat in the boss chair, while signing some documents, he nodded and said, "Yeah, it's been almost 3 days now. I just don't know when there will be any movement from Brother Shen Fei. But I believe in Brother Shen Fei's efficiency." As Wang Wei spoke, he had quietly changed the way he addressed Shen Fei. But if Shen Fei really builds the drone he has been dreaming of, isn't Shen Fei his biological brother? Moreover, Wang Wei felt that he was marrying above his station. "Ha, Mr. Wang, don't worry. I think Mr. Shen will definitely give us good news soon." Liang Shuzhong couldn't help but laughed and said. When Wang Wei heard what he said, he was slightly stunned. "Oh, Lao Liang, weren't you worried about this matter before? Why do you trust Brother Shen so much now?" Upon hearing this, Liang Shuzhong shook his head in a mysterious manner. "Mr. Wang, no. It's not that my attitude has changed. It's just that I believe more in Mr. Shen's desire for money, and time is also a kind of money, isn't it?" Liang Shuzhong's voice slowly rang out in the office. The expression on Wang Wei's face was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Lao Liang, you are indeed a cultured person. Others scold Brother Shen for being greedy for money, but at most they call him a profiteer. Your black one is a bit advanced. Wang Wei turned his head and looked at Liang Shuzhong. He looked as if he didn't expect you to be a little black man. Liang Shuzhong met Wang Wei's gaze and could only scratch his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect that Wang Wei would immediately understand the hidden meaning of his words. Jingle. At this moment, Wang Wei's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Seeing this, Liang Shuzhong quickly changed the subject and said, "Boss Wang, there's a message." Wang Wei nodded casually. Then he picked up his phone and took a look. And it doesn't matter if you don't glance at it. At a glance, Wang Wei could no longer take his eyes off his phone. Several seconds passed. Wang Weikai slapped the table excitedly and said, "Lao Liang, it's Brother Shen. There's news from him." News! Chapter 46, The Rapidly Approaching Drone. Inside the office of the chairman of Shunfeng Group, Wang Wei's excited voice lingered for a long time. A text message. This was enough to make even a CEO worth hundreds of billions of dollars completely unable to remain calm. "It's only Shen Fei. Boss Wang, what's the news about Mr. Shen?" And Liang Shuzhong was stunned for a moment. An expression of excitement appeared on his face. He took 2 quick steps. He hurriedly came to Wang Wei's side. "Well, Brother Shen sent a message saying that the drone he built for us has been completed and is being shipped. Lao Liang, look, here is the flying animation of the drone." "Wait, that's not right. Brother Shen, are you going to let this drone fly here by itself?" As for the fact that Shen Fei directly bound the drone using the mobile phone number he left behind, Wang Wei was a little surprised, but not too surprised. After all, this may be difficult for others, but for Shen Fei, he thinks it is a piece of cake. But when I thought that Shen Fei might have let the drone fly here by itself, Wang Wei suddenly lost his composure. His face was filled with mixed emotions. The good news is that Shen Fei may have also added an automatic flight function to his drone. What worries him is that this is a drone that he bought at a sky-high price of 100 million yuan. Moreover, it is produced by Shen Fei, and there is only one of its kind in the world. Wang Wei felt at ease, even though his 6.5-year-old son had come here all by himself from Shanghai. But this drone is his darling, better than his own son. "Mr. Wang, to be honest, this is really possible." Mr. Shen was a pleasant surprise this time. He refueled the drone. But it seems that this way, he can save the more expensive shipping costs. Liang Shuzhong said with admiration and respect. People in the group say that he is a very stingy person and can save money for the group in every way possible. But compared with Shen Fei, he felt that he was nothing but a dwarf. He could only use one word to describe Shen Fei's operation: absolutely amazing. The other side. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then he stood up from his seat with a whoosh. While walking out in a hurry, he said hurriedly, "Lao Yang, hurry up. See if the group has any idle aircraft now. The drone's flight dynamics show that it will be out of the Demon City in about 10 minutes. We will escort this drone immediately. There must not be any accidents." Yes, President Wang. I'll arrange it right away." Seeing Wang Wei so anxious, Liang Shuzhong hurriedly nodded solemnly in response. Fengxian District, Demon City. This is the area with the lowest traffic in Demon City. It is also the location of the first military district of Demon City. Drone high-altitude flights need to be reported in advance. Shen Fei had thought of this a long time ago. Relying on the name of his current manufacturing shop, Shen Fei had already applied for a license. But there was one thing Shen Fei didn't think of. That is the route the drone must take to fly to Xuanfeng's headquarters building. There is a place where no aircraft is allowed to fly. Inside the first military region research base, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others were standing upright in 4 or 5 rows. Looking at Chun Jinmin in front of him, his face gradually became gloomy. Their legs couldn't help but shake. After another second, Chun Jinmin, who was already so angry that he lost his mind, finally couldn't help but explode. "Is this the solution you guys came up with? Anti-missile radar system? Automatically avoid pursuit? And what about the pilot emergency escape acceleration device? Can you be more exaggerated? Just build a transformer and destroy the enemy's camp." Chun Jinmin pointed at Su Ting and others. Spit flew everywhere, and he cursed at me. It's not that the methods proposed by Su Ting and others are not effective. It's just not possible with current technology. It is many times more serious than the defense security issue of an entire strategic aircraft. In other words, these things can be researched. That's just a bullshit defense. You can drive a fighter jet directly into the enemy camp. Mr. Chun, didn't you tell us to be bold? We have been working very hard on this. In the crowd, Ma Hongyi couldn't help but say with some grievance. And the moment he said this, Su Ting and others on the side could not help but close their eyes in silence. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. What a stupid teammate. The next second, Su Ting and others closed their eyes with struggling expressions. As expected, Chen Jinmin completely exploded. I'm letting you imagine, not dream. You only took 2 days to come up with all this crap. Are you still feeling wrong? And Su Ting, Jiang Jun, Zhao Yin, you all count as one. It's really disappointing. I don't think you need to eat tonight. Start running around the military area. Don't stop until you've run 20 kilometers. Chen Jinmin couldn't help but swear. After hearing this, Su Ting and the others turned pale and felt cold in their hearts. Looking at Ma Hongyi's eyes, everyone couldn't help but want to kill someone. What does a 20-kilometer cross-country run mean? Even the people from the special forces next door have to lie on the ground for half an hour to relax after running. If these scholars who are engaged in military industry run away, they will be half dead. Looking at Chen Jinmin's face, it turned pale. It doesn't seem like a joke at all. Su Ting and others could only wail helplessly in their hearts. They thought it would be better not to provoke Chen Jinmin at this time. Otherwise, 20 kilometers can easily become 30 kilometers in an instant. Then they would be truly disabled. Everyone, follow my orders. Getting started. As the monitor of the research class, Su Ting started giving orders directly. But at this moment, a soldier in military uniform suddenly ran over in a hurry from not far away. Look at how anxious the soldier is. Su Ting and others stopped. Look straight over there. The soldier ran all the way to Chen Jinmin. I didn't even have time to catch my breath. He hurriedly reported, Commander, just now our radar monitoring system detected a drone flying towards us quickly. The parameters of that drone are a bit strange. There has never been a drone of this type on the market. Commander Sun asked me to come and question you right away. Should we shoot down this drone? This is a military stronghold. No aircraft is allowed to approach. Commander Sun thinks this drone is a little suspicious. Chapter 47, can't these tasks be accomplished using drones? Drone, the parameters are a bit strange. After listening to the soldier's report, Chen Jinmin was stunned. Then, just when he was about to ask something else, a roar suddenly sounded from above. Chen Jinmin looked up subconsciously. Then his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. It was seen hundreds of meters in the sky. A vaguely visible drone was flying past at high speed. Others may not be able to see anything from such a distance. But Chen Jinmin figured it out instantly. The fuselage of this drone is more than 10 meters long, and its wingspan is more than 20 meters. There are also a few tail wings installed on it that even Chen Jinmin finds difficult to understand. Now he finally understood why the officer said that the parameters of the drone were a bit strange. Even Chen Jinmin had never seen this type of drone. He frowned and thought for a second. Chen Jinmin hurriedly said, Tell Commander Sun not to shoot down the drone yet. Send out our fighter pilots immediately. Intercept this drone. Yes, Mr. Chun. The other side. Shen Fei didn't know that there was a problem with the drone flight route, he said. Qining was taking him with her at this moment. He renovated his building in the city. Originally, Shen Fei just planned to come back here to take a nap when he had nothing to do. But after Qin Ying's transformation, instantly there was a warm feeling of home. Qining, from Tiana Furniture Market, bought a lot of new furniture. But after everything is arranged, Shen Fei sat on the new sofa Qining bought. No matter how I thought about it, I felt like Qining seemed to have missed buying something. After a while, Shen Fei slapped his head and said, Aunt, did you forget to buy a bed? There's only one bed at home. Qining heard what Shen Fei said. He waved his hand indifferently and said, Just forget it and buy it next time. After saying that, Qining walked to the newly bought lounge chair on the balcony. Lie down comfortably. The voice asked lazily. Xiao Fei, do you have a job now? When you graduated from college, your aunt was busy and didn't pay attention to your work. Is there anything you want to do? Annie will get it for you. Listening to Qin Ying's casual concern, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a warm current passing through his heart. Then he said casually, Aunt, I've opened a small shop now. I can usually support myself. About your own affairs. Shen Fei decided not to tell Qining for the time being. It's not that he doesn't trust Qining, but as the things he created became more and more exaggerated, it will definitely attract more and more people's attention. By then, it is inevitable that some people will have evil intentions towards him. Shen Fei didn't want to drag Qining down. After all, he could feel it. Qining really loves him from the bottom of her heart. Oh, I see. It's good to have something to do. Sometimes it's good to be ordinary. There won't be so many worries. Qining said as she spoke. He couldn't help but sigh slightly, although she said she would not think about the topic anymore. But when I thought about Su Ting and others including Qin Jimin, they were still worried about this matter. How could Qining really put the matter behind her and not think about it anymore? The subtle changes in Qin Ying's expression and the faint sigh. It did not escape Shen Fei's eyes. When I think of Qining taking such good care of me, Shen Fei couldn't help but say, Aunt, are you worried about something? Why don't you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you solve your problem? Listening to Shen Fei's caring words, Qining couldn't help but raise her eyelids and look at Shen Fei. But then she started laughing. Annie has nothing to worry about. You can't help your aunt. After saying that, Qining closed her eyes again. He thought quietly. Several minutes passed like this. After noticing that Shen Fei beside him didn't say anything, Qining turned her head and looked over again. After seeing Shen Fei still looking at him very seriously, Qining seemed to realize something then. Then she hurriedly explained, Xiao Fei, it's not that your aunt dislikes you for not having any ability. Oh, never mind. It's okay to talk to you. Just listen to it for fun. Sit up straight in the recliner. Qining crossed her long legs and looked at Shen Fei and said slowly, Actually, my aunt works in game design. Recently, my aunt's company designed a military strategy game. But there was a problem with the design of the strategic aircraft. That's because strategic aircraft are too easy to destroy. Although strategic aircraft can be produced continuously, it is difficult to train pilots to fly them. Once all the pilots are dead and a player loses air superiority, the game becomes uninteresting. So my aunt is thinking about how to solve the problem of strategic aircraft being easily destroyed and improve the game experience for players. Qining spoke out her troubles very seriously. However, she didn't expect Shen Fei to provide her with any advice or help. After all, Su Ting and the others cannot solve this problem. In her eyes, Shen Fei only attended an ordinary second-tier university. It is probably difficult to understand this question. After listening to this, Shen Fei seemed to fall into deep thought. Qining didn't bother Shen Fei anymore. He turned over and lay back on the recliner. But just the moment she lay down, Shen Fei suddenly said, Aunt, is the main mission of strategic aircraft bombing and material delivery? If that's the case, then why do we have to let the pilots do this? Can we send a drone? Shen Fei's voice slowly rang out on the small balcony. Qining subconsciously said, TSK, you really underestimate our Xiao Fei. He even knows the functions of strategic aircraft, etc. Xiao Fei, what did you say? Drones. Use drones to complete these tasks. Chapter 48 Shocking Scenes on the Top of Mount Puta. After Shen Fei's last two sentences, Qining didn't listen carefully at all. Wait until she reacts. My pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. He kept muttering the word drone. Qin Ying's pretty eyes became brighter and brighter. Shen Fei said lightly. It was as if the problem that she had been racking her brains for 2 days was solved in an instant. Yes, a drone is just a drone. The best way to solve the problem of strategic aircraft defense at present is drones. Because this way, there is no need to consider the safety of strategic aircraft pilots at all. I can even give up the drones, but I'll still bomb you. Qining murmured to herself. The emotions seemed to be at their peak. If they could actually have a fleet of drone bombers. Then there was the drill with the Russian bear country a few days ago. It wouldn't be the bear country teaching the dragon country a lesson. Instead, it is the dragon country that is teaching the bear country how to behave. My dear nephew, I really love you so much. You really helped my aunt solve her troubles. I'm going back to the company now to deal with this problem. Go eat something delicious tonight. I'll come back to see you later. Qining stood up from the recliner, rubbed Shen Fei's head. Then she dropped a bank card. Then he walked towards the door with quick steps, until there was a bang. The door was closed by Qining. Her figure also disappeared there. Only then did Shen Fei react from his dazed state. Leaving now? When Shen Fei felt that Qin Ying's appearance was like a dream. But he didn't know about the drone he sent to Wang Wei. At this moment, it is facing interception by 8 military district fighter jets. Mount Putuo is also known as Mount Putuo Luojia. It is one of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains in Longwa. It is known as the Buddhist Kingdom of Sea and Sky and the Holy Land of the South China Sea. On weekdays, many tourists come here to burn incense and worship Buddha. Today is the weekend, so there are even more people. But at some point, countless tourists still on the mountain trail suddenly raised their heads. He looked straight up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head. I saw a plane flying quickly in the center. 8 sleek fighter planes spread out. They surrounded the plane. Visitors have never seen anything like it. They all took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. In addition, many people could not help but comment. TSK, TSK, good luck, good luck. I knew I would be lucky today. I actually saw 8 fighter jets. Is there some important person sitting on the plane in the middle? Are those 8 fighter jets escorting it? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh my God. What kind of important person can be escorted by 8 fighter jets? Could he be the head of a military region? Hey, that's not something we ordinary people can worry about. Wow, look at this. Look at this. This picture is absolutely amazing. Hiss. On one side is a Buddhist temple, and on the other side is a fighter plane. This is such a powerful feeling. Originally, everyone was only interested in the fact that 8 fighter jets were escorting one plane. And when the fighter group flew some distance again, the temple complex on the top of Mount Putao and the fighter jets flying above them were frozen in the same picture. The combination of the two immediately brought a huge visual impact to countless tourists. That look, it is as if under the blessing of Buddha, the country has achieved prosperity and strength. This moment, countless devout believers on the mountain trails all knelt down. May Buddha bless our country and make it prosperous forever, while countless tourists prayed devoutly. Little did they know that in the military command room on the other side, several people who had several military stars on their shoulders were also shocked by the scenes on the screen. However, what shocked these military leaders was definitely not the images of temples and fighter planes. Instead, it was the high-definition drone image that had been transmitted back by the fighter jet. Mr. Chun, are you sure? The parameters of this drone are so exaggerated that you can't even build it. Commander of the 1st Military Region, Sun Dongxian, looked at Chen Jimin, who was standing beside him with a serious expression, and asked, Commander Sun, we'll have to wait until we stop this drone before we can tell you the details. But just looking at its carrying capacity, it's frighteningly exaggerated. The best performing UAVs currently in our military have a takeoff weight of only 5 tons at most. Please note that this is the takeoff weight, not the load capacity. And the drone we are intercepting is estimated to have a payload of around 10 tons. Do you know what 10 tons means? The kind that can fly all over the sky with 7 or 8 missiles and bomb everywhere. Finally, Chen Jimin's old hands could not help but clench together tightly. The excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed at all. When Sun Dongxian heard what Chen Jimin said, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Mr. Chun, if you say so, can't this drone be used as a bomber? And there's no need for a pilot at all, just ground control? Isn't this a perfect solution to the problem we are facing? Chen Jimin didn't say it out loud. Sun Dongxian said it all out for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin pursed his lips and said, Commander Sun, from the current perspective, this is definitely a possibility. I should have thought of it earlier. Using drone bombers to carry out bombings instead of pilots can solve the problem assigned to us by the higher-ups. But whether it can be realized, we still need to study it carefully. This unidentified drone gave me a lot of inspiration. But it also has great constraints. The drone has enough payload, but I estimate it can only fly a few hundred kilometers at best. And stability is also an issue. But let's intercept it first and see what the origin of this drone is. Chapter 49, it's over, Mr. Wang. This is a big deal. Hear what Chen Jimin said. Sun Dongxian nodded silently. But just when he was about to give the 8 fighter jets an order to carry out a forced interception, a female officer in the command hall suddenly stood up. Mr. Chen, Commander, we found out. I just contacted the Demon City Public Security Management team. Asked them whether this drone has been reported. Who reported it? The response they gave me was that the drone was reported by a person named Shen Fei. The female officer's voice slowly echoed in the conference room. Chen Jimin, who was standing by, stood up from his seat immediately after hearing this. Who are you talking about? Shen Fei. Chen Jimin was not the only one who was surprised. It was Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and other people who followed here out of curiosity who heard this name. There was an expression of horror on their faces. They never expected it. Such a drone with exaggerated parameters was actually made by Shen Fei. It only took a few days. Shen Fei made such a big move again. What? Mr. Chun, do you know this Shen Fei? On the other hand, Sun Dongxian was somewhat unfamiliar with the name Shen Fei. As the commander-in-chief of a military region, he usually doesn't pay much attention to what's happening on the internet. Commander, I really didn't expect that this drone was built by Shen Fei. You don't know, these few days. Facing Sun Dongxian's surprised and doubtful gaze, Chen Jimin told all of Shen Fei's deeds in detail. And Sun Dongxian, after listening, even he, the commander of the military zone, couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. A computer with a reaction speed comparable to that of a supercomputer, a motorcycle with a top speed of over 800, and a fully intelligent self-driving new energy vehicle. Mr. Chen, this Shen Fei is very good. Why didn't you recruit him into your institute? Talent like this should be allowed to contribute to our national defense, Sun Dongxian said with an appreciative expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin glanced at Sun Dongxian. Then he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. Commander, I asked Ma Hongyi to send an invitation message to Shen Fei a few days ago, but Shen Fei has not responded to us yet. I originally thought Shen Fei thought we were scammers. I'm thinking of sending someone to look for Shen Fei in person someday. But now I suddenly feel that it is not the case at all. Finally, Chen Jimin couldn't help but reveal a hint of self-mockery on his face. Sun Dongxian, who was standing by, was suddenly confused when he saw this. Mr. Chen, what on earth is going on? Chen Jimin did not immediately answer Sun Dongxian when he heard this. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at Su Ting and others standing behind him. At this moment, he was facing Chen Jimin's gaze. Su Ting and the others all lowered their heads in silence, recalling their evaluation of Shen Fei at the meeting a few days ago. At this moment, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It's a pity that they still have such an evaluation of Shen Fei. They spent more than 2.5 days thinking about the issue, but could not come up with a solution. But now Shen Fei had accidentally opened a breakthrough. How can I say this? What are you saying? Okay, you don't have to be so ashamed. I am also responsible for this matter. If not, I would just let Shen Fei be an intern. Not enough respect was given to Shen Fei. He may have already agreed. Commander, this is what happened. I underestimated Shen Fei. As for the identity of a small intern at a military research base, Shen Fei probably didn't think much of it, so he didn't reply to us. Chen Jinmin shook his head and blamed himself. Sun Dongxian, who was standing by, finally understood what was said. However, Sun Dongxian didn't know much about military scientific research. So he then asked, Mr. Chen, in your opinion, how talented is Shen Fei in scientific research? How does it compare to Qining? Compared to Qining, it's hard to say right now. But I believe that given time, Shen Fei will be able to reach the same level as Qining. In terms of military scientific research talent, Shen Fei and Qining are both top-notch. Shen Fei's only weakness may be that he doesn't know much about military industry. Chen Jimin gave an evaluation that he thought was fairly fair. Sun Dongxian, who was standing by, was extremely surprised when he heard this. The super-hard alloy material that Qining has just researched is already in the process of being put into practice. Once successfully implemented, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of land tanks. Therefore, Qining in Sun Dongxian's eyes, they're already the most powerful group of people in the military research base except Chen Jimin. Mr. Chen, Commander, there's new news. After investigation, the Public Security Brigade has determined the ownership of this drone. It currently belongs to Shunfeng Express Company, Limited. Should we contact the person in charge at Shunfeng immediately and ask them to find a way to make an emergency landing of this drone? The female officer's voice echoed from the conference room. Upon hearing this, Sun Dongxian immediately gave instructions. Contact immediately. If Shunfeng can find a way to force the drone to land, then they can indeed save a lot of effort. After all, the sky is not like the land. Want to forcibly stop a drone, especially without damaging it. It is still quite difficult. Yes, Commander. After receiving Sun Dongxian's instructions, the female officer immediately picked up the communicator and started operating it again. Seeing this, Chen Jimin temporarily put Shen Fei's matter aside. His eyes were fixed on the drone that was still flying rapidly on the large command screen in front of him. The other side, inside a private jet owned by Shunfeng Group, Wang Wei was sitting upright in the cabin. His face was full of anxiety. This feeling, it's more worrying than losing his son. Mr. Wang, don't worry too much. It shouldn't be a big problem. Since Mr. Shin dared to let this drone fly here by itself, he must have confidence in himself. You don't trust me, but you also don't trust Mr. Shin? Looking at Wang Wei's restless appearance, Liang Shuzhong couldn't help but speak to comfort her. And I have to say it, what he said really hit the nail on the head. Wang Wei was silent for a second after hearing this. He nodded and said, "Yeah, that makes sense. Brother Shen is trustworthy. It took us more than a year to develop a drone, but Brother Shen managed to do it in just 3 days, and it has such outrageous parameters. Brother Shen is almost as good as Superman in my heart." Finally, a relaxed smile finally appeared on Wang Wei's face. But at this moment, Liang Shuzhong's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone. I thought it was someone from the group calling, so I didn't take it seriously. I picked it up casually, but soon, the expression on Liang Shuzhong's face froze. "Yes, yes. Well, understood. Don't worry, I guarantee it. I'll tell our President Wang right now." Liang Shuzhong's throat moved, and he kept nodding his head. Wang Wei was stunned by the look. I usually answer his calls. Liang Shuzhong didn't blurt out so many honorifics at once. "Lao Liang, whose phone is this?" Looking at Liang Shuzhong, Wang Wei couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his mind, and heard Wang Wei's question. Liang Shuzhong, who had just put down his phone, was already covered in cold sweat. He swallowed with a gulp. Then he said to Wang Wei with a pale face, "Boss Wang, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. The drone Mr. Shen sent us accidentally flew over the military zone. The military district is now investigating this matter. Let's land the drone immediately." Talking and talking. The cold sweat on Liang Shuzhong's forehead could no longer be stopped. Once the word military region is involved, there is no such thing as a small matter. To put it mildly, what happened to them might have been an accident. To put it more seriously, it means that they are suspected of stealing military secrets through drones. They will all be court-martialed. What should I do? What should I do? If the military district really investigates this, our entire Shen phone will be implicated. Boss Wang, how about we? Finally, Liang Shuzhong suddenly seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Wang Wei experienced the initial shock. At this moment, calm was gradually restored. He looked up at Liang Shuzhong. His face looked a little unhappy. "Lao Liang, I know what you want to say. The drone has not been handed over to us yet, so it has nothing to do with us directly. Can all the responsibility be put on Brother Shen? How could I, Wang Wei, do this? Will I still be a human being in the future? At the military district, we seek truth from facts and explain everything clearly. There must not be any intention of shifting the blame to Brother Shen. In a word, Shen phone group, and I will take full responsibility for this matter." After Wang Wei finished speaking, he looked at Liang Shuzhong and seemed to be hesitant to talk. He stretched out his hand and interrupted Liang Shuzhong. "Okay, this matter is settled. If the military district asks you questions later, just do as I say. Now I'll see if I can use my phone to force the drone down as quickly as possible." At the same time, Wang Wei received the notice from the military district. On the other side, in the command hall of the 1st Military Region, Chen Jimin then said to Sun Dongxian, "Commander, I will take Su Ting and the others to the scene right now." Seeing Chen Jimin so anxious, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but said in a daze, "Mr. Chen, do you want to take a closer look at that drone? It's not too late to bring the drone back to the military area." Chen Jimin did not slow down his steps after hearing this. He shook his head slightly at Sun Dongxian, then continued walking outside. "Commander, I can't wait any longer. It is located in a barren mountain plain about 20 kilometers away from Mount Putuo. This place is usually sparsely populated. But a total of 7 planes landed here, under remote control of Wang Wei's mobile phone. The drone has successfully made an emergency landing from high altitude, and 6 of the 8 fighter jets also landed together. As for the remaining 2, they hovered in the sky, maintaining a vigilant mission. Not long, a row of military vehicles came rushing over. Waves of dust were rising. Wait until the dust settles. A row of 4 military vehicles had parked near the scene. Chen Jimin pushed open the car door and was the first to get out of the car. Later, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others followed closely. And looking at the drone built by Shen Fei at such a close distance, the excitement in Chen Jimin's eyes could no longer be concealed. I was not mistaken. The wingspan is more than 20 meters, and the length is more than 10 meters. The cabin is spacious. The fuselage structure is unique. The double tail fins swing. Shen Fei, how on earth did you build a drone with a load capacity of 10 tons? If we replace it with a similar drone with normal parameters, it won't even be able to fly. Even if it could fly, it wouldn't be possible to fly so long and still be so stable. There was a problem a long time ago. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. Chapter 50. Shen Fei, the one who makes people collapse. Chen Jinmin's slightly shocked voice echoed at the scene. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others couldn't help but show a hint of sadness in their eyes. If you know that Shen Fei has built that new energy vehicle, they can also say that it is just civilian technology and there is a big gap between it and military scientific research. Now they're somewhat speechless, because no matter how you look at it, the drone in front of them was built by Shen Fei. They definitely have the attributes of military products. Just the load capacity. It can carry 7 or 8 medium-sized missiles all over the sky. It would not be an exaggeration to even carry a Dongfeng missile. And if the missile is really loaded onto this drone, it can immediately be renamed as an unmanned strategic bomber. Of course, if it is used to hold military supplies, then this drone can be called a walking strategic material reserve depot. 10 tons of military supplies carrying capacity. They are able to arm an entire company from head to toe. Zhang Ku, go and crack the control system of this drone. Send this drone back to the military zone immediately. I want to do a comprehensive evaluation of its range, balance, and top speed. At this time, Chen Jinmin continued to speak. He had obviously calmed down by now. Not as exciting as at the beginning. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others looked at each other. He seemed to have thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief silently. Su Ting, how far do you think this drone can fly at most? Ma Hongyi came close to Su Ting and whispered. After hearing this, Su Ting hesitated for a moment and then replied directly. Mr. Chen previously speculated that this drone could only travel a few hundred kilometers at most. But I think that's because the images transmitted back weren't clear enough, and Mr. Chen didn't see it clearly, so he just said that. Now we can see it, right? The twin tails under the drone should be where the aviation fuel is stored. The total volume is estimated to be able to accommodate a few hundred liters of aviation fuel. Ordinary airline passengers, for example. Its fuselage weight is 90 tons and its payload is 165 tons. The average fuel consumption per 1,000 kilometers is 4 tons. Based on this data, if the drone is fully loaded, it will run out of all its aviation fuel after a maximum of 100 kilometers. More than 100 kilometers. At the end, Su Ting couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The mileage threshold for one of their strategic bombers is 8,000 kilometers. Compared with a real bomber, the mileage of the drone in front of us is like a child playing house. Ma Hongyi listened to Su Ting's words. He also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He had completely recovered from being shocked by Shen Fei. But at this moment, suddenly, Zhang Ku's surprised voice was heard in front. Mr. Chen, it can't be opened. It's totally unopenable. Hearing Zhang Ku's words, everyone present turned their heads to look over. Zhang Ku was seen squatting in front of the cabin door of the drone holding a toolbox, looking helpless. This scene stunned Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, who had just calmed down. Why did Chen Jinmin ask Zhang Ku, who looks very delicate, to crack the control system of the drone? Because he is the best expert in this area in the research base. Even Su Ting and Ma Hongyi felt inferior to him. But what do they see now? Zhang Ku couldn't even think about cracking the drone's central control system. Even a hatch can't be opened? Mr. Chen, Shen Fei's achievements in intelligence are truly amazing. There are only 2 ways to open this hatch now. One is to ask Shunfeng to open the hatch remotely. Another way is to use force and force the hatch open. But I don't think the second method will work. Shen Fei should have installed a self-destruct device. Although it won't explode, there is a high possibility that the drone will spontaneously combust. Finished speaking to Chen Jinmin. Zhang Ku, wearing black-framed glasses and looking like an honest man, turned his head to look at the drone in front of him. He couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Brother, this is a civilian drone. It's for civilian use. You're so stupid that no one can open the hatch. I don't want to save face. Zhang Ku roared madly in his heart. He was usually emotionally stable, but now he couldn't hold it together anymore. Chen Jinmin listened to what Zhang Ku said. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch twice. Then he silently turned his head and looked at the communicator who was following him. Contact the person in charge at Shunfeng. Yes, Mr. Chen. The communicator nodded hurriedly when he heard this. About 2 minutes later, a slight clicking sound was heard at the scene. Then the cabin door slowly opened automatically. Zhang Ku took a deep breath when he saw this. Infinite fighting spirit rekindled in the depths of his eyes, and he said, Mr. Chen, I'm going to crack the control system right now. Well, go ahead. Chen Jimin nodded upon hearing this. He gave Zhang Ku an encouraging look Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others looked at Zhang Ke's determined back as he turned around and got into the drone. I couldn't help but cheer for him silently. Now Zhang Ke represents more than just himself. Instead, it represents all the top military talents in the entire military research base. A confrontation with Shen Fei over intelligent control. Su Ting and the others certainly hope that Zhang Ke can win. This time, it will take Zhang Ke a much longer time. About 10 minutes later, he then reappeared at the cabin entrance. How's it going? Zhang Ke, is it done? Seeing this, Ma Hongyi couldn't help but ask first. And facing everyone's gazes, Zhang Ke's face froze. I actually started crying. Wow, Mr. Chun, I'm so useless. I can't crack it. I've tried everything. But there is no way to crack the central control system created by Shen Fei. Mr. Chun, please punish me. I have brought shame to our research base. Finally, Zhang Ke was already squatting on the ground with his head buried deeply in his knees. He originally thought that he would be able to access the control panel after opening the cabin door. The central control system can be easily cracked, but it took more than 10 minutes to study it. Zhang Ke didn't even understand what the central control system that Shen Fei had developed was. Not to mention cracking it. He said he tried every possible means, but in fact, he only had these 10 minutes. I just stared at the data from the central control system in a daze, because he felt he had no idea where to start. From Shen Fei. For the first time, Zhang Ke felt a strong sense of frustration. I even started to doubt my life. He has devoted himself to the study of intelligent systems for 10 years and considers himself to be a top expert in this field. But Shen Fei only took less than 20 minutes. This made him feel extremely unfamiliar with the intelligence system. Chapter 51. Wang Wei began to panic. Zhang Ke's desperate cries echoed among the desolate mountains and wilderness. The many soldiers standing upright at the scene could not help but look at each other in confusion. Below 6 fighter jets, the eyes of those fighter pilots were filled with strange expressions. It is said that the selection of fighter pilots is extremely strict. It is no exaggeration to say that he is 1 in 100,000, but only they know clearly. Compared with talents in research institutes like Zhang Ke, they are nothing. But at this moment, Zhang Ke was regarded as a favored child in their eyes. But he was directly hit by an ordinary man and cried. How could this not shock them, no matter what others think? Anyway, at this moment, the 2 words Shen Fei have left a very deep impression in their hearts. The kind that you will never forget in your lifetime. Not far away, after a few seconds of silence, Su Ting finally chose to walk out of the crowd. He walked to Zhang Ke's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Zhang Ke, don't be sad. Shen Fei may be a freak, a scientific research monster. Let's not compete with him. If you keep crying, I'll feel like I'll have to cry a few times too. You are an expert in intelligent systems, and I am best at the construction of military structures. But up to now, I haven't even figured out the specific structure of the drone built by Shen Fei. Maybe we all have to admit it. Shen Fei is very good, better than all of us in some aspects. At the end, Su Ting couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Chen Jinmin, who was standing by, saw the attitude of Su Ting and others. A hint of inexplicable relief suddenly appeared in the depths of his eyes. He always felt that Su Ting and others had a very smooth life. From the military school days to now, he has always been an extremely dazzling presence wherever he goes. It would be a good thing to have Shen Fei to strike them down. Okay, if there is anything you need to reflect on, go back and reflect on it carefully. Communicator, contact Shenfeng now and let them remotely control this drone to fly to the military zone. Yes, Chief. Inside the cabin of the plane owned by Shenfeng Group, Wang Wei received instructions from the military district a dozen seconds later. But after using the mobile phone to control the drone to take off again, Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong stared at each other. My palms began to tremble. A full few seconds passed. Liang Shuzhong's lips trembled as he said, Boss Wang, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the case? At first, the military district couldn't even open the hatch of the drone. Later, even after the hatch was opened, they couldn't start the drone. So, that's why you called us? Hearing Liang Shuzhong's words, Wang Wei nodded silently. An extremely complicated look appeared in his eyes. Lao Liang, you said that the people in the military district found it troublesome. Or are they simply unable to deal with this drone that Brother Shen made? Talking and talking. Even Wang Wei's palms could not help but show a layer of sweat. When Liang Shuzhong heard this, he immediately looked sad. Boss Wang, I think it must be the second one. Otherwise, how could the people from the military district contact us again and again? Boss Wang, please listen to my advice. We can't afford this. What we want is a civilian drone, but Shen Fei has made it so difficult for the military officers to use it, and it just happened to fly over the military zone. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? I think all this was premeditated by Shen Fei to steal military information and then put the blame on us. While we're wasting time here, Shen Fei might have already left the country with a huge sum of money. Liang Shuzhong used his imagination to make a bold guess, and he finished speaking. The expression on Wang Wei's face suddenly became uncertain. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Forget it. There's no point in saying more now. Didn't the military district send us a location and let us land directly inside their military district? Then we will know whether there is any problem or not, and how serious the problem is." After Wang Wei finished speaking, he turned his head and looked outside through the cabin window. The sky is clear and the clouds are white at this moment. But Wang Wei's heart was in a mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the drone took off again, 6 fighter jets and 4 military vehicles. They started at the same time and began to move towards the military area. About 20 minutes later, the drone and the military vehicle carrying Chen Jimin and others. Only then did they arrive at the military area. At this moment, it was in the open space not far from the military area. It was already filled with people. The people at the research base before Chen Jimin rushed back. The equipment used to test the performance of the drone was built. Sun Dongxian and several senior military officials were also waiting here early. I saw Chen Jimin get out of the car and walk closer. Sun Dongxian then asked, "Mr. Chen, shall we start?" "Everything is ready." Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin looked at the drone that was already equipped with testing equipment. Then he nodded to Sun Dongxian and said, "Commander, let's begin." It is estimated that within half an hour, the performance and structural drawings of this drone will be available. Even if the mileage of this drone is too low, it cannot be used as a strategic drone for the time being. But with a little bit of renovation and improvement, I think it should be very possible to achieve it. Shen Fei really provided us with a good breakthrough. At the end of his words, Chen Jimin couldn't help but show admiration for Shen Fei in the depths of his eyes. He really wanted to get Shen Fei to their research base immediately. Sun Dong heard Chen Jimin's words first. He first ordered people to start testing the performance of the drone. Then he looked at Chen Jimin again and said slowly, "Mr. Chen, I have just had someone send a formal invitation to Shen Fei in my capacity as the commander of the 1st Military Region. Originally, I wanted to have someone go and invite Shen Fei in person. The location of Shen Fei's manufacturing shop has been found. But for outstanding talents like Shen Fei, I think we should be more cautious. It would be a bit too coercive to ask someone to invite me in person. I'm afraid Shen Fei will misunderstand." After Sun Dongxian's voice echoed at the scene, Chen Jimin hasn't said anything yet. Su Ting and others nearby had already revealed expressions of shock in their eyes. He personally invited Shen Fei as the commander of the 1st Military Region? The weight of this sentence is so heavy. It seems that we will be able to meet Shen Fei in person soon. Ma Hongyi said with a complicated and expectant tone. He really wanted to see Zhang Ke break down and cry. What is the origin of this character that even Su Ting feels inferior to? Su Ting, who was standing next to him, echoed the words. Yes, Commander Sun personally invited Shen Fei. So how could he not come? This face is already too much. Chapter 52 is Shen Fei still a human being? Su Ting and Ma Hongyi were whispering to each other. On the other side, Chen Jimin couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't think that Sun Dongxian was going too far in inviting Shen Fei as the commander of the military region. Rather, "Commander, please investigate Shen Fei's address directly." Chen Jimin seemed to be hesitant to speak. Sun Dongxian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he suddenly reacted. "Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I did have other reasons for investigating Shen Fei's store address, but it's definitely not what you think. I don't have the slightest intention of monitoring Shen Fei. I have great respect for a talent like Shen Fei. So how could I do something that would disgust him? I was thinking that Shen Fei's fame is growing, and it's inevitable that he will be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Before he enters our military zone, I have to fully guarantee Shen Fei's personal safety. So I specially dispatched 3 5-man teams from Filong to secretly protect Shen Fei. They will only carry out joint surveillance near that area and will definitely not disturb Shen Fei." Sun Dongxian explained very seriously. And after his words fell into Chen Jinmin's ears, even Chen Jinmin was slightly stunned. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others were standing nearby. There was a look of deep envy, jealousy, and hatred in his eyes. Commander, you can't treat people differently like this. It turns out that Shen Fei is the military region's biological son, and we are all adopted children, right? Su Ting and others looked at each other. They all couldn't help feeling a little depressed. They knew that Shen Fei could potentially help the military region break through the issue. In Sun Dongxian's eyes, he is already a treasure. But they didn't expect Sun Dongxian to take it to this extent. Filong is one of the top 10 special forces of Long Country, an elite ace capable of performing amphibious combat missions at sea, on land, and in the air. Known as the Tiger on land, Dragon on sea, Falcon in the sky. Each combat team possesses extremely terrifying individual combat capabilities. It integrates command, sniping, blasting, cover, fire suppression, assault, and medical treatment. What does it mean that Sun Dongxian dispatched 3 Flying Dragon combat teams? It's no exaggeration to say. Now there are terrorists who are planning to launch a terrorist attack on Shen Fei. Without 100 elite soldiers, it would be completely insufficient. It is even possible that they will be wiped out by Feilong's 15 men. 2 years ago, an important figure from Yinjing came to Shanghai for inspection. Sun Dongxian only sent 2 Flying Dragon combat teams to provide protection. When it came to Shen Fei, he immediately sent out 3 Flying Dragon combat teams. How could this not make Su Ting and others extremely depressed? It's over. Why do I feel like we're about to fall out of favor before Shen Fei even arrives at the military district? Ma Hongyi said with a look as if he was about to vomit blood. Su Ting pursed his lips upon hearing this, and then slowly said, Shen Fei is really strong to be treated like this. But we're not gluttons, are we? Sister Ing is right. We have lived too comfortably in the past. We should have something exciting. Foreigners raising salmon like toss a catfish in the bathtub. Because catfish are aggressive, salmon need to swim alertly at all times, so that the meat will be more delicious. I don't know if Shen Fei is a catfish, but we won't be content to be a salmon. Finally, Su Ting's voice was already filled with infinite fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi and others couldn't help but tremble. Even Zhang Ku, who had been looking a little gloomy, couldn't help but raise his head silently. There seemed to be a hint of heat in the depths of his eyes. Just when the top military workers in their military region were stimulated by Shen Fei. Half an hour has passed quietly. Not far away, the researchers responsible for testing the performance of the drone have stopped what they were doing. The leader's expression was completely stunned at this moment. Then he raised his feet and walked towards Chen Jimin. As he walked, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva as his throat moved. Until he got close to Chen Jimin, he still had an incredible look on his face. Qian Zhong, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this drone? The researcher named Qian Zhong seemed a little distracted. Chen Jimin couldn't help but frowned slightly and asked. Others heard what Chen Jimin said. His eyes gazed away. They also noticed that there was something wrong with Qian Zhong's expression. And Qian Zhong faced everyone's gaze. His lips moved a few times. After taking a deep breath, he said in horror, Mr. Chen, there is a problem. It is so problematic. I'm sure our detection equipment is not malfunctioning. But how is this possible? The maximum load capacity is 10 tons. The maximum mileage is 10,000 kilometers. The maximum speed is 20,800 kilometers per hour. The stability is also up to par. I've been doing fighter performance evaluations for so many years, and I've never seen a monster like this. And it's just a drone. Qian Zhong's extremely shocked voice slowly echoed at the scene. The expressions on everyone's faces became completely dull. Immediately afterwards, the sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air suddenly rang out at the scene. Brother Qian, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? The maximum range is 10,000 kilometers. The farthest a fighter jet can fly is only 8,000 kilometers at best, and the top speed is 2,800 kilometers per hour. Our J-20's top speed is only 3,000 kilometers per hour. The most outrageous thing is stability. What kind of stability is this? You're not going to tell me it's when it's fully loaded? Ma Hongyi couldn't help but be the first to speak in horror. He felt like his jaw was about to drop. These words came out of his mouth again. He felt like he was telling some science fiction story. And Su Ting and others on the side. Everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. The fighting spirit just started. It was as if it was doused with a basin of cold water in an instant. Is Shen Fei still a human being? How can this be called throwing a catfish into a fish tank? This is clearly a terrifying megalodon. Swallow them all in one bite. Chapter 53, How can noble scientific research be linked to making money? Hongi, the stability at full load has been achieved. Stop talking about you guys. Even now, I still can't believe that the parameters of this drone are so exaggerated. Commander Mr. Chun, this drone does not need any improvement at all. It can be used directly as a strategic drone. And there is one more thing I must tell you too. We are still unable to break through many of the drone's technologies. I can't even copy the fuselage structure drawings, but the frame structure is easy to figure out. But the internal materials of this drone seem to have an internal structure. I guess it is because of this internal structure that the drone's load capacity and balance are so exaggerated. But these are not the most terrifying things. That's the scariest part. Qianzhong turned around with a serious expression and pointed his finger. Seeing this, everyone present looked in the direction Qianzhong pointed. At this time, Qianzhong took a deep breath. After forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, he slowly spoke. The fuel tank, the scariest part, is the fuel tank of this drone. The total volume is less than 2 cubic meters, but it contains enough aviation fuel to support a 10,000-kilometer journey. Mr. Chun, you should know what this means. Shen Fei can actually compress the volume of aviation fuel and then release it when needed. This is definitely a groundbreaking fuel technology, but I have no idea how Shen Fei did it. I don't understand the structure of that fuel tank at all. Qianzhong spoke one sentence after another, just like huge rocks. It hit everyone hard in the heart. It made everyone feel depressed. Su Ting, Zhang Ku, and others have been shocked since they heard Qianzhong's first words. The jaw never closed again. Originally, they thought it had a load capacity of 10 tons. And the central control system that even Zhang couldn't crack. It's surprising enough, but they never expected it. Those are just the two most inconspicuous features of this drone. I thought I had spoken highly enough of Shen Fei, but I didn't expect that what I saw was just the tip of the iceberg of Shen Fei. Don't even mention kids like Su Ting. Even I feel inferior to them. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. At this moment, even Chen Jinmin couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. When he learned that Sun Dongxian had dispatched 3 Flying Dragon Special Forces teams to protect Shen Fei, Chen Jinmin actually felt that it was a bit too much. But at this moment, let alone the 3 Flying Dragon Special Forces teams, even if more people were dispatched to secretly protect Shen Fei, Chen Jinmin felt that it was not excessive at all. Just the advanced technology on this drone in front of you. It is enough to increase the combat capability of the Dragon Country Air Force by more than 2 levels. If the Bear Country launches another air combat exercise with the Dragon Country, still using that kind of strategic approach, the Dragon Kingdom can definitely rely on the drone built by Shen Fei. Teach the Russian Bear Country to be a human being once and for all. Oh, by the way, Commander Mr. Chun, there is one thing I need to tell you. At this moment, Qianzhong's voice suddenly rang out again. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others not far away staggered when they heard the words. I almost couldn't help but fall to the ground. Not over yet? This is enough to discourage people. Is it not over yet? And it's not just them. Even Chen Jinmin was a little stunned. What else? Facing everyone's staring eyes. This time, Qianzhong's expression suddenly became a little strange. Mr. Chun, it's like this. As for the technical aspects of this drone, there is really no need to improve it, and we can improve it. But the material aspect. Let me put it this way, Mr. Chun. Except for the special cabin materials that I don't understand at all, the rest of the fuselage materials are rubbish. If this drone were to fly at its top speed of 2,800 kilometers per hour, I suspect the nose would explode. I believe that with Shen Fei's ability, there is no way he doesn't know this. So I don't understand why this drone isn't in perfect condition. This should be easy for him. As a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Qianzhong felt so uncomfortable that he almost died. On the one hand, the body materials are very rubbish. On the one hand, the parameter performance is exaggerated to the extreme. This made Qianzhong want to replace all the junk body materials immediately. But he hasn't fully studied this drone yet, so he didn't dare to tamper with even a small screw on the drone. Many people at the scene heard Qianzhong's words. He couldn't help but show a suspicious expression on his face. No one seemed to understand what Shen Fei was doing. Ma Hongyi, who was surfing only 5 times, twitched his eyelids slightly. He walked out of the crowd silently. I think I might know why. Hearing what Ma Hongyi said, Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at him. Qian Zhong couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "Hongyi, do you know why Shen Fei did this?" Ma Hongyi nodded when he heard this, and then he slowly said, "Brother Qian, you may not know much about some of Shen Fei's glorious deeds. Although his manufacturing ability is well known online, he has another more famous title. Netizens all affectionately call Shen Fei the leader of a ruthless business. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's just talk about the new energy vehicle that Shen Fei built for Xiaomi Group. When the car was delivered to the Xiaomi Automotive Conference, Mr. Lei from Xiaomi Group discovered that Shen Fei had not even charged a box of electricity for it. And that's not even a thing. After the car completed a lap on the winding mountain road of Beishan, 3 of the 4 tires burst, and the motor was scrapped on the spot. So Shen Fei used inferior materials in order to make money. But the drone that Shunfeng asked Shen Fei to build is only for civilian use. These materials are not expected to cause any safety issues. After all, unless the people at Shunfeng are crazy, how could they dare to fly this drone at 2,800 kilometers per hour? Ma Hongyi blurted out one sentence after another. Everyone present who had no idea of Shen Fei's glorious deeds were all a little confused. The expression on Qian Zhong's face was extremely strange. Make money. He would never have thought that this was the reason. In his opinion, how can noble scientific research be linked to making money? And at this time, Sun Dongxian seemed to have some understanding. The pursuit of ultimate performance is Shen Fei's respect and challenge for scientific research. Using inferior materials is purely for the purpose of making money. Shen Fei is a person that really makes me more and more interested. At the end of his speech, a slight smile appeared on Sun Dongxian's face. And everyone at the scene heard what he said. They all looked at each other. But at this moment, the roar of an airplane suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone looked up subconsciously. They saw a plane rapidly landing towards them. Seeing this, Ma Hongyi shrugged slightly and said, "Speak of the devil, and he will appear." People from Shunfeng Group are here. Chapter 54, Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. As the Shunfeng Group's passenger plane's altitude became lower and lower. In the cabin, Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong felt increasingly depressed, especially looking at so many people gathered in the square outside the window. They were all surrounding an airplane. The cold sweat on Liang Shuzhong's forehead couldn't stop coming out. "Boss Wang, if I'm not mistaken, there are a few people in the square below carrying the generals on their shoulders, right? Oh my goodness! How many military secrets did Shen Fei steal? Isn't this likely to have alarmed even the military district commander? Boss Wang, we must cut off our relationship with Shen Fei. Otherwise, we really will have to go to a military court," Liang Shuzhong said with a sad face. A look of complete panic. And Wang Wei heard what he said. He couldn't help but frown. Then the plane came to a complete stop. Wang Wei took a deep breath and said, "Okay, Lao Liang, go down. No matter how big the matter is, what is coming will eventually come." After saying this, Wang Wei's face showed an expression of being ready to sacrifice himself. He stood up, opened the cabin door, and started walking down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jimin looked at the Shunfeng passenger plane and hesitated for 2 seconds. He turned his head and looked at Sun Dongxian, who was standing beside him, and said, "Commander, what are you going to do about this? After all, the ownership of this drone currently belongs to Shunfeng Group. If Shunfeng Group is unwilling to hand over the drone built by Shen Fei to us, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, Shen Fei hasn't replied to us yet." Hearing what Chen Jimin said, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Mr. Chen, what you mean is that even if I personally invite Shen Fei in the name of my military district commander and give him very generous treatment, Shen Fei may still be unwilling to come to our military district?" Chen Jimin shook his head slightly and said, "Commander, if it were anyone else, they would definitely be eager to enter our research base. But I'm still a little unsure about Shen Fei. So, Commander, I think we'd better prepare for both scenarios. This drone must be taken down." "Okay, Mr. Chen, I understand." Sun Dongxian nodded silently. Then he looked forward. At this moment, Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong were walking towards this side quickly. But before the two of them got close, Liang Shuzhong stretched out his hand and waved it repeatedly to explain. "Chief, all the chiefs, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We at Shunfeng Group just placed an order with Shen Fei. We didn't expect that he would take the opportunity to steal military secrets. This matter has nothing to do with our Shunfeng Group. The people from Liang and Su had not arrived yet, but the voice arrived first. He looked extremely panicked. But just hearing what he said, the expressions on the faces of Sun Dongxian, Chen Jinmin, and others were all stunned. Stealing military secrets? What does this have to do with anything? Looking at Wang Wei, who was approaching, Sun Dong first turned his head to look at Chen Jinmin, then slowly said, "You too. Have you misunderstood?" Hearing Sun Dongxian's question, now it was Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong's turn to be dumbfounded. Then Wang Wei came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Hello, Chief. I am Wang Wei, chairman of Shunfeng Group. This drone built by Shen Fei passed over the military zone. Didn't it steal any military secrets? Then why did your military district's people ask us to rush here in such a hurry?" Wang Wei was really confused at this moment. If this drone didn't steal military secrets, why did he have to force the drone to land? And he gathered so many people to surround the drone? Does he look like he's afraid that the drone will fly away again? Mr. Wang, right? Hello, I am Chen Jimin, the person in charge of the military research base. It seems you really misunderstood. Any aircraft that has not reported to the military district is strictly prohibited from flying over the military base. But that's not the main reason we asked you to emergency land this drone. It's because the parameters of this drone are a bit strange, so we want to investigate. As for this person's claim that Shen Fei stole military secrets, that is sheer nonsense. Because, having said this, Chen Jimin paused for a moment. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at the drone behind me. Then he continued, "Let me tell you too this. The military district does have some military secrets, but there is a secret on Shen Fei's drone. There are more secrets in this entire military region than the two of you have seen. What does Shen Fei need to steal?" Chen Jimin's voice, with a slightly wry smile, rang out one after another. Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong were completely dumbfounded. What is the secret of the drone developed by Shen Fei? More secrets than an entire military base? This is simply the most exaggerated sentence Wang Wei has ever heard in his life. Chief, you mean the performance of this drone, such as its range and payload? After Wang Wei came to his senses. Some people don't understand why. Chen Jimin nodded slightly when he heard this. Ma Hongyi on the side couldn't help but stand up and say, "Boss Wang, what are you talking about? Didn't you place this order for Shen Fei? 10,000 miles of range, 10 tons of payload, top speed of 2,800 kilometers per hour. Stability at full load is top-notch. How dare you place such an outrageous order? I know that you Shunfeng is using it for drone express delivery. If you don't know, you guys at Shunfeng would think you're going to transform into a strategic bomber company." Ma Hongyi spoke with spit flying. He was just short of rolling his eyes. After listening to Ma Hongyi's words, which were full of strong complaints, Wang Wei was very dissatisfied. He couldn't help but slap his thigh immediately. "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Commander, you don't know. I was distracted when placing an order with Shen Fei, so I entered an extra 0 in the order parameters. But it's up to you. This drone created by Shen Fei actually meets all these conditions." At the end of his speech, Wang Wei couldn't help but let his throat move and swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva when I learned that Shen Fei's order had been completed. Wang Wei didn't think too much about it. He felt that if Shen Fei could complete the order parameters he gave at half the price, that would be great enough for him. But who would have thought that Shen Fei actually created a drone with such exaggerated parameters? Now he finally understood why this drone made such a big noise. It turns out that drones with outrageous parameters are not just exaggerated among civilian aircraft. Even in terms of military aircraft, it seems outrageous to the extreme. Chapter 55. Qin rushes back to base. After the shock, Wang Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, as long as it has nothing to do with stealing military secrets, Mr. Wang, the misunderstanding has now been resolved. But isn't it a bit of a waste of talent for your Shunfeng group to use this drone for express delivery? Just at this moment, Sun Dongxian, who had been standing nearby without saying anything, suddenly spoke. He did not forget what Chen Jimin had told him before. When Wang Wei heard what Sun Dongxian said, he couldn't help but be stunned. After he came to his senses, he hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. "Commander, I don't quite understand what you mean." Wang Wei simply chose to play dumb. How could Wang Wei not understand what Sun Dongxian meant? But now the news that Shunfeng is going to hold a press conference has become a hot topic. I don't know how many people are paying attention to this matter. It doesn't matter if he makes some contribution to the country. But now the entire Shen Fei group is waiting for this drone to save its lives. There is no such drone. What should we do about Xuanfeng's press conference? We can't leave millions of netizens in the dark, right? If that were the case, their Xuanfeng stock price is probably going to drop to zero. Boss Wang, you are also a wise man. Then I will speak frankly and not in secret. Our military district intends to keep this drone. Once some of the above technologies can be mastered, it will be a leap forward for the strength of the Dragon Country Air Force. But don't worry, Boss Wang. As soldiers, we will never take anything from the people for free. How about this? Follow the normal drone order parameters you gave Shen Fei. That is, the mileage does not exceed 2,000, and the cargo capacity does not exceed 2 tons. Our military region will provide you with 3 such drones in Shen Fei. And I can also have the military industry department of the military region sign a contract with President Wang. As long as you're short of drones, you can use the money to buy them from our military district. I heard Sun Dong's previous 3 sentences. Wang Wei really felt his heart was chilled. But after listening to the end, a smile brighter than flowers suddenly bloomed on Wang Wei's face. Chief, you are truly a good leader for the people. To be honest, this drone has such amazing performance that I was planning to give it to our military district for free. But since you have said so, it is difficult for Wang to shirk responsibility. Would you like to sign the contract first? Hearing Wang Wei's words, the expression on Sun Dongxin's face was slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help laughing. Haha, there must be a reason why Boss Wang was able to lead Shen Fei to become the leading domestic express delivery company. Xiao Wang. Then you can take President Wang to the military industry department to sign the drone contract. Yes, Chief. A police officer responded hurriedly upon hearing this. Then he took Wang Wei and Liang Shuzhong and started walking towards the military industry department. And it seemed that things had a happy ending. But that is not the case. Commander, Mr. Chen, I'll just say what I have to say. Now the drone is staying in the military area, and we have plenty of time to study it. But I think it will be difficult for us to overcome several key technical difficulties of this drone in a short period of time. So it would be best if we could invite Shen Fei to join our military region. At the very least, we could ask him to come over and give us some technical guidance. I think that in a very short time, we can have another Air Force exercise with the Russians. I was so embarrassed last time, I have to get back at it no matter what, Qian Zhong said with a very angry look. Of course, it's not his fault that he has a bad temper. It is true that the Russian country is also a bit rude, because no confidentiality agreement was signed during the exercise. They then published the results of the exercise on their own national military website. As a result, netizens in the Bear Country are all discussing this matter hotly. The strength of the Dragon Country Air Force has been almost degraded beyond recognition by them. Yes, I understand. I'll have someone send Shen Fei an invitation later. Shen Fei can set whatever conditions he wants. As long as he doesn't want my position as the commander of the military zone, he can choose any other position he wants, Sun Dongxian said in a loud voice. Although what he said was a bit exaggerated, it's also a bit unrealistic. He is not the only one who can decide on military district appointments. But as long as Shen Fei dares to make conditions, then Sun Dongxian will try his best to complete it. After all, considering the talent Shen Fei has demonstrated so far and the drone in front of him has incredible performance. This has given Sun Dongxian unlimited confidence to fight for it with the people above. He also believed that when the people above knew what happened today, he will also treat Shen Fei like his treasure. Make some exceptions for Shen Fei in certain aspects. Not a problem at all. Commander, Mr. Chen, what are you all doing here? Just when everyone was looking forward to Shen Fei coming to the military base, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look when they heard the sound. I saw Qin Ning, dressed in casual clothes, walking slowly towards this side from not far away. Her pretty eyes looked around. Obviously, some people were confused as to why so many people were in the square today. At this moment, Chen Jinmin was still thinking about Shen Fei. After seeing that it was Qin Ning, he then said casually, Qin Ning, aren't you on vacation? Why did you come back early? Qin Ning looked up at Chen Jinmin when she heard that. Then he suddenly shook his head and said, Mr. Chen, please don't mention it. While I was on vacation, I suddenly thought of a possible breakthrough. That is to use drones to replace strategic bombers. This way, we can completely get rid of the issue of pilot safety. So I rushed back immediately to see if I could make this idea come true. But on the way back, I did some calculations myself and realized that I was just daydreaming. Since strategic bombers are operated by professional fighter pilots, Many aspects of the technology do not require high technical content. But if drones want to truly replace strategic bombers, there are too many difficulties that cannot be solved. It needs to have a longer range, a larger load capacity, and better balance. This feels more difficult to resolve than our issue. At the end, Qining couldn't help but sigh deeply. Fortunately, she was rushing back in a hurry. It turned out to be just a dream that was even more difficult to achieve. Teacher, since you're all back, I won't take a vacation for now. Let's resolve the issue first. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to the higher-ups. Qining raised her head as she spoke. But when she saw the strange expressions on the faces of Chen Jinmin and others, and then the scene became as silent as death, Qining couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Chen, why are you all looking at me like that? Yes, is there something dirty on my face? Chapter 56 seals Shen Fei's personal information file. While speaking, Qining couldn't help but raise her hand and wipe her fair cheeks twice. And Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others. His eyes could no longer help but linger on Qining and the drone behind her. After a moment, Su Ting finally couldn't help but took a step forward and said, Sister Ing, the drone you mentioned is difficult to make, but a pervert has already built it. Hearing Su Ting's words, Qin Ying's pupils suddenly shrank. Then her eyes were fixed on the drone in the square. His voice was filled with undisguised surprise. Su Ting, what do you mean? Sister Ing, it's like this. Under Qin Ying's surprised and doubtful gaze, Su Ting slowly recounted everything that had happened in the past hour. After Qin Ying finished listening, even her jaw could hardly close. Mr. Chen, is what Su Ting said true? I was still thinking there was no way a drone like this could exist. That Shen Fei has actually built it, and it's only used for transporting express deliveries? Chen Jimin nodded upon hearing this. Qin Ying, it's true. We have all underestimated Shen Fei, but it is already commendable that you were the first to think of a way to solve the issue with drones. Chen Jimin said with admiration in his eyes. Qin Ying waved her hand and said, Mr. Chen, this is not actually something I came up with. It was my eldest nephew who accidentally woke me up. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Commander, where is Shen Fei's store located? Hasn't he replied to the military district yet? Then I will go there myself. Tie me up and tie up Shen Fei and bring him to our military district. Otherwise, once other military regions learn about this, they might resort to some means to snatch our men away. After all, the 5 major war zones are now eager for top military and industrial talents. Our military district is very powerful in Demon City, but looking at the 5 major war zones, there are many research bases that are more powerful than our military district. Qin Ying will not stop until her words shock people. Sun Dongxian just wanted to use generous treatment to lure Shen Fei to join their military region. Qin Ying actually planned to kidnap Shen Fei. Think about Qin Ying's fighting power, which is comparable to that of a special operations soldier. Then look at Qin Ying rolling up her sleeves at this moment. Sun Dongxian felt that Qin Ying was not joking. As for Su Ting, Ma Hongyi and others standing aside, the noise had already started. Sister Ing, good job. Go tie up Shen Fei. I'll cheer you on in the military district. In our military region, besides the commander, Mr. Chen, and everyone with a higher rank than me, I admire you the most, Sister Ing. You are truly a role model for our generation. That's right, Sister Ing. You can be a little more ruthless when you strike. Shen Fei is such a depressing guy. You don't know. Zhang Ke was made to cry by him before. Zhang Ke, oh, stop talking. I feel like crying again. Everyone was talking at once. They all seemed to be enjoying the fun. Sun Dong first glanced at Chen Jimin. After finding that he always looked excited, black lines appeared on his forehead. Stop. Stop it. You are soldiers, not gangsters and bandits. What are you thinking? You tied him up. What are you thinking? Qin Ying, I'm telling you, you'd better give up this thought. Even if Shen Fei really doesn't want to come to our military region, I won't tell you Shen Fei's address. As for checking it yourself, you can try to see if you can find it out. As soon as I found Shen Fei's address, I asked the Household Registration Management Department of the Demon City Public Security Bureau to seal up Shen Fei's personal files and all his personal information. At present, I am the only one who can mobilize and check the Demon City. The performance of this drone is terrifying now. Shen Fei's talent in scientific research is extremely rare. I have asked someone to report Shen Fei's matter to the Central Military General Office. By then, Shen Fei's personal file information will be top secret. The presidents of the 5 major war zones must obtain approval from the Central Military Office if they want to inspect them. Sun Dong first glanced at Qin Ying. He looked like he was saying, give it a try and see if you can get approval from the General Office of the Central Military Commission. Of course, this is also Qining. That's why Sun Dongxian told her so much. If it were someone else, Sun Dong would have just shouted, get lost, and sent the person running away. Sister Ing, that's enough. Your great cause is over before it even began. Sister Ing, take a shower and have a rest. Unless you dig deep into the entire demon city, you probably won't even be able to see Shen Fei. Haha, Sister Ing, don't be depressed. If it doesn't work out later, I'll really ask the military general office for approval. Su Ting and others heard what Sun Dongxian said. I couldn't help laughing. When Qining heard this, she glanced at Su Ting and the others and said, what should I be depressed about? Do you really not understand what the commander means? If we can't get Shen Fei, then people from the other 5 war zones won't be able to get him either. But if the 5 major war zones all start to have ideas about Shen Fei, do you think the commander can really sit still? I won't have to do anything by then. I guess the commander will have to take Fei Long's men to get Shen Fei back first, right? Qining shrugged. Finally, he looked in the direction where Sun Dongxian was. Su Ting and others were stunned when they heard this. Then he reacted suddenly. All eyes were directed at Sun Dongxian. Mr. Chun, I think the people in your research base are too idle. There is still a lot of room for research on Shen Fei's drone. I think we should start from now on. We must figure out half of this drone within 3 days. If you can't play, the Special Forces team seems to be doing a new round of physical training recently. Let them join in as well. Facing everyone's staring eyes, Sun Dongxian gave the order directly. Then Qining and others were not allowed to refute. Sun Dongxian left the scene with his hands behind his back. Only Su Ting and others were left in the square, who suddenly started howling like ghosts. Commander, you can't play like this. Sister Ing, look at what you have done. Don't. Sister Ing, don't do it. I'm not talking about you. Misunderstanding. Woo woo woo, Sister Ing. This is the commander's order. Go and hit the commander if you have the guts. Sister Ing, I was wrong. Be gentle. It hurts. Chapter 57. Shen Fei was stunned. In an ordinary house in Tianhai community. After Qining left, Shen Fei lay alone on the lounge chair on the balcony. I fell into a sound sleep comfortably. I have to say, Qinying's sudden appearance added a lot of color to Shen Fei's life. Shen Fei was in a very happy mood and was enjoying his current life. It was just Shen Fei who was sleeping. I didn't know that the drone he built had caused a sensation. Ding, ding, ding. Text message alerts rang one after another. Shen Fei frowned unconsciously when he heard the voice. Then he finally opened his sleepy eyes, which were difficult to open. Not many people know my phone number. Why is it so noisy? Shen Fei muttered to himself. Then he opened his phone and looked over. And it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. After seeing it, Shen Fei was completely stunned. Hello, Comrade Shen Fei. I am Sun Dongxian, the commander of the 1st Army stationed in Mo City. I sincerely invite you to join our 1st Army. Hello, Comrade Shen Fei. It's me again. I forgot to say, just now, you can set any conditions, and I will do my best to meet you. Hello, Comrade Shen Fei. Sorry to bother you again. I and all the comrades in the 1st Military Region are very eager for you to join the 1st Military Region. Let our military industry and scientific research base to a higher level. Looking at the 3 text messages that came into view, there were half-an-hour intervals between them. Shen Fei was a little dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. It was enough to make a military district commander send him 3 text messages in half an hour, and each one is more exaggerated than the last. The new energy vehicle I developed for Xiaomi Group has caused quite a stir. But this can't be done by a military district commander personally inviting me, right? The person from the military research base also sent a message before. These messages don't look fake. With a trace of doubt and uncertainty in mind, Shen Fei looked at the following messages again. All I saw were a few order receipt messages from the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. The sender is Wang Wei. After reading the message sent by Wang Wei, Shen Fei scrolled back to the top few text messages. Then it dawned on me. It turned out that the drone's flight path was not set correctly, and it accidentally flew over the military area and was intercepted by people from the military area. That makes sense. Several technologies on that drone do involve military industry. No wonder the military district commander sent several text messages. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Shen Fei's brows unconsciously frowned slightly, because he had thought it through clearly when he first received the text message. Joining the military research base is simply impossible. But now a group army district commander personally invited him in his own name. Shen Fei really didn't know why it was the same as last time. He rejected it outright. Let's not talk about the other things for now. Now Shen Fei is still on someone else's territory. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Not to mention that the eaves are so big. Rejection must be refused. But how can you be more tactful? Otherwise, this is like a scholar meeting a soldier. I heard that many people in the military district have bad tempers. What if they kidnap me? Shen Fei rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. About 5 minutes passed. Shen Fei suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Got it." After saying that, Shen Fei directly opened the super laboratory. The whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. It only took a blink of an eye. Shen Fei appeared in the room again. At this moment, his mobile phone already contained a whole document on the difficulties involved in making drones. These include, but are not limited to, the overall structure diagram of the drone, special material analysis diagrams, the molecular principles of aviation fuel compression in the fuel tank, etc. With this information, the military district doesn't need Shen Fei. It can also greatly shorten the time it takes to study and understand the drone. Well, that's all we can do. I almost chewed the rice into pieces and fed it to them. As for whether the scientific research talents in the military region can understand these drawings and how much they can understand, that depends on their understanding. But at worst, it shouldn't be a problem to make a drone with slightly weaker performance. Shen Fei said to himself. Then he sent the information over. Of course, Shen Fei did not give this information for free. Shen Fei would never do anything that would make him lose money. If Sun Dong accepted the information from him, he would have to agree to Shen Fei's request not to join the military region. And after doing all this, Shen Fei's brows were still furrowed at this moment. He has temporarily resolved the issue of the invitation from the military district. But Shen Fei also knew that the location of his suburban manufacturing store must have been exposed. Regardless of whether there will be unexpected circumstances, Shen Fei felt that some comprehensive measures needed to be taken next. While leaving Tianhai Community, he started heading towards the suburban manufacturing store. Shen Fei held his mobile phone in one hand and started placing various online orders. First, the first step, Shen Fei's plan was to hire some workers to completely renovate the suburban manufacturing store. Then install surveillance and defense systems around the manufacturing shop. These are not difficult tasks at all for Shen Fei, who has already fully mastered the modern intelligence system. He can even build a set of fully intelligent automatic warning and defense facilities, used to ensure the safety and confidentiality of your own manufacturing shop. Secondly, Shen Fei felt that it was necessary to import some metal materials and organic polymer materials. It was fine before, but now there is a possibility that you are being monitored. Shen Fei can't just create things out of thin air without buying any materials every time. At last, Shen Fei also needs to purchase a batch of equipment from the super laboratory. These devices must ensure that Shen Fei can operate without relying on super laboratories. The ordered products can also be created in reality. This way, there is no risk of error. He could also completely and justifiably reject the invitation from the military district. Because I'm not afraid of investigation. I'm not afraid of investigation at all. And when I think about the astronomical amount of money that will be spent on this series of operations, Shen Fei couldn't help but said weakly, "System, it seems that I misunderstood you before. If only this weren't a little darker and a little less treacherous. There's simply no money for such a big move. Just this one. The money saved from a few orders will probably be enough to make almost everything." When Shen Fei felt that he still had a long way to go on the road of being a profiteer. On the other side, inside the first military district base in Demon City, Chen Jimin stood at the window of his office and looked down. It took a long time for my mood to calm down. The drone built by Shen Fei gave him tremendous boost. An entire military research base, even with the new super hard alloy material that Qining just researched. All the military products developed in 5 years. It's not as technologically advanced as the drone developed by Shen Fei alone. Chen Jimin, are you really worthy of being the head of this research base? Sun Dongxian said that except the position of military district commander, which could not be given to Shen Fei, any other position could be given to Shen Fei. Chen Jimin really wanted to give the position of the head of the research base to Shen Fei, although the military general office will definitely not allow it. But Chen Jimin really wanted to say it. Apart from the fact that Shen Fei's qualifications may not be sufficient, his achievements in scientific research really made Chen Jimin feel ashamed. He has devoted most of his life to military scientific research. After decades of hard work, we have also developed some valuable research results. But compared with Shen Fei's scientific research results, all his research has become dull. At the very least, Chen Jimin has not been able to make Longwa's military industry an absolute global leader in certain aspects. But once Shen Fei's drone technology breaks through, then Longwa's strength in unmanned strategic bombers will be the best in the world. It is more than 2 levels higher than other countries. Knock knock. Mr. Chun, are you there? I'm Dongshan. I have something to talk to you about. And just when Chen Jimin was full of thoughts, the door of his office suddenly rang. After hearing clearly that it was Sun Dongshan's voice, Chen Jimin immediately withdrew his thoughts. He looked up at the sky. Then he went to open the door and couldn't help but wonder. It's so late. What's the commander so anxious about? Chapter 58, the combat exercise, is about to begin. Chen Jimin reached out and opened the door. Sun Dongxian walked directly into the room with an excited look on his face. I couldn't even take the time to sit down. He excitedly took out his cell phone, handed it to Chen Jimin, and said, Mr. Chun, Shen Fei has some news. This is the information he sent me on the major difficulties in drone research. Please take a look first. Oh, Chen Jimin couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard this. Then he hurriedly took the phone from Sun Dongxian. Watching while, Chen Jimin sat down on the sofa next to him. And it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. It took a full half hour to watch it. During this period, Sun Dongxian's expression was as nervous as possible. But I was afraid of disturbing Chen Jimin. He could only sit there restlessly, waiting quietly for Chen Jimin to finish reading the information sent by Shen Fei. About 5 more minutes passed. Chen Jimin slowly put down his phone. At this moment, his face was already filled with horror. His thin body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Seeing this, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chun, how is it? Hearing what Sun Dongxian said, Chen Jimin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, It's worth a fortune. This information is worth a fortune. The overall structure of the drone, the analysis of special materials, the molecular principle of aviation fuel compression in the fuel tank, etc. Shen Fei has analyzed them all in detail for us in this document. With this information, we can greatly shorten the time it takes to develop this drone. If it's fast, it will only take 3 days at most. We will be able to produce a batch of drones with slightly weaker performance, but they can also perfectly perform bombing missions. However, if we want to achieve the same performance as the drone built by Shen Fei himself, we still need to carefully study the information sent by Shen Fei. Commander, I'll be honest with you. Even if Shen Fei has made some things clear, it is still very difficult for us to implement them. Shen Fei is really a scientific research genius. These things, especially molecular compression and its implementation principles, how on earth did he come up with them? Finally, Chen Jimin's eyes once again revealed an expression of amazement that he could not conceal at all. And Sun Dongxian saw this. Equally excited, but he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Mr. Chun, I'll give this information to you. Whether we can fully develop a drone with the same performance as Shen Fei's depends entirely on your research base. In fact, when Shen Fei sent the information to me, he was also rejecting my invitation in disguise. He said he was used to being alone and relaxed and wasn't used to being tied down. And if we accept this drone information, we can no longer force him. Alas, maybe we have unintentionally put pressure on Shen Fei. I think we can't just take this drone information for free. We have to give Shen Fei enough compensation. Sun Dongxian said with a complicated expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin couldn't help but shook his head repeatedly. Both of them knew it very well. People like Shen Fei, just reject them once. Then it will be useless for them to put forward more and higher conditions. Mr. Chen, I actually think this might not be a bad thing. A genius like Shen Fei has his own ideas. Coming to our research base will definitely affect him to some extent. And the most important point is that Shen Fei has made his position clear. This drone development data is not just used by Shen Fei to reject me. He also used this research and development information to show that he is patriotic. That's good enough for me. Sun Dongxian spoke silently. Upon hearing this, Chen Jimin glanced at Sun Dongxian and seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Sun Dong first said this. But in fact, which military region is not eager for talents like Shen Fei? In recent years, all major war zones have focused on developing military technology. Research bases like theirs are popping up like mushrooms after a rain. I don't know how many of them popped up. The competition is so fierce. Of course, this kind of healthy competition is completely allowed by the higher authorities. The purpose is to stimulate the overall national defense strength of Dragon Country. After all, national defense is the foundation of a country's diplomacy. Dignity lies on the edge of the sword. The truth is always within the range of cannons. And if their research base could have a scientific research genius like Shen Fei, I dare not say anything else. Looking at the entire Eastern Wilderness war zone, Chen Jimin even dared to say that their research base could thrive relying on Shen Fei alone. Mr. Chen, please don't think too much. Although Shen Fei has not agreed to join our military region, he is in the Magic City, so we are the first to get the moon. By the way, I have another matter to discuss with you today. You can leave the research and development of drones to Qianzhou. You need to take people to inspect all the tanks and fighter planes within the next week. See if there is anything that can be improved. A new round of exercises between our 1st Army in Demon City and the 71st Army in the Eastern Theater is about to begin. The higher-ups are taking this war exercise very seriously this time. I heard that several senior leaders from the Military General Office will come to watch the exercise in person. Hearing what Sun Dongxian said, a serious look suddenly appeared on Chen Jinmin's face. The East Wilderness War Zone is one of the 5 major war zones in the country. It has 3 combined armies and 5 directly affiliated brigades, namely the 71st Army, the 72nd Army, and the 73rd Army. The directly affiliated brigades are the Long-Range Artillery Brigade, Reconnaissance Brigade, Electronic Warfare Brigade, Information Assurance Brigade, and Pontoon Bridge Brigade. And their Demon City 1st Army originally stood alone, used to guard and defend the international metropolis of Magic City. It's the same principle as the elite troops from the Central Theater Command guarding Yanjing. However, in recent years, in order to improve the combat capability of the 1st Army, the Military General Office also included the 1st Army Group of Demon City into the jurisdiction of the Eastern Wilderness War Zone. I have to say, this really greatly improved the combat capability of the 1st Army. But this combat capability was developed through being tortured. The 72nd and 73rd Armies took turns to pin down the 1st Army, let alone winning the combat exercise. Every time I can hold on for 1 more hour, it is a stage victory. Mr. Chen, we all have to work harder this time. We are always being beaten by those army groups. We are almost becoming a joke in the Eastern Theater, Sun Dongxian said with a rage. The 1st Army was regarded as a joke. Then Sun Dongxian is naturally the most embarrassing one. So he dreams of winning once. Not to mention that several senior leaders from the Military Commission will come to watch the battle in person this time. Chapter 59. Renovate the Manufacturing Shop. Commander, don't worry. I, an old man, will lead the people in the research base to do our best. By the way, the most powerful part of the 71st Army is their armored division, right? Hearing Chen Jimin's question, Sun Dongxian was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Chen. The 71st Army's armored division is equipped with more than 300 tanks of various types. There are more than 70 light tanks and more than 80 medium tanks. But their most powerful weapons are still their heavy tanks and super heavy tanks. We have had 2 military exercises with the 71st Army before, and were defeated by their armored divisions both times. The tank is the king of land warfare. The 71st Group's armored division is the most powerful in the Eastern Theater, and they have not just 1, but 2 of these armored divisions. Finally, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but sigh again and again. The hope for victory in this combat exercise became increasingly slim. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the 1st Military Region Research Base, Qining, Su Ting, and others were gathered together. I don't know what they're talking about. And at this moment, suddenly, the sound of military boots stepping on fallen leaves was heard. Qining and others turned their heads to look when they heard the voice. Then Qin Ying's pretty eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. I saw a woman in military uniform and with a cold look standing not far away. Fold your arms across your chest. He looked at Qining and the others coldly. I have to say, the woman's appearance was as exquisite as Qin Ying's. Her proud figure could not even be concealed by the loose military uniform. If Qining didn't have 2 straight long legs supporting her, she was indeed inferior to the woman who suddenly appeared. Qining, long time no see. The female officer looked Qining up and down. Then he spoke slowly. Jiang Lin, can't you, the 71st Army, afford larger uniforms? Or do you know that your advantage is your good figure, and you deliberately dressed like this to come to me? Then I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. Su Ting Mahangi, are you too interested in her? Qining glanced at the female officer named Jiang Lin indifferently. Never stop until your words shock people. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, who were standing by, smelled gunpowder in the air. I've already taken several steps back. Who would have thought that he still couldn't escape? Seeing Qin Ying's eyes glance at the two of them, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi immediately shook their heads like rattles and said, "We're not interested, Sister Ing. We're not interested." What a joke. No matter how beautiful Jiang Lin is or how good her figure is, they don't even dare to say they are interested. Otherwise, Qining will let them both know why the flowers are so red. After all, they had heard of it. Qining and Jiang Lin had some conflicts when they were in military school. It has continued to the two major military regions. Speaking of which, these are old enemies of 4 or 5 years. Jiang Lin on the opposite side heard what they said. His already cold expression suddenly became even colder. Qining, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you today. A new round of combat exercises between your 1st Army and our 71st Army is about to begin. I think you already know about this. Last time, your 1st Army was defeated by the new smoothbore cannon we developed. Now the year has passed. Has your research base come up with anything new? Oh, by the way, I heard that you developed some kind of super hard alloy material. Then you can try to see if this material can withstand being crushed by our heavy tanks. While speaking, Jiang Lin raised her chin slightly. It looked as if the 71st Army had already won. Jiang Lin, what's the point of saying so much? How about this? I heard that the casualty target given by the higher-ups this time is not low. Let's each drive a tank and see who can kill the other? Qining finished speaking. He also grinned at Jiang Lin. A very bright smile. Qining, after so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. I won't waste my time talking to you. Our Chief of Staff and your 1st Army have made preliminary plans for the combat exercise, and the plan should be almost complete. I hope you can smile like this during the combat drill in a week. After Jiang Lin finished speaking, he turned around and started walking away in his military boots, until her figure completely disappeared into the night. Qining couldn't help but narrow her eyes and couldn't help muttering, I have tested the super hard alloy. It should be able to withstand the smoothbore artillery of the 71st Military District. But why is Jiang Lin so sure that I will lose? No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, Shen Fei in a suburban manufacturing shop. He then began his complete transformation of the manufacturing shop. Originally, he was planning to take over an order first. Make your funds more sufficient. But after waking up, he took a look. The manufacturing shop has enough orders. There are almost millions of orders placed. The largest amount is the order for drones from Shen Fei Group that he has already taken over. The rest are mostly car brands. It seemed that everyone had not yet recovered from the car with the exaggerated intelligence system that he built for Xiaomi Group. But it is worth mentioning, Huawei, a top domestic technology company, also placed an order with him. The order amount was as high as 50 million. This incident caused an uproar on the internet last night. Many netizens believe that Shen Fei will definitely accept this order from Huawei next, although Warwick Group chose to hide the content of the order. But most netizens speculated that it must be a mobile phone. After all, Warwick Group's most famous product is still the Warwick mobile phone. And netizens guessed right. But he was only half right. The order that Huawei placed with Shen Fei was indeed a mobile phone order. Want to find Shen Fei to build a new generation? 50 million is just the manufacturing cost, and the subsequent patent fees for mobile phone technology can be discussed in detail. It can be said that his style is much greater than that of Lei Jun. But Shen Fei had no intention of accepting this order. Because although mobile phones are full of technology, there are many areas where breakthroughs can be made. But in Shen Fei's opinion, since the birth of mobile phones, their most basic and important function has been their communication capability. As long as it can meet this capability, it is a qualified mobile phone. In terms of practicality, Shen Fei felt that there was nothing to break through. At most, it's just some entertainment, gimmicks, and selling points. Shen Fei really has no interest. Boss, how thick should the wall be? Is the drawing you gave us wrong? A wall that's over a meter thick. That's too expensive, boss. Just as Shen Fei was thinking, a worker's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. Shen Fei was startled when he heard this, and then he shouted, Yes, that's right. It's more than 1 meter thick. Money is not a problem. Just build it. As Shen Fei spoke, he started walking towards that direction. He was still mumbling incoherently. Not thick? How can it be okay if it's not thick? We'll have to put anti-missile materials in it later. Otherwise, I'd always feel anxious and scared to death. Chapter 60. Why is there still a confidentiality agreement? Under the guidance of Shen Fei, workers from more than 20 professional construction teams were busy all day long. Finally, the exterior wall of the manufacturing shop was completed. Of course, this is just the simplest outer wall. Next, Shen Fei will have to add some technology and hard work on it himself. According to Shen Fei's initial idea, the renovation and improvement of the manufacturing shop will focus on prevention and early warning. As for defense, it is the resistance ability of his entire manufacturing shop. Shen Fei felt that this aspect of strength would be best if it could withstand a round of Hellfire missile bombardment. As for early warning, Shen Fei's idea was to find any suspicious person within 1 kilometer. The alarm system can automatically identify and issue a warning to him. At last, Shen Fei also felt it necessary to have a small plane for escape. The aircraft does not need to be capable of anything else. There is only one prerequisite that needs to be met. That's fast. So fast that danger can always slow him down by 100,000 steps. Well, let's just take care of these for now. If there are any unsafe areas later, they can be improved at any time. Shen Fei nodded to himself. He was obviously very satisfied with his initial idea. In the next few days, Shen Fei stayed in the manufacturing shop. In and out of the super lab, the manufacturing shop is undergoing a complete transformation. Originally, this transformation might take a lot of time, at least a few months. But because of the super laboratory, Shen Fei estimated that it would take another day or 2 at most. The transformation of the manufacturing shop can be completed. While Shen Fei was busy, in the first military region on the other side, Chen Jinmin, Qining, Qianzhong, and others were also working day and night without sleep. Chen Jinmin, Qining, and several other researchers from the research base. They are all preparing for the combat exercises with the 71st Group Army in a few days. Qianzhong brought with him a group of highly skilled fighter military personnel. We started to conquer the drone technology of Shen Fei because they had the difficult information on drone manufacturing sent to them by Shen Fei. Qianzhong and his team have made some breakthrough progress. It is expected to take another half day. We will be able to produce a batch of unmanned strategic bombers with slightly weaker performance. When Sun Dongxian learned the news, besides being excited, I immediately reported the matter. And we hope to have a new round of Air Force combat exercises with the Bear Country. Leave it to their 1st Military Region's Aviation Division, Shanfeng Headquarters Building. When Shen Fei and the people in the military district were busy, little did they know that Wang Wei was sitting on the top floor of the building. At this moment, I even wanted to jump off the building. Lao Liang, why is there such a thing as a confidentiality agreement? Why didn't you take a closer look at the contract when you signed it? There are only less than 2 hours left until the deadline for our drone launch. Someone from the information department just reported to me. The number of followers on our official Douyin account, which we use to live stream the press conference, has grown from 0 to over 8 million in less than a week. It is estimated that nearly 10 million netizens are waiting for our drone launch live broadcast. What do you think we should do now? Finally, Wang Wei's face was already filled with worry. Originally, the 1st Military Region provided Shanfeng with 3 unmanned transport aircraft. In addition, we can sign an agreement with the military region to purchase drones. Wang Wei felt that their drone launch event would be a huge hit this time. At the very least, it will allow Shanfeng Group to firmly establish itself as the leading domestic express delivery company, a position that no one will be able to surpass in the next 10 years. But it's okay now. The contract signed between the military district and them actually included a confidentiality agreement. That was before the 1st Military Region developed the Shen Fei drone. Shanfeng cannot disclose anything related to the 1st Military Region. In other words, Shanfeng couldn't even take out the 3 drones provided by the military region. Wang Wei didn't know why there was such a confidentiality agreement. What he knew was that in 2 hours, Shanfeng would become a joke. This drone launch event caused such a big fuss. In the end, Shanfeng couldn't even fart. 10 million netizens spit at each other. It can even flood Xuanfeng's headquarters building. Boss Wang, we were so busy having fun at that time that we didn't have the energy to look at the contract. And what's the use of reading it? Can we still refuse the visa? Hearing Wang Wei's words, Liang Shuzhong couldn't help but sigh deeply. Now it's the only thing they can do. I'm just hoping that a miracle will happen within 2 hours. The Longhua military network released news about the new generation of unmanned strategic bombers. They directly threw out the contract of 3 drones to the military district. From then on, there was no one in the express delivery industry who could compete. On the contrary, What is waiting for them in Shenfeng? Liang Shuzhong didn't even dare to think about it. Chapter 61. Shen Fei falls from the altar? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yinjing time. This is the time when Shenfeng Group announced the drone launch conference. There is less than an hour left. Shenzhen, Haihu Park. After lunch, a large number of people began to arrive here one after another. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this place as packed with people at this moment. What is even more exaggerated is the number of netizens who are watching the live broadcast online. Reporters from Xinhuanet, People's Daily Online, and Youth Daily rushed to the scene after hearing the news and started the live broadcast. Millions of viewers flocked into several major live broadcast rooms. Brothers, everyone is here to follow the press conference again. My wife follows variety shows, and I follow press conferences. Well, our family has been harmonious ever since. Oh, it's been a week. Who knows how I spent this week? Brother Fei was a little slow in completing the order this time, but it's an airplane after all, so please be understanding. I still say the same thing. If Shenfeng uses the drones made by Brother Fei to deliver packages in the future, then I will be Xuanfeng's 10-year-old fan. I will only use Shenfeng for delivery in the future. Jingdong, it was a wrong decision after all. The viewers who came to see Shen Fei were chatting enthusiastically in the live broadcast room. It was like meeting old friends whom I hadn't seen for years, and time passed quietly with the surge of people. But after the deadline for Xuanfeng's press conference arrived, nearly 10 million viewers, both at the scene and in the live broadcast room, were dumbfounded. The 2 reporters from Xinhuanet and People's Daily looked at each other. I even doubted whether I had come to the wrong place. Normally, it should be half an hour before the press conference starts. Someone from Shenfeng Group should come out to set up the venue. At that time, they could still comfort themselves. I wondered if the people from Shenfeng wanted to give everyone a surprise. But now the time for Shenfeng Group's press conference to start has passed. In such a huge Haihu Park, there is not even a single person from Shenfeng Group to be seen. The audience looked around. After confirming that there were really no one from Shenfeng Group around, the noise suddenly rose to the sky. Tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. Then the pot exploded. What the hell? What is Shenfeng doing? I postponed my wedding just to watch this press conference. Is this a joke? I didn't even bother taking the CET6 exam just to watch this press conference. And in the end, I ended up watching nothing. Fuck. Give me back. No, you don't need to buy a ticket. Fuck, you liar. You cheated me. Wait. Stop arguing. Let's sort this out. This is a drone press conference. Shenfeng stood everyone up. Could it be that there is a problem with the drone? Shit. Did Brother Fei really run away? Didn't he build a drone for Shenfeng? I've already told you that Brother Fei, the ruthless businessman, will stop when he makes a big profit. Mr. Wang just happened to run into him. Brother Fei, I don't want to run away, but 100 million is too much. Ha ha ha. Has Boss Wang called the police now? I sympathize with Mr. Wang for a second, but there is not much sympathy. Why didn't you say the press conference earlier? Brothers rushed to Shenfeng. I don't know how many people have been looking forward to the drone launch for a week. In the end, no one from Shenfeng Group showed up. Countless netizens were outraged. They all ran to the Shenfeng Group's official website and started the blasting operation. Of course, netizens did this just to get Shenfeng to give an explanation. Did Shen Fei really run away? Or did Shen Fei fail to build the drone within the agreed time limit? No matter what the reason is, there is no doubt that this is a huge blow to Shen Fei's image. Tiger Shark live streaming platform was the first to learn about this incident. Shen Fei's live broadcast advertising store has been removed from the shelves. This has made countless netizens suspicious. Shenfeng Group headquarters building. Wang Wei felt his blood pressure soaring at this moment. This drone launch conference. How could Shenfeng not be prepared at all? Less than 200 meters away from Haihu Park. All the people on the 3 large trucks were employees of Shenfeng Group. There are also some equipment and facilities that may be used in this press conference. They were just waiting for Wang Wei to give them the message to set up the venue. And Wang Wei held on until the last second. We also haven't received any news from the 1st Military Region. What can he do? It's not that Wang Wei doesn't want to show this side. As soon as he shows up, everyone will flock to him. Ask him why the press conference did not take place as scheduled. There is a confidentiality agreement. He has a lot to say, but he can't say it. Instead of this, Wang Wei thought it would be better not to show up. At least Shenfeng Group will not be so passive. Boss Wang, how should we deal with this matter now? There's too much noise outside right now. Although we have a trump card to turn the tables, who knows when we can play it? Liang Shuzhong looked straight at Wang Wei. He looked like he had absolutely no idea what to do. He felt a little resentful about the confidentiality agreement of the first military region. He couldn't help but slander Shen Fei. Brother, my dear brother, that drone you made is so amazing. When will the people in the first military region figure it out? They haven't figured it out yet, so don't we just have to keep silent? Lao Liang, there is only one way now. That is to issue a notice announcing the postponement of the drone launch conference. Don't say anything else. The more you talk, the more confusion you'll have. Now we can only try to keep silent. I hope the military district can quickly study the drone that Brother Shen Fei has developed. Wang Wei pondered for a few seconds. Then he slowly waved his hand. He now looked extremely tired. Tired, Mr. Wang said he was really tired. Okay, Mr. Wang. I'll arrange it right away. Liang Shuzhong nodded upon hearing this. Then he quickly left Wang Wei's office. Liang Shuzhong moved very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, an announcement was posted on Shunfeng Group's official website, as well as the official accounts of Shunfeng Group's major platforms. We apologize for not informing you of the cancellation of the press conference in time. Shunfeng Group's drone launch conference will also be held. The date is to be determined. The content of the announcement was brief. Shunfeng Group's apology was also sincere. But regarding the content of this announcement, the majority of netizens are not buying it. Isn't this pure Tai Chi? For what netizens really want to know? Shunfeng didn't respond at all. How could tens of millions of netizens just let it go like this? The official websites of Shunfeng Group's major platforms were soon collectively bombarded by netizens. Countless netizens left comments. We just want to know the truth. Is that too much to ask? The entire battle lasted from 6 o'clock in the evening to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. It won't end until all netizens are sleepy. And with so many netizens condemning it, Shunfeng Group has remained silent. Soon this incident was on the hot search list of Weibo and Douyin. The top trending searches are all related to Shen Fei and Shunfeng Group. Top search list. Shunfeng UAV press conference was canceled for no reason. The reason is still unknown. Second place on the hot search list. Has Shen Fei, the sensational scientific research genius, reached his limit? Third place in the hot search list. Shunfeng Group has remained silent on the matter of Shen Fei and drones. What is the secret? Hot search list fourth place. The number of orders at Shen Fei manufacturing store dropped sharply. In half a day, the number of orders dropped from several million to 1 million. Countless customers chose to cancel their orders. Fifth place in the hot search list. Shunfeng Group's express delivery volume has also been severely affected. According to incomplete statistics, Shunfeng's delivery volume has decreased by nearly 30% compared to the same period. Shunfeng Group may suffer the biggest crisis since its listing. This night, with countless netizens participating in heated discussions, the rankings of these hot searches are always high. The popularity is nearly 3 times higher than other topics. The next morning, in a villa in Shenzhen, Wang Wei, who had just woken up, glanced at his phone. Then he threw the phone away. Oh my God, please send a thunderbolt to kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 62. Shunfeng Group's huge crisis. Get up from the bed. Wang Wei walked to the window in his pajamas, looking at the beautiful scenery of birds singing and flowers blooming outside the window. Wang Wei became more and more irritated. I have done good deeds throughout my life, seen the ups and downs of life, and the ups and downs of the business world, but I am always walking on thin ice. But this was the only thing that was not taken into account in the end. Brother Shen Fei, what kind of person are you? Even the invitation from the military commander can't impress you? In the end, the military district could only focus on studying the drone. Wang Wei couldn't calm down for a long time. The current situation of Shunfeng Group is even more dire than yesterday. 9 o'clock. Shenzhen Stock Exchange stocks have just opened. Shunfeng's stock price began to plummet. It took less than 2 hours to fall from 1 to 5. Falling at this rate, I don't think it will be until 3 p.m. Shunfeng stock will hit the limit down by 10 today. The top floor of Shenzhen Shunfeng headquarters building, in front of the chairman's office belonging to Wang Wei. It was already crowded with people. Dozens of Shunfeng Group's board members blocked the entire corridor. Liang Shuzhong, I can't get through to Wang Wei's phone. You must know where Wang Wei is now. We want an explanation. It's fine if you don't give an explanation to the people outside, but is it possible that Wang Wei doesn't intend to say anything to us directors? A middle-aged man wearing a big gold chain pointed at Liang Shuzhong and spoke. After he said this, the other Shunfeng directors were also outraged. One by one they came forward, Liang Shuzhong was completely surrounded. Liang Shuzhong saw this situation. I could only speak quickly. Mr. Li, fellow directors, please listen to me. I really don't know where Mr. Wang is. But don't worry, Mr. Wang will definitely give you an explanation for this matter in the end. Don't you still trust Mr. Wang's character? Liang Shuzhong tried his best to calm the emotions of the directors. Of course, he felt helpless as well. Only he, Wang Wei, and a few pilots knew about yesterday's trip to the military district. Because I signed a confidentiality agreement. Wang Wei asked him and all the people who knew about it to keep their mouths shut. The 3 drones given to them by the military district were sealed in a warehouse in the suburbs. The promotional videos have already been shot, but he had no way of telling these things to the directors. Otherwise, the news would leak out. That would be a violation of the military district's confidentiality agreement, and they simply cannot afford the consequences. Humph! Believe in Wang Wei? How can you expect us to believe it? Xuanfeng's stock price has plummeted. Today's limit down is a foregone conclusion. It will definitely fall again tomorrow when the market opens. Are we supposed to trust Wang's prestige until the day when Xuanfeng's stock price completely collapses and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange forces Xuanfeng to delist? And if the current situation continues, I guess this day is not far away. The middle-aged man named Li Kuan, wearing a big gold chain, snorted coldly. When the other directors heard this, they became even more excited. Some people even started pushing Liang Shuzhong, questioned him how he, the assistant to the chairman, did it. The scene was in chaos for a moment. Many Xuanfeng employees rushed up upon hearing the news, just when Liang Shuzhong was completely overwhelmed by the directors. A deep voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Stop, Li Kuan. What do you want to do? Boss Wang. Boss Wang is here. After a few shouts, the scene suddenly became quiet. Then the crowd dispersed into an aisle. Wang Wei and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked quickly towards this side. Li Kuan, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Walk all the way to Liang Shuzhong. After patting Liang Shuzhong's shoulder gently, Wang Wei turned his head and spoke coldly to Li Kuan and others. The directors of Xuanfeng Group all avoided Wang Wei's gaze. After all, no one dares to challenge Wang Wei's position in Xuanfeng Group. Only Li Kuan still looked like a tough guy and said, Boss Wang, what are we going to do here? You should know that very well. Shouldn't you give us an explanation about the drone incident? Seeing Li Kuan being so tough, the other directors straightened their backs a little and said, That's right, Mr. Wang. You have to give everyone an explanation. Now that Xuanfeng's stock price has fallen so much, how can we not be anxious? Boss Wang, is it because Shen Fei failed to develop a drone that our 100 million yuan went down the drain? Dozens of directors were talking to each other. The entire corridor became noisy again in an instant. At the corner of the stairs not far away, several Xuanfeng employees were secretly taking pictures of this scene with their cell phones. Wang Wei looked around. After 2 seconds of silence, he slowly spoke. I know Xuanfeng's current difficult situation better than any of you. I founded Xuanfeng, and I want it to be better than any of you. I have nothing to say about the drone and Shen Fei. Now I only have one thing to say. If you trust me, Wang Wei, then I guarantee that Xuanfeng will be able to safely survive this crisis. If you don't believe me, this is Lawyer Zhang Yang from the Red Circle. I can buy all the shares you have at the highest price. Wang Wei's voice was very calm. There was no expression on his face. But he said these words. But it was like a raging storm. All of them hit the hearts of dozens of Xuanfeng directors. In an instant, dozens of directors looked at each other in confusion. I didn't know how to respond to Wang Wei's words. Only Li Kuan frowned. He looked straight at Wang Wei and said, Mr. Wang, are you sure you are not kidding? If we sell all our shareholder shares to you, no matter how rich you are, you will go bankrupt. I, Wang Wei, have my way. If you are willing to believe me, then go back and do what you need to do now. If you don't believe me, you can go find Lawyer Zhang right now to sign the share transfer agreement. Once the contract is signed, I will ask the finance department to transfer the money to you immediately. Lawyer Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you today. Wang Wei glanced at Li Kuan and dozens of other directors of Xuanfeng Group. Then he turned around and walked into his office. Only Zhang Yang was left with a faint smile on his face, with a group of Xuanfeng Group directors staring at each other in amazement. Chapter 63 Lao Liang, It's snowing. Old Li, what should we do now? Say something. We all listen to you. The old foxes on the board of directors were silent for a moment. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Li Kuan. They said so. It's not because I trust and admire Li Kuan so much. But among all the directors present, Li Kuan has the most shares. And today, so many of their directors came to make trouble together. Li Kuan also took the lead. At this time, of course, it would be best to let Li Kuan make the decision. After hearing what everyone said, Li Kuan was silent for more than 10 seconds. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the office door that had been closed by Wang Wei. He gritted his teeth and said, "So, since Wang Wei wants to lose everything, we will help him. Of course, if anyone wants to end up with Shen Feng and Wang Wei, I won't stop them." Loudly, but hearing Li Kuan's words, an obese middle-aged man couldn't help but speak. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. But Li Kuan interrupted him. "Old son, I know exactly what you were worried about. But now that things have come to this, do you think Wang Wei can really turn the tide?" Li Kuan narrowed his eyes and said, "He is not a fool, and he believes that none of these old foxes are fools either. Now all of this really seems like a trap. In particular, Wang Wei has not mentioned a word about the drone and Shen Fei until now. This is even more suspicious. But in Li Kuan's opinion, now that public opinion has been formed, tens of millions of people have already had an extremely negative impression of Shen Feng Group. Even if he looked back, Wang Wei suddenly took out a drone and held a press conference. It is also impossible to restore Shen Feng's current image. What consumers hate most is deception and concealment. And Wang Wei, with Shen Feng Group, has achieved both of these points. Old Li, since you said so, then we will sell it. Yes, sell. I've long disliked Wang Wei. Shen Feng has always been his one-man show, and he never takes us directors seriously. I want to see if he can still be as tough as he is now after losing everything he has." Several directors were talking to each other. They all seemed to be extremely angry, but their voices are quite loud. But his feet didn't move at all. Li Kuan knew without a doubt that he would be the first to sell. Then none of these old foxes will move. Okay, since everyone thinks so, then let's let Wang Wei see that Shen Feng didn't rise to prominence all these years by himself. Without us directors, Shen Feng Group will collapse in an instant. Lawyer Zhang, right? Let's go to the conference room to sign the contract. Okay, Mr. Li, with Li Kuan taking the lead. The other directors also began to follow Li Kuan and flocked to the meeting room. In a moment, the corridor became somewhat empty. Looking at this scene, Liang Shuzhong, who had been staying in the corner, took a deep breath. Then he turned around and knocked on Wang Wei's office door. After receiving Wang Wei's response, Liang Shuzhong immediately pushed the door and walked into the office, looking over. Wang Wei was seen with his hands behind his back at this moment, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office. Seeing this, Liang Shuzhong immediately walked over. "Boss Wang, how can you still keep your composure?" Now Li Kuan has taken the group of directors to sign the share transfer documents. The shares they hold are enough to empty your family's pockets. And once this matter gets out, Shen Feng Group situation will become even more difficult. If the Shenzhen Stock Exchange really asks us to delist, then even if we hold a press conference to announce the whole thing, it will be too late. Liang Shuzhong stared at Wang Wei's back. "I finally understand what it means when the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. He is just an assistant to the chairman, and even if Shen Feng collapses, it won't kill him." But this group was built up by Wang Wei from scratch bit by bit. From a small workshop to the current leading position in domestic express delivery. It is difficult to build a towering building. It only took a blink of an eye to fall down. And once SF Express is forced to delist, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to go public again. Lao Liang, you don't have to say anything. This matter is not as simple as you think. Just Li Kuan and his people. Do you think they can stir up such a big storm? Hearing Wang Wei's words, Liang Shuzhong, who was originally in a state of panic, couldn't help but be stunned. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Wei turned around and looked at Liang Shuzhong. Then he lowered his head and looked out the window at the bustling city of Shenzhen with tall buildings. Brother Shen Fei is now too famous, and Shen Feng has dominated the express delivery industry for too long. Some people don't want Brother Shen Fei to have an easy life, nor do they want a Shen Feng to have an easy life. I expected Shen Feng's stock price to fall, but it fell so fast and so hard. Doesn't it mean something? Wang Wei said in a calm voice, and his words fell into Liang Shuzhong's ears. He was immediately stunned on the spot. After a few seconds, Liang Shuzhong came back to his senses and said, "Boss Wang, you mean someone is fanning the flames? There are colleagues who are stabbing us from behind. As for Mr. Shen, It is the capital whose interests have been touched by Mr. Shen that is causing trouble. Liang Shuzhong was able to become Wang Wei's assistant. He is definitely not a fool. After some guidance from Wang Wei, he understood it instantly, especially Shen Fei. Liang Shuzhong knew that since Shen Fei had successively produced computers, motorcycles, and new energy vehicles with exaggerated performance, the sales share of similar products in the market has suffered a significant decline, although Shen Fei's manufacturing shop simply cannot accept so many orders. But there is one sentence that Liang Shuzhong thinks is very true. How could a woman who has seen a lion fall in love with a wild dog again? Nowadays, many people are unwilling to go back and make do with things made by Shen Fei even if they don't have the chance to use them. But Mr. Wang, just because there are so many opponents and they're so strong, are we just going to sit there and wait for death? This isn't your style? In the past, no matter how hard the enemy's fist was, you would always choose to face it. The silence lasted only a moment, and Liang Shuzhong looked at Wang Wei with a frown again. And this time, a smile suddenly broke out on Wang Wei's calm face. Lao Liang, the ancient said, establish your mind for heaven and earth, and establish your destiny for the people. I, Wang Wei, am just a businessman with limited abilities. I cannot be as righteous and awe-inspiring as the ancient said. But this time I am willing to tie my hands and make a small contribution to the country. I used to be able to retreat or advance without any worries. But this time we have a reason not to retreat, right? At the end, Wang Wei shrugged. It's as if he has let go of everything. Liang Shuzhong wanted to say something, but stopped when he heard this. In the end, he swallowed the words back into his stomach. At this moment, Liang Shuzhong seemed to understand something. What it means that in the face of national justice, everything is insignificant. Before, it seemed to Liang Shuzhong, no matter how valuable the drone built by Shen Fei is, can it be comparable to that of a listed group with a scale of nearly 1 trillion yuan? Is it really worth it to protect the confidentiality agreement at the cost of the destruction of the entire Shunfeng group? And now Liang Shuzhong finally understood. It's never a question of whether it's worth it or not. There is no way to equate the two. Looked up at Wang Wei's back. At this moment, Liang Shuzhong's eyes were full of admiration. Wang Wei looked out the window and suddenly stretched out his hand to wipe the glass and said, Lao Liang, it's snowing. Yes, Mr. Wang, it's snowing. Chapter 64. Mountains and Rivers, No Way Out. It's rare to see snow in Shenzhen. But at this moment Wang Wei looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window. Snowflakes are falling, as if foreshadowing something. At this time, the TV next to it was always on. A solemn and majestic female voice suddenly sounded slowly. CCTV predicts that a new wave of strong cold air will hit from tomorrow, which will also be the strongest cold air since the second half of this year. Please pay attention to keep warm and put on more clothes when it's cold. Listen to this voice. Wang Wei unconsciously tightened his collar. He didn't have time to put his hand down. The solemn female voice sounded again. According to the latest report from the Longhua Military Network, 2 hours ago, our Army's new round of Air Force combat exercises with the Bear Country came to a perfect conclusion. The new generation of unmanned strategic bombers developed by our Army performed brilliantly in this exercise, laying the foundation for our Army's victory. The female announcer's soft voice echoed throughout the office meeting. Wang Wei's palm was completely suspended in the air. Can't move at all. Liang Shuzhong, who was standing by, silently took out his cell phone. Next second, he ran to Wang Wei with tears in his eyes, waving his phone vigorously, and said, Boss Wang, we've finally waited for it. There's news from the 1st Military District. Liang Shuzhong, who is in his 40s or 50s, is as happy as a child. No one could understand the joy he felt at this moment when he was saved from a desperate situation. Of course, he was happy for Wang Wei. Others said that he was chosen deliberately to prevent Wang Wei from spending too much money. But only Liang Shuzhong himself knows. Wang Wei never treated him as an outsider. Whether in front of others or behind their backs, Wang Wei always affectionately calls him Lao Liang. Now is the last moment. People from the 1st Military Region finally sent a message that the confidentiality agreement had ended. How could Liang Shuzhong not be happy for Wang Wei? And after Wang Wei put down his hand that was hanging in the air, but he couldn't help but sighed slightly and said, what a shame, Lao Liang. An opportunity to become famous for all time is gone just like that. Hearing Wang Wei's words, several black lines suddenly appeared on Liang Shuzhong's forehead. Boss Wang? Yes. You can teach the world a lesson at the cost of the entire Shunfeng Group. In the face of national interests, a listed group worth hundreds of billions of dollars can be thrown away at will. But that wouldn't be much of a contribution to the country. What you need to do most now is to think about how to make Xuanfeng's express delivery faster and faster. While speaking, Liang Shuzhong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement. In his opinion, those who stab you in the back, it can be said that it backfired. This is a complete wedding for Wang Wei and Shunfeng. Next, even if several other express delivery companies join together, they will not be able to compete with Shunfeng. Haha, Lao Liang. Why are you so humorless? But now it's time for us to fight back. Lao Liang, go to the conference room immediately to see how the share transfer contract is going. After Li Kuan and all the directors who came to force the palace this time signed the contract. Immediately published the drone express delivery video and the drone sales contract signed with the military region on Xuanfeng's official website and all official accounts on the platform. Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll do it right away. Liang Shuzhong nodded solemnly, then immediately turned around and began to walk outside, until Liang Shuzhong's figure completely disappeared in the office. Wang Wei turned around again and looked at the falling snow outside the window. Brother Shen Fei, thanks to you, these past few days have been like a roller coaster. Half of my life has been better than these few days. But now I can finally say something from my heart. You are truly my benefactor, Wang. If we are destined to meet in this life, Wang really wants to have a drink with you. Outside Xuanfeng's headquarters building, Li Kuan and dozens of other directors have signed a share transfer contract. At this moment, they looked back at the Shunfeng building, which was more than 200 meters high. There was a hint of solemnity in their eyes. From now on, the only thing people will remember about Shunfeng is this building. Right, Mr. Li? As a director spoke, he couldn't help but look at Li Kuan with a bit of flattery. In his opinion, they were able to escape safely from this Shunfeng crisis. It's all thanks to Li Kuan. As for the future path, they naturally still hope to rely more on Li Kuan. Of course, there was still some tentativeness in his words. Everyone, don't worry. This huge Shunfeng building will collapse soon. Shunfeng has always had many enemies, and given such a good opportunity, how could those people not beat Shunfeng to death? As for us, it's time to move on. Li Kuan slowly stretched out his hand and caught a falling snowflake. He spoke in a calm tone, and just at this moment, a group of reporters suddenly swarmed over. As if they had received some news, they began to ask questions one after another. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Kuan? I heard that the directors of Shunfeng Group, headed by you, have transferred all their shares to Mr. Wang Wei. Is this true? Aren't you optimistic about Xuanfeng's current situation? Mr. Li, I would like to ask, Xuanfeng's stock market has plummeted. How many days do you think Shunfeng can last? Many reporters were talking at the same time. Everyone pointed the microphone at Li Kuan, who was standing in the front. Not far away, several security guards from Shunfeng Group were running towards this side quickly. Seems to want to drive these reporters away. Li Kuan waved at the security guards and stopped their actions with his eyes. Then he turned his attention to the reporters and said with a smile, Everyone, you should ask Wang Wei about Xuanfeng's matter. We no longer have any relationship with Shunfeng. Of course, personally, I don't think Shunfeng can last 3 days. Li Kuan's calm voice sounded. All the reporters couldn't help but shudder when they heard this. It seems that no one expected Li Kuan to give such an answer. And at this time, a young man wearing black-framed glasses in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Mr. Li, Shunfeng Group's official website and official accounts on various major platforms just released a video almost at the same time. The video shows 3 drones quickly transporting a ton of goods. And Shunfeng also announced that it had reached a contract with the first military district of Demon City and would continue to purchase drones. In the near future, Shunfeng is expected to fully realize its grand blueprint of drone delivery. I would like to ask Mr. Li, are you aware of this matter? Did President Wang Wei hide this matter from you? The young man's solemn voice resounded here. The reporters around were stunned. Li Kuan suddenly widened his eyes and said, What did you say? Chapter 65, the military district speaks up for Shen Fei. This moment, Li Kuan was not the only one who was stunned. Behind him are a group of directors who have just left Shunfeng Group. He couldn't help but tremble violently. Video of 3 drones delivering express packages. Signed a drone sales agreement with the military region? Boss Li, we were deceived. We were all deceived by that bastard Wang Wei. We just sold our shares, and Wang Wei made such a big fuss right after that. Isn't Wang Wei kidding us? A former Shunfeng director slapped his thigh hard and couldn't help shouting. After he finished speaking, the other directors were also furious. He shouted that he would go back to settle the score with Wang Wei. And Li Kuan came to his senses. His face suddenly became gloomy. He looked up at the reporters in front of him and said through gritted teeth, "None of us Xuanfeng's directors knew about the drone contract with the military district. Fraud. Wang Wei is committing fraud. This is a premeditated and planned large-scale commercial crime case. We won't let Wang Wei go." After saying that, Li Kuan turned around and walked quickly towards Shunfeng building. He looked so anxious. It leaves no doubt at all. If you have a big knife with you, even Li Kuan, who was wearing a gold chain, had to be picked up. While Li Kuan led a group of people back to Shunfeng building to settle accounts with Wang Wei. The internet has already exploded. Shunfeng responded. These 5 big words. In a very short period of time, it became irresistible. It topped the trending search list. Below the official account of Shunfeng Group on Douyin. That video promoting drone express delivery. In less than half an hour, the number of comments exceeded 100,000. Good fellow. I was wondering why Shunfeng hadn't responded yet. Could it be that he was holding it in for a long time? I can only say that I am stupid. Will there be anyone in the express delivery industry who can compete with Shunfeng in the future? Shunfeng. Jingdong, you should sit down too. Are you seated properly? Okay. Everyone here is garbage. Wait. Brothers. Something is wrong. What about Brother Fei? Shunfeng hasn't explained a word about Brother Fei. That's right. That's right. Did Brother Fei run away? Did Brother Fei make these 3 drones? Brother Fei is so stingy. How could he possibly produce 3 drones for Shunfeng for 1 order? The guy above got it right. And why did Shunfeng suddenly sign a contract with the military region? Shunfeng is not a state-owned enterprise. Isn't this too much of a show of respect? Alas, it feels like Shunfeng did respond, but not much. Why is the whole thing still full of doubts? Wait, let me think. My head itches. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Hundreds of thousands of comments. Every time I refresh the page, there are thousands more. Countless netizens were talking about it. But in the end, no conclusion was reached. And from the beginning, it's not just Xuanfeng's issues that everyone is concerned about. Shen Fei's affairs have made countless netizens curious. From beginning to end, Shunfeng didn't even mention the name Shen Fei. This led to netizens once again launching an attack on Xuanfeng's official website. Although not as powerful as at the beginning, but it seems that he will not retreat until he achieves his goal. Inside the chairman's office in Shunfeng Group's headquarters building, Liang Shuzhong has gone and returned. Returned to Wang Wei's side again. Boss Wang, Li Kuan and his team have already signed the share purchase and sale contracts. But they seem to have known about our announcement. They're making a scene downstairs right now. But they are no longer from Shunfeng. There are dozens of security guards stopping them, so they can't get up. Okay, forget about them. Let them have their fun. It doesn't matter if they sue us in court about the shares. We have the military district's confidentiality agreement to back us up. They won't win no matter where they go. Li Kuan and his people think they are smart all their lives, but they are foolish for a moment. If they can accompany Shunfeng through this stage together, then doubling their net worth won't be a problem. Let them regret it now. Wang Wei leaned back in his boss chair, looking relaxed. Liang Shuzhong nodded upon hearing this. But then he couldn't help but say, Boss Wang, where is Mr. Shin? We were able to sign a drone sales contract with the military district entirely because of Mr. Shun. The pressure from the outside world on Shunfeng is much less now. But the pressure did not disappear, but was completely transferred to Mr. Shun. Many netizens thought we were hiding something, and they went to Xuanfeng's official website to leave comments and question us. At the end of the conversation, Liang Shuzhong's brows couldn't help but twist together. He knew that Wang Wei was definitely not an ungrateful person. But why didn't Wang Wei choose to speak up for Shen Fei through Shunfeng? And Wang Wei heard what Liang Shuzhong said. Suddenly, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Lao Liang, Lao Liang. If you ask me, you should read more books when you have free time. Although this matter was brought up by brothers Chong Shunfeng and Shen Fei. But the only one who felt pressure from the beginning to the end was Shunfeng. What kind of pressure do you think Brother Shen could have? Or do you think Brother Shen Fei cares about these things? And it's not like I won't speak up for Brother Shen. The military region has signed a confidentiality agreement with us directly regarding the drone that Brother Shen built. So which one do you think is more important? The drone or Brother Shen? Wang Wei spoke one sentence after another. Liang Shuzhong was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, He couldn't help but slap his thigh hard and said, "Boss Wang, I am confused. Mr. Shun is now a treasure in the eyes of the first military region. There's an entire military district protecting Mr. Shun, and I really don't have to worry about it. Haha, Lao Liang, as long as you understand. Brother Shin's affairs will be decided by the first military region. The military district is eager to recruit talents from Brother Shin now. Even if we can talk about Brother Shen Fei's affairs, we can't tell them. Otherwise, the chief will blame us for stealing his credit, right?" Wang Wei said with a smile. The mood seemed to be relaxed to the extreme. In his mind, he was already thinking about what else he could order Shen Fei to make. Otherwise, a little later, he felt that he would probably never use the things made by Shen Fei in this lifetime. "Mr. Wang, you have really thought it through. You have really thought it through." Upon hearing this, Liang Shuzhong nodded and agreed. At this moment, the cell phone in Liang Shuzhong's pocket suddenly rang. However, he did not answer it directly, but looked up at Wang Wei. Seeing this, Wang Wei waved his hand and signaled Liang Shuzhong to answer the phone. Then Wang Wei walked to a nearby place, fiddled with the tea set, and took out the dahongpo that he had treasured for a long time. On the other side, Liang Shuzhong had already taken out his mobile phone and started looking at it. It wouldn't matter if he didn't look at it, but once he looked at it, the expression on Liang Shuzhong's face was completely stunned. It took more than a minute. His jaw never closed again after it opened. "Lao Liang? What's wrong? Has something happened again?" Wang Wei, who had just washed the tea set, noticed that there was something wrong with Liang Shuzhong's expression. He couldn't help but ask. When Liang Shuzhong heard this, his throat moved and he swallowed. Then he looked up at Wang Wei with horror and said, "Boss Wang, yes, someone from the Ministry of Information sent me a video." Over at the Longwa Military Network, Commander Sun personally spoke to Shen Fei. "Ah, that's a good thing. Why are you making that expression?" Wang Wei was a little puzzled. Upon hearing this, Liang Shuzhong couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. "Boss Wang, you should take a look yourself. I don't know how to describe Commander Sun's words. In short, I have never seen anyone who could make a military district commander say this." Chapter 66. Video that shocked the internet. Chapter 66. Video that shocked the internet. It's 3 p.m. Yinjing time. After the Longwa Military Network released the video about Longwa's perfect victory over the Bear Country in a new round of air combat exercises. A new video was released quietly. In the video, the heroic female reporter from Longwojun.com asked Sun Dongxian a question. "Commander Sun, this time the aviation division under your command defeated the Bear Country with a brilliant record of 0 casualties. Do you have anything you want to say to our fans of Longwojun.com? Well, first of all, the victory of this exercise is not the victory of our 1st Military Region Aviation Division, but the fruit of victory that belongs to the party and the people. For 100 years, we have stood together through thick and thin, inherited the party's precepts, worked hard, and moved forward hand in hand to create a better future. It is precisely because of the prosperity of our motherland that our 1st Military Region has the military strength it has today." Having said this, Sun Dongxian paused slightly. Then he continued, "The second thing I want to say is, all this is related to a scientific research genius named Shen Fei. He is the most talented young man in scientific research that I have ever met." The expression on Sun Dongxian's face was extremely serious. The female reporter standing next to him in the picture heard. But I couldn't help but be stunned. However, the female reporter with good professionalism quickly regained control of her expression and said, "Commander Sun, I have heard of Mr. Shen Fei. But isn't he the owner of a manufacturing shop? What does that have to do with this combat exercise?" The extremely confused voice of the female military network reporter sounded. In the video, Sun Dongxian slowly opened his mouth and said, "This matter started a few days ago. At that time, our military research department was ordered by the higher-ups to tackle the safety issues of strategic aircraft pilots. But I have tried hard, but to no avail. Just then, a drone with strange parameters was discovered by our army. After testing the performance of the drone, we found that it has an extremely exaggerated mileage, load capacity, and stability. It was through the study of that drone that our Military Research Institute researchers developed a new generation of unmanned strategic bombers. As a result, we achieved a comprehensive victory in this combat exercise with the Russian Air Force. And that drone was built by Comrade Shen Fei for Shunfeng Group to transport express deliveries. These are supposed to be military secrets, and I shouldn't make them public. But given that there are many rumors about Comrade Shen Fei on the internet, I feel that I need to stand up and defend Comrade Shen Fei's reputation. Secondly, according to our country's protection agreement for scientific research personnel, for talents like Comrade Shen Fei, I want to say this. In the past, my first army was ordered to safeguard the security of the Magic City. Now, on top of this, our army has one more mission. That is to unconditionally protect the life and property of Comrade Shen Fei. Any villain who has ill intentions towards Shen Fei must be prepared to pay a heavy price for it. At the end of his speech, Sun Dongxian's aura as the commander of the military zone exploded, and the pressure reached its extreme. Inside the chairman's office in Xuanfeng's headquarters building, Wang Wei finished watching the video. My scalp feels a little numb. A chill ran from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. He thought that the military district would speak up for Shen Fei. I also thought that it would cause quite a bit of noise. But he never thought it would come to this. Sun Dongxian's words echoed in my ears, enough to make my body tremble. Wang Wei couldn't help but smacked his lips and said, Lao Liang, those guys who are doing evil things behind Brother Shen's back must be scared out of their wits now. Yes, Mr. Wang. Besides, this matter has not yet fermented completely. Once this video spreads, those people had better hope that Mr. Shen is in a good mood in the next 2 days. If not, Commander Sun would probably do more than just say these words. The military region cannot interfere with the law enforcement of the Public Security Department. But if Commander Sun puts a little pressure on me, the Public Security Department of Demon City will probably launch a large-scale sweep to arrest all those who are secretly causing trouble this time. I heard that after this incident, the executives of Tiger Shark Live platform directly relegated Mr. Shin's store to more than 10 pages away from the search interface. And there are more than 2 million canceled orders. Such a large-scale cancellation of orders is very suspicious. It is estimated that some people have been preparing to deal a heavy blow to Mr. Shen a long time ago. Liang Shuzhong began to analyze. It has to be said that as Wang Wei's assistant to the chairman, he has strong business capabilities. Ordinary people would never think of these things and would think they were coincidences. He analyzed it clearly. Wang Wei heard this. They all couldn't help but look at Liang Shuzhong with admiration. Lao Liang, what you said makes sense. But these things are not our concern. Next, we just watched the show. Chapter 67 tells Batman that the Joker has been found. Just as Wang Wei was talking to Liang Shuzhong. 3:30 p.m. Yinjing time. Only half an hour had passed since the latest video was released on Longhua Military Network. The video received over 5 million likes. Countless netizens who have been pursuing the truth would never have imagined this. This is how the whole thing happened. However, this is the official account of longhuajun.com. Netizens don't dare to make random comments. Therefore, after clicking the like button, millions of netizens collectively flocked to Xuanfeng's official Douyin account. In an instant, the comment section on Xuanfeng's site exploded. Boss Wang, is the video posted on longhuajun.com real? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming in broad daylight? Shunfeng stood us up at the press conference because the drone that Brother Fei built for Shunfeng was intercepted by the military district. Shunfeng has no drone to release. I'm crying my ass off. Mr. Wang must have been reluctant to respond because he cannot disclose these military secrets. For this reason, Mr. Wang doesn't even care about Xuanfeng's life or death. Mr. Wang is righteous. Mr. Wang is righteous. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I was too loud before. Brothers cry. Put the public screen on the tearful eyes. The comment section on Xuanfeng's side is simply unstoppable. And on the Tiger Shark live broadcast platform, the live broadcast room that Shen Fei only uses to take orders, it has already caused a huge storm. I just want to ask one thing. Where are Fei GE's haters? Come out and speak. I'm going to fight a group of them alone now. Who said Brother Fei ran away? And who said Brother Fei was out of ideas and couldn't make a drone? The military commander personally supports Brother Fei. Need I say more about the value of this? I thought Brother Fei was going to jail, but I didn't expect he would join the party. Good at Chobai. There were too many people outside just now. Brother Fei, I kneel down for you. Mad. It's you, right? Tell Batman to come straight over here. The Joker has been found. Shen Fei has accumulated too many fans during this period of time. The die-hard fans who had been suppressed for 2 days finally felt proud at this moment. And after punishing the black spots, netizens changed the topic and started discussing the drone built by Shen Fei. Brothers, to be honest, my scalp is still numb. Aren't the drones developed by a Shunfeng used for express delivery? They are for civilian use. How could they be intercepted by the military? Dude, didn't you see what the commander said in the video? The mileage, load capacity, and stability are really exaggerated. I guess the chief thought that the drone built by Brother Fei was a waste of talent for delivering packages. So he used it directly as an unmanned strategic bomber. Moreover, the drone developed by the military region is named the first generation. That is Shen Fei, first generation. I don't need to explain what this means. I still don't quite understand. Is there anyone who knows about drones who can explain it to me? How outrageous is the drone built by Brother Fei? There are quite a few military fans in the live broadcast room, but they usually just come to watch the fun. When it comes to issues like this involving specific performance, everyone can only stare blankly and say nothing. However, not long after, a knowledgeable netizen really stood up. Well, I used to work in a civilian drone manufacturing factory, so I know a little bit about it. The most important performance factors for a drone are the three performance factors mentioned by the commander in the video: mileage, payload, and stability. Of course, top speed is also one of them. Let's first look at the performance of the three drones released by Shen Fei. According to Shen Fei's staff, their drones have traveled over 2,000 kilometers and carried over 2 tons of cargo. Without considering other conditions, this is already the top data that civilian drones can achieve. And the military district gave Shen Fei 3 such drones. And that's not all. 3 drones for 1. The military seems to think Shen Fei is losing out. They even signed another drone sales contract with Shen Fei. It's unprecedented for the military to sign a sales contract with a private enterprise. Now everyone can understand how outrageous the drone built by Brother Fei is. A netizen named Chia Chang kept sending barrage comments. All the netizens were completely stunned. The barrage of comments remained stagnant for dozens of seconds. Then it broke out again like a tide. According to this calculation, the mileage of the drone made by Brother Fei must be over 8,000, and the cargo capacity must be at least 6 tons. Teske. Now I understand why the military district wants to intercept it. The threshold for a strategic bomber is 8,000 kilometers, and strategic bombers still fly 8,000 kilometers back and forth. What about this thing that Brother Fei made? It can travel 8,000 kilometers to blow people up. At worst, it won't come back. It can cause secondary damage to the enemy. This combat radius is even greater than that of a bomber. And the key is that it doesn't consume any pilots. You know, it's not easy for our country to train a fighter pilot. Hiss, I gasped right there. I originally thought that the car I gave Xiaomi was already the limit of Brother Fei's ability, but I didn't expect that Brother Fei's best skill was not civilian use, but military use? Brother Fei, do you think the slogan of the Super God manufacturing store is a joke? Oh, what a pity. I really want to see with my own eyes what the drone built by Brother Fei looks like. Yes. But this must have become a military secret. We will never have the chance to meet in this lifetime. Well, to be honest, I think I've seen the drone that Brother Fei built. Huh? Man, no, Godfather. My real dad. Do you have a picture? Picture. Here it is. Just when netizens thought that the netizen named Tear the Wound was joking. Unexpectedly, he actually threw the photo out. And looking at the photo, the blue sky and white clouds complement each other. A very shocking picture with a Buddhist temple on one side and a fighter plane on the other. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. Then he sent a barrage of comments. What the hell? Isn't this the photo of the fighter escort incident that was so popular a few days ago? Tear the wounds. Yes, the plane in the center should be the drone built by Brother Fei. Everyone was saying that the person sitting in the plane in the middle was a military leader, but I zoomed in on the photo and looked at it carefully. This plane doesn't even have a cockpit. And the timing is right too. So this isn't a military boss traveling with fighter jets escorting him. Instead, 8 fighter jets are trying to steal the drone that Brother Fei built for Shen Fei. Netizen Tear the Wound sent a barrage of comments to explain. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the photo and fell silent. After a long time, one netizen couldn't help but send a barrage. I originally thought that it was the Buddha who was blessing our country with prosperity and strength. I didn't understand it until now. There is no such thing as God's blessing. The country is strong and prosperous. The nation is rejuvenated, and the people are happy. It's all because of scientific research talents like Brother Fei, who are forging ahead. Chapter 68, 2 options. When the whole thing was sorted out, countless people were shocked. That kind of mood can't be calmed down for a long time. Dong Jie of Tiger Shark live streaming platform also issued an apology statement immediately. Regarding the demotion of Mr. Shen Fei's live broadcast room some time ago, it was purely a personal decision made by a senior executive of the platform, Yuan. I learned about this after returning from a business trip abroad and immediately severely criticized and punished Yuan. The result of the handling is Yuan will resign from all positions on the Tiger Shark Live platform from now on and will be fined for the impact he has caused to Mr. Shen Fei. Here, on behalf of Tiger Shark Live platform, I would like to apologize to Mr. Shen Fei deeply. It was our negligence that caused such a mistake. I hope Mr. Shen Fei can understand. Under normal circumstances, Dong Jie's apology statement from the Tiger Shark live streaming platform would be enough to cause quite a stir. But now countless netizens are running between Shunfeng and Shen Fei. Not many people really pay attention to this. But anyway, accompanied by the release of Dong Jie's statement, this incident has finally come to an end. Inside the first military region research base, there's been quite a stir online these days. But this place is still a pure land. Because a new round of combat exercises is about to begin, the entire first military region is busy. There is simply no time to understand what is happening on the internet. And at this moment, under the call of Chen Jinmin, Qining and the others all put down their work. Once again, they gathered in the conference room of the research base. But what is different from before is Sun Dongxian, who never attends research-based meetings, actually attended this time. Ahem. Tell me, how busy have you been these past few days? Are you confident about the combat exercise with the 71st Army? After the top talents from all aspects of the research base gathered in the conference room, Sun Dongxian then slowly walked onto the stage. Although none of Qining, Su Ting, and others sitting in front of him were combat personnel. But modern warfare, the most important thing is no longer the playing style, but it's the paper military strength of both sides. So although Qining and others will not participate in the war, they have at least 60% of the say and can discuss the winning rate of this combat exercise. Commander, of course we are confident. Yeah, big guy. Sun Dongxian finished speaking. Su Ting was the first to stand up and speak. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi and others also echoed the voice. Yes, Commander, we have confidence. Have faith. In the conference room, the voices of Ma Hongyi and others were so loud that it seemed they could lift the roof off. But Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinmin remained silent. The voices of Ma Hongyi and others became smaller and smaller. To the end, Su Ting, who was still standing, was the first to give in. Commander, 435%. I think there's a 35% chance of defeating the 71st Army. But even if we can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. We can't handle the 2 armored divisions of the 71st Army. The super hard alloy that Sistering developed has been used in our tanks. This has greatly ensured the defensive capabilities of our military region's light and heavy tanks. It has a good restraining effect on smoothbore guns, rifle guns, armor-piercing shells, and armor-piercing shells. But the main battle tanks of the 2 armored divisions of the 71st Army also have amazing defensive capabilities, and their attack methods are even stronger than ours. I can only say that if it weren't for Sistering, we wouldn't even have a 30% chance of winning. Su Ting finally told the truth and expressed what was in his mind. Qining, who was sitting next to him, heard what he said, but he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Seeing this, Su Ting immediately smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. Sistering, I know you really want to win this combat exercise. But on paper, we just can't match the 71st Army. Oh, really? Xiao Tingzi, tell your sister. Are you interested in that Zhonglin? If you're interested, just tell me. Maybe I can help you find someone to date. Qining turned around and said to Su Ting with a smile on her face. But her smile made Su Ting feel a chill on his back. Sistering, what are you talking about? I promise. But Ma Hongyi told me the other day that Zhonglin has a really nice figure. Why don't you ask him? Ma Hongyi, who was watching the fun, while Su Ting and others were muttering in the audience. On the other side, Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinmin looked at each other. Then Chen Jinmin stretched out his hand and gestured. Commander, please tell me. Sun Dongxian nodded upon hearing this. Then he coughed again. Suddenly, the huge conference room fell silent. Sun Dong first glanced at Qining and others below. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, Su Ting's answer is quite pertinent. I have discussed this with Mr. Chen, and the conclusion we came to is 30%. Although it seems that there is only a 20% difference in the winning rate. But in modern warfare, a 20% chance of winning is a world of difference. So in order to improve the success rate of this combat exercise, the military region has proposed two plans. Apart from all other areas that require the military district's funding, the military district currently still has an idle budget of 200 million yuan. The first option: introduce two Leopard 2 series tanks as the secret weapon for this combat exercise. The 71st Army Armored Division is powerful because it has many advanced land battle tanks. I have already inquired about this with the General Office of the Army, and the response was that the introduction of Leopard 2 series tanks in this combat exercise was allowed. This will also make this combat exercise more strategically valuable. The first one, Commander. The first one. Before Sun Dongxian finished speaking, Su Ting and others below couldn't help but shout. Leopard 2 is known as the king of land warfare tanks today. In the country of Dragon, only Type 99 can be compared with Leopard 2. In the opinion of Su Ting and others, there is no need to choose at all. With two Leopard 2s, the chances of winning are at least increased by 0. Alright, what are you arguing about? Let the commander finish what he's saying first. Commander, what about the second plan? At this moment, Qining couldn't help but move her eyes slightly. Chapter 69. Commander, you can't be partial. Qining knew it very well. The Leopard 2 series, especially the Leopard 2 main battle tank. As a land warfare overlord, it is indeed very strong. Two Leopard 2s can, to some extent, determine the victory or failure of a small-scale battle. This will provide a ripple effect on the entire battlefield. The Longwood Type 99 series tanks are capable of competing with the Leopard 2. Their first army only had 6 tanks. The paper strength alone can give their first army a significant boost. Moreover, the 71st Group Army is very familiar with the Type 99 tank. From defensive performance to offensive attributes, the 71st Group Army's research on the Type 99 tank is definitely far superior to theirs. However, the 71st Group Army was definitely not so familiar with the Leopard 2 tank. Therefore, in this combat exercise, the combat effect of introducing two Leopard 2s is even stronger than that of two Type 99 tanks. But in Qin Ying's opinion, she knows this. How could Sun Dongxian not know? And it is under this circumstance. Sun Dongxian still proposed two options. That means in Sun Dongxian's mind, the second option is worthy of being compared with the introduction of two Leopard 2s. The other side, Su Ting and others seem to have figured this out. But the expectation in their eyes was obviously weaker, because they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Where else can you spend 200 million yuan? Something more cost-effective than two Leopard 2s. Second option. At this time, Sun Dongxian met the gazes of Qin Ying and others. He took a deep breath. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The second plan that I discussed with Mr. Chen is to find Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei did not accept our invitation to join the research base. But we can place orders with him through his manufacturing shop. Let him build us a new main battle tank. Of course, I know that Shen Fei's manufacturing shop is very popular now, with orders in the millions. Even our 200 million order amount is nothing. But I have already applied to the higher-ups. If Shen Fei is willing to accept our first military region order, then all income from all his manufacturing shops will be tax-free. I believe this should be very tempting to Shen Fei." Sun Dongxian's voice echoed in the conference room. Su Ting and others were completely stunned when they heard this. Everyone seemed to be petrified on the spot. Even Qining couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and unexpectedness in her eyes. Several seconds passed. Su Ting's eyes swallowed his saliva and said, "Commander, you are not deliberately joking with us to ease the atmosphere before the exercise, right? I know Shen Fei's record is brilliant. We just won a combat exercise against the Russian Air Force with the drone he built. There are certain things on that drone that Qian Zhong and his team still haven't fully understood. But let's not talk about whether Shen Fei knows how to manufacture land-based tanks. Take our 99, for example. From design finalization, research and development, to the successful creation of the first 99, the entire process took as long as 5 years. There are only 3 days left until the start of our combat exercise with the First Army. How could Shen Fei build a main battle tank in 3 days? Su Ting looked straight at Sun Dongxian. The more he talked, the more he felt that Sun Dongxian was just teasing them. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi, Zhang Ku, and others also felt that this was simply impossible. It's not that they underestimate Shen Fei. Shen Fei's image in their minds has long been extremely tall. But forget about building a land combat tank in 3 days. It's a small light tank. There's no time left. Compared with the first option, This second option in their view. It's absolutely terrible. On one side is the Leopard 2, the king of land warfare that can be used right away. On the one hand, people place their hopes on the completely unknown Shen Fei. Su Ting and others thought that even if they let a dog come, the dog would know how to choose. Qining, what do you think? Do you have the same opinion as Su Ting and the others? When Su Ting and others were discussing the matter, they were not optimistic about the second plan. Sun Dongxian looked up at the silent Qining and said. Qining pursed her delicate lips when she heard that. Then she replied, Commander, from a rational point of view, the second plan is indeed not as good as the first plan. But you know, women are mostly emotional. Personally, I am more looking forward to the second option. Maybe Shen Fei can still give us a surprise, right? Two Leopard 2s may not necessarily help us defeat the first army, but Shen Fei will not necessarily make us lose either. Qining spoke one sentence after another. Su Ting and others nearby did not quite agree with this, because they think that to put it nicely is unknown. To put it bluntly, it is almost impossible. Okay, I understand. It seems that everyone has a big disagreement on the choice of plan. Sun Dong first looked around, his eyes passing over Qining, Su Ting, and others one by one. And hear him say this. Su Ting and others were stunned for a moment. See, Commander, is the difference very big? There are 81 people here in total, and I estimate that 80 of them will choose the first option. It seems that Sistering is the only one who wants to choose the second option. You can't say that just because you love Sistering. Su Ting shook his head and smiled bitterly. They all knew that Qining had no father or mother. Sun Dongxian and Qin Jinmin have always treated Qining as their own daughter. But the choice of this plan involves the winning rate of the combat exercise in a few days. How can you be partial at a time like this? Commander, this time I think Su Ting is right. Don't bother me. I'm just expressing my personal opinion. Qining was stunned for a moment, then spoke. But the moment she finished speaking, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Qining, Su Ting. There's a big divide. Because Mr. Chun and I both chose the second option. Chapter 70. Opinions can be raised, but they may not be adopted. Sun Dongxian's voice slowly echoed in the conference room. 81 top military scientific research personnel, including Qining and Su Ting, all stood there in a daze. It felt as if my chest was hit by a huge rock. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. In their view, this is not a matter of major disagreement. Both Sun Dongxian and Qin Jinmin made this choice. Is there any need for discussion then? We can all make a final conclusion. Commander, why? I don't understand. Sistering is being sentimental. But you and Mr. Chun. Su Ting raised his head and looked straight at Sun Dongxian and Qin Jinmin. The doubt deep in his eyes was extremely intense. He didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence. But the meaning is already clear. Sun Dongxian is the commander of the military region and Qin Jinmin is the general manager of the research base. How can it be such a joke? Sun Dongxian met the gazes of Su Ting and others. The sound is still not loud. Mr. Chun and I did not make this decision on impulse. Instead, we made it after careful consideration. Qining said something right. Two Leopard 2s may not necessarily help us defeat the first army, and Shen Fei may not necessarily make us lose. Let's go a little deeper. What if those two Leopard 2s helped us win? It doesn't have much research value for us. For the improvement of Dragon Country's main battle tank strength, it is only better than nothing. But Shen Fei's research in computers, motorcycles, new energy vehicles, and drones has made outstanding achievements and is worth studying. Isn't it because of Shen Fei that the first generation of unmanned bombers was developed? So, Mr. Chun, and I want to see if 200 million can allow Shen Fei to give us another surprise. Of course, surprise does not mean defeating the 71st Army, which is difficult to achieve with just one tank. But as long as the tanks built by Shen Fei can help us win even a small-scale contact battle beautifully, it's enough to make several old leaders from the military headquarters admire it. We can win, but we have to win beautifully. We can lose, but we have to lose spectacularly. Finally, Sun Dongxian's sonorous and powerful voice echoed throughout the conference room. Originally, regarding this combat exercise with the 71st Group Army, he also attaches great importance to winning and losing. But last night, after Qin Jinmin suggested to him that he could try to ask Shen Fei to build the tank, he has already let go of winning or losing. Moreover, He believed that the senior leaders of the military general office would not only care about winning or losing, find problems, solve them, and plan for the future. This is the most important purpose of a combat exercise. Commander, I understand. But what about time? Is there a 3-day deadline on the order placed with Shen Fei? If that's the case, I think we can make preparations for both scenarios. Shen Fei's refusal to accept our order proves that he has no confidence in completing it within 3 days. We can also choose to import 2 Leopard 2s as a backup option. If Shen Fei accepts it, then everyone will be happy. As for the order requirements, can we raise them appropriately? After all, it's 200 million. A Leopard 2 only costs about 100 million. After a moment of silence, Su Ting couldn't help but speak. When Zhang Ku and the others nearby heard this, they nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. He expressed his strong agreement with what Su Ting said. Ma Hongyi even counted his fingers. Calculating the 200 million, how much money must Shen Fei, the profiteer, have cheated them out of? Not fast enough. Ma Hongyi couldn't help but pat his thigh and said to himself. The commander placed an order with Shen Fei in the name of the military region, which is not comparable to private companies like Xiaomi and Shunfo. Shen Fei shouldn't dare to make money from the country, while Ma Hongyi was muttering. On the other side, facing Su Ting's words, Sun Dongxian shook his head slowly and said, "If you don't have 2 preparations, you can only have 1. I have already discussed the time issue in detail with Mr. Chun. Although neither Mr. Chun nor I have seen Shen Fei's manufacturing shop in person, it is based on the image information sent back by the Flying Dragon Special Operations Team. Shen Fei's manufacturing shop in the suburbs covers a very large area. A large part of it is a closed factory building. Mr. Chun and I think there should be a complete set of automated manufacturing equipment built by Shen Fei himself. Its level of advancement should be far ahead of the current level of global automation equipment. Otherwise, Shen Fei would not have been able to produce Xu Wenfeng's drone order in 3 days. So Shen Fei's efficiency in manufacturing things is far beyond our imagination. Secondly, I have applied to the military commission to see if the overall structural design drawings of the Type 99 main battle tank and all research materials can be sent to Shen Fei. After some consideration, the military commission gave the answer, yes. In this way, it will take Shen Fei much less time to build a new tank based on the data of the Type 99 main battle tank. But even so, building a main battle tank in 3 days is indeed a bit too much. So, I won't give Shen Fei any restrictions in terms of time. Even if we can't make it in time for this combat exercise, we can wait until next time. As for the requirements, I think we can't ask Shen Fei for them, because this might limit Shen Fei's performance. The expression on Sun Dongxian's face was very serious. But Su Ting and the others seemed like they were listening to him telling a science fiction story. No set time, no restrictions. Even the manufacturing drawings and core information of 99 were sent to Shen Fei. Since I embarked on the path of scientific research, Su Ting and the others had never heard of anything more outrageous than this. Commander, I want to ask a question. You told us the 2 plans. Do you want us to vote? If everyone votes for the first option, will you and Mr. Chun give up the second option? Su Ting took a deep breath and said. Upon hearing this, everyone else looked at Sun Dongxian. At least judging from the current situation, they would never vote for the second option. Well, this one. You all should know me. I'm not a dictator. The purpose of holding this meeting today is to listen to everyone's opinions. If you feel differently, Mr. Chun and I will learn from it to some extent. Sun Dong spoke first, but the tone was obviously not as strong as before. And Su Ting heard what Sun Dongxian said. I couldn't help but close my eyes immediately. He finally understood the meaning of more or less. It will allow them to speak freely. But the possibility of adoption is not great. Commander, I have nothing to say. Hongyi, do you have anything else to say? Su Ting suddenly tilted his head and said. At this moment, Ma Hongyi had already started counting on his fingers. If there were any requirements, he felt that Shen Fei would not dare to cheat the country's money. There is not much room for maneuver if you dare. But there were no requirements. Ma Hongyi felt that Shen Fei would definitely make a lot of money with 200 million. Hongyi, quick, do you have anything else to say about the choice between the 2 options? If you don't say anything, the commander is going to abandon the 2 Leopard 2s and directly choose to place an order with Shen Fei. Ma Hongyi seemed to be distracted as he was counting on his fingers. Su Ting couldn't help but raise his voice a little. Ma Hongyi, who had been holding back a lot of words, was stunned when he heard this. Then he stood up with a swoosh. Commander, Elder Chun, you two cannot choose the second option. Shen Fei is unreliable. Some of Shen Fei's techniques are amazing, but he is a notorious profiteer. I asked Brother Qian before, if we exclude the technical aspects, how much is Xunfeng's drone worth? Do you two know how Brother Qian responded? 50 million. The cost is only about 50 million. Xunfeng's order amount is 100 million yuan, and Shen Fei embezzled a full 70 million yuan. The key is that Shen Fei refuses to sell his patents and technology. Even now, Brother Qian and his friends are still poring over that research material. I went to see Brother Qian before the meeting. He was so slovenly that he looked like a scavenger. So think about it. If we place a 200 million yuan order with Shen Fei, how much money will he embezzle? In comparison, it is definitely more cost-effective to just buy 2 Leopard 2s. After all, the cost of Leopard 2 is very high, which is a well-known fact. Ma Hongyi said with spit flying. He looked extremely distressed. When Su Ting heard his words, countless black lines appeared on his forehead. He thought Ma Hongyi could come up with some good rebuttal. That's it? Okay, Hongyi, stop talking. Do you think we are those individuals and private companies? Military district orders are no joke. If you fail to do so, you will end up in a military court. Even if Shen Fei had 3 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to steal the military district's money. Su Ting pulled Ma Hongyi and said. Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinmin on the stage looked at each other. He couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Ma Hongyi, I think you can rest assured about this. Although I have never met Shen Fei, but he sent me the core information for building the drone for free. This shows that Shen Fei is a very patriotic person. As the successor to the future of the motherland, I believe Shen Fei would not do such a thing as embezzling the country's money. Besides, didn't Su Ting also say that? With the military court and national laws in place, Shen Fei will not go too far. Of course, Shen Fei opened a shop to make money. I don't think it's a big problem for Shen Fei to earn 10 or 20 million from 200 million. Chapter 71. The manufacturing shop has been completely renovated. After Sun Dongxian finished speaking, he looked around. Seeing that Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, Qining and others had nothing more to say, he gradually put away the smile on his face and said in a serious voice, Everyone at the 1st Army Research Base. Qining and others were slightly startled when they heard this. Then they all stood up from their seats. Please give me instructions, Chief. In the name of the President of the 1st Military Region, I am here to give you the final instructions before the exercise. Conduct the final inspection of all combat equipment that will be developed and sent to the exercise site. Within 3 days, all combat weapons must pass the inspection and arrive at the designated combat locations one after another. Yes, Commander. The magnificent voice resounded in the conference room. Sun Dongxian nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and said, Okay, let's end today's meeting here. As for the plan, choose the second plan. After I walk out of this door, don't raise any opinions anymore. After saying that, Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinmin walked out of the meeting room one after another. Su Ting and others didn't know what else to say. All I could do was watch Sun Dongxian's figure gradually walk away. After a long time, Su Ting couldn't help but sighed. Alas, the commander must have been bewitched by Shen Fei. Absolutely. Sistering, don't you think so? Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Sistering, you also hope that the commander will choose Shen Fei. What's wrong? Isn't it good to choose Shen Fei? Anyway, I'm quite looking forward to it. If Shen Fei really accepts the order and can build the tank before the combat exercise, I really want to try out the tank he builds myself. Jiang Lin doesn't dare to go to the battlefield. I have to let her see that I'm not kidding. Qining put her long legs directly on the table and said. Su Ting and others heard what she said. The expression on his face couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then Ma Hongyi hurriedly said, Sistering, please stop making trouble. I heard that the casualty target given by the higher-ups this time is 3. Based on the total number of battles we've fought with the 1st Army, 300 deaths is within an acceptable range. The casualty indicators of previous combat exercises are twice as high. If anything happens to you, what will we do? We are all waiting for you to lead us in scientific research for a lifetime. After saying that, Ma Hongyi hurriedly gave Su Ting an anxious look. Su Ting understood what was happening and said, Sistering, Hongyi is right. Our military region can't do without anyone else, but we can do without you. Besides, the commander and Mr. Chun will definitely not agree to your participation in the exercise. Hearing what Ma Hongyi and Su Ting said, Qining was silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded to himself. Yes, you two have a point. Ma Hongyi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. By the way, he also gave Su Ting a good brother look. Su Ting also gave Ma Hongyi an expression that said, "Don't worry, I understand what you were thinking." Just the next second, the two of them suddenly stood still on the spot. But I've already made my promise to Jiang Lin, so I can't go back on my word. How about Su Ting? Ma Hongyi, you two take part in the exercise for me. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I will personally go and speak to the commander and Elderchin on your behalf. The researchers personally drove the tanks to participate in combat exercises, so they can better understand the advantages and disadvantages of tanks in actual combat. I think the commander and Mr. Chan will understand. The more Qining spoke, the more she felt that what she said made sense. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi already had countless black lines on their foreheads. I saw Qining stood up and started walking out of the meeting room, shaking her long legs. The two of them immediately hurriedly chased after him. Sistering, please forgive us. We won't participate, even if you kill us. This year my mom asked me to go home and arrange a blind date for me. Me too, me too. Our Ma family has been a single-line family for 3 generations. The incense can't be cut off. While Su Ting and the other person were feeling extremely unhappy. Over at the Tiger Shark live streaming platform, it has already caused a huge storm. All this, of course, was because the 1st Military Region Airborne Shen Fei's manufacturing shop. The order placed with Shen Fei is worth up to 200 million. Brothers, am I dazzled or dreaming? Did the 1st Military Region place an order directly to Brother Fei? When Commander Sun personally started praising Brother Fei, I felt that this day would come sooner or later, but I never thought it would come so soon. TSK, I have to say, the military district is really generous. It spent a full 200 million. It's 70 million more than the 2nd-ranked order. Huawei originally offered Fei Ge 50 million, but seeing that Fei Ge didn't seem to be interested in accepting the order, he gradually increased the order amount to 100 million. Huawei, we are not short of money, but do you think we dare to raise the price now? Ha 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 ha. As soon as the military district order came out, not only did Huawei not dare to raise the price, but the top 10 orders all of a sudden stopped moving. Well, now it depends on which order Brother Fei will take. Although I don't know what the military district wants Brother Fei to make, I still look forward to Brother Fei taking the order from the military district. Yes, Brother Fei certainly wouldn't dare to cheat the country's money. Finally, I can see full power Fei in my lifetime. Woohoo! Fly at full speed. I'm excited just thinking about it. Tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were talking about it. Everyone was looking forward to Shen Fei taking over the order from the 1st Military Region. And in a manufacturing shop in the suburbs, Shen Fei spent several days on it. Finally, the complete transformation of the manufacturing shop was completed. In terms of defense and early warning, Shen Fei has already achieved the best he can currently do. Now, as long as someone doesn't drop an atomic bomb directly on top of his manufacturing shop, then Shen Fei is 100% safe in the manufacturing shop. Of course, even if an atomic bomb really was dropped on him, the automatic alarm device set up by Shen Fei can also give him signals in advance. As long as the atomic bomb doesn't fall within 10 seconds, Shen Fei could escape via the small plane he built. Escape to a safe area at a terrifying speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour. Moreover, this escape aircraft named by Shen Fei, Death, is always one step slower than me. Not only has a terrifying speed that far exceeds all the fighter jets on the market, it also has an extremely hard shell and is radiation-proof. One atomic bomb is not enough for Shen Fei. Chapter 72, Large PUA Scene. But surviving an atom bomb is one thing. But someone really needs to give him such a big gift. Shen Fei, who escaped, must return a bigger gift to the other party. You should know that the top military manufacturing currently mastered by Shen Fei does not refer to the top military level of a certain country. Instead, it encompasses all the most advanced military industrial concepts of all countries in the world. If Shen Fei wanted to build something like nuclear weapons, it would only take a few minutes. Of course, there is a situation where someone drops an atomic bomb at Shen Fei's manufacturing plant. It's also almost unlikely to happen, unless the other party wants to bear the wrath of the entire Dragon Kingdom military. Shen Fei just wanted to be prepared for any eventuality. The only thing I'm not satisfied with at the moment is the manufacturing shop. That is, Shen Fei still feels that the scope of the early warning is too small. With the military technology currently mastered by Shen Fei, In fact, he is capable of building a satellite anti-missile device. In this way, any intercontinental missile flying over the Magic City, they will be captured by the satellites he built, and the information will be passed to the anti-missile device, which will then intercept the intercontinental missiles. But that would require him to launch a satellite himself and then install an anti-missile system on it. Let's not talk about how expensive an anti-missile system is. They want to launch a satellite without the Dragon Kingdom's military knowing it, and without the satellite being detected. This requires some thought for Shen Fei. Of course, Shen Fei could also confront the military directly and tell them that he had this technology. But if he did that, Shen Fei was afraid that the military leaders would be scared. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Shen Fei thought it would be better not to give the military too much provocation. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be tied up in the military area and forced to do scientific research day and night. His current defensive measures can only guard against people with ulterior motives. If the military district intervened, he could only wave the white flag to surrender. Alas, it's because we are too poor. If only there was enough money, then all problems would be solved. It seems that we are still short of more than 800 million points to upgrade the system to the 4th stage. While muttering, Shen Fei walked to the computer desk in the store, opened the back-end order-taking interface of the Tiger Shark live streaming platform. A large number of orders came into Shen Fei's site. When Shen Fei saw the order placed to him by the 1st military region at the top, he couldn't help but be stunned. 200 million? When Shen Fei saw the order price, his mind immediately became active. Then click on the details of the order. There is no time limit and no requirements for a line of big characters. Shen Fei didn't even have a second to hesitate and directly accepted the order. Good people? There are indeed many good people in this world. Commander Sun must feel bad about taking the drone research data for nothing. Then I knew that given my character, I would not take money for no reason. That's why I gave you 200 million for free in the name of an order. The party and the country never deceive me. May our motherland prosper forever, and may Commander Sun live a long life. Shen Fei was originally worried about money. In an instant, I felt an excitement as if the clouds had parted and I saw the blue sky. This way, we have taken a big step towards the 800 million upgrade points. Since there are no other requirements, let's build the tank and send it to Commander Sun tomorrow. No, I don't know where the 1st military district is. Let them come and get it themselves. It just saves fuel and freight. While Shen Fei was thinking, I couldn't help humming a little tune. We ordinary people are really happy today. Yomi yomi yohei. While singing, Shen Fei planned to go directly into the super laboratory. For this kind of tank that has no requirements, it is much easier to build than Xuanfeng's drone. But just at the last second when Shen Fei was about to move his eyes away from the computer, only then did he see an encrypted compressed file below the order. At the same time, Shen Fei's cell phone rang. The smile on Shen Fei's face froze slightly. Then he looked at his phone with some confusion. It was a text message sent by Sun Dongxian himself using his private number. Comrade Shen Fei, this is the password for the encrypted file. The document only supports printing. Please destroy it immediately after reading it. The commander-in-chief of the 1st military region, Sun Dongxian. Looking at this text message sent by Sun Dongxian himself, a bad premonition arose in Shen Fei's heart. Then he looked up at the encrypted compressed file in front of him. He hesitated for a moment. Only then was the secret entered. Then Shen Fei slid the mouse and pressed the print option. The old printer next to his computer started humming. Originally, Shen Fei thought that this encrypted document would only be 1 or 2 pages at most. But after more than 2 minutes, Shen Fei had already replaced a new bundle of paper. The printer is still spitting out stuff. Fuck. Money. This is all money. Can you please stop vomiting? Shen Fei's eyes twitched. Then he seemed to think of something. He hurriedly summoned the system upgrade points panel and took a look. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it. After seeing this, Shen Fei felt like crying, but had no tears. Amount of new tank manufacturing orders received, 200 million. Cost consumed, 14. Consumption cost. Shen Fei knew it. The system is even darker than him. After accepting the order, the system will take into account all costs related to the order. Oh, if I had known, I would have looked at this encrypted document before accepting the order. I made a mistake in this matter, but the responsibility is not primarily mine. Commander Sun, you have caused me too much damage. I have to find a way to get this money back, and I have to get compensation for mental damages as well. Shen Fei muttered at the same time. After working for a full 3 minutes, the printer finally stopped spitting out paper. Shen Fei glanced at the printed text and drawings all over the floor. I don't know what's on it. He picked up the last printed paper, and after seeing the first sentence above, a slightly serious expression appeared on Shen Fei's face. Because this was also a message Sun Dongxian left for him. Comrade Shen Fei, some things involve military secrets, so I have to tell you this in this way. Our army plans to start a new round of combat exercises with the 71st Group Army of the Eastern Theater Command at 8 a.m. 3 days later. I asked you to build a new type of land battle tank in the hope that it can help our army defeat the 71st Army. Of course, if there's not enough time, forget it. Anyway, our first army is used to losing. I will just be unhappy for a few months and be laughed at for a year or two. It's okay. These are just small matters to me. It's really okay. Comrade Shen Fei, you don't have to sympathize with me. Seeing this, Shen Fei couldn't hold it anymore. Who among the family members understands? A military district president, a president. He was playing pity on me, a commoner with a flat head. Me? Shen Fei finally understood why Sun Dongxian wanted to encrypt the files. If this is not encrypted, it will be secretly transmitted. The reputation of a military commander would be ruined in a matter of minutes. Chapter 73. This matter must be reported to the war zone headquarters. Take a deep breath. Shen Fei suppressed his discomfort and continued reading. Comrade Shen Fei, you really don't have to worry about time. The following are the drawings and core data of our country's most powerful main battle tank type, 99. It took me a lot of effort to get this information from the military general office. But you really shouldn't feel pressured. As for performance, it doesn't need to be much higher than 99, just 1 or 2 levels higher will do. After reading the second half of Sun Dongxian's message, Shen Fei couldn't help but close his eyes silently. At this moment, his whole body began to tremble slightly. System, can I cancel the order after accepting it? Shen Fei shouted in his mind. He thought Sun Dongxian was a good person before. What kind of good person would do this? It is said that there are no time limits or requirement restrictions. But it would be better to make some requests. Commander Sun, you just like me because I have a conscience. If it's someone else, I won't care about you. Shen Fei muttered, while picking up the 99 forging drawings and core information on the ground. After stacking the drawings together, Shen Fei casually put it aside. Then he sat in front of the computer and sent an order receipt to Sun Dongxian. Now, according to Sun Dongxian's message, Shen Fei summed up 2 useful points in total. That was the tank that Sun Dongxian needed him to build. It would be best if it could be completed within 3 days, and it would be best if it could help them defeat the 71st Army. There is a super laboratory in terms of time. Shen Fei didn't think it was a problem, but it is impossible to defeat an army with just 1 tank. This requires Shen Fei to think hard, although Sun Dongxian may not have much hope for this. But since Shen Fei has accepted the order, he will definitely not damage the reputation of his store. So he sent the order receipt to Sun Dongxian. There are 2 aspects that need to be understood. One is the comparison of the number of main combat weapons of the 2 armies. Another is a detailed topographic map for combat exercises. What Shen Fei has in mind is not just simple weapons manufacturing. The firepower limits that military products may withstand under different conditions and environments. Shen Fei was also able to analyze it, so he needs to understand both aspects. The first is to determine the armored defense capabilities of the tanks he built for the first military region. The second is the unique combat capability required under special terrain. That's all. Shen Fei felt that it would be possible to use a tank. It has the ability to change the outcome of an army battle. Of course, the 2 most important aspects of main battle tanks are defense and attack. No main battle tank will bypass these 2 performances. But in Shen Fei's opinion, sometimes the thicker the armor, the better. The stronger the attack, the better. The armor is thick, the firepower is strong, and the weight will be high. This will inevitably affect the flexibility of the tank. Once the flexibility is insufficient, the enemy will find that this tank is ridiculously strong. Then I might as well not fight with you. Send 4 heavily armored vehicles to crush you. I could only stand there, unable to move. Of course, there is another very important reason. It costs money. Sun Dongxian gave a total of 200 million. Shen Fei doesn't need to risk his life to build it. Don't calculate the cost. The other side. After receiving the news that Shen Fei accepted the order, Sun Dongxian ran excitedly to Chen Jimin's office. But at this moment, looking at the order receipt sent by Shen Fei, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Chen, here is the comparative data on the main combat weapons of the 2 armies, as well as a detailed topographic map of the combat exercise. What does Shen Fei want this for? These are not ordinary military secrets. Sun Dongxian looked at the content on his phone, his face full of confusion. Although these are far less confidential than the 99 manufacturing drawings he sent to Shen Fei, there is no need to report directly to the military general office. However, it is also necessary to consult the president of the East Wilderness War Zone. Only with permission from the president could he send these two pieces of information to Shen Fei. Commander, I'm not sure about this either. That has nothing to do with building a tank. But since Shen Fei wants to know, I think we can apply to the War Zone headquarters and give it a try. Chen Jimin said after a moment of hesitation. If someone else asked the military district about these things, then a special organization should be set up immediately to investigate it. See if he is a spy from an enemy country. But Shen Fei has nothing to do with these. Whose spy is so powerful that you would be willing to let him out? Besides, Shen Fei asked so openly. Chen Jimin felt that there was no problem at all. But now it's not enough for the two of them to think there is no problem. The East Wilderness War Zone headquarters also has to think there is no problem. Otherwise, this information would definitely not be allowed to be sent to Shen Fei. Okay, Mr. Chen, then it's up to you. Anyway, now we have placed all our hopes on Shen Fei, and we have no choice but to trust him unconditionally. While speaking, Sun Dongxian walked to the window. He called Lin Guiyang, the president of the East Wilderness War Zone. After a moment, the call was connected. A deep voice came from the other side. Dongxian, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Commander, it is like this. Sun Dongxian briefly reported to Lin Guiyang about Shen Fei's order receipt. And on the other end of the phone, after listening to Sun Dongxian's words, Lin Guiyang fell into silence. Seeing this, Sun Dongxian looked at Chen Jinmin beside him. I had a bad feeling in my heart, but it didn't take long. Lin Guiyang's deep voice rang out again. Dongxian, I can promise you this. This little guy Shen Fei is quite interesting. I also want to see what kind of tank he can build for you. But if any special problems arise during this combat exercise, I will hold you accountable. At the end, Lin Guiyang's voice suddenly became serious. Sun Dongxian took a deep breath and said solemnly, Yes, Commander, I will take full responsibility if anything goes wrong. Chapter 74. This is all God's arrangement. Inside the suburban manufacturing shop, Shen Fei still doesn't know about Sun Dongxian's request for combat information. I've already risked it. After receiving the combat information sent by Sun Dongxian, Shen Fei planned to go directly into the super laboratory. Work began on building a tank specifically for the First Army's combat exercise. But just at this moment, Shen Fei suddenly thought of something else. Summon the system panel. Shen Fei silently turned his head and looked at the two lines of small words on the far left of the panel. Periodic financial reports are being generated. Host, please wait patiently. Look at the system display. Shen Fei's mind was a little confused. System, didn't you say that it would be generated within a week? It's been a week since I started building the new energy vehicle for Lei Jun. Why is it still being produced? Besides, what am I looking forward to? I'm not looking forward to it at all. This period of time is because I am too busy. Shen Fei had long forgotten about this matter. He just suddenly remembered it. No matter what, the orders we received this time were all from military regions. The system will sell him out later. How can he still survive in Shanghai? Shen Fei had already taken a brief look at the number of main weapons of the First Army. Even if he raised the manufacturing shop's defense level by 2 levels, it's totally irresistible. Reply. Periodic financial reports will only be published if the host is in the real world. The first periodic financial report was automatically postponed because the host was in the super laboratory at the time. This time, facing Shen Fei's problem. The system, which had not responded to Shen Fei for a long time, finally made some movement. But no matter how Shen Fei read these 2 lines of words, he felt a headache. System, next time there is such a rule, could you please tell me earlier? What do you want me to do now? Shen Fei felt a little unwell at the moment, and the system responded to his words. Then it fell into silence again. There was absolutely no response. Oh, I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. Shen Fei complained helplessly. Then he fell into deep thought. Now Shen Fei has 2 choices. One is to wait until the system announces the periodic financial report before completing the order from the first military region. Anyway, Sun Dongxian has clearly stated that there is no time limit. Shen Fei could just pretend he didn't see what he said. The second thing is to just forget about it and complete the order first. Time is money. He pondered for about 3 seconds. Shen Fei felt that he would never choose the first one. Because he doesn't trust the system at all now. Who knows when the system will release the financial report? Could it be that if the system never announces it, Shen Fei will just keep waiting? That is obviously impossible. This is totally inconsistent with Shen Fei's life values. But if I choose to complete the order directly, will the money still be stolen? It would be boring to only make tens of millions with 200 million yuan. Shen Fei supported his chin with his hand and couldn't help mumbling again. He felt that this was more tiring than building tanks for the first military region. Oh, I got it. Since we are in such a dilemma, we might as well leave it to God to decide. As Shen Fei spoke, he took out a coin from the drawer. The national emblem is not a waste of money from the military region. The head and face of a person are black. After the decision is made, Shen Fei squatted down and tossed the coin casually. Bang! After a few breaths, the coin fell steadily on the ground. National emblem noodles. No, my hand slipped just now, so it doesn't count. Shen Fei muttered something, then threw it again. After the coin stopped flipping, it was still facing the national emblem. I was thinking about something else. I'm not sincere. Let's try again. Bang! Do it again. Bang! Not really. Shen Fei simply sat down on the ground. It took more than a minute to throw, until the time after. A smile finally appeared on Shen Fei's numb face. At the same time, he picked up his phone to record this historic moment. Shen Fei said to himself, Commander's son, this really can't be blamed on me. This is all God's arrangement. You don't want me to be struck by lightning while walking on the road one day, do you? After feeling completely at peace, Shen Fei entered the super laboratory with ease. Looking at the birds singing and flowers blooming in the super laboratory, smell the fresh air comparable to that of Hulumber grassland. Shen Fei felt much better. Then Shen Fei calmed down. He looked seriously at the information that Sun Dongxian sent him. Based on the comparison of the two groups' main combat weapons, Shen Fei analyzed it for about 10 minutes. Only then did he analyze the main battle tank he was about to build. The limit of firepower that can be sustained in different combat situations at the exercise site, and the unique combat capabilities required in special environments. And based on the characterization given to this tank by Shen Fei, he named the tank he was about to build Xuanwu. Then the next step is to select materials. After going over the plan to build the basalt tank in his mind, Shen Fei entered the material warehouse. I spent more than half an hour picking and choosing in the material library. Shen Fei has just gathered all the preliminary materials needed to build the Xuanwu tank. The total price of materials shown in the system settlement is 13 million. However, this is not the total value of all materials needed for this experiment. Shen Fei guessed that the cost would be even higher, because some materials will be needed to supplement it later. He couldn't calculate now, but according to his estimation, the cost would be at least 20 million. Commander's son, I've already spent a huge amount of money. Even if I publish the financial report later, I will have a clear conscience. Xuanfeng's drone cost 100 million, but the cost was less than 2 million. You got a great deal. I comforted myself again. Shen Fei summoned the military equipment provided by the system. He devoted all his body and mind to the experiment of building the basalt tank. Meanwhile, on the other side, not long after Shen Fei took the order, the news has spread all over the internet. Tiger Shark live streaming platform. In the live broadcast room belonging to Shen Fei, the number of viewers who heard the news has soared to nearly 15 million. You should know that the popularity of the Tiger Shark live streaming platform is not exaggerated. But the VIP seats are real. The VIP seats in Shen Fei's live broadcast room showed more than 12 million people. The total number of non-VIP audience members must be at least 3 million. With so many viewers, there are naturally more barges. Shen Fei's live broadcast room with a black screen was almost rendered completely white by the barrage of comments. Chapter 75. The countdown to the exercise begins. Received. Brothers. The order from the first military region shows as received. Brother Fei really accepted the order from the military region. The news is quite exciting, but what exactly does the military district want Brother Fei to build? I guess it should be a fighter jet. Brother Fei is so good at drone technology, so he must be awesome at making fighter jets. Dude, do you have any misunderstanding about the price of fighter jets? Take our country's J-20 as an example. The J-20 is said to cost 700 million renminbi, but the country has never announced the exact amount. But we can compare it with the same type of fifth-generation aircraft, such as the Raptor from the United States, which costs about 200 million US dollars. That means the cost of a fighter jet is generally between 700 million and 1.4 billion. Even if Brother Fei doesn't dare to make money from the country, do you think that with his unscrupulous nature, he would do a business that loses money? If it's not a fighter jet, then what is it? Could it be that Brother Fei is not only interested in airplanes, but also other military products? I guess so. Now, when I think about those people who said that Fei Ge has run out of ideas, I want to laugh. I have never seen where Fei Ge's limit is. The audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it. Everyone was guessing what order the first military region had placed with Shen Fei. The whole process was intense. It lasted about half an hour. But in the end, with a barrage of comments floating by, tens of millions of viewers were collectively defeated. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but what can you do if you guessed it? Can you really see it? The military district doesn't hold any press conferences. Shit, that's right. Oh, all the excitement was for nothing. Even if full power flying appeared, we wouldn't be able to see it. Brothers, hot news. Hot news. It is said that starting from this afternoon, various armored vehicles and armed forces have appeared in certain areas of Demon City. Someone took a look from a distance and saw the words 1st Army and 71st Army on some of the troops' vehicles. Hey, what's so exciting about this? It could be a military exercise. It's not like we haven't seen this kind of thing before. When I was a kid, there was a military exercise in my hometown, and the villagers in our village were driven away. No, brother. Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending to be stupid? It was the 1st Army that placed the order with Brother Fei. Now the 1st Army is conducting a military exercise. Do you think the things made by Brother Fei will appear on the exercise field? And the timing is so coincidental. Do you think what Fei Ge created will become the secret weapon of the 1st Legion? Oh my God, that's right. Goodbye, brothers. I'll go see what's going on first. After many netizens realized what was going on, they began to swarm out and search for information about the combat exercises. Although major short video platforms such as TikTok have restricted traffic on this matter because the topic is too sensitive. But unfortunately, the appearance of armored vehicles and other militarized weapons on the road caused too much of a sensation. Many netizens still found some clues. Brothers, it looks like the 1st Army is really going to conduct military exercises with the 71st Army. But I have already searched on Baidu, and the gap in strength between the 1st Army and the 71st Army is too big. The 1st Army was the type that was pinned to the ground by the 71st Army. So the 1st military region's order to Brother Fei should have little to do with this exercise. Yeah, let alone a 200 million order. Even if the 1st military region gave Brother Fei a 2 billion order, Brother Fei would not be able to help them defeat the 71st Army. Okay, brothers, let's disperse. After all, we won't have the chance to see full-strength flying. Let's go. I'm going to the internet cafe to play games. I haven't played compression for a long time. Dude, do you want duo queue with me? I'm the best stone man in our server. Godfather. Really? As netizens stop discussing this matter, and the platform is wary of matters concerning the military region. No proactive promotion. In the next period of time, the news about the military district placing an order with Shen Fei is becoming less and less popular online. In the end, everyone seemed to have returned to their normal peaceful lives. There are only some die-hard fans of Shen Fei. I will come to the live broadcast room from time to time to take a look around. Get some free tiger food to feed Shen Fei. More than 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the 1st military region, Sun Dongxian and Chen Jinmin were currently standing inside the fence of the tallest building in the military region, looking down, even though it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. But the 1st military region was still brightly lit. Commander, all combat equipment has been inspected. Those with problems stayed behind, and those without problems arrived at the designated locations for the exercise one after another. It is expected that the last batch of combat equipment will be delivered before tomorrow morning. The exercise is about to begin. At the end, Chen Jimin felt a little emotional. The exercise is not just a test of the military's combat capabilities. It also tests the weapons developed by these military experts. Chen Jimin also hopes that their research base will provide military and industrial assistance to the 1st military region over the past year. It can make the 1st military region stronger and stronger. What the result will be revealed tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Chen. The exercise is about to begin. This time, the higher-ups have made a great adjustment to the exercise strategy. It's a major reform of combat exercises in order to better test the defense and power of military weapons in actual combat. The first shot of all primary weapons is live ammunition. Later, We will make a damage estimate based on the lethality caused by this first-class live ammunition. Until an armored vehicle or a fighter jet is determined to be destroyed, then withdraw from the exercise. Although this damage estimation method has been able to reduce casualties to a great extent, but some weapons can kill people with just one shot. Sun Dongxian shook his head slightly. Chen Jimin heard what he said. I couldn't help but remain silent for a few seconds. After a moment, Chen Jimin lowered his head and looked at the blurry figures among the lights below and said, Commander, you saw these children enter the military zone with your own eyes, and so did I. But you should know better than me. If no one bleeds today, more people may bleed tomorrow. War is never far away from us. Even as powerful as the Bear Country, hasn't someone already started a fight with them? Mr. Chun, you are right. I'm a little sentimental. But do you think we can win this war exercise? Sun Dongxian couldn't help but turn his head and look at Chen Jinmin, who was standing beside him. In front of Qin Ning and the others, he can say that winning or losing doesn't matter. But from the bottom of my heart, he also hopes to win a game. After hearing this, Chen Jimin pursed his lips and said slowly, That depends on whether Shen Fei can surprise us. Before the combat exercise officially begins tomorrow, the tanks we asked Shen Fei to build must be in place. Otherwise, once the participating forces are confirmed, even if the tanks arrive, they won't be able to be used in this exercise. But right now, there doesn't seem to be any movement from Shen Fei. Chapter 76, the Xuanwu tank, is completed. Suburban manufacturing shop. Inside the super laboratory. Shen Fei has been here for a full 135 days this time. Longer than he had ever been here before. Call! Shen Fei let out a sigh of relief at this time. Although he will not feel tired in the super laboratory, his body will always be in the best condition. But at this moment, he still subconsciously touched his forehead. After realizing there was no sweat there at all, Shen Fei then smiled and looked at the masterpiece in front of him, which was only one step away. Shen Fei did not read a single word of the core drawings of the Type 99 main battle tank that Sun Dongxian sent to him. However, Shen Fei knew its various detailed parameters without even looking at them. The main battle tank weighs 51 tons, is 10 meters long with the muzzle facing forward, and is 7 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters high. The maximum road speed is 80 kilometers per hour, and the maximum off-road speed is 60 kilometers per hour. The acceleration time from 0 to 0 kilometers per hour is 12 seconds. In addition to this, it is also equipped with a new generation of composite armor and advanced reactive armor technology, with a frontal penetration resistance of nearly 1 meter. In terms of attack, it is equipped with a 125mm high-pressure smoothbore tank gun and a tungsten alloy fin-stabilized armor-piercing, discarding sabot projectile. It may be controversial to say that Type 99 is the king of today's land warfare tanks, but it can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in the world. Even if Leopard 2 meets 99, it is still unclear who will win. And the Xuanwu tank built by Shen Fei. With a total weight of only 25 tons, it just crosses the threshold of a light tank and can be called a medium tank. In front of 99, Xuanwu may look like a little brother. But if 99 encounters Xuanwu on the battlefield, Shen Fei was confident that he could end the battle within 3 seconds. Xuanwu can press 99 to the ground and rub it. However, Shen Fei couldn't say exactly how powerful Xuanwu was. All his inferences come from data analysis. Xuanwu's true strength can only be fully revealed through actual combat. So on this tank, Shen Fei also installed an image transmission system. The footage of Xuanwu participating in combat exercises will be transmitted to him, so that Shen Fei can conduct after-sales analysis of the tanks it built. Of course, he did not mention this to Sun Dongxian. However, he did not deliberately install the image transmission system in a concealed manner. He believed that any scientific researcher from the military region would be able to discover that he had installed this thing. If the military district is willing to transmit the images to him at that time, then that will be it. If you don't want to, then it will be intercepted. Well, there is only one last step left. I think the remaining 20 days will be enough. After the thoughts flew, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he summoned the materials warehouse again. The army's firepower is indeed too powerful. Shen Fei has calculated it. Relying solely on the current armored defense properties of Xuanwu, it is impossible to last until the end of the exercise. So he also has to install some anti-missile systems. Only in this way can Xuanwu ensure that it has the possibility to help the First Army win this combat exercise. Well, I think it's about the right amount. If I choose more materials, it will be a bit over budget. 10 minutes later, Shen Fei looked at the 3.8 million on the material warehouse settlement interface. I couldn't help but feel a little sad. The cost of building this basalt tank has now reached 16.8 million, plus the $15 for printing paper. It's almost reaching 17 million. Stop selecting materials immediately. After settlement, Shen Fei began to make final improvements to the Xuanwu tank. Time flies by like a white horse. 10 days pass like this. Shen Fei, who had been bending over and busy, finally stood up again. After taking a look at the completely completed Xuanwu with considerable satisfaction, Shen Fei submitted instructions to the system to end the experiment. The next second, the system's mechanical voice rang out. Ding! The system is now scoring the host's experiment. After system testing, the host received a full score of 100 for the manufacture of the experimental land battle tank this time. In terms of tank attack methods, the host's understanding and manufacturing capabilities have broken through the limit. Obtained a level evaluation. Now rewarding the host with 5 intelligence points. Rewarding the host with 5 million system upgrade points. The system's friendly voice echoed in Shen Fei's ears. But Shen Fei felt unusually cold. System, what about the most basic trust and honesty between people? Last time, the full score was 100, and the evaluation was also level 1. The reward is 10 intelligence points and 10 million upgrade points. Why is it half less this time? Tell me honestly, did you take kickbacks? You withheld the reward that was supposed to be given to me? Shen Fei's expression was very serious, and there was even a hint of scrutiny in the depths of his eyes. He now had serious doubts. The first reward may be more than 10 intelligence points and 10 million upgrade points. After the system made the announcement, there was no sound, as if it was dead. Shen Fei roared twice again, but after a few seconds, the system still did not respond. In the end, Shen Fei could only feel uncertain. Left the super laboratory with the basalt tank. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was already past 3 in the morning. But in the first military region, Sun Dongxian still hadn't fallen asleep. He sat behind his desk. The dim light shone on his face, which looked intimidating without even showing any anger. For the combat exercises that will begin after daybreak, Sun Dongxian is writing and drawing to see if there is anything that needs attention or something that has been missed. Certainly, there is an even more important reason. That is to wait for news from Shen Fei. If I can't get any news from Shen Fei tonight, he probably couldn't sleep at all. This can be seen from the sadness between his brows. Jingle. And just at this moment, Sun Dongxian's cell phone on his desk suddenly rang. Seeing this, Sun Dongxian's pupils shrank slightly. Then he quickly picked up the phone, when he saw clearly that it was the order completion message sent to him by Shen Fei. Sun Dongxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. An extremely excited expression appeared on his face. Then he walked to the window with his cell phone and dialed a number that only he knew. After a moment, the call is connected. Sun Dongxian said in a low voice and serious expression, Qing Long, I order you to immediately bring 5 Filong Special Forces members to get close to Shen Fei's store. After discovering a land battle tank, immediately deploy control around the tank. I will send someone to pick up that tank now. Before the military district arrives, no one is allowed to get within 20 meters of the tank. Understood, Commander. Chapter 77. Can Shen Fei really build a tank? Inside the suburban manufacturing shop, after Shen Fei sent the order completion message to Sun Dongxian, he began to feel sleepy. But Shen Fei did not go to bed immediately. He first randomly added some diesel to the Xuanwu tank and drove it outside the manufacturing shop. Then he sat down on the chair. He slowly took out his cell phone from his pocket. His eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. In about 26 seconds, 6 red dots suddenly appeared on Shen Fei's mobile phone screen. Then the red that began to rush towards him quickly. In the end, all 6 red dots stopped around the Xuanwu tank. I think so, Shen Fei said to himself. Then he put his phone away. Then he started walking towards the bedroom. No words were spoken that night. Early the next morning, the Demon City is still as peaceful and busy as usual. But it is located in a large mountainous area nearly 200 kilometers away from Demon City. Here it starts as early as 6 in the morning. All personnel were blocked from entering. The highway leading here has also been completely banned, and it was blocked in a vast barren mountain plain. Countless soldiers, tanks, armored planes are standing in neat rows, ready to go. In this combat exercise, the 1st Army is the Red Army and the 71st Army is the Blue Army. In general military exercises, the Red Army mainly focuses on defense, while the Blue Army mainly focuses on offense. This time is no exception. The First Army, led by Sun Dongxian, still has to adopt a defensive strategy in the first phase. After all, on paper, the First Army is far inferior to the 71st Army in strength. You will definitely lose if you go head-on right from the start. Of course, the First Army cannot just defend itself. The final result would be to be slowly crushed to death by the 71st Army. The rules of this combat exercise are roughly the same as those of previous exercises. The battle always ends with whichever side's headquarters is captured first, or the winner can be determined by who suffers more casualties at the end of the time. And at this time, Sun Dongxian was giving his final pre-war speech on the stage. Although it was just a combat exercise, but the tens of thousands of soldiers below the stage seemed to have completely entered the state. That resolute expression was as if he was facing a real war. To put it in the words they often say to each other, after waiting for so long, the moment to bring honor to the family has finally arrived. Who doesn't want their name to become a fill-in-the-blank question? 2 minutes later, Sun Dongxian finished his pre-war speech. Looking at the fearless state of countless soldiers below the stage, Sun Dongxian nodded with satisfaction. Then he raised his voice and gave the order. Now, all combat brigades, listen to my orders. Rush to the designated combat location immediately. 5 combined brigades disperse and patrol the area within 50 kilometers of our Red Army base. The Army Aviation Brigade is responsible for detecting enemy situations in the air. If you spot an enemy aircraft, immediately go into combat. The Artillery Brigade will temporarily disperse and wait for orders 10 kilometers southeast of the base. Service Support Brigades, stand by. The Engineer Chemical Defense Brigade has started preliminary chemical defense work. After the Air Defense Brigade discovered the enemy aircraft, it launched an attack simultaneously with the Aviation Brigade. The Special Operations Brigade has dispatched a team to stand by at the border with the enemy. Sun Dongxian's serious and solemn voice echoed across the plain. Tens of thousands of soldiers below the stage immediately saluted collectively in response. The loud voice reaches the sky. Qining, Su Ting, and others were very excited watching this scene. Immediately afterwards, the 11th Combat Brigade of the First Army was disbanded. Begin to proceed to the designated combat location step by step. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi hurriedly came up to Commander Sun. Commander, didn't you say Shen Fei has built the tank? There is only less than half an hour left before the exercise officially begins. If it's any later, the comrade in charge of the inspection in the military headquarters will not allow the tank to participate in the battle. We and Chun Lao Ko both ran here towards the tank. Sutina spoke repeatedly. Chun Jinmin, who was not far away, also cast an expectant look over here. If Sun Dongxian had not told him in advance that the tanks were on the way, at his age, he really wouldn't come and join in the fun. It should be soon. Hey, here we are. Here we are. Hearing Su Ting's question, Sun Dongxian also felt a tightness in his heart. But after he took a look, he pointed to the distance with some excitement. Seeing this, Qining and others immediately looked in the direction of Sun Dongxian's finger. I saw a military heavy truck slowly driving towards this side. More than 3 minutes later, the heavy truck finally drove closer under the expectant eyes of Su Ting and others. Report to the commander. Special Operations Brigade Zhou Su was ordered to carry out the tank escort mission, and it has now been completed. Please give me instructions. Then the car door opened. A tall man quickly jumped down from above and saluted. Sun Dongxian nodded upon hearing this. Then he said, "Bring down the tank." Sun Dongxian's voice was very calm. But if you listen carefully, you will find out. There was a slight tremor in his voice. It was obvious that his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. And Qin Ying and others, including Chen Jinmin, who was far away, everyone has come over at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the covered cargo box of the heavy truck. Yes, Commander. But see, Commander, there's no way to drive it straight down right now. Sun Dahai. Captain. Yes. Listen to my orders and get some diesel immediately. Yes, Captain. After turning around and giving instructions to one of his men, Zhou Su then smiled bitterly and looked at Sun Dongxian and said, "Commander, I personally drove the tank onto the heavy truck. But within a blink of an eye, the tank ran out of fuel and stalled. And this tank is a little strange. No, to be exact, it's too strange. I've never seen a tank like this before, not only in our country, but also in the United States. No other country in the world, even the United States, has a tank with such a strange shape? Comrade Shen Fei, is he? At the end, Zhou Su seemed to be hesitant to speak. He wondered if Shen Fei didn't know how to build a tank at all. But when I think about the fact that their military district spent 200 million to buy this, Zhou Su was a little hesitant to speak, but he didn't dare say it. Ma Hongyi on the side didn't have so many concerns. He slapped his thigh hard and started shouting, "Hey, Commander, look, I told you so. This kid Shen Fei is a complete profiteer. He won't even add the oil ordered by the military district. This tank has no idea what he's going to do. What weird shape. I think he just cut corners." When Sun Dongxian heard what Ma Hongyi said, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he looked at Qin Jinmin. There was an expression of surprise and doubt in both of their eyes. At this moment, a vicissitudes but heavy voice suddenly sounded not far away. "Dongxian, what's going on? I heard someone shouting about the tanks from a distance. Have the tanks that little guy named Shen Fei built for your military region arrived? Come, let me see what kind of tank is worth 200 million. Our Type 99 only costs 20 million. Chapter 78, are you crazy? This guy even dares to make money from the country. Chief. Hello, Chief. Hello, old leader." He raised his head and looked at the person who came. Sun Dongxian was the first to salute and say hello. Immediately afterwards, Chen Jinmin, Qin Ying, and others beside him also saluted and greeted him with respectful expressions. If you look carefully, you will find it. There was a hint of surprise flashing in the eyes of Su Ting and Ma Hongyi. They never expected this. One of the two deputy general managers of the military general office actually came over. "Old Chief, I didn't expect you to be sent here this time. I'm a little nervous." I saw the old man in front of me extending his hand. Sun Dongxian hurriedly shook hands with both hands. Seeing this, the old man named Zhang Taifeng smiled and shook hands with Sun Dongxian. Then he patted Sun Dongxian's arm kindly and said, "Mr. Dong, I'm not the only one here this time. Your former leader is here too." But in order to avoid suspicion, Lao He ran to the 71st Army. "But it's not that he doesn't care about you. He has been telling me about your years in the army." When Sun Dongxian heard Zhang Taifeng's words, his expression froze slightly. Then a hint of emotion flashed across the depths of his eyes. And Su Ting and others behind him opened their mouths even wider before they could close them. "Sister Ing, the old leader is talking about another He Jianzhong, right? TSK. The General Office of the Military Affairs Office has made a huge move this time." Ma Hongyi moved closer to Qin Ying and whispered. Qin Ying couldn't help but frown when she heard that. She always felt that things might not be that simple. But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, interrupting Qin Ying's thoughts. The other side, Zhang Taifeng and Sun Dongxian had also turned around and looked over. "Dongyan, let's take a look at the tanks that Shen Fei built for your military region." "Yes, old chief." Sun Dongxian nodded in response. As he finished speaking, the Xuanwu tank built by Shen Fei has been filled with diesel. Zhou Su drove it down from the truck bed, and the moment I saw the Xuanwu tank, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. Immediately afterwards, Su Ting and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Taifeng and Sun Dongxian. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Now they finally understood why Zhou Su said that the shape of this tank was a bit strange. A general tank is composed of several major parts, including the hull, turret, tracks, armor, and main gun. And the tank in front of them at this moment. Everywhere else is okay. That is, the shape is somewhat different from that of ordinary tanks. But overall, it can still be seen as a tank. The most critical point is the turret. Generally, the turret is connected to the main gun. What is the main gun? That is the most important weapon of a tank. But now the tanks in front of Zhang Taifeng and others have no main guns, let alone the main guns. There is not even a shadow of the launch port. The entire turret just stood bare on the vehicle body. It is known that this is the main battle tank that the first military region asked Shen Fei to build. If you don't know, you might think this is just an armored vehicle with a weird shape. "Commander, what did I say? This kid Shen Fei even dares to take our money. You still don't believe it. He's not just cutting corners. He didn't even build the most important main gun. Is there anyone in the world who is braver than him? 3 courages? He has more than 3 courages. He is full of courage. He spent 200 million to build such a junky thing. How much money did he cheat us out of?" After Ma Hongyi came to his senses, he couldn't help but shout out on the spot. Su Ting beside him was silent for a moment, and his eyes twitched as he said, "Commander, don't hold it in anymore, sue us. Being angry can harm your body. Mahani said that Shen Fei was a complete profiteer. When they even dared to make money from the military region, Su Ting really didn't believe it. But now he realized that he was too small and his vision was too narrow. The courage of a profiteer was beyond his imagination. It's okay now. Everyone was expecting Shen Fei to give them a surprise. And Shen Fei really gave them a huge surprise. There is no main gun. What the hell is that? Take him out and get beaten. All right, shut up. Old chief, let me ask Shen Fei what's going on. I think he wouldn't dare mess around with military affairs. Sun Dongxian looked at Zhang Taifeng, who was standing beside him, and said, just when his eyes fell on the basalt tank. His last sentence didn't sound very confident. Yeah, okay. Zhang Taifeng turned his head and spoke calmly after hearing this. Then he looked at the Xuanwu tank built by Shen Fei in front of him. His brows couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that it is completely unclear what the special feature of this tank is. And just at this moment, Zhou Su, who was standing not far away, seemed to be hesitant to speak. Commander, the word Xuanwu is engraved on the left front of this tank. It seems that Shen Fei gave this tank this name. And there is one more thing I should report to you. I've driven a lot of tanks, and the internal structures are basically the same. But the Xuanwu that Shen Fei made has many buttons on the control panel that I don't quite understand. I think if you ask Shen Fei, you should also ask him what those buttons are for. After all, tanks are no better than anything else, and this one was made by Shen Fei. It might not be safe if you just press it casually. Zhou Su's voice rang out one after another at the scene. Sun Dongxian was stunned when he heard this. Then he nodded. He then dialed the phone number of Shen Fei that he had previously investigated. After a while, I heard the busy tone on the phone. Sun Dongxian frowned slightly. After leaving a few messages for Shen Fei, he shook his head and said to Zhang Taifeng beside him, Old chief, Shen Fei's phone call is not working. Maybe he hasn't woken up yet. When he handed the tank to us last night, it was already late. Chapter 79, Let's Leave It to Fate. Sun Dongxian's voice slowly rang out at the scene. Zhang Taifeng didn't have time to speak. Mahani on the side couldn't help it anymore. Commander, why are you still pampering him at this time? Aren't there people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces that you arranged around Shen Fei's manufacturing shop? I think we can just let Fei Long's people control Shen Fei first. Send him straight to the military court. You sent him the core blueprints of 99. Look, does this tank look a bit like 99? Even if Shen Fei built it according to 99, he couldn't have made such a broken thing. And the size of this tank is not even half of the 99. I suspect he just thought the 99 was too expensive to make, so he made it himself. All Shen Fei thinks about is money. His unscrupulous nature is exposed. They have no bottom line and dare to make money from the country. Mahani was spitting all over the place and talking endlessly. He acted as if everyone should have listened to him a long time ago. Little did he know that his words made Sun Dongxian, who was already a little irritated, completely angry. Maonji, I told you to be quiet. Didn't you understand? If you say one more word, get back to the base. Hitur said Manantai Hongli Harpli. Sun Dongxian then turned his head and looked at Zhang Taifeng. At this moment, Zhang Taifeng slowly shifted his gaze away from the Xuanwu tank. Then he shook his head and smiled at Sun Dongxian. Dongxian, you don't need to ask me about this. You are the commander of the First Army. This is a combat exercise between the First Army and the 71st Army. It's up to you to decide what to do. As for Shen Fei's problem, I think it won't be too late to discuss it after the combat exercise is over. Hearing Zhang Taifeng's words, Sun Dongxian nodded silently. Yes, I understand, old chief. Sun Dongxian had just finished speaking. Not far away, several soldiers in military uniforms and with the rank of colonel walked over. Hello, old chief. Commander Sun, we are responsible for supervising the determination of participating armed forces on behalf of the General Office of the Army. There are 5 minutes left to finish the work. May I ask if you have any armed forces that would like to join the battle? The leading colonel first saluted Zhang Taifeng respectfully. Then he asked Sun Dongxian. Sun Dongxian did not answer immediately after hearing this. Instead, he looked at the basalt tank not far away with a frown. The focus of his sight. It was the bare turret. There was silence for a moment. Sun Dongxian sighed and said, Without. Commander, I think we should give this tank a try. It's just a try anyway. There's nothing to lose. Just when Sun Dongxian was about to respond to the inspectors from the General Office of the military, Qining suddenly took the lead and spoke. Although she couldn't see what was so special about the tank built by Shen Fei. But I don't know why. She always had an inexplicable trust in Shen Fei. She thought maybe they just didn't understand the tank yet. Try. Sun Dong heard Qin Ying's words first, but he couldn't help but hesitate again. The Xuanwu tank in front of him was built by Shen Fei at a cost of 200 million yuan. How could he not want this tank to participate in the war? It was just a tank being pulled out. If the people from the 71st Army saw this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. By then the exercise will have been lost. Then he would have lost both the formation and his reputation. A military commander-in-chief has no dignity. Commander, please don't hesitate. We won't send this tank to charge in the front, just follow behind the main force. And Su Ting and Ma Hongyi told me about it a few days ago. They are willing to personally drive the tanks built by Shen Fei to participate in combat exercises. Now this tank is full of weirdness. I think it's a good opportunity for Su Ting and Ma Hongyi to conduct exercises while exploring it. The average combatant certainly doesn't know as much about tanks as they do. Qining said with a very serious expression. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, who were standing nearby, heard what she said. The scene became a little messy. How come everything was going so well, but suddenly it got involved with us? Also, when did you say it? We didn't say a single good word from beginning to end. At this moment, Su Ting and the other man's faces were darker than each other. Ma Hongyi's back teeth were almost broken by biting them. If Sun Dong hadn't stopped him from speaking first, he had to start crying and shouting now. If that's the case, all right then, just give it a try. Ladies and gentlemen, please include this tank in the First Army's combat forces. Sun Dong waved his hand first. He said with an attitude of leaving everything to fate. Qining breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. But at this moment she glanced. It seemed that Su Ting and Ma Hongyi both seemed to have a lot to say. The former had already slowly opened his mouth. Seeing this, Qining immediately walked over to Su Ting and the other man. Whispered, "You have something to say? Then tell your sister first, okay?" After saying this, Qining smiled at the two of them. But that smile made Su Ting and the other man feel a chill on their backs. I pondered for less than a second. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi began to shake their heads like rattles. No, sistering, we have nothing to say. We are very satisfied with this arrangement. What else can you say? It's not good at all. Su Ting and the other man said with a smile. The bitterness in my heart can fill 2 large jars. But what can they do? The situation now is that participating in combat exercises may be life-threatening. If you don't participate, your life will be in immediate danger. Bitter. The baby is in pain, but the baby didn't dare to say it. Then the final countdown of the combat exercise also ended. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. Sun Dongxian accompanied Zhang Taifeng into the temporary command headquarters. Each combat brigade began to report the battlefield situation to Sun Dongxian in real time. The chief of staff and political commissar of the First Army also became busy. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, the 2 brothers in distress, were accompanied by Zhou Su. Slowly walked to the front of the Xuanwu tank. At this moment, we are looking closely at the basalt tank, which is only about 2 meters high. Ma Hongyi asked anxiously, Captain Zhou, do you think we can survive? Chapter 80. This is weird. What kind of fighting style is this? Ma Hongyi's voice sounded with a hint of crying. Zhou Su, a muscular man with a lean build, immediately laughed. Were you 2 forced by Qining? I knew it as soon as I saw it. There was no prior discussion at all. Your research base has a ruthless woman like Qining. It's no wonder that people say the men in your research base can't stand up. Don't even mention you. Even if the captain of my Special Operations Brigade met Qining, he wouldn't dare to say that he could beat her without using weapons. But you just need to keep your mind at ease. I can see that, Commander. How could he not see that? Military talents like you who are engaged in scientific research are all treasures. Let alone death. Even if a commander is injured, it will be painful. As long as you stay near the base and don't drive this tank away carelessly, your lives will not be in danger. Commander Zhang is staying at the temporary command headquarters. The 71st Army Group will definitely not dare to force their way here. Zhou Su patted Ma Hongyi on the shoulder. He said to comfort the 2 of them. When Su Ting and the others heard what Zhou Su said, I felt relieved immediately. However, after seeing the armor on the outer layer of the Xuanwu tank, Su Ting couldn't help but walk forward and knock twice with his hands. Next second, a slightly crisp but somewhat turbid voice sounded. The moment I heard this voice, the expression on Su Ting's face was immediately stunned. Zhou Su and Ma Hongyi turned their heads and looked over with some suspicion. And after Su Ting reacted, I couldn't help but swear. What the hell? What kind of armor is this Shen Fei using? At this stage, armor is welded from homogeneous steel plates. In addition to the rolling process, it also requires many complicated procedures. The sound is quite dull. Why is the sound of Shen Fei's tank armor so mixed? Could it be a mixture of iron and steel with impurities? Forget about anti-tank missiles. If we use a normal armor-piercing bullet, won't Hongi and I be killed? At this moment, Su Ting's face was as gloomy as it could be. Shen Fei was so dark that it was beyond his comprehension. The sound isn't right. Why don't you two wait here first? I'll report this to the commander and see what he says. Perhaps you two don't need to participate in this combat exercise anymore. Zhou Su looked at the Xuanwu tank in front of him. I couldn't help but twitch my face twice. He only heard from others that the famous Shen Fei was a bit greedy for money. He didn't have much idea about it before. Now he finally saw it. If this tank is really made of impure steel. Just from the tank armor alone, Shen Fei had no idea how much money he had earned from their military district. Alas, Captain Zhou, forget it. The combat exercise has now officially begun. Don't bother the commander with this kind of thing. Su Ting and I will just drive our tanks around the base and not go anywhere else, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Zhou Su over there had already taken a step, but he was stopped by Ma Hongyi. Anyway, Ma Hongyi doesn't want to offend Sun Dongxian now. Well, that's fine. The two of you should be careful and don't drive too far. I have other tasks, so I'll go get busy first. Zhou Su nodded upon hearing this. Then he said goodbye to Su Ting and the other person. He wanted to join up with his company. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi stared at each other. He could only grit his teeth and get into the Xuanwu tank. At this moment, both of them wanted to kill Shen Fei. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the army headquarters, a group of figures were standing in front of the large command screen. Standing in the center is the commander-in-chief of the 71st Group Army, Wang Zuokai. There were also several people with general stars on their shoulders standing on both sides of him. I think it must be someone like the chief of staff of the 71st Army Group and the vice president. Not far away, a man with a square face and an extremely upright temperament was leaning back in his chair. He looked at the combat animation on the big screen with great interest. It is worth mentioning, except for these big guys, there was also a man and a woman standing in the command center. The man looked to be less than 30 years old, with very fair skin and wearing a pair of rimless transparent glasses. The woman was Jiang Lin, who had been to the 1st Military Region. At this moment, Jiang Lin folded her arms. He whispered to the man next to him, "Brother Wu Qing, the anti-tank missiles you developed this time will definitely give the 1st Army a good beating. Qing thinks she's amazing for researching a new type of material. Her material is a joke compared to the new anti-tank missile you developed. I feel that after this exercise, your anti-tank missile will be named Hongjian 13. This is definitely the world's most advanced anti-tank missile. Brother Wu Qing, you are not only the pride of our 71st Military Region, but also the pride of the entire Dragon Country." Jiang Lin's cold and beautiful face revealed an undisguised look of admiration. That's a huge sense of contrast. Any man who sees this will say that he can't stand it. When the man named Wu Qing heard this, he just smiled faintly and said, Lin, it's too early to say anything about this since it hasn't been tested in actual combat yet. Brother Wu Qing, you are just too modest." While Jiang Lin and Wu Qing were talking in a low voice. On the other side, the commander of the 71st Army Group, Wang Zuokai, glanced at the square-faced old man behind him without saying a word. Then he looked directly at the battle map in front of him and ordered, "Aren't the Red Army supposed to defend? Then let's try the defensive strength first. Pass my order. The 1st Armored Division will attack from the left. March to a depth of 10 kilometers in the Blue Army area. Once the battle begins, the 2nd Armored Division will make a detour from the right. Inflict a heavy blow to the enemy." "Yes, Commander." As soon as Wang Zuokai finished speaking, a soldier immediately nodded in response. But at this moment, Li Dehai, the chief of staff of the group army, looked at a certain place on the battle map, but his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. "What is that? What is that? Red Army armored vehicles? Or people from the reconnaissance company? Is Sun Dongxian crazy? He has already penetrated 5 kilometers into our army's position. Is he going to give up defense and just go for a head-on confrontation?" Chief of Staff Li Dehai pointed at the fast-moving red dot on the map, his voice filled with extreme uncertainty. Wang Zuokai and others were stunned when they heard this. Then they all looked over there. Then they all frowned at the same time. What kind of play is this? Weird. They have never seen it before. At the same time, everyone at the 71st Army headquarters was confused by the red dot. On a barren mountain plain, the Xuanwu tank is traveling at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. And inside the tank cab, Su Ting was roaring loudly. Ma Hongi, what the hell did you touch just now? Stop right now. It's almost reaching the Blue Army's territory. If you want to die, can you please stop dragging me along? Su Ting's face was full of anxiety and he was really a little panicked. Ma Hongi stammered when he heard this. I don't know either. Stop. How do I stop? I can't understand these buttons at all. Chapter 81. A tank feels like it's pushing your back? 20 minutes ago, after Ma Hongi and Su Ting got into the Xuanwu tank, the two of them had a clear division of labor, with one person responsible for driving the tank. One person is responsible for operating the turret compartment. But just as Ma Hongi was driving the tank leisurely to the right side of the command base, Ma Hongi yawned and accidentally touched a button. The Xuanwu tank suddenly began to accelerate. That moment, Ma Hongi and the other man both felt a strong push on their backs. It's easy to drive a car with a sense of pushback, and any sports car can do it. But what are they driving? This is a medium tank weighing more than 20 tons. Don't even mention the feeling of being pushed back. It's already exaggerated to accelerate to 30 kilometers in just 10 seconds. According to the estimates of Ma Hongi and Su Ting, the Xuanwu tank's acceleration to 30 kilometers per hour is estimated to take less than 2 seconds. This aspect alone, it almost made both of their jaws drop. What kind of abnormal engine can push a 20-ton tank to such a starting speed? And when the two thought this was the limit, the basalt tank in less than 5 seconds, the speed was increased to an exaggerated 65 kilometers per hour. It is nothing that a medium tank can reach a road speed of 65 kilometers per hour. But the place where they are driving now is a barren mountain plain. Not only is the road uneven, there are also many gravel and stones. But under this road condition, the speed of the Xuanwu tank not only reached 65 kilometers per hour, and it continues to improve. In less than 2 minutes, the speed exceeded 70 kilometers per hour and was about to reach 80. You should know that even the Scorpion light tank, which is known as the fastest in the British Empire, has a maximum speed of only 80 kilometers per hour, and its weight is much lighter than that of the basalt tank. As for the Leopard 2 of the United States, which is known as the king of land warfare, its maximum off-road speed can only reach 60 kilometers per hour. Just in terms of speed, the basalt tank can simply lift up and attack all land combat tanks. Brother Fei, Uncle Fei, Daddy Fei, I'm calling you Grandpa Fei. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real talent. Stop it, stop it, stop it. At this moment, inside the cockpit of the Xuanwu tank, Ma Hongi's voice was almost hoarse from shouting. Seeing that the Xuanwu tank was still accelerating, it looked like it was going to rush directly into the Blue Army's hinterland. Ma Hongi was really a little overwhelmed. Shen Fei, I will never forgive you. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ma Hongi shouted nonsense. Sometimes he praised Shen Fei, and sometimes he scolded Shen Fei. In the end, he couldn't help but punch the console in front of him, squeak, and was hit by Ma Hongi. The Xuanwu tank actually began to slow down. A few seconds' work. The Xuanwu tank then reached a speed of over 80 kilometers per hour. It started to drop sharply. Finally, it stopped on the plane again. Su Ting and Ma Hongi were slightly stunned when they saw this. Then they all collapsed on their seats. He let out a long sigh and said, "It's so good to be alive." As Su Ting and Ma Hongi gradually relaxed, little did they know that inside the 1st Army Command Headquarters, the situation has long been in chaos because of them. "Commander, that's it. That tank called Xuanwu flew past me with a bang. It's like being in a movie. I've never seen a tank that fast. Dozens of light tanks from our Combined Forces Brigade want to intercept them. In the end, we were not even able to catch up. In just a few seconds, the Xuanwu tank had already left us completely out of sight." The commander of the 3rd Combined Brigade, who was in charge of patrolling the right side of the headquarters, couldn't help but smacking his lips. And in the command center were Zhang Taifeng, Sun Dongxian, Chen Jinmin, Qin Ning, Zhang Ku, and a group of senior military officers. Every single one counts. At this moment, my brain is a little confused. A medium tank just left the light tank in the dust? This is a combat exercise, not a movie. No, even movies don't dare to shoot like this. What now? Where is that tank now? Are we supposed to let Su Ting and Ma Hongi stay around the headquarters? What do they want to do? After Sun Dongxian came to his senses, he widened his eyes and started shouting. Although the speed performance of the Xuanwu tank finally made Sun Dongxian a little excited. But Su Ting and Ma Hongyi are among the best talents in the research base. Sun Dongxian can't let anything happen to them. Commander, as soon as the incident happened, we sent an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to catch up. The drone should be able to capture the image of the basalt tank now. Hearing what Sun Dongxian said, the commander of the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade at the side quickly responded. But his expression at this moment was really a little strange. Maybe he couldn't even dream of it. One day, you'll need a reconnaissance drone to chase a land tank. Where's the picture? Cut to it quickly. And Qining, that tank is not equipped with our communication system at all. Use your cell phone to call those two guys Su Ting and Ma Hongyi and tell them to get back here immediately. Sun Dongxian shouted loudly. Qining nodded when she heard that, and then quickly took out her cell phone. On the other side, the images captured by the drone also appeared on the split screen of the command screen, only to be seen under the blanket of the midday sun. The basalt tank is lying on the ground like a steel beast. Seeing this scene, Sun Dongxian breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the distance at this moment, the basalt tanks have penetrated within 8 kilometers of the Blue Army's position. It is only about 30 kilometers away from the Blue Army's hinterland. Fortunately, there was no sign of the Blue Army in the images transmitted back by the drone. It's all right, it's all right. Sun Dongxian spoke repeatedly. But the next second, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the command room. Commander, look! Oh no! Su Ting and the others are in danger. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Army headquarters, looking at the images transmitted back by the land combat tank in front, the president leads the army, Wang Zuokai, and the chief of staff is Li Dehai. There was also He Jianzhong sitting not far away. The expressions on their faces couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What is this? It's not an armored vehicle. How could an armored vehicle run over 80 kilometers just now? Li Dehai said with a surprised expression. The information just transmitted back through the reaction radar. The maximum speed of the invading ground objects has reached 82 kilometers per hour. They all thought it was a light armored vehicle. But what appeared before their eyes at this moment had nothing to do with armored vehicles. It looks like a tank no matter how you look at it. But if it's a tank, where's the main gun? Why is there nothing on the turret? Chapter 82, it's too late, too late. A group of senior officers in the army headquarters looked at each other. I don't understand what the First Army is doing. It's okay if the fighting style is weird. How come the combat weapons are so weird? Commander, I think I may know what this weird tank is about. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard the words, and then they all looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing that the person who spoke was Jiang Lin from the 71st Group Army's Military Industry Research Department, Wang Zuokai quickly said, Jiang Lin, do you know? Could it be that your old classmate Qining did this? Hearing what Wang Zuokai said, a hint of disdain suddenly flashed across Jiang Lin's eyes. Then she shook her head and said, Commander, no. Qining doesn't have the ability to build a tank on her own. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Shen Fei's masterpiece. Jiang Lin's cold voice echoed back in the command center. Everyone who heard her words couldn't help but have a strange expression on their face. Shen Fei. Wang Zuokai frowned and said, the news that the First Army placed an order with Shen Fei caused a lot of controversy. It was impossible for Wang Zuokai not to know this. But they never took this matter to heart. Although the generation of drones built by Shen Fei made the first military region famous. But from the time the first military region placed an order with Shen Fei to the start of combat exercises, it only took 3 days. No matter how talented Shen Fei is, Wang Zuokai also did not believe that the order from the first military region was placed specifically for this combat exercise. And now Jiang Lin said that the strangely shaped tank in front of him was Shen Fei's masterpiece. How could this not surprise them? A tank was built in 3 days. Moreover, this tank has such a terrifying off-road speed. Wang Zuokai had never heard of or seen anything like it. Commander, Shen Fei is very talented in scientific research. But didn't Brother Wu Qing just develop the latest anti-tank missile? I feel like I could give this tank a shot. See what this tank is all about. Of course, let's also take a look at how capable Shen Fei is. Just when Wang Zuokai hesitated, Jiang Lin pursed her lips again and said, upon hearing this, Wang Zuokai looked up at Jiang Lin. Then his eyes swept over Wu Qing, who had been silent. His brows immediately frowned slightly. How could a military district commander not see Jiang Lin's little thoughts? Now people are saying that Shen Fei is the most talented scientific researcher among the younger generation. Jiang Lin wants to use a missile to prove it. Wu Qing is the most talented one. Jiang Lin, your suggestion is not very good. Although this combat exercise allows the first round to be used with live ammunition. But we can't mess around. The missile developed by Wu Qing is too powerful to be used directly as a combat weapon. After saying that, Wang Zuokai turned around and no longer looked at Jiang Lin. However, Wang Zuokai did not adopt Jiang Lin's suggestion. But after hearing what he said, Jiang Lin couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. Brother Wu Qing, you see it. The commander must have felt that this tank could not withstand the tank you developed. That's why he said that. Lin, I've told you so many times not to jump to conclusions so early. That Shen Fei is quite amazing. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in Wu Qing's eyes. Then he looked up at the large command screen not far away. Although Wang Zuokai did not accept Jiang Lin's opinion, but the basalt tank has entered the Blue Army's position. It was impossible for Wang Zuokai to ignore this strangely shaped tank. Pass my order and issue combat instructions to the land tanks ahead. Let's test the waters with a Red Arrow 73 anti-tank missile first. Yes, Commander. The other side. Inside the 1st Army headquarters, Sun Dongxian and others were staring at the images transmitted back by the drone. 2 minutes ago, 3 heavy land combat tanks of the 71st Army suddenly appeared in the picture. Everyone's heart was immediately lifted. However, after discovering that the 3 tanks stopped far away, Sun Dongxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Commander, we can't get in touch. I can't get through to Su Ting and Ma Hongyi. That tank seems to be able to block electromagnetic wave signals autonomously. Just then, Qining said with some surprise. When Sun Dongxian heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Autonomous shielding of electromagnetic wave signals? Sun Dongxian, who didn't know much about this phenomenon, subconsciously wanted to ask more questions. But at this moment, the 3 Blue Army main battle tanks were originally some distance away from the Xuanwu tank. Suddenly, it began to approach Xuanwu rapidly. When there is still some distance, the muzzle of one of the tanks began to move slowly, obviously aiming for attack. Commander, quick, find a way to contact the Blue Army. Ask them to stop the attack. This tank can't handle it. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi are in danger. Zhou Su, who had just walked into the command center, saw this scene. In an instant, a layer of cold sweat broke out on my back. Sun Dongxian and others, who were already worried, heard Zhou Su's words. His brows immediately furrowed. Zhou Su, how do you know you can't handle it? The Xuanwu tank built by Shen Fei does not seem to be as simple as we see. Can't you withstand a shell? Hearing what the middle-aged chief of staff said, Zhou Su hurriedly said concisely. Su Ting knocked on the armor of the Xuanwu tank when the exercise began. The sound it makes is very much like low-quality steel. I think this is one of the reasons why this tank can go so fast. Chief of Staff, Commander, this tank's armor can't withstand a single artillery shell. Even an armor-piercing shell can kill Su Ting and the other 2. Hurry up, both of you. Tell the Blue Army to stop attacking. By the end of his speech, Zhou Su's face was extremely anxious. And then Sun Dong reacted first. He quickly took out his cell phone, because combat exercises completely simulate real combat. His phone now couldn't even get through to the Blue Army headquarters. So he has to report this matter to the Military General Office first. Then the Military General Office urgently stopped the combat exercise plan. But when he saw the command screen, behind the land combat tank with its gun muzzle fully raised, Sun Dongxian's hand holding the phone couldn't help but stop in midair. It's too late. Chapter 83. Ridiculously powerful missile interception system. Inside the basalt tank, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi didn't know that all the senior officers of the 2 major armies were watching them. Of course, even if he knew, it would be meaningless to Ma Hongyi. At this moment, they looked through the tank's visual window at the main gun muzzle in the distance that was aimed at them. Ma Hongyi turned his head and said to Su Ting, who was looking up at the command cabin, Su Ting, it's over. We are really finished now. This guy Shen Fei is really going to kill us. Now, let's take advantage of this last moment to talk to each other from the heart. Tingzi, do you remember that you were feeling unwell and had diarrhea after you won the Best Research Award at the research base last year? That's all because I insisted on putting laxatives in your breakfast every day. And later you fell in love with a female officer and medic and asked me to send her a love letter. Actually, I didn't send any love letters. It's hard to be single, but it's even more worrisome to see my brother happy. Oh, and last month Ma Hongyi spoke one sentence after another, revealing his true feelings to Su Ting. Su Ting was completely stunned when he heard this. My brother and I are connected by heart, and my brother plays tricks on me? Ma, are you a horse or a human? I'll give you a cross. Oh, forget it. Yeetzi, you can tell me this before we die, which means you have a change of heart. Brother forgives you. Looking at Ma Hongyi's silence, Su Ting didn't have the heart to continue scolding. Mainly, it's useless to say anything now. Zhou Su felt that the tank could not withstand a single artillery shell. Su Ting, who is well versed in land combat tank armor, knows this better. Even though the land tank not far away was about to launch the Dragon Country's weakest Red Arrow series anti-tank missile at them, it is enough to send him and Su Ting to meet the King of Hell. Tingzi, if I can get your forgiveness, I will die without regrets. The only thing we can do now is to die with dignity. Ma Hongyi said to Su Ting with a dejected look on his face. Then he turned around silently. He first straightened his clothes, then he raised his hand to pull the central rearview mirror. Bah! And just when Ma Hongyi put down the central rearview mirror, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Ma Hongyi's lifeless eyes froze for a moment. Then he subconsciously looked down. It seems like something just fell out of the center rearview mirror. It fell right into his legs. He raised his hand and picked up the booklet on his lap. Ma Hongyi frowned and looked over there. Next second, his pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Instructions for using the basalt tank. Take a deep breath. Ma Hongyi had no doubts. It was like a drowning person grabbing at the last straw. Open the instructions for use of the Xuanwu tank. Ma Hongyi's agility as a top military genius fully erupted at this moment. Read 10 lines at a glance. Finally, when I turned to the third page, Ma Hongyi looked at the line of small words at the end of the page. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Then he quickly closed his eyes and looked up. Su Ting, not knowing what he was thinking, shouted, Su Ting, hurry! Stop standing there like an idiot. See the third black button on your left? Press it now. That's the autonomous missile interception and defense system designed by Shen Fei. Hear Ma Hongyi's roar. Su Ting opened his eyes with a click, although his brain was still a little confused, but his hands had already started moving. Quickly find the black button. Su Ting pressed it without hesitation, and at the same time, the Marine Corps tank of the 71st Army finally completed the final aiming lock, accompanied by a violent roar. A Red Arrow 73 anti-tank missile suddenly shot out like an arrow from a bow, rapidly attacking the Xuanwu tank. This moment, whether it is the headquarters of the 1st Army or the 71st Army, everyone stood up from their seats unconsciously. His eyes were fixed on the picture on the command screen, watching the Hongjian 73 anti-tank missile reach within 100 meters of the Xuanwu tank in the blink of an eye. The expression on Sun Dongxin's face was extremely tense. Not far away, Qining couldn't help but close her eyes. It seems that he can't bear to see the next scene. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I hurt you. I thought nothing would happen. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Qining murmured to herself, blaming herself to the extreme. And at the moment she closed her eyes, a loud sound caused by an explosion was transmitted from the command screen. It echoed throughout the entire headquarters. Qin Ying's expression was stunned when she heard the voice. Then she quickly opened her eyes again. The explosion shouldn't have happened so quickly, Qining exclaimed subconsciously in surprise. And when she turned her gaze back to the command screen, after seeing the picture there, a tingling sensation suddenly came over me, like an electric current. It soared all the way from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Qining couldn't help but gasp in an instant. All I saw was a black cloud caused by the explosion. It slowly spread out at a distance of about 30 meters from the basalt tank. Watching this scene, not only Qin Ying's expression was completely stunned. Everyone standing inside the 1st Army headquarters, their throats moved and they began to swallow their saliva. Zhou Su was standing not far away. He even had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. I slapped myself hard to make sure I was not dreaming. Zhou Su couldn't help but said in horror, Commander, it's the missile interception function. But the active defense systems on tanks, including ours, can generally only intercept missiles within a range of 7 meters. Even the quick-kill active defense system developed by Raytheon in the United States can never exceed 8 meters. What kind of perverted active defense system is this that Shen Fei has created? 30 meters. Can we intercept the missile directly from 30 meters away? This directly increases the defense range of the Eagle country's quick kill by nearly 4 times. By the end of this conversation, Zhou Su's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. He'd been playing tanks for many years. I have never seen such an exaggerated missile interception system. Chapter 80 for the two old leaders' puzzling behavior. Zhou Su's horrified voice echoed in the command center. Sun Dongxian and others were still in shock. The tank active defense system has always been the focus of land warfare for various countries. What does it mean to be able to intercept an anti-tank missile from 30 meters away? This means there is still plenty of time for a second interception. It can greatly improve the efficiency of successful interception. It can also reduce the damage caused by explosion shockwaves to tank armor. I don't know how much manpower and material resources the Bear Country and the Eagle Sauce Country have spent over the years. It can also increase the interception range by about 1 or 2 meters. This is already at the most advanced level in the world. But Shen Fei's Xuanwu active defense system took action. That's a 30-meter interception range. How could this not shock Sun Dongxian and other military leaders? This is no longer simply standing at the top of the global active defense system. But Xuanwu is independent on the throne. There are all kneeling subjects below. Shen Fei didn't let us down. He didn't let us down. Just this missile interception system is worth 200 million. After the shock, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but clench his palms excitedly. Chen Jimin, Qining, and others nearby heard this. They all nodded heavily. Even Zhang Taifeng, who was not far away, showed an expression of extreme appreciation at this moment. However, the excitement on everyone's faces did not last long. Then it was interrupted by another exclamation. "Commander, this is not good. It looks like the 71st Army is really going to do it. Several more heavy land combat tanks are surrounding us. Now there are a total of 6 tanks aiming at Xuanwu. Among them are 2 Type 99s. Hearing this sudden shout, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but frown again. Although Xuanwu's missile interception capability is exaggerated to the extreme, but he also saw it. The army group obviously did not exert any effort just now, just testing the waters. Now facing the encirclement of 6 land combat tanks, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but raise his hand holding the phone again. But at this moment, Zhang Taifeng, who had been standing not far away without saying anything, suddenly spoke up. "Dongyan, don't stop this combat exercise urgently yet. Let's see how great this Xuanwu made by Comrade Shen Fei is. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible." Zhang Taifeng stared at the Xuanwu tank on the screen. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Sun Dong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, old chief," when Sun Dongxian no longer planned to stop the exercise. On the other side, inside the headquarters of the 71st Army Group, the atmosphere became a little solemn. Anti-tank missile interception range of 30 meters. It was enough to shock Sun Dongxian and others. The people in the army group were not much better, especially Jiang Lin. Her cold and beautiful eyebrows had already been tightly knitted together. Wu Qing was standing next to her. A hint of doubt and uncertainty now appeared on his face, which had been calm until then. No one expected it. A tank that they did not take seriously. They intercepted the Red Arrow 73 so easily. Pass my order. The 3 main battle tanks ahead are attacking simultaneously, loading Red Arrow 8 missiles. The remaining 3 main battle tanks will conduct outflanking and interception. This tank can't be allowed to move forward even a little bit, nor can it be sent back. At this time, Wang Zuokai narrowed his eyes and said, "Compared with the Hongjian 73, the Hongjian 8 is a newer generation of anti-tank missile. Its power, speed, and anti-interception capabilities are a whole level stronger than the Hongjian 73. Obviously in front of He Jianzhong, the deputy chief of the General Office of the Military Affairs Commission. This is a bad start." Wang Zuokai was already feeling a little embarrassed. But just after he finished speaking, "Sit comfortably in your seat." He Jianzhong, who had not spoken a word, suddenly spoke. "Zuokai, let the 6 land tanks attack together." He Jianzhong's voice echoed in the meeting command center. The group army and other military leaders could not help but be slightly stunned. Then Wang Zuokai couldn't help but hesitate and said, "Old commander, in this combat exercise, in addition to the first round of live ammunition, weapons that did not cause armor damage can also use live ammunition again. Although in order to avoid casualties, the metal jet has been removed from the missile and is only used to detect the armor's defensiveness. But if 6 Red Arrow 8 missiles are fired at the same time, Even if the tank can intercept one or two, the remaining ones will be enough to blow the tank into pieces. Wang Zuokai looked straight at He Jianzhong. I couldn't help but frown slightly. 3 red arrow 8s, he didn't just say it casually. Rather, it was his judgment on the defensive attributes of the basalt tank. Now He Jianzhong suddenly said this. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Zukai, just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. Under the gaze of everyone, He Jianzhong actually said the same words as Zhang Taifeng. And since He Jianzhong is so determined, Wang Zuokai didn't know what to say anymore. He nodded slightly. New combat orders have been issued. A few seconds later, 6 main battle tanks located on a barren mountain plain. They all pointed their guns at Xuanwu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi had no chance to experience the joy of surviving the disaster. When I saw the 6 main gun muzzles slowly rising, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts again. Has the 71st Army gone mad? 6 main battle tanks are about to launch an attack at the same time. He's using the Xuanwu as a challenger? Ma Hongyi, quick, check the manual to see if there are any other defensive measures. Su Ting shouted. Ma Hongyi in the cockpit was flipping through the Xuanwu tank user manual and said impatiently, Stop yelling. I'm watching. This is not it. This is not it. Wait. This. Su Ting, press the second red button on your right. The manual says that it is the anti-infrared guidance defense function button. Su Ting heard this without any doubt. He quickly pressed the red button on his right-hand side. But soon, Su Ting suddenly reacted. Ma Hongyi, you please say it again. Anti-infrared guidance defense function? Are you seeing things? Is there such technology currently? Chapter 85 Wu Qing was defeated before the fight even started. If the exaggerated missile interception capability of the Xuanwu tank was enough to surprise Su Ting, then when you hear the words anti-infrared guided defense function, this completely confused Su Ting. Although various countries, including Longwa, have been committed to researching anti-missile defense capabilities. However, no one has ever studied anti-infrared guidance. It's not that no one has thought of this, but it is almost impossible to achieve. Especially when it comes to land combat tanks, it seems more like a pipe dream. Infrared guidance can also be called infrared thermal imaging guidance. It uses infrared rays generated by heat released by target objects, such as engines and human bodies, to lock onto targets. Aerial weapons, such as fighter jets, do have certain ways to restrain infrared guidance. The first way is to fly towards the sun. For example, when a fighter jet is being attacked by an anti-aircraft missile, the pilot will choose to fly the fighter jet sharply to climb and fly towards the sun. After that, the engine is turned off and the missile will chase the hotter sun until its fuel runs out. The second method is to launch decoy bombs, which can also generate infrared rays to confuse infrared-guided missiles. Not to mention that both methods are currently restrained by certain missiles. Even if it is not restrained, it is something that only fighter jets can use. Land combat tanks are completely impossible to replicate and apply. After all, how can a tank run towards the sun? Tanks can't fly. As for decoy bombs, that's even worse. Fighter jets are dozens of times faster than tanks. Only then can we use decoy bombs to quickly get rid of guided missiles. Tanks travel much slower than fighter jets. This means that decoy bombs are not suitable for land combat tanks at all. So when Su Ting heard that the Xuanwu tank actually had anti-infrared guidance function, that's why I'm so surprised. Because he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. How a tank can counter infrared guidance. You ask me. Who should I ask? Who knows how that pervert Shen Fei came up with this? Okay, stop bothering me. I haven't finished reading it yet. Let me see. It should be the first button in the second row of the cockpit here. Smart dodge function. Yes, that's right, this is it. While speaking, Ma Hongyi quickly pressed the button representing the intelligent dodging function system. On the other side, the main gun muzzles of the 6 land combat tanks have also completed positioning and aiming, accompanied by one violent artillery explosion after another. 6 red Arrow 8 missiles with guidance function suddenly whizzed out, attacked the basalt tank from several different directions. This moment, all the military leaders of the 2 major army groups. His eyes widened again. He stared straight at the command screen without blinking. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than 2 seconds, 6 sounds rang out one after another, and looking at the black clouds that drift away one after another. Inside the headquarters of the 2 army groups, they all fell into deathly silence. It was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the rapid breathing of the crowd. More than 10 seconds passed. In the army headquarters, Chief of Staff Li Dehai was the first to be shocked and said, 6 missiles, and they didn't even touch the shadow of the horse. How on earth did this tank come about? Li Dehai's doubtful voice echoed in the huge command center. The others could not help but look at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. They saw it clearly just now. The fastest 3 missiles were directly intercepted by the same method used to intercept the Red Arrow 73 missiles previously. Even the missile closest to Xuanwu was intercepted at a distance of about 20 meters. If this interception capability is enough to shock the military leaders of the 71st Group Army, the Xuanwu dodged the remaining 3 Red Arrows 8. That really dropped their jaws, because Xuanwu was about 30 meters away from the 3 missiles. It started quickly and drove about 1 meter away. And it is this 1 meter of emptiness. Let the 3 missiles stick to Xuanwu's body. It continued to fly forward without stopping. Finally, it exploded when it hit a small hill. It looked as if it had completely lost its target. You can only fly straight. This tank is weird, so weird. All our missiles have been strictly tested before the combat exercise, and there is absolutely no malfunctioning missile. But those 3 missiles seem to be ineffective. How could they turn a blind eye to the tanks right in front of them? The political commissar of the army group couldn't help but frowned. He is responsible for missile testing. This situation has occurred now. He even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his work. It's the anti-infrared guidance function. Though I don't know how he did it. But this should be the anti-infrared guidance function. Those 3 missiles were completely unable to detect the strong infrared rays emitted by the tanks so close. Just at this moment, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Wang Zuokai and the others turned their heads to look at the sound. The person who spoke was Wu Qing, the top scientific research talent of the 71 Group Research Institute. And after saying this, there was an obvious hint of bitterness on Wu Qing's face. Jiang Lin next to him stared at the Xuanwu tank in the picture in a daze. Somewhat lost. If you can't even touch the shadow of the target, does the strength of the missile still matter? At this moment, Jiang Lin's mood was extremely complicated. She never expected it. Wu Qing, whom she has always admired very much. This time, it was done in a way that did not involve direct combat. He was completely defeated by Shen Fei. With Wu Qing's reminder, the group army had guessed that it might have an anti-infrared guidance function. Inside the 1st Army headquarters on the other side, everyone had guessed this long ago. Zhang Ku and the crowd hesitated for a moment. Finally, he couldn't help but muster up the courage to stand up in front of the military leaders and said, "Old Chief, Commander, Chief of Staff, all the chiefs. Anti-infrared guidance is one thing. But I think what's more terrifying is the intelligence system of this Xuanwu tank. That's what I'm researching. So I can tell. The Xuanwu tank is actually capable of intercepting those 6 missiles at the same time. But the Xuanwu tank did not do so. Instead, it chose the most effective way. Shen Fei's research on intelligent systems has once again opened my eyes. As Zhang Ke spoke, the admiration for Shen Fei in his eyes was extremely strong. However, military leaders such as Sun Dongxian could not help but be stunned when they heard this. Zhang Ke, what do you mean by this? Can you explain it to everyone in detail? Chapter 86, it's a mess. Everything is a mess. Under the puzzled gaze of Sun Dongxian and others, Zhang Ke raised his hand and pointed at the image of 6 missiles frozen on the big screen. Commander, did you see the 3 missiles that were intercepted by the Xuanwu tank's close-in defense gun? It seems that the 3 missiles have no substantial connection, but if we use the law of directional parameters, we can calculate it. The direction from which those 3 missiles came has the highest chance of being intercepted compared to the other 3 missiles. This is definitely not accidental. It must be the result of analysis by the intelligence system that Shen Fei added to the Xuanwu tank. And the scariest part is yet to come. The combination of intelligent evasion and anti-infrared guidance device easily dodged the remaining 3 missiles. Then why not use close-range shells to intercept 6 missiles at the same time? Or use anti-infrared devices to dodge 6 shells? I think this should be the result of calculation by the intelligence system. It's not just to increase the chances of dodging or intercepting. It's also to save energy. Zhang Ke spoke one sentence after another. Sun Dongxian and other military leaders were completely stunned after hearing this. Zhang Taifeng on the side couldn't help but move his throat twice. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. A tank has extremely strong defensive attributes. It can also save energy autonomously. This means there is no logistical support. The tank's sustained combat capability will be stronger than other tanks. This is no longer a simple matter of saving logistical work. Instead, it possesses the combat attribute that can change the situation of a battle at a critical moment. But there's still one thing I don't quite understand. The defensive capability of the Xuanwu tank has far surpassed that of all other tanks. Previously, when we discussed intelligent driving systems, they didn't play a big role in military operations. But the terrifying detection range of the Xuanwu tank is another matter if it is equipped with intelligent driving. But what about attacking? Could it be that 200 million is not enough, so Shen Fei did not design offensive weapons? If that's the case, it would be a shame. Focus your eyes on the bare turret of the Xuanwu tank in the picture. Zhang Ke couldn't help but speak again. Sun Dong heard Zhang Ke's words first. The expression on his face was slightly stunned. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhang Taifeng beside him. I couldn't help but shake my head and smile bitterly. Old chief, you may not know much about some of Shen Fei's deeds. His talent in scientific research is truly unmatched. But the only bad thing is that this guy is too greedy for money. You saw it before the combat exercise began. Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and others suspected that Shen Fei dared to embezzle the country's money. Although judging from the various amazing functions currently demonstrated by the Xuanwu tank, we all wrongly blamed Shen Fei. He is a good young man with a conscience, a sense of bottom line, and a strong patriotism. No one is so crazy as to dare to make money from the country. But for a notorious profiteer, this is already the limit. In the final analysis, both Mr. Chun and I greatly underestimated Shen Fei's ability. If only I had known that he had such a deep understanding of tank building. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I can still scrape together an extra 200 million yuan and ask him to help us build a tank that can both defend and attack. Finally, Sun Dongxian turned his head and looked at the Xuanwu tank on the screen. I feel it's a pity from the bottom of my heart. Zhang Taifeng smiled and said, he has a pure talent for scientific research, but he is extremely greedy for money. Dongxian, as you said, I am becoming more and more interested in this little guy, Shen Fei. Zhang Taifeng's eyes fell on the Xuanwu tank in the picture. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate it, and the happier you feel. Sun Dongxian wanted to say something after hearing this. But at this moment, the information officer who had been responsible for paying attention to the overall situation suddenly stood up and reported. Commander, the 71st Army has 2 heavy armored combined battalions and an artillery battalion rapidly closing in on the Xuanwu tanks. Besides that, the 3 heavy armored combined brigades of the 71st Army Group near the right flank are all operating close to that side. Should we provide emergency support to the Xuanwu tanks? The slightly anxious voice of the informant echoed in the command center. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinmin and others all showed expressions of extreme surprise on their faces. 2 heavy armored combined battalions and 1 artillery battalion are not enough. 3 fully armed combined brigades are ready to go at any time? Huh? The 71st Army is completely confused by Xuanwu. They should think that Xuanwu is a secret weapon sent by our army. We must go straight to their Blue Army base. At this time, Sun Dongxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, he was thinking quickly. Looking up at the Blue Army's formation on the command screen, it appeared that it was already somewhat disorganized. Sun Dong pursed his lips first, then ordered, "Don't support. If we go to support, we will hinder Xuanwu and become sitting ducks. Pass my orders now. Move out the entire army, switch from defense to offense. Launch a general attack directly on the Blue Army." Sun Dongxian finished speaking. All the senior officers in the command center couldn't help but tremble. Less than half a day has passed since the exercise began. According to their preset battle plan, at least we have to be on the defensive for the first 2 days. But now, because of Xuanwu's sudden disturbance, the plan was advanced so much. However, looking at the command screen, I saw that a single Xuanwu tank was able to tie down so many Blue Army forces. They all understand, too. Sun Dongxian's decision was correct. Now is the best time to attack. At the same time, the army group did not know that Sun Dongxian had already issued the order for a full-scale attack. At this moment, Wang Zuokai and other military leaders of the 71st Army still had their eyes fixed on the Xuanwu tank. Just as Sun Dongxian thought, Xuanwu's defensive performance is enough to make people's scalps tingle. Wang Zuokai indeed regarded it as the secret weapon of the First Army. But having said that, if Wang Zuokai were asked to think about it, he probably wouldn't be able to guess it. This was all just a farce from beginning to end, just because of the 2 people driving the tank. Someone accidentally touched a button. Chapter 87. Is there still life left for the Xuanwu tank? On the endless barren mountain plain, Su Ting and Ma Hongyi were unaware of the armed forces of nearly half of a heavy armored combined brigade. They're coming towards them to encircle and suppress them. Of course, even if I knew. Now Su Ting and Ma Hongyi have no fear at all. Oh my god! This Xuanwu tank made by Master Fei is so cool. I swear, from today on I will be Master Fei's #1 little fanboy. Whoever says that Master Fei is a profiteer again, I will get angry with him. In the cockpit, Ma Hongyi was waving his hands excitedly. As a top military researcher, should you stay calm? Ma Hongyi said that he couldn't stay calm at all now. And it's not just Ma Hongyi. Su Ting in the turret cabin had an expression of disbelief on his face. 6 missiles didn't even hit a piece of Xuanwu's armor. If it were before, Su Ting would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. But now the reality appeared before his eyes. Su Ting's scalp is numb now. He is also a top military scientific researcher. Su Ting should be very jealous of Shen Fei. But at this moment, Su Ting asked himself, he was not jealous at all, because Shen Fei's scientific research talent has completely exceeded his understanding. Don't even think about trying to catch up. Even if he was given another 10 years, he felt that he could not even catch up with Shen Fei. How could he be jealous in this situation? How can humans compare to perverts? Shen Fei, now someone says that you have been doing scientific research since your mother's womb, and I believe it. You are too cruel. Looking through the periscope, I saw 6 land tanks outside that seemed a little confused. Su Ting couldn't help but murmur. And at this moment, Ma Hongyi on the other side suddenly said, Su Ting, I know what button I pressed just now. Smart Cruise Function button. It can autonomously detect enemy armed forces within 500 meters and then choose the best driving route. Do you think we should do something big now? Finally, Ma Hongyi couldn't help but lick his lips excitedly. When Su Ting heard what he said, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned and said, what a big deal. How? Ma Hongyi shook the instructions for use of the Xuanwu tank in his hand, his emotions still extremely excited. Su Ting, I was not joking just now. Shen Fei really didn't act like a profiteer this time and cheat our military region of its money. Missile interception function, intelligent avoidance system, anti-infrared guidance. Do you think this is the end? No, not yet, not even close. There are some tougher jobs to be done on this basalt tank. If Shen Fei hadn't been playing tricks on us, the other functions would really be as described in this manual. I feel like even an entire heavy armor combined armor brigade can't stop us now. In this case, why don't we turn his 71st Army's position upside down? Hearing what Ma Hongyi said, Su Ting turned his head and looked at the instructions for use of the Xuanwu tank again. The expression on his face suddenly became a little surprised and uncertain. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, let's do it. See if Xuanwu can really help us win once. Inside the army headquarters. At this moment, people were constantly reporting the battlefield situation to Wang Zuokai. Although the 1st Army moved quickly, however, the 71st Army group still detected some clues. Chief of General Staff Li Dahai frowned slightly and said, Commander, something's not right with the 1st Army. Should we just leave this tank alone for now? The overall situation is more important. Hearing what Li Dahai said, Wang Zuokai did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the object that was still lying on the plain. Xuanwu was surrounded by their 6 land combat tanks. There was silence for several seconds. Wang Zuokai frowned slightly and sighed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's not mobilize our armed forces there for now. Pass my order. The 3 nearby heavy armored combined brigades begin to turn around. Commander, look, it's moving. The tank is moving. Wang Zuokai hadn't finished speaking yet. A cry of surprise was heard in the command center. Wang Zuokai was the first to turn his head and look over when he heard this. He Jianzhong, Jiang Lin, Wu Qing, and others all raised their heads the next second. I saw the basalt tank, which was still in a stagnant state. Suddenly it started to speed up. In the blink of an eye, it had already driven more than 10 meters away. This is the scene of a catapulting start. Wang Zuokai and his group were stunned, although they already knew that the Xuanwu tank was very fast. But a tank can almost launch itself. This is even more unbelievable than seeing a ghost. How do they make this tank engine? How much power does it take to make a 20 to 30-ton tank move so fast? Chief of Staff Li Dahai couldn't help but swear. Wu Qing, who was standing at the back of the crowd, had his brows furrowed, a look of confusion on his face. Non-professionals like Li Dahai think this is an exaggeration. Top military scientific researchers like Wu Qing are more aware of the difficulty involved. Shen Fei really refreshed his cognition time and time again. Oh no, this tank is heading for our hinterland. Just when everyone was shocked by the scene before them, a cry of surprise rang out again. It only took a few seconds for the basalt tank to complete the task. It had already bypassed the 6 marine tanks that surrounded it. Those tanks just started to intercept, but he didn't even have time to drive out a distance of 1 meter. He has been left far behind by Xuanwu, watching the screen speeding up crazily. Soon, Xuanwu reached a speed of more than 70 kilometers per hour. At this moment, Wang Zuokai finally couldn't sit still anymore. At Xuanwu's speed, it would take less than half an hour. We have to kill them at their base camp. What if their headquarters was destroyed by a tank? The group army will be laughed to death by other military regions. Follow my orders. Don't worry about other places for now. Concentrate your strength and stop this tank for me first. No matter what, we have to stop it 10 kilometers away from the headquarters. Wang Zuokai narrowed his eyes and said in an unquestionable voice. Li Dahai's expression froze when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Wang Zuokai, seeming to be hesitant to speak. After a moment, he finally sighed and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then he shifted his gaze to the basalt tank running at high speed in the picture. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Commander Sun, you personally stood up to speak for Shen Fei regarding the drone issue. I think you went a bit too far. But now it seems that your first army group has really found a treasure this time. One tank forced an army to change its combat strategy. I participated in so many combat exercises, and I've never encountered anything like this. Chapter 88, The Real Crossing of the Line of Fire. Under the order of Wang Zuokai, in addition to the 2 armored divisions and 2 heavy combined brigades guarding the junction of the Red and Blue Army areas, all the armed forces of the remaining 3 heavy combined brigades and 1 artillery brigade, all of them began to shrink rapidly towards the Blue Army's hinterland. About 25 kilometers away from the Blue Army's hinterland, the more mobile 2nd Artillery Battalion had already arrived here first. Looking at the 18 cannons that have been set up, the commander of the 2nd Artillery Battalion, Zhang Erpeo, shouted at the top of his voice. Damn, our 71st Army has never lost such a person. A land-based tank is rushing towards our hinterland. It really doesn't take our artillery battalion seriously. Beat them hard for me soon. I want to see if that tank can withstand my gun. Yes, battalion commander. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shouted in unison. The sound echoes endlessly across the plains here. Zhang Erpeo took the telescope handed to him by his subordinates. Started to look into the distance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes later, the Xuanwu tank that was speeding across the plain finally appeared in Zhang Erpeo's sight. At this moment, the Xuanwu tank was about 2 kilometers away from the position of the 3rd Artillery Battalion. Seeing this, Zhang Erpeo immediately picked up the communicator and shouted, Report to headquarters. Our battalion has spotted enemy tanks. Zhang Erpeo, commander of the 2nd Artillery Battalion, requests the order to attack. Requesting an attack order. On the other side, inside the 71st Army headquarters, Wang Zuokai and others had also received images transmitted back by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft above the artillery battalion. Saw the speeding Xuanwu tank. Picking up the communicator, Wang Zuokai first looked back at He Jianzhong. He Jianzhong nodded slightly at him. Wang Zuokai gritted his teeth and said, This is the headquarters. 2nd Battalion Commander. Follow my orders. First round, 8 guns fire simultaneously. If the enemy tanks are still able to move, fire at them with the remaining 10 guns. Ah, yes. The artillery battalion has received an order. On the plain, Zhang Erpeo put down the communicator, but he couldn't close his mouth. He was completely shocked by Wang Zuokai's order. It was according to his own idea. 3 guns at most would be enough, not to mention a medium tank. It's the Leopard 2 and the Challenger. 3 guns can definitely make the opponent completely incapable of action. Wang Zuokai gave the order to fire 8 cannons. And I also think that the tank will have mobility. Let the 18 cannons fire together? Oh my god! This tank must have really pissed off the commander. Boys of the 1st Army, you can't blame me for this. The commander ordered us to blow you into pieces, and we can't disobey. Zhang Erpeo licked his lips. Then he slowly raised his hand and said, Fire the gunner and follow my instructions. After the enemy tanks enter the strike range, 8 guns from number 0825 to number 0833 fire at me at the same time. Yes, battalion commander. While the 8 guns of the 2nd Artillery Battalion began to prepare for aiming. On the other side, Su Ting was in the Xuanwu tank. The presence of an artillery battalion in the distance has also been discovered through the periscope. Look at the raised muzzle. Su Ting couldn't help but swallow his saliva as his throat moved. Ma Hongi, stop the automatic cruise control function. Turn. There are artillery ahead. Several cannons are pointed at us. Even though we know that the various defensive functions of the Xuanwu tank are ridiculously strong, Su Ting was also a little panicked at this moment. The artillery battalion's rocket launchers and howitzers can carry out area attacks. There's no lock on you at all. Even the nearby artillery shells cannot be intercepted. This means all the defensive measures on the Xuanwu tank, including anti-infrared guidance and intelligent evasion, the effect will be completely lost. Turn? What direction? Tingzi, I would say you are too timid. What are you afraid of? From the moment we enter the military zone, we should be prepared to sacrifice our lives for our country. Now that we 2 brothers are dead, we can be considered to have died gloriously and are revolutionary martyrs. Ma Hongyi shrugged. He looked as if he was going to die heroically. When Su Ting heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he suddenly reacted. He glanced down at Ma Hongyi in the cockpit and yelled, Good. You are noble, and you are amazing. If this was the first day I met you, I would have been fooled by your nonsense. You're not afraid of death? Is there anyone in the entire research base who is more afraid of death than you? Tell me quickly, does the Xuanwu tank have other defensive capabilities? Hearing Su Ting's words, Ma Hongyi turned around and glanced at Su Ting. Then he couldn't help but curl his lips and said, Boring. Really boring. Will you die if you cooperate? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Are you sure that the other defensive measure Shen Fei has come up with can really withstand rocket launchers? Su Ting frowned and said, It's not that he doesn't trust Shen Fei. In his heart, Shen Fei is almost a god now. Just a tank. How can you survive the rocket launcher's range bombardment? Su Ting racked his brains, but couldn't think of a way to break the impasse. Tingzi, have you ever played Crossfire? Just as Su Ting's face turned red and white in anxiety, Ma Hongyi suddenly changed the subject and spoke. Su Ting was subconsciously stunned when he heard this. Then he looked at Ma Hongyi with a weird expression on his face. Question mark? If looks could kill, Ma Hongyi has probably been killed by him millions of times. Now the situation is urgent. Ma Hongyi asked him if he had ever played Crossfire. Fuck you. You're talking to me about games at this point? Su Ting swore. The spit was almost spraying onto Ma Hongyi's face below. Ma Hongyi remained calm. He put his hands on the joystick in the cockpit. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, Tingzi, the game Crossfire is just a scam. That little firepower is worthy of being called Crossfire? Now, buddy, I'll take you through the line of fire for real. The words fell. Ma Hongyi pulled the joystick back hard. The basalt tank suddenly became like a steel beast. The pressure head jumped out. At the same time, a loud roar also exploded in Su Ting's ears. Chapter 89 Shen Fei is patriotic. He is too patriotic. On the endless barren mountain plain, rocket launchers from 8 artillery battalions fired simultaneously. The roar continued. The basalt tank 1,000 meters away was immediately engulfed in artillery fire. Inside the 1st Army headquarters, although the Red Army's 1st Army had already begun preparing for an all-out offensive, but it controls the most central picture on the big screen, still firmly locked on the basalt tank. Under normal circumstances, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft would fly into enemy territory for such a long time. It must have been shot down long ago. But now, the 71st Army Group obviously has no time to care about anything else. At this moment, Sun Dongxian and the others were watching the scene being engulfed by artillery fire. Behind the Xuanwu tank whose shadow is completely invisible. My heart was in my throat again. Crazy. The damn 71st Army must be crazy. 8 rocket launchers fired simultaneously. Don't they consider the consequences at all? The Chief of Staff of the 1st Army Group could not help but slam the table. Although the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has just detected the scene of an entire artillery battalion. But they also didn't expect 18 rocket launchers. This opens a total of 8 doors, within a half-kilometer radius of the basalt tank. At this moment, everything is covered by rocket launchers, not to mention a medium tank. Even a super heavy tank would hardly be able to remain intact under such a range of firepower. Wang Zuokai is really playing with me, right? Okay, then I'll play with him. Pass my order, attack the Red Army positions on all fronts. Beat him hard. looking at the scene of continuous gunfire on the screen. At this moment, Sun Dongxian was also furious. Now everyone seems to have forgotten that this is just a combat exercise. Commander, don't be so anxious. Look, look, just as the smell of gunpowder was rising throughout the command center, the political commissar of the First Army suddenly pointed at the large command screen. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up hurriedly. Then, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. All I saw was thick black smoke. A dark shadow suddenly rushed out from the black smoke. He continued to run towards the Blue Army's territory at a very fast speed. Xuanwu, it's Xuanwu. Fuck, Xuanwu is actually okay. How is this possible? How did Xuanwu withstand the ranged attack of the rocket launcher? In the crowd, Zhou Su couldn't help but widen his eyes and spoke in horror. Although the Xuanwu in the picture was blasted all over and was dirty, but from the body to the turret, everything is intact, and it can run so fast. This proves that Xuanwu did not suffer any serious damage at all. Mr. Chen, what on earth is going on? All of Xuanwu's defenses have no effect against rocket launchers. But 8 rocket launchers were fired at the same time, and Xuanwu was not hurt at all? What kind of monster did Shen Fei create? Sun Dongxian looked at Chen Jinmin with an expression of astonishment. This obviously exceeded the understanding of those who did not know much about scientific research. Little did they know that Sun Dongxian and others were shocked. Chen Jinmin wasn't much better. He looked at the Xuanwu in the picture with a frown. He hesitated for several seconds. He then slowly opened his mouth and said, after facing a wide-area attack, all counter-defense measures have lost their effectiveness. There is only one possible explanation. That means Xuanwu managed to get through it. Xuanwu's armor is not as simple as Zhou Su said. It may sound like impure steel, but its defensive power is probably many times stronger than the super-hard alloy material that Qining just researched. I have personally tested this type of super-hard alloy material. At most, we can only withstand 2 rounds of bombardment from the Red Arrow 12 anti-tank missiles. And after resisting the second round, it can only guarantee a very high survival rate for the combatants in the tank, but the tank will completely lose its mobility. And the armor Shen Fei built for Xuanwu can probably withstand at least 5 Red Arrows 12. Shen Fei has once again opened the eyes of an old man like me. Finally, Chen Jimin even felt a little ashamed of himself. Then he recalled his previous comments about Shen Fei. Now he just felt the burning pain on his old face. From the very beginning, he underestimated Shen Fei. Hard. You managed to get through it. The other side. After Chen Jinmin's inference resounded throughout the command center, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and took a deep breath. Those are 8 rocket launchers, not 1 or 2, nor 3 or 4. If 8 rocket launchers fire simultaneously, they can flatten a small enemy defense base. But Xuanwu just held on and rushed out of the bombing area unscathed. This is totally unbelievable. Holy crap. Look, everyone. Mr. Chen was right. You really are tough enough. Just at this moment, the political commissar of the First Army, who had always spoken very civilized, couldn't help but suddenly swore. Everyone looked at the command screen in unison following the sound. I saw Xuanwu breaking out of the encirclement from the artillery battalion of the 71st Army. 18 cannons fired at the same time. The rockets went straight toward Xuanwu in pursuit. One of the rockets hit the body of Xuanwu. The huge explosive force and shock waves spread out. Xuanwu was blasted sideways for more than 2 meters. But then Xuanwu acted like a nothing-happened tank. After steadying his body, he rushed out again. Speculation is one thing. To actually see it is another thing entirely. At this moment, I watched Xuanwu take a rocket launcher. Still looks quite maneuverable. All the military leaders in the command center couldn't help but swallow their saliva with their throats moving. Now I finally understand why Shen Fei named this tank Xuanwu. Not because of the already exaggerated defense systems. But this thing is so damn solid. It's like a 10,000-year-old iron tortoise. Looks like I have to take back what I said before. This is definitely over budget. 200 million is not enough for Shen Fei to build such a strong armor. Shen Fei is patriotic. He is too patriotic. Sun Dongxian couldn't help but smacking his lips repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the others all nodded heavily. Whoever says Shen Fei is a profiteer again will be. These military leaders were the first to stand up and express their disagreement. It is obvious that Shen Fei has the skills, the character, and the vision. Commander, I don't know why, but I feel like crying. Shen Fei is so touching. For someone who is so greedy for money, he actually started a business that loses money this time. I adore him so much now. Zhang Ku, who was very honest, suddenly couldn't help but speak at this moment. As he spoke, tears seemed to well up in his eyes. His words were like a huge rock, hitting Sun Dongxian and others hard in the heart. Even someone as simple-minded as Zhang Ku was moved by Shen Fei. What about them? Longguo is lucky to have talents like Shen Fei. Finally, Zhang Taifeng, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. The admiration in his eyes seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 90. Shen Fei, the incomprehensible one. Everyone in the first group was deeply moved by Shen Fei. On the other side, the atmosphere in the 71st Army Group was a bit bad. Looking at the picture, the Xuanwu tank could not be stopped even by 18 rocket launchers. Wang Zuokai and his companions felt their scalps gradually becoming numb. A chill ran straight from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads. What the hell? What the hell is this? 18 cannons couldn't even knock off a piece of its iron sheet? Let the 3 heavy armored combined brigades return to defend immediately. Get back to defense immediately. The army headquarters was silent for a few seconds. Wang Zuokai's roar then rang out. Upon hearing this, the combat command messenger nodded hurriedly. At this moment, Chief of General Staff Li Dahai could not help but remind. Commander, the Red Army has launched a full-scale attack. If all 3 heavy combined brigades are transferred away from the front line, we may not be able to withstand the Red Army's attack. This is where their 71st Army is stronger than the 1st Army. Just 2 more heavy armored combined brigades. Now 3 combined brigades are being transferred at once. Then their 71st Army Group's firepower would be much weaker than that of the 1st Army Group. It can easily go seriously wrong. Chief of Staff Li, I can't care about so many things now. If this tank really rushes to the vicinity of the headquarters and destroys it, we will lose this battle immediately. And this tank is so mysterious. So far, all we've seen are its defenses. We haven't seen its attack methods yet, and I have asked someone to investigate before. This tank was pulled to the 1st Army base by a heavy truck this morning. Sun Dongxian simply didn't have time to have anyone modify this tank. In other words, even if they have the time, do you think those people at their research base can figure out this tank? So in this case, just in case, finally, Wang Zuokai's face had become extremely gloomy. The other military leaders of the 71st Group Army heard what Wang Zuokai said. I woke up instantly. Then, their expressions became somewhat surprised and doubtful. If the basalt tank is the regular combat force of the 1st Army, then they believe that Sun Dongxian would never dare to do anything wrong. There is definitely no real combat equipment installed on the Xuanwu. This way, there will be no actual threat. Everything is still within the controllable range of the exercise. But now this tank was built by Shen Fei. Considering the defensive measures are so amazing, then what kind of attack methods will there be? For this, Wang Zuokai didn't dare to gamble. Other military leaders in the group army didn't dare to gamble. Okay, that's it. Issue combat orders. In addition, old commander, I think you need to leave the command base first. And Jiang Lin, Wu Qing, and everyone else who has nothing to do with the exercise command must leave. Wang Zuokai said with a resolute expression. He hadn't thought about it either. A combat exercise can create such a huge safety hazard. Logically speaking, the combat exercises should be stopped immediately. But first of all, He Jianzhong didn't say anything. Secondly, if the Blue Army took the initiative to stop the combat exercise, then the exercise would directly determine that the Blue Army would be the loser. Just one tank would have forced the 71st Army to stop and admit defeat. By then, it will not only be Wang Zuokai who will feel ashamed. The entire 71st Army Group will become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Wilderness War Zone and even the 5 major war zones. So even if there are hidden dangers now, Wang Zuokai will stay at the Blue Army base to the death. This is his duty as the commander of a military region. It is also a soldier's last glory and dignity. Commander, if we have to retreat, we should retreat together. We won't leave unless you leave. And after Wang Zuokai finished speaking, there were immediate waves of objections in the command center. A group of senior commanders of the army group. There was a look of determination on their faces. In Dragon Country, all soldiers treat combat exercises no less than a real war. On the battlefield, how could they abandon their commander and escape on their own? From the first day they entered the army, they had not received such ideological education. I will never obey such thoughts and orders. But Wang Zuokai heard what they said. Not only was I not moved at all, instead, he slammed the table and yelled, "Did your heads get squeezed by the door? Are you all confused? This isn't a war, it's an exercise. There is a hidden danger on the battlefield. Get out of here, everyone. Don't you understand?" Finally, Wang Zuokai raised his finger and pointed at a group of senior commanders and started cursing. However, Li Dehai and others seemed to be motionless. Wang Zuokai could only frown twice. Then he turned his head and looked at He Jianzhong beside him and said, "Old chief, please withdraw first. Take these stupid guys with you and retreat together. There's really nothing we can do with them. They have to make an exercise like a life and death separation. Wait until the exercise is over and see how I deal with them." Wang Zuokai spoke while cursing. Upon hearing this, Li Dehai and others looked at each other. They all chose to automatically block Wang Zuokai's words. And at this moment, He Jianzhong, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke up. "No one needs to leave. It should be fine, because there is one thing you may not be clear about." While speaking, He Jianzhong's eyes were always on the Xuanwu in the picture. After getting rid of the artillery battalion, Xuanwu was still rushing towards the Blue Army's hinterland at a terrifying off-road speed of more than 80 kilometers per hour. Wang Zuokai and other military leaders of the 71st Group Army heard what He Jianzhong said. They all couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After Li Dehai realized what was happening, he couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "Old chief, what's the matter?" Hearing this, He Jianzhong looked at Li Dehai and others. Then he pursed his thick lips and said, "Before the exercise began, that is, when the First Army placed an order with Shen Fei, your Eastern Wilderness War Zone President Lin Guiyang has reported this to the Military General Office. Shen Fei Yuan First Army Commander's son, Dong Xian, asked for two documents. One is the comparative data of the main combat weapons of the two armies. The other is a detailed topographic map for combat exercises." He Jianzhong's meaningful words slowly echoed in the command center. Everyone who heard his words was completely stunned, especially Jiang Lin and Wu Qing. His brows were even furrowed. What does a researcher need this information for? Does any of this have anything to do with building tanks? Chapter 91. Why are you playing tricks on Shen Fei? Who can beat him? Inside the army headquarters, Wang Zuokai and others looked at each other. I racked my brains, but couldn't figure out what Shen Fei wanted these two pieces of information for. After all, these are things that combat commanders need to consider. "Old commander, please speak frankly." Finally, Wang Zuokai and others looked straight at He Jianzhong and said. He Jianzhong nodded when he heard this, and a trace of fluctuation appeared in his calm eyes. At first, I didn't know what Shen Fei wanted these two pieces of information for. Until just now, the tank broke through the siege under the bombardment of 18 artillery pieces, and then I finally understood. Shen Fei wants to do battlefield analysis. Analyze all possible situations that the tank will encounter in combat exercises, and then give the tank the performance it deserves. Including the fact that your 71st Army's 6 land tanks surrounded that tank at the beginning, I think Shen Fei should have analyzed it long ago. Of course, Shen Fei has only one goal, which is to help the First Army win this combat exercise. I think this should be one of the long-cherished wishes of Sun Dongxian for placing an order with Shen Fei. It's just that he probably never thought that Shen Fei was really helping him accomplish all this. He Jianzhong's words echoed one after another in the command center. Wang Zuokai and other military leaders couldn't help but widen their eyes. Immediately afterwards, the entire command center fell into an eerie silence. All that could be heard were a few sudden and rapid gasps. Several seconds passed. Chief of General Staff Li Dehai's throat moved, and he swallowed his saliva while speaking. Analyzing the battlefield situation, and then build a tank that can help the First Army win a combat exercise? That is to say, everything that is happening now is very likely within Shen Fei's expectations. That tank broke through the fire from 18 rocket launchers. It's definitely not accidental, but inevitable. Old Chief, these words should not come from your mouth. I really feel like you're making fun of me. How can there be such an exaggerated person in the world? Li Dehai's lips were trembling. His eyes were full of doubt about life. Jiang Lin and Wu Qing were standing not far away. His face was full of sadness and frustration. They originally thought that Shen Fei's talent in scientific research was just slightly higher than theirs. As long as they try to catch up, one day they will be able to catch up with Shen Fei and prove that they are also the most dazzling and promising young people of the new generation of Dragon Country. But now, they only felt that endless surging waves suddenly emerged around them. It was as if it was going to swallow them up. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, they had not realized the huge gap between them and Shen Fei. That is definitely not just a simple scientific research thing. After all, scientific research only requires staying in the laboratory to study. Why would we need to analyze the battlefield situation? And to take a step back, even if we asked them to analyze the battlefield situation, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Shen Fei did all this with ease. Jiang Lin turned her head and looked at Wu Qing beside her. He couldn't help but shook his head with a look of disappointment. Shen Fei stood in front of them like a huge mountain. It makes them lose the courage to climb. Wu Qing has always been the brightest star in Jiang Lin's eyes. Everything became dim at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zuokai came to his senses. He exhaled lightly and said, "Old chief, I understand what you mean. Since everything is within Shen Fei's expectations, then whether that tank is capable of rushing here or not, we are safe. If that's the case." Finally, Wang Zuokai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He Jinzhong heard this and said meaningfully, "Do you want to just leave the tank alone? Go back and deal with the Red Army's attack. Zuokai, you are the commander-in-chief of this combat exercise. I have no right to interfere with what you want to do, and I will not interfere. But I need to remind you, anything you can think of? Do you think Shen Fei would not expect this?" Facing He Jinzhong's gaze, Wang Zuokai was slightly stunned at first. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Old chief, I think too much. Yeah, what's the point of playing tricks with someone with a perverted IQ like Shen Fei? But old commander, if I fight with all my might, can this tank really hold out?" Finally, Wang Zuokai couldn't help but turn his head to look at the command screen, pursed his lips and said, he seemed to be asking about the tank, but in fact he was asking He Jianzhong, will he continue to be responsible? After listening to He Jianzhong's inference about Shen Fei, the Xuanwu in the picture at this moment, Wang Zuokai felt that it was more troublesome than an entire army. Therefore, he finally understood it. There is only one way to break the deadlock. That is to completely block Xuanwu and not let it continue to approach the command base. As for what Wang Zuokai said, in the end, He Jinzhong only said 3 words after pondering for a while. "Let's try it." As the exercise gradually entered its white-hot stage, the outside world, however, remains as calm and peaceful as usual. Inside a manufacturing shop in the suburbs of Demon City, after Shen Fei yawned, he sat up comfortably on the bed and stretched. Then he subconsciously picked up the mobile phone beside him. Then I saw dozens of prompt messages appearing in succession. Shen Fei didn't answer the phone because the phone was silent, so he naturally didn't know why Sun Dong called first. But the text message is this. "Shen Fei, I've been complaining to you for nothing, haven't I? Where's the gun? Where's the main gun? I spent 200 million. You didn't even fire the main gun? Just wait for me, kid. After the exercise, I will settle the score with you. If you don't want to go to the military court, then just report to my 1st military district. Comrade Shen Fei, just pretend you didn't read the previous text messages. It was me, Sun Dongxian, who was short-sighted. But the cost is over budget. You should have told me earlier that you don't have the money to build the main gun. I will install the main gun, even if I have to sell everything I have. How about this, Comrade Shen Fei? I will place another 300 million order for you later, and you must remember to make the main gun. You have to complete my order before you can continue to accept orders from other military regions. Comrade Shen Fei, we have an agreement." Start scrolling from the first message to the back, until I read the last text message. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile and shook his head. "Commander Sun, you have wronged me this time. Not having a main gun doesn't mean there are no means of attack." He said these 2 sentences to himself. Shen Fei couldn't help but recall the system's evaluation of this experiment. The system can give an experimental level evaluation for building a basalt tank. It's not because of Xuanwu's defensive properties, but it's because of Xuanwu's attack method. Chapter 92. You can't fly away even if you have wings. The place where the 2 major army groups conducted combat exercises. At this moment, fierce artillery bombardment continued to sound, and the 1st Army and the 71st Army. His eyes were still fixed on Xuanwu, because everyone understands. This is the key to winning or losing this combat exercise. It is no longer a frontal battlefield where tens of thousands of soldiers are fighting, but it's this tank that's far ahead of the others. Wow, cool, so cool. Shen Fei, From now on, you will be the only idol I worship." On the vast plain, Su Ting directly crawled out of the turret compartment of the Xuanwu tank. Ingfeng waved his hands excitedly. Within just a few hours of controlling the basalt tank, Su Ting felt that it was more exciting than the previous 20 years. This is the exciting life a man should live. But Su Ting didn't show off for long. He was suddenly pulled back into the cabin by Ma Hongyi below. "Su Ting, if you don't want to live, just say so. Don't die in front of me," Ma Hongyi yelled. Then he hurried back to the cockpit. The next second, a violent roar exploded less than 1 meter to the side of the Xuanwu tank. The shock wave hit the armor of the basalt tank. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. Su Ting was slightly stunned when he saw this. Then he blurted out, subconsciously, "Is it an anti-tank missile fired by the artillery? Come if you want. Even rocket launchers can't penetrate Xuanwu. So why should we be afraid of missiles? Besides, Xuanwu's anti-missile system is so powerful. Why would it be afraid of a few anti-tank missiles? If you want to tickle Xuanwu, you have to have the ability to do it first." The frightened look in Su Ting's eyes faded away, and then his whole body became relaxed again. While hearing this, Ma Hongyi paid attention to the developments ahead. Without turning his head, he said, "Su Ting, Xuanwu's armor is abnormally strong, but don't think you can't penetrate it. Shen Fei has marked it in the Xuanwu tank user manual that the Xuanwu tank can only withstand 20 red arrow 12 rounds at most. It still has to be in different armor positions. In the same position, you can only withstand 6 rounds. As for Xuanwu's anti-missile measures, didn't you notice that the 71st Army has changed its strategy? Now, they don't even use infrared guidance to lock. They just use inertial aiming and shooting. With hundreds and thousands of anti-tank missiles coming at us, how long do you think we can survive?" Ma Hongyi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Su Ting's head. Su Ting calmed down instantly. "So, what do we do next? There are probably quite a few artillerymen from the 71st Army ahead now. But we've already come this far. We can't just turn back, right?" Su Ting said somewhat unwillingly. Ma Hongyi narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Then he shook the joystick with both hands. Driving the basalt tank, he suddenly turned. "Start running wildly to the right. Tingzi, we can't stay in Pingyuan anymore. Then we would be sitting ducks for the 71st Army's artillery to bombard. But as long as we can get through the front, we should be close to the Blue Army headquarters." As he spoke, Ma Hongyi licked his lips. With the accelerator stepped on, the speed of the Xuanwu tank actually increased again. It seems to be almost reaching 90 kilometers per hour. Su Ting was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he quickly looked up. Not far ahead, I saw a patch of low bushes and several bare rocky mountains. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Army headquarters, looking at the images transmitted back by several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, a smile finally appeared on Wang Zuokai's gloomy face. "It's okay once you get into the trap. Staff Officer Li, how are the preparations going?" Hearing Wang Zuokai's question, Li Dehai said hurriedly, "Commander, everything has been arranged. Our 50 land-based tanks have been ambushed on the main road between the two mountains. As long as the tank penetrates deep into it, it won't be able to escape even if it has wings. That's the commander's opinion. I know that no matter how strong the tank's armor is, it won't dare to force its way through the plains." Finally, Li Dehai couldn't help but flatter him a little. The others followed suit. The atmosphere in the huge command center seemed to have become much more relaxed at this moment. These few hours. Don't let Xuanwu give them too much shock and pressure. Now he had to watch Xuanwu being eliminated. How could they not breathe a sigh of relief? Well, then let's wait for the turtle to fall into the jar. Finally, Wang Zuokai put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Then everyone looked up at the command screen silently. At this moment, Xuanwu's speed has already exceeded everyone's understanding of land combat tanks. Wang Zuokai looked at Xuanwu. Some different thoughts arose in my mind. Although this belongs to the combat arm of the First Army, no matter how much he liked it, he couldn't stay. But according to the rules of combat exercises, he could temporarily detain the tanks before conducting combat exercises. By then, he will have time for Wu Qing and others to study Xuanwu carefully. As for when the battle will end, without the unexpected factor of Xuanwu, that all depends on Wang Zuokai. As long as he wanted, he could let the 71st Army continue to play with the First Army. Even playing for 10 days or half a month is not a problem. Inside the First Army headquarters, Sun Dongxian and others. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Xuanwu tank. Watch the scene of the basalt tank rushing into the bushes, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Su, who was standing aside, couldn't help but frowned and said, "Commander, the terrain here is not very good. The advantages of the Xuanwu tank lie in its speed and defense." Su Ting and Ma Hongyi drove the Xuanwu tanks here, although they can avoid artillery bombardment. But it's the same as cutting off one's own arm. Looking up, I saw the basalt tank moving towards the narrow mountains ahead. Zhou Su's brows were getting tighter and tighter. When Sun Dongxian heard what he said, he couldn't help but pursed his lips. A bad feeling rose in my heart. Another half-minute passed, when the Xuanwu tank slowed down and drove to a low-lying area. Sun Dongxian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The scene that he didn't want to see finally appeared. Chapter 93: 50 Heavy Tanks Against One. In the originally quiet valley area, a series of violent roars suddenly rang out. The sparrows that had landed here were scared away. Then the roar became louder and louder. One after another, camouflage marine tanks emerged from the shadows. After a moment, centered on the basalt tank, dozens of tanks formed a circle. Xuanwu was trapped in the central area. Damn it, is the 71st Army really going to be so big? If I counted correctly, there are 50 main battle tanks here. They are all heavy and super heavy tanks, such as the 99 series. Use such a huge armed force to deal with Xuanwu. That's really crazy. Are they completely disregarding the front line? Watch this visually stunning scene. The Chief of Staff of the 1st Army Group could not help but swear. Now they have gained a considerable advantage on the front battlefield. He also guessed that the 71st Army had mobilized a considerable force to deal with Xuanwu, but they couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. This one move involves 50 heavy tanks. No wonder they think the frontal battlefield is so easy. Pass on my order. Continue to attack the front battlefield with all your strength. Don't leave any room for others. And then Sun Dong reacted first. He spoke hurriedly. Then he fixed his gaze directly on the scene in front of him. After 50 heavy tanks surrounded Xuanwu, no further action was taken. Of course, in the eyes of Sun Dongxian and others, there is really no need for any further action. Now Xuanwu is fighting like a trapped beast, facing 50 heavily armed main battle tanks. Xuanwu couldn't rush out and couldn't be defeated. You can only surrender. I am Wang Zuokai, the commander-in-chief of the 71st Army Group. Now our army has surrounded you. We advise you not to struggle anymore. Get off the tank and surrender immediately. Otherwise, our army will take coercive measures. At this time, Wang Zuokai's voice spread through the on-site communicator. 50 tanks did not raise their guns, but they just lie there. It is enough to give people tremendous mental pressure. Inside the basalt tank, Su Ting saw this scene through the periscope. His expression struggled. Finally, he slowly fell back onto the seat back. On this cold winter solstice, we almost got everything we wanted. It's really a failure at the last minute. Su Ting closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi turned his head and looked at Su Ting. My eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. Then he began to spit. Have you watched too many fucking movies? Are you being sentimental with me? Who told you we lost? After saying that, Ma Hongyi turned around and looked through the periscope, looking at the heavy tanks outside. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a dangerous arc. After Su Ting was stunned for 2 seconds, he suddenly raised his eyelids and said, What do you mean, kid? We've reached this desperate situation, and we haven't lost yet? How is it possible? Could this tank have another trump card? Listening to Su Ting's surprised and doubtful words, Ma Hongyi didn't look back, but a smile suddenly broke out on his face. When I saw the last page of the Xuanwu tank manual, I couldn't believe that such a method existed at present. But after Xuanwu rushed out from the 18 cannons, I believed it. Shen Fei is just a perverted guy. There is nothing in the world that he can't come up with. Tingzi, I wonder if you have ever heard of combo skills? At the end, Ma Hongyi suddenly changed the subject. When Su Ting heard this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Combination skills? What the hell are you talking about? Ma Hongyi turned his head and looked at Su Ting. The sight gradually moves downward. Tingzi, do you see the gray button next to your feet? That's Tianshui and Dujin. It is the attack method Shen Fei created on Xuanwu. Press it and you will understand. Xuanwu's strongest point has never been its defense. Ma Hongyi spoke word by word. Upon hearing this, Su Ting looked at the gray button at his feet with a dazed expression. Tianshui? Poison gold? Xuanwu's attack method? Army Group Headquarters. More than 10 seconds had passed since Wang Zuokai finished his speech. Looking at the Xuanwu in the picture, there was still no movement. Wang Zuokai couldn't help but frown, as if he had lost his patience. Pick up the communicator again, Wang Zuokai said in a serious voice. I'll say this one last time. Please don't resist. Get off the tank and surrender immediately. You have 3 seconds now. In 3 seconds, I will give the order to attack. 3. Wang Zuokai counted the first number. There was a burst of crackling sounds at the scene. The main gun muzzles of 50 tanks were raised at the same time. 2. Another count fell. All the main gun muzzles have been pointed at Xuanwu. At this moment, Xuanwu still didn't move. Seeing this, Wang Zuokai narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He was about to open his mouth and count down the last number, but just at this moment, a slight strange sound suddenly came from Xuanwu. Wang Zuokai looked up hurriedly when he heard the voice. All I saw was Xuanwu's bear turret. Suddenly, tiny black holes appeared. Next second, a strong shock wave suddenly arose. The air there seemed a little unreal. Wang Zuokai was stunned when he saw this. Then he picked up the communicator and ordered all the heavy tanks on the scene to be on alert and defend. But soon he discovered that something was wrong. Because except for the moment when the scene at the Xuanwu turret was blurry, there was no other movement. That look, it was as if he had just had an illusion. Seeing this, Wang Zuokai didn't think any more about it. As soon as you open your mouth, count the last number. But at this moment, Xuanwu suddenly moved. It's still the familiar, hair-raising startup speed. In less than 2 seconds, Xuanwu had approached the nearest heavy tank. The next second, boom! Supported by a powerful power system, Xuanwu directly knocked aside the 2 heavy tanks blocking its way. Immediately afterwards, Xuanwu passed through the gap. Start running straight forward. There was not much time to breathe. Xuanwu disappeared from Wang Zuokai's sight. The whole process happened in a flash. After a few seconds, Wang Zuokai reacted. He picked up the communicator and started yelling. What are you guys from the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade doing? Are you just dreaming? Chase him for me. Everyone has run away. Wang Zuokai's voice echoed in the huge command center. But those 50 heavily armed main battle tanks in the picture. But it seemed as if it was fixed in place. There wasn't even the slightest sign of movement. Just when Wang Zuokai was furious, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from the side. See, Commander, communications have been interrupted. The monitoring equipment shows that the 50 tanks have all lost their signals. Chapter 90, for I can't understand it at all. Lost the signal? Electronic equipment failed. Was it an electromagnetic pulse just now? Wang Zuokai looked at the 50 main battle tanks that were frozen in place on the screen. He couldn't help but frown. And at the moment he finished speaking, Wu Qing, who was at the back of the crowd, took a few steps forward. He shook his head slowly and said, Commander, it's not an EMP. Our main battle tanks are equipped with a dual start system, and the electromagnetic pulse can only disable the electronic start. But there is no way to prevent physical activation. And the electromagnetic pulse needs a carrier. There was clearly nothing on the screen just now, just a shock wave. In this case, the first thing that the electromagnetic pulse will destroy is the tank of the First Army. To take a step back, if this tank is really equipped with electromagnetic pulse bombs, it would be impossible for it to escape from the attack of 18 rocket launchers. Electromagnetic pulse bombs are much more unstable than ordinary equivalent explosives and are too prone to sympathetic detonation. If I'm not mistaken, Shen Fei didn't install a main gun on this tank in order to reduce the chance of a secondary explosion and greatly improve the tank's resistance to impact. So it's even less likely that he would equip this vehicle with electromagnetic pulse weapons. Wu Qing analyzed it to everyone one sentence after another. His own brows furrowed more and more tightly, because he had no idea how Shen Fei did all this. Without a sound or a trace, so many tanks were completely paralyzed on the spot. Wang Zuokai and other military leaders of the 71st Group Army heard what Wu Qing said. They couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment, their scalps starting to tingle. There was silence for a few seconds. Wang Zuokai then slowly opened his mouth and said, Enlarge the picture. I have to find out what this method is. Yes, Commander. After receiving instructions from Wang Zuokai, the operator quickly enlarged the image captured by the drone. Time goes back to the moment when the picture on the turret of the Xuanwu tank was unreal. Wang Zuokai raised his hand to signal to start slow playback. 1 second. 2 seconds. When I saw the 3rd second, Wang Zuokai includes He Jinzhou. The faces of all the military leaders turned dull. With the effect of slow motion and picture enlargement, they finally saw clearly. There was something going on with Xuanwu's turret. Instead, dozens of water droplets were fired. No wonder they didn't seem to feel anything unusual before. Water droplets are inherently colorless and transparent. Then, add a high-pressure shot. It is impossible for the human eye to detect it. But after seeing here, everyone had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Instead, the doubt in his eyes became more and more intense. How can a tiny drop of water completely paralyze a main battle tank weighing dozens of tons? Keep playing. Wang Zuokai frowned. Yes, Commander. As the picture starts to slow down, everyone's eyes were fixed on one of the water drops. After a moment, the water droplets streaked through the air and finally collided with the composite armor of the heavy tank. Next second, a scene appeared that made Wang Zuokai and others gasp. Composite armor that is so hard that even machine guns cannot penetrate it when it touches that tiny drop of water. But it seemed to have turned into a piece of soft tofu. A small hole was easily pierced. This is an incredible scene. This made all the military leaders, including Wang Zuokai, feel their scalps tingling. Wu Qing, who was standing not far away, looked at the small hole in the picture with a frown. There seemed to be something thoughtful in his eyes, but more of it was confusion. Wu Qing, do you understand? At this time, Jiang Lin slowly walked to Wu Qing and said. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing turned his head to look at Jiang Lin, then looked away. Then he stared at the picture on the command screen for a long time. Finally, he shook his head slowly and said, even though I know that water droplet can easily penetrate the tank armor, I still don't know how it can paralyze the tank. I think only Shen Fei himself can answer this question. After crossing that valley, it was less than 20 kilometers away from the Blue Army's heartland. The Xuanwu tank rushed all the way. The target is directly aimed at the Blue Army command base. Inside the tank cabin, Su Ting's hasn't come back to his senses yet. Deep in his eyes, there was still a deep look of shock. 1 against 50? I never dreamed in my life that a tank could take on 50 heavily armored tanks alone and still remain unscathed. Hongi, what the hell are these Tianshui and Dujin that Shen Fei created? Isn't this too scary? Finally, Su Ting's throat moved involuntarily, and he swallowed his saliva repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongyi silently turned his head and looked at the instructions for use of the Xuanwu tank at hand. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of horror. Knowing is one thing. To actually see it is another matter. It was hard for him not to be shocked by the scene just now. Take a deep breath. After forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ma Hongyi slowly opened his mouth and said, according to Shen Fei's notes on the last page, Tianshui is an ultra-high-pressure, high-speed rotating water bomb. It contains many tiny metal particles that can easily cut through the armor of a tank. But this is just the first step. After penetrating the tank armor, the poisonous gold wrapped in Tianshui. That is a liquid metal substance. It will quickly split into 2 pieces and rush straight to the control system inside the tank, sticking to any medium. 1 ball destroys the electronic brake, and 1 ball destroys the physical brake. Completely paralyze a tank without causing any casualties. Let alone continuing the attack, we can't even start it. Shen Fei is really amazing. Finally, Ma Hongyi could no longer conceal his admiration for Shen Fei in the depths of his eyes. When Su Ting heard this, his mouth gradually opened wider. In Su Ting's opinion, ordinary people can't even imagine such a method. Even if it is conceivable, it is almost impossible to achieve. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's just talk about Tianshui. How high the compression performance is, and what kind of metal particles are obtained. Only then can water droplets easily penetrate the pressed steel plate. Su Ting couldn't understand it at all. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I feel like all my brain cells are dying. By the way, Xuanwu is almost leading us 2 brothers to the Blue Army's base camp. The real decisive battle is about to begin. Does Xuanwu have any other means of attack? Su Ting suddenly changed the subject and asked with great anticipation. Ma Hongyi, who had his back to Su Ting, was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he glanced at the instructions for using the Xuanwu beside him without leaving a trace. Then he hesitated to say, there is none left. Xuanwu has no other means. Chapter 95. The 71st Army Group was defeated. Inside the Xuanwu cockpit, Ma Hongyi's voice sounded slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Ting couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on his face. But then he spoke on his own. Yes, the commander gave Shen Fei 200 million. It's a great honor for Shen Fei to be able to make tanks to this level. and he must have spent a lot of money himself. I guess we'll use all the money we saved from Shen Fei Group. Now I finally understand why Shen Fei has been working so hard to manage his finances. He is always ready to contribute to the country. At the end of his speech, Su Ting felt his eyes getting moist. Ma Hongyi was also slightly moved when he heard this. However, the current battlefield situation, but they were not allowed to express their emotions. After seeing the silhouette of an armored vehicle in the distance through the periscope, Ma Hongyi immediately placed his hand on the joystick and said, Su Ting, sit tight. Our task now is to delay as long as possible. Go straight to the Blue Army's command base and put pressure on them. The rest depends on the other brothers in the military region. Okay, go for him. Now that we've come this far, let's go crazy one last time. Su Ting and Ma Hongyi rekindled their ambitions when the Xuanwu tank was driven into a light armored vehicle. On the other side, inside the headquarters of the 71st Army Group, the atmosphere is really not very good. On the one hand, we must guard against the mysterious and unpredictable Xuanwu tank that may try to steal our base. On the other hand, they also had to resist the 1st Army's all-out offensive. The 71st Group Army was obviously in a state of panic. Commander, the situation is now very unfavorable to us. The tank built by Shen Fei has completely rushed into our hinterland. It's only less than 20 kilometers away from us. I've heard that Shen Fei has fuel compression technology. The generation created by the 1st Army has only studied it partially, but it has greatly increased the mileage of the unmanned strategic bomber. This tank should also have this technology. It has been running for such a long time, and its speed has not dropped below 80 kilometers per hour. It's incredible. We can neither catch up nor penetrate them now, so we can only reduce the defense range for the time being. Wait for another chance to intercept that tank. And the situation on the main battlefield is equally bad. Now the Red Army's advanced troops have even reached 10 kilometers away. If we continue like this, we might be defeated before dark. Li Dehai analyzed the current battlefield situation with a serious face. The military leaders of the 71st Army Group in the command center were all silent as they listened. No one expected a combat exercise in which they should have crushed the 1st Army. It will evolve into the current result. In the end, they could only raise their heads and look at Wang Zuokai in unison, waiting for him to make the final decision. How long can we defend the main battlefield? At this time, Wang Zuokai asked with a frown. Li Dehai looked worried when he heard this. Less than an hour. Less than an hour? Well, that should be enough. The most dangerous thing now is still the tank. At its current speed, it will reach the command base in less than 15 minutes. Now order the remaining armed forces of the 3 heavily armored combined brigades to continue to intercept the tank with all their strength. I'll give them half an hour. Once half an hour is up, everyone turn back to support the front battlefield. Launch a defensive counterattack, Wang Zuokai said in an unquestionable voice. Upon hearing this, other people in the command center couldn't help but show excitement. I was frustrated for such a long time after being beaten by the 1st Army. It's time to go all out. However, Li Dehai hesitated a little and said, Commander, what if we can't stop the tank in half an hour? Are we just going to leave it alone? Wang Zuokai glanced at Li Dehai. There was no answer to his question. Instead, he turned around and looked at Wu Qing not far away. If we can't intercept them, we can just use the new anti-tank missiles developed by Wu Qing to attack them. Wu Qing, do you have confidence in your missiles? Hearing what Wang Zuokai said, Wu Qing's eyes flashed with extremely complicated emotions, and he said, if both are hit, it should be about the same. The armor on that tank is no longer in its prime. 2 should be no problem. Between the lines of Wu Qing's writing, there is a lack of confidence in himself and in the missiles he developed. In fact, when I saw the Xuanwu tank rushing out of the sea of fire, all his pride had collapsed. Okay, that's it. Let's have the final battle. Wang Zuokai frowned and glanced at Wu Qing. Then he retracted his gaze. Upon hearing this, other people in the command center nodded solemnly in agreement. Then I started to get really busy, and Jianzhong was sitting on a chair not far away. At this moment, he suddenly looked up at the sky outside the window. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. About 20 minutes later, the 71st Group Army was holding on with all their might. The situation finally improved. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the command center. Oh no! We detected an incoming bomber attack from the front of our base. Parameters unknown. Suspected to be from the 1st Army. Hear the report. Chief of Staff Li Dehai was slightly stunned. Then he slapped his thigh hard and said, "How could I forget this? The First Army's secret weapon isn't just that tank. There's another generation. Small in size, fast in speed, and with a large payload. Harder to defend against than ordinary fighter bombers. The Russians suffered a great loss in the exercise some time ago." Li Dehai's solemn voice echoed in the command center. Wang Zuokai's expression changed again and again. However, the 71st Army Group did not fail to take air defense measures. Although they were somewhat overwhelmed by the First Army's all-out offensive, the unmanned bomber took advantage of the opportunity. But in Wang Zuokai's view, the situation is still under control. "Pass my order. All air defense measures are in place. Not a single unmanned bomber can enter the airspace above the headquarters." "Yes, Commander," as Wang Zuokai issued the order. Other military leaders of the group army also seemed to realize that the problem was not too big. Then calm was gradually restored. But a few more minutes passed. The officer in charge of monitoring the radar suddenly stood up again with a bang. "Commander, we have intercepted all of them. But the air defense radar shows that an unidentified flying object is flying towards the headquarters at a speed of over 2,500 kilometers per hour. It's moving too fast. It's too late to intercept it." While the officer was reporting, the display of the air defense radar has appeared on the command screen. I saw a red dot, which was less than 300 meters away from the Blue Army's command base. Looking at this scene, the expression on Wang Zuokai's face was completely stunned. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. With a desperate and bitter expression, he said, "It should be the drone built by Shen Fei himself. We lost after all. Shen Fei, have you figured out even this step?" In the end, Wang Zuokai murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Chapter 96. Wang Zuokai is angry. The closed eyes opened again. Wang Zuokai's eyes were filled with reluctance. His face turned pale, and he turned and walked outside. Walked all the way outside the command base. Then he looked up. I saw it not far away. An air-to-ground bomb was deeply embedded in the ground. At the tail of the bomb, a red army flag was swaying in the breeze. See this scene. Li Dehai and others followed closely behind. Everyone fell silent. The exercise took a week to prepare. The real fight begins. Less than a day, and it's over? This is for them and for the entire 71st Army Group. It will be a shame that will never be erased. See, Commander? The tank was stopped 2 kilometers southeast of our Army headquarters. Yes, to be precise, it was the Red Army soldiers above who surrendered and stopped the tanks. At this time, an officer quickly ran over to report. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuokai raised his head and looked towards the southeast. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "I've never been treated like this before. A tank can make me run around in circles. Shen Fei, don't you know how to analyze battlefields? Then why don't you analyze what I will do next?" Wang Zuokai said as he spoke, while walking quickly to a military vehicle nearby. Then he bent down and went in. As the accelerator was stepped on, the military vehicle immediately splashed a cloud of mud and rushed out. After the military vehicle had driven out several dozen meters, Li Dehai and others suddenly reacted. "Not good. The tank drivers of the First Army are in trouble. The commander has never lost so miserably before. He must be so angry. Quick, go inside and ask the old chief to come in. Only the old chief can persuade the commander now." Hearing Li Dehai's anxious shout, an officer immediately turned around and ran towards the command center. But at this moment, He Jianzhong had already walked out slowly. "Let's go and take a look together." Yes, old chief." Nodding to He Jianzhong, Li Dehai quickly ran towards a military vehicle. Not long, 4 or 5 military vehicles, carrying a group of military leaders, started galloping towards the east. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the vast plain, the basalt tank has been lying quietly on the ground. Ma Hongyi and Su Ting got off the tank. Actually, I kind of regret it, because they were surrounded by people from the 71st Army. The look in his eyes was terrifying, as if he wanted to eat someone. Brothers, friendship comes first, victory comes second. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Our First Army was lucky to win this time. If you do it again, we will definitely not be able to defeat you. Come on, have a cigarette, have a cigarette. The exercise is over. We are all one family, and we are all friendly forces. As Su Ting spoke, he took out a box of Hongdishan cigarettes from his pocket, started to distribute cigarettes to the soldiers around. But even though he handed the cigarette to the soldiers, no soldier reached out to take it. just staring at him coldly. Seeing this, Su Ting's face flashed with embarrassment. Then he slapped his forehead and said, "Brothers, look at my brain. I forgot that combat troops are not allowed to smoke. If there's nothing else, we two brothers will leave first. We have important things to do when we get back." After saying that, Su Ting turned his head and gave Ma Hongyi a look, signal him to run away quickly. But just as he raised his leg, a cold voice sounded. "You can't leave. You can only leave when our commander lets you go." Hear this. Su Ting took a deep breath. "I feel a little unwell." To be honest, he could understand the feelings of everyone in the 71st Army Group. It was them who lost so miserably. Also got to be angry. But why would you vent your anger on them? Go find Shen Fei. I told you not to come down, but you insisted on coming down. It's all right now. You can't leave even if you want. Su Ting walked up to Ma Hongyi with a sad face. I couldn't help but complain. Ma Hongyi leaned his back against the body of the Xuanwu car. He looked nonchalant. Just when Su Ting felt that something was wrong with Ma Hongyi, a roar suddenly sounded not far away. I saw a military vehicle speeding towards this side at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. A moment later, a military vehicle covered in dust drove up. Wang Zuokai slammed the car door and got out. "Commander! Commander!" Seeing this, dozens of soldiers at the scene hurriedly stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Wang Zuokai just said when he heard it. He looked up expressionlessly at Su Ting and Ma Hongyi, who were not far away. The person who came was none other than Wang Zuokai, the general commander of the 71st Group Army. Su Ting's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His throat moved and he swallowed. He said hurriedly, "Hello, Chief. I am Su Ting from the 1st Army Research Base. This is Ma Hongyi, a senior researcher at our research base. We met with you at a meeting before. You must have forgotten it." Su Ting was trying to establish a relationship with Wang Zuokai, and at the same time revealed his and Ma Hongyi's identities. He felt that after Wang Zuokai learned that they were senior military scientific researchers, he would definitely not dare to do anything wrong. But Wang Zuokai heard what he said, but his expression was still frighteningly calm, without the slightest fluctuation. After glancing at Su Ting, Wang Zuokai set his eyes on Xuanwu. Then he started talking on his own. First, it rushed into our army's territory at an alarming speed, attracting my attention. Then he put on a great display of defense, forcing me to divert my strength to intercept it. In the valley, 50 of our heavy tanks were inexplicably paralyzed. It forced me to pay more attention to its attack methods. Shen Fei, I admire you too. If this tank had rushed into our military headquarters, I would have accepted my defeat sincerely. But in the end, it was that unmanned bomber that caused our army to lose. Shen Fei, your battlefield analysis is really amazing, but you trampled on the dignity of a soldier. Finally, Wang Zuokai's face was already gloomy. When Su Ting heard what he said, he was slightly stunned. Battlefield analysis? Commander, what are you talking about? What kind of battlefield analysis did Shen Fei do? We have never seen what he looks like. Su Ting was a little confused after hearing this. Ma Hongyi, who was standing aside, suddenly showed a look of realization at this moment. Then he took a step forward. He patted Su Ting on the shoulder and said, "Let me tell you, Chapter 97, the exercise, has come to an end." He turned around and said to Su Ting. Ma Hongyi raised his head and looked at Wang Zuokai, who was standing opposite him. At this moment, Wang Zuokai's eyes seemed to have become extremely cold. Su Ting originally wanted to say something. Seeing Wang Zuokai like this, he could only swallow back the words in his mouth. Instead, Ma Hongyi met Wang Zuokai's murderous gaze with a fearless look. "Commander, after hearing what you said, I finally understood. Why is it that we have been able to overcome all the dangers along the way, even though it seems thrilling and exciting? It turns out that all of this is within Shen Fei's analysis. Now do you think that this tank behind me was specially built by Shen Fei to confuse you? The main purpose is to attract the firepower of your 71st Army and then give the unmanned bombers an opportunity to take advantage of it? No, you are wrong. If you think that way, you underestimate Shen Fei. Shen Fei has never underestimated you and your troops." Ma Hongyi spoke word by word, and Wang Zuokai heard what he said. I was stunned for a moment. What do you mean?" Ma Hongyi nodded slightly, and then continued. "In the final analysis, you just think that Shen Fei is using Xuanwu to scare you. You regret it. You feel that you shouldn't have cared about Xuanwu from the beginning to the end. But if you don't care about Xuanwu, you will lose more directly. As he spoke, Mahongi slowly took out a black instrument that was only half the size of his palm from his pocket. Then Mahongi placed his finger on the instrument panel and pressed a string of numbers. The next second, Wang Zuokai hadn't reacted yet. A clicking sound suddenly occurred. I saw it from the bottom of Xuanwu's car body. A crack appeared. Then a buzzing sound rang out. A red shadow flew away at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye. A few seconds later, the red shadow disappeared into the forest 1 kilometer away. Wang Zuokai stared at the hill in a daze. I couldn't help but ask subconsciously, "What is that?" Upon hearing this, Mahongi held the black instrument in front of himself. He explained, "Red gun, the ultimate weapon that Shen Fei left on the Xuanwu tank. But this is just an exercise." Shen Fei left a message on the Xuanwu tank's operating instructions saying that it is best not to use the red gun unless it is absolutely necessary. And considering the possibility of accidental collision and other external factors, Shen Fei specially made this launch handle and placed it in a secret compartment in the cockpit. Not only do you need to enter a password to launch it, but you also need to enter a secondary password to detonate it. Commander, do you understand Shen Fei's painstaking efforts? He's afraid that you and the commanders of the 71st Army might get hurt, Mahongi said earnestly. Wang Zuokai on the opposite side suddenly turned his head and looked to the side and said, "Are there any of our people on that mountain?" "Oh no, Commander, no. The strategic location of that mountain is not very good, and we have not arranged for anyone to go up there." An officer responded hastily upon hearing this. Wang Zuokai nodded. He raised his chin and looked at Mahongi. "Then you detonate it? I want to see what kind of weapon can threaten the huge command base of our 71st Army." Mahongi was slightly stunned when he heard this. It doesn't look like Wang Zuokai is joking. A strange look suddenly appeared on his face. "Commander, I suspect Shen Fei has already figured out that you are not giving up. Whatever. I was thinking of saving it. But if you want to see it, Chief, then I'll let you see it." As he spoke, Mahongi's fingers had already started entering the secondary password. Wang Zuokai turned his head and looked straight at the mountain not far away. Just after Mahongi pressed the last digit, a violent roar suddenly sounded. Even if it's a kilometer away, they all seemed to feel the earth tremble. Wait for the thick smoke produced by the violent explosion in the distance to gradually dissipate. Wang Zuokai immediately squinted his eyes and looked over. Then his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. I saw that the entire mountain had been completely flattened. According to the area of the mountain, which is several hundred square meters, even with just one rocket, it would be impossible to wipe it out. And the red shadow that was just emitted from the bottom of the basalt. Although Wang Zuokai didn't see it clearly, the volume was not even 1/3 of a rocket. Looking at Wang Zuokai's confused expression, Mahongi took a deep breath and said, "Sir, you may have heard of it. Shen Fei is very good at molecular compression technology. Although the red gun is small in size, it is loaded with 50 kilograms of RDX explosives. I originally thought that compressing aviation fuel was already the limit of Shen Fei. If it weren't for you, I would have witnessed the power of the red gun with my own eyes. I can't believe Shen Fei is so exaggerated that he can even compress RDX. And the explosive power of this compressed RDX is obviously much greater than the original 50 kilograms. Mahongi spread his hands, looking as if he had been completely convinced by Shen Fei. Su Ting next to him started firing from the moment the red gun started firing. His expression never recovered. And just at this moment, the sound of cars braking suddenly rang out, broke the silence at the scene. Wang Zuokai, Su Ting, and Mahongi subconsciously turned their heads to look at the sound. He Jianzhong, Li Dahai, and others were seen filing down from the military vehicle, standing a few meters away. However, at this moment, no one, including Li Dahai, even looked at Wang Zuokai and the others. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the hill not far away. His face was full of surprise and uncertainty. After a moment, they turned their heads again and looked at Xuanwu behind Mahongi. Seems like he thought of something. His expression suddenly became even more horrified. Wang Zuokai met the gaze directed at him by He Jianzhong. He couldn't help but shook his head with a bitter look on his face and said, "Old chief, it's not unfair. I didn't lose unfairly. The exercise is finally over. I swear there is no more to come." Then comes the financial report that everyone has been looking forward to. It will not be delayed any longer and should come out within 10 chapters, but I can't be too sure. Because I found that my hydrology skills have increased recently, but I can't blame myself for this. After all, people always need to make progress. Finally, about the follow-up. Some readers asked how the story would develop later, as it seemed difficult to write. But actually, I've already finished the outline of the third volume. I have already thought about it in my mind, but I have not yet written it down. But I can guarantee that it is absolutely great, especially the third volume, which I feel cannot even compare to the first volume. Finally, can I ask for a gift, Godfathers? Free is fine. I don't really like asking for gifts or anything like that. But the recent daily closing declines have been quite severe. Maybe they are all supporting the books. I need some motivation, Godfathers. Don't keep raising me to death. Chapter 98. Mass production? It's hard to copy. Along with the red gun, a mountain was flattened. The combat exercise of the two major armies has come to an end. Wang Zhukai accepted his defeat with all his heart. The military leaders of the group army were speechless after their defeat. But the summary work of this combat exercise. But it is destined to last longer than any previous large-scale combat exercise. Because Shen Fei asked all the people from the two armies. Witness the terrifying power of a single powerful combat weapon. That is no longer a simple reversal of the situation. But you can lead the weaker side. Win the battle in an almost devastating way. I know you all have mixed feelings right now. I'm no exception. Shen Fei is not only a talent, but also a genius. He gave this combat exercise great and far-reaching significance. For this kind of result, there is no loser. Because our dragon nation will become the undisputed overlord of land warfare in the near future. At this moment, He Jianzhong's voice slowly echoed at the scene. Wang Zhukai and others couldn't help but tremble violently when they heard this. Then they all turned their heads to look at the Xuanwu lying on the ground not far away. There was a hint of heat in both eyes. In the past, the Dragon Kingdom's army was strong enough to dominate the entire Asia. But when it comes to dominating the world, there are indeed many obstacles ahead. But now we have a terrifying main battle tank like Xuanwu that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even the Bear Country and the Eagle Sauce Country. The Dragon Kingdom can also defeat it in land warfare. Although in modern warfare, the army's influence on winning a war has become increasingly smaller. But when a country's army is invincible, but its meaning is very profound, because no country dares to invade a country that is invincible in land warfare. In other words, Dragon Country in the near future will be completely invincible. The Dragon Kingdom may lose, but it will never be defeated. Okay, let's stop here for today. Zhukai, get ready. A meeting will be held at the First Army headquarters in 3 hours. Vice President Zhang and I will personally preside over this. Just at this moment, He Jianzhong spoke slowly again. Wang Zhukai nodded upon hearing this. But his eyes were always fixed on Xuanwu, and he was unwilling to move away. Until Su Ting and Ma Hongyi entered the Xuanwu. After starting to march back to the Red Army position, Wang Zhukai then withdrew his gaze with envy on his face. 3 hours later, at the conference table in the First Army headquarters, Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong, two deputy general managers of the Military General Office, sat in the main seats. Except Sun Dongxian and Wang Zhukai on both sides. There are also 2 army group chiefs of staff, political commissars, and other key leaders. It is worth mentioning Chen Zhimin and Qin Ning, Su Ting, Ma Hongyi, and other people from the research base. We were also invited to attend this meeting. And at this moment, the eyes of He Jianzhong and Zhang Taifeng. It's always on them. Everyone, how's the research going? Is there any way to achieve mass production? After a moment, Zhang Taifeng was the first to slowly ask. The meeting was postponed for 3 hours after the exercise. This is to allow Chen Zhimin and others to have sufficient time to study the Xuanwu tank. As long as the mass production of the Xuanwu tank can be achieved, there will be a qualitative improvement in the overall combat capability level of the Dragon Country Army. And at this moment, I heard Zhang Taifeng's question. Qin Ning and others looked at each other. Then they all turned their heads and looked at Chen Zhimin in silence. Chen Zhimin smiled bitterly when he saw this. Then he slowly said, 2 old leaders, I will tell you the truth. Let alone mass production, even replicating a Xuanwu tank is difficult to achieve. Hearing what Chen Zhimin said, Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong looked at each other. Then he couldn't help but frown slightly. They thought that the Xuanwu tank developed by Shen Fei had very high technical content. It will be a bit difficult to overcome, but I didn't expect to even copy a basalt tank. All of these are considered difficult to achieve by top military researchers such as Chen Zhimin. Mr. Chen, even if I give you enough time, you can't do it? Shen Fei has already made the model. Can't we just copy it step by step? He Jinzhong asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhimin did not hesitate for even a second and shook his head again. Old chief, it's not a matter of time at all. There are currently 8 technologies on the Xuanwu tank. Power system, missile interception system, anti-infrared guidance system, intelligent evasion system, Xuanwu armor, red gun, Tianshui, and poisonous gold. Let's not talk about the Tianshui and Dujin that I found so incredible before. Just talking about the simplest power system on the Xuanwu tank. I, an old man, can't even understand the structure of the engine. There must be something else going on inside it. Even if it is built one-to-one, it will never be able to achieve the mobility of Xuanwu. As for other technologies, they are even more difficult to conquer. By the end of his speech, Chen Zhimin's face was full of bitter smile. He never thought that one day he would be engaged in military research. They will be beaten to a pulp, especially since the other party is just a young man in his 20s. Hear Chen Zhimin's answer. There were several military leaders in the conference room who didn't know much about scientific research. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. Only He Jinzhong frowned slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Seeing this, Chen Zhimin quickly added, Old chief, of course, the person who knows Xuanwu best is definitely Shen Fei. But I think it's best not to ask Shen Fei for the core information on how to build Xuanwu. On the one hand, Shen Fei is a businessman after all, and he has also made it clear that he is unwilling to join the military research base. He was able to give the drone manufacturing information to my first military region for free before. I have done my best. If you ask for it again, it would be a bit of a bully. As for spending money to buy the information from Shen Fei, how much do you think this information is worth? 1 billion or 100 billion? Its impact on our army's strength cannot be measured by price. And everything I said above is based on the premise that we can fully understand the core information of Xuanwu. In fact, even if Shen Fei gave us the core drawings and information of Xuanwu, it would be unlikely for us to create an identical Xuanwu. Take the manufacturing data of the drone, for example. Shen Fei has almost chewed it up and fed it to Zhang Ku and the others. But they have studied it for such a long time and still can't figure it out. Being able to replicate one generation is already the limit for Zhang Ku and his team. But you two also saw it today. Even the first generation with excellent performance is still far behind the drone truly made by Shen Fei. Chapter 99, A Real Combat Exercise. Chapter 99, A Real Combat Exercise. Chen Zhimin's words rang out one after another. The entire conference room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Chen Zhimin's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. The excitement and joy in the hearts of Zhang Taifeng, He Jinzhong, and others instantly dissipated by more than half. But after a while, Wang Zuokai had some understanding. 2 old leaders, in my opinion, this is actually nothing. Land combat tanks like Xuanwu, which have the ability to change the battlefield situation, don't need to be piled up in large quantities. It would be enough if each army group could have one. Isn't the main reason for the failure of our 71st Army due to Xuanwu? Having said that, Wang Zuokai couldn't help but raise his head slightly and glanced at Sun Dongxian opposite him. Sun Dongxian was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then he couldn't help but slam the table. Wang, what do you mean? If you lose, you lose. Why do you have so many excuses? I heard that you stopped Su Ting and Ma Hongyi from leaving. What's the matter? You can't stand losing anymore. You want to play dumb, right? San Ergo, who can't afford to lose. You'd better explain yourself clearly to me. I'm just discussing the matter at hand. If you think you're awesome, come on, let's have another fight before the troops withdraw to the military zone. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. It was running fine a second ago. The next second, the 2 army group commanders pointed at each other's noses and started cursing. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Zhang Taifeng immediately roared with a dark face. Have you two had enough? Do you still look like a military district president? Hear Zhang Taifeng's roar. Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai were suddenly speechless. He Jinzhong on the side also snorted coldly at this moment. Then he raised his finger and pointed at Wang Zuokai and said, Go on. Yes, old chief. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuokai nodded hurriedly. Then he couldn't help but glance at Sun Dongxian again. Then he continued with what he had said before, without considering the number of Xuanwu. Then why are we spending so much effort on research and development? The RD funding alone is enough to place countless orders with Shen Fei. So why don't we just place an order with Shen Fei? If we can't figure it out, isn't it okay if Shen Fei can figure it out? At the end, Wang Zuokai spread his hands. It means that this matter is not a headache at all. Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong looked at each other when they heard this. Also reacted suddenly. Apparently, they hadn't thought of this before. Wang Zuokai's words woke the dreamer up. Yes, what Zuokai said makes sense. In this way, all the problems are solved. Western Wilderness War Zone and White Tiger Country will be conducting actual combat exercises within a week, and we can catch up with them. After all, Shen Fei's efficiency is much higher than any other military factory. Zhang Taifeng drummed his fingers on the table. His face was filled with excitement. But hearing what he said, both Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Western Desert War Zone, White Tiger Country, actual combat exercise. Old Chief, how come we haven't heard of this? Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai were both a little confused. Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong looked at each other when they heard this. The expressions on his faces gradually became solemn. Then Zhang Taifeng gave He Jianzhong a look, indicating that he should talk about this matter. Seeing this, He Jianzhong nodded slightly. He looked at everyone present with a serious expression. What I'm going to talk about next is the National Military Information Confidential Incident. This was the first sentence He Jianzhong said. This made Wang Zuokai and others shudder all over. He couldn't help but sit up straight, with an extremely serious expression on his face. There are 3 levels of military secrets. From low to high, they are secret, confidential, and top secret. Shen Fei's personal file information had previously been kept secret. It is the highest level of military secrets. But even the lowest level of secret, once leaked, the consequences will be very serious. Even people like Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai may be implicated. Old Commander, please speak. We're listening. Sun Dongxian took a deep breath and said. He Jianzhong nodded upon hearing this. A sharp look gradually appeared in his eyes. He said, in recent years, our western border areas have been repeatedly provoked by the White Tiger Country. They are arrogant and believe that our country would not dare to start a war casually, to safeguard national security and defend territorial integrity. The General Office of the Military ordered the Western Wilderness War Zone to invite the White Tiger Country to a real-life military combat exercise a month ago. It is imperative to thoroughly resolve the territorial issue on the western border. Let the White Tiger Nation see the strength of our military and our determination to defend our motherland's territory. The initial plan for this combat exercise is for each side to deploy 3 brigade-level units, and the combat location will be at the junction of the border between the 2 sides. The White Tiger Country has accepted the invitation. But according to relevant reports from the Intelligence Department of the 2nd Department of the General Staff of our country, a cargo ship from Eagle Country has secretly arrived in White Tiger Country a few days ago. The 2nd Department of the General Staff believes that the Eagle Country is likely to intervene in this actual combat exercise and provide assistance to the White Tiger Country's armed forces. And the Intelligence Department has also found out that the 5 reinforced divisions of the White Tiger Nation are gradually moving towards the border area. This actual combat exercise is already in a state of flux. 3 days ago, the commander of the Western Wilderness War Zone, Zhao Zongqi, asked the General Office of the Army for instructions and requested to send an additional 300 Type 99 main battle tanks. They are not afraid of fighting in the Western Wilderness Theater, but the soldiers of those 3 brigades will be in deep danger after all. Even if support comes quickly, it's hard to guarantee their safety. He Jianzhong spoke one sentence after another, not to mention Qin Ning, Su Ting, and others. Even Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai felt their blood boiling after hearing this. Old Commander, my 71st Army is willing to provide all 99 main battle tanks to support our brothers in the Western Wilderness War Zone. Old Commander, although our 1st Army is small in number, we are willing to send all of them out to support us. Wang Zuokai and Sun Dongxian expressed their opinions one after another. He Jianzhong was startled when he heard this. Then he pressed his hand and said, I'm not telling you this to ask you to give 99. It is to ensure the safety of tens of thousands of people in those 3 brigades, and to deal with the possible armed assistance that the Eagle Sauce Country may provide to the White Tiger Country. The Military General Office believes that we must add some new types of weapons to this actual combat exercise to catch the White Tiger Nation off guard. Vice President Zhang and I are watching this combat exercise for the purpose of inspection. Inspect the tank that Shen Fei built for the 1st Army. The result is now obvious. Shen Fei has given us a huge surprise. Chapter 100. Only you can accomplish this important task. Finish the last sentence. Even He Jianzhong could no longer suppress the excitement on his face. He and Zhang Taifeng used the phrase, "It was a worthwhile trip," to describe their visit. He Jianzhong thinks it is too conservative, owning land combat tanks like Xuanwu. Not to mention that the White Tiger country is just in cahoots with the Eagle Sauce country, even if the Bear country is added to the mix. Now the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid at all. Oh, look at my brain. I already have Xuanwu. Why do I need 99? Old Chief, I think we can just ask the Western Wilderness Theater to place an order directly with Shen Fei. There is still 1 week left before the actual combat exercise with the White Tiger Nation. With Shen Fei's abnormal efficiency, I think 2 Xuanwus are not a problem at all. But as for the order amount, I think we really need to give Shen Fei a heads up. Comrade Shen Fei has to spend a lot of money to buy 1 Xuanwu. If he wants 2 more, won't he have to sell everything he has? 300 million for a Xuanwu. Let the Western Wilderness War Zone prepare 600 million, and then wait for the exercise to be successful. Sun Dongxian spoke with great joy. He also didn't expect that he would choose to place an order with Shen Fei. It can also indirectly solve the thorny problem of the actual combat exercises between the Western Wilderness War Zone and the White Tiger Kingdom. Well, Xuanwu's 300 million is definitely worth the money. But there's still a problem. That is about the combat exercise between your 2 army groups. It must be kept absolutely confidential. Even if they are from the Western Wilderness War Zone, we can't tell them for now. On the one hand, we are afraid that if the news leaks out accidentally, it will alert the White Tiger country and the Eagle Sauce country in advance. On the other hand, we are also worried that the participants in the Western Wilderness War Zone will relax their vigilance in actual combat exercises after knowing the strength of Xuanwu. As for the terrifying nature of Xuanwu, let them witness it in person in the near future. As soon as the actual combat exercise between the Western Wilderness War Zone and the White Tiger country is over, the Ministry of National Defense will personally announce the results of the exercise and the birth of Xuanwu. Shen Fei deserves the praise of the people across the country. There is no need for the Dragon Nation to hide this strength. He Jianzhong spoke slowly. Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai heard what he said, but at the same time, they were slightly stunned. They could understand the second half of He Jianzhong's words. As Shen Fei's fame grows, it is inevitable that he will be noticed by more people with ulterior motives. Announcing the Xuanwu created by Shen Fei, it can also deter more villains. Let everyone know how much Longwu currently values Shen Fei. And they are not afraid that other countries will know that Longwu possesses a national treasure like Xuanwu. Of course, it's because Xuanwu is not replicable. In other words, Longwu lent Xuanwu to other countries, but they were unable to understand it. But the first half of He Jianzhong's words, this really made Sun Dongxian and Wang Zuokai feel very embarrassed. Old Chief, have you figured out how to persuade the Western Wasteland War Zone to place an order with Shen Fei? When word spread to other military regions about my 200 million yuan order to Shen Fei, some people seemed to disagree. We need to keep Xuanwu's affairs confidential now. I think it's a bit difficult to ask the Western Wilderness War Zone to pay 600 million yuan like this. After all, their military expenditure is not much every year in a poor and remote area like theirs. Sun Dongxian asked curiously. And the moment he finished speaking, Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong looked at each other. Suddenly, he looked at Sun Dongxian with deep meaning in his eyes. Dongxian, someone from the Western Wasteland War Zone, has come personally this time. I'm chasing after those 399s. They kept crying poor to the military headquarters. What a coincidence. The people coming down from the Western Wasteland War Zone this time have some connection with your first army group. So we have to persuade the Western Desert War Zone to give Shen Fei the important task of placing an order. The organization has decided to hand it over to your first army. I hope you will not let down the trust of the party and the country. Zhang Taifeng and He Jianzhong said with encouraging expressions on their faces. Wang Zuokai, who was standing by, almost couldn't help laughing when he saw this. It was He Jianzhong who gave him a faint look. He then hastily regained his serious expression. He also nodded solemnly twice towards Sun Dongxian. And then Sun Dong reacted first. I was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this purely directed at him? 2 old leaders, you can't play like this. Without telling the Western Wilderness War Zone about the powerful fighting power of the Black Tortoise, who can make them a bunch of misers pay 600 million to place an order? Don't even mention that the people coming down from the Western Wilderness War Zone have a connection with our first army. Even if I were their biological father, they wouldn't necessarily listen to me and pay 600 million. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I think the General Office of the Military Affairs Department should just pay the 600 million yuan. This saves a lot of trouble. Sun Dongxian, the general commander of a military region, couldn't help but look sad at this moment. He felt that he should not have attended the meeting. He should have just said that he had a heart attack and stayed in the hospital until the actual combat exercise between the Western Wilderness War Zone and the White Tiger Kingdom is over. Dong Yun, you can't say that. It will be no problem for the military to come up with the 600 million yuan. But 300 Type 99s are worth 6 billion. If we offer 600 million, the Western Wilderness War Zone will think we are just sending them away, which will affect their morale. You have to do this without telling them about Xuanwu's powerful fighting ability. Let them believe that this is really for their own good and for the good of this actual combat exercise. Looking at the entire 5 major war zones, only you can accomplish such an important task. Zhang Taifeng spoke. He fed the honey directly into Sun Dongxian's mouth. But Sun Dongxian is not a fool. Just a few words of praise can make him lose his mind. With his brows knitted together, Sun Dongxian wanted to say something again. But at this moment, a sound of slapping the table was heard. Sun Dongxian's former army commander, He Jinzhong, said angrily. Sun Dongxian, I can't order you around anymore, right? If you don't want to take this mission, get out of here, and don't let me see you again. Hearing what He Jinzhong said, the expression on Sun Dongxian's face was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Old Commander, I didn't mean that. Hey, I'll take the mission, okay? Old Commander, calm down, calm down. Umph, that's settled then. Let's adjourn the meeting. He Jinzhong's expression still didn't look much better after hearing this. Then he said a few words and left the meeting room. Seeing this, Zhang Taifeng nodded to everyone and started walking outside. He knew that He Jinzhong was afraid that Sun Dong would regret it. Just don't give him the chance to regret it. After the 2 deputy general managers of the military general office left one after another, Wang Zuokai also said goodbye lightly. He left the scene with a smile on his face. Looking at Wang Zuokai's leaving back, Sun Dongxian became more and more angry. Finally, he could only shout in annoyance. The meeting is adjourned. The meeting is adjourned. As Sun Dongxian left, Chen Zhenmin did not stay long either. Finally, Qin Ying and her group were the only ones left in the conference room, staring at each other. After a moment, Ma Hongyi couldn't help but sighed. Hey, Commander, I really want to help you solve your problem, but I don't have any acquaintances in the Western Wasteland War Zone, so it's not easy to deal with. But you must understand that I, Ma Hongyi, am fully focused on making our military region develop better. While saying these ambitious words, Ma Hongyi also glanced at Qin Ying beside him inconspicuously. But at this moment, a foot suddenly kicked him hard. Ma Hongyi immediately flew 3 meters away. Qin Ying, Zhang Ku, and others were all slightly stunned when they saw this. They turned their heads with doubtful expressions. Su Ting was seen staring at Ma Hongyi with a gloomy face. Without waiting for Ma Hongyi to get up, Su Ting raised his foot and kicked him again. You put laxatives in my food for the good of the military region, right? You're worried about me finding a partner. Is that for the good of the military region? I've been enduring this whole time. Look at the feet. Chapter 101, 3 Good Patriotic Youth. In the headquarters meeting room, Ma Hongyi's screams continued. The combat exercises of the 1st Army and the 71st Army have ended. But netizens on the internet are still unaware of this. Because all information about the exercise must be blocked. The highway leading to the exercise site is still closed. Tiger Shark live broadcast platform, which is Shen Fei's live broadcast room for taking orders. 4 days have passed since Shen Fei took over the order from the 1st Military Region. At this moment, big companies like Warwick are already getting ready to move. After all, Shen Fei has already accepted the order from the 1st Military Region. Now, they have nothing to fear if they raise the price again. Warwick, Penguin, and Daimler Group are 3 major companies. It directly took the top 3 places in the order amount ranking. The first place is Huawei, with an order amount of 200 million yuan. Mr. Rin seems to be determined to take the next order from Shen Fei. The second place, Penguin, also had an order amount of 200 million. And Penguin Group's information is public. Mr. Ma wants to ask Shen Fei to create a large-scale military strategy game. Although there is suspicion that Penguin is trying to take advantage of the 1st Military Region's enthusiasm for placing an order with Shen Fei. But it has to be said, the fact that Penguin is finally planning to innovate on its own has made many netizens feel gratified. As for the third place Daimler Group, just hearing these 3 words may make people feel unfamiliar. But as long as its most legendary brand is mentioned, Everyone knows it. May the three-pointed star illuminate your career and future. It can be said that he has made countless fortunes all over the world. What Daimler Group asked Shen Fei to build was the Mercedes-Benz, which it had never dared to touch. A luxury car among luxury cars. In terms of quotation, Daimler Group also offered Shen Fei 200 million yuan and publicly announced in the order message, as long as Shen Fei is willing to provide them with technical support personally. As for patent fees, they are willing to give Shen Fei 10% of the profit dividends. Once this incident came out, it instantly caused an uproar on the internet. After all, if this 10% profit dividend is converted into RMB, it would be hundreds of billions. Netizens who are very familiar with Shen Fei's character. Everyone felt that Warwick and Penguin had lost their competitiveness in an instant. If Shen Fei has to choose one from the three orders, it will definitely be this order from Daimler Group, while netizens outside are still speculating. On the other side, Shen Fei was in the manufacturing shop. He was sitting in front of the computer, his chin supported by his hand, watching Xuanwu's actual combat video. He didn't know whether the people of the First Army didn't discover the image transmission system or were very generous and didn't intercept it. Anyway, the video was sent back before it got dark. However, after watching the video of Xuanwu's actual combat, Shen Fei closed the video playback screen out of boredom. Oh, I wasted half an hour. It was exactly as I expected. There is no research value. Shen Fei finished mumbling to himself. He then opened the manufacturing store's order interface. His eyes passed directly over the persistent Warwick order. Shen Fei glanced at the order from Penguin Group. His brows frowned, then relaxed, and then frowned again. After a moment, Shen Fei chose to give up the order. It's not that the price of this order from Penguin Group is not attractive. It's not that creating a military strategy game is difficult for Shen Fei. It's just that the whole process of creating a game is too complicated. Many things are not challenging for Shen Fei, but they are very time-consuming. If he had this much free time, he could help Warwick get 3 mobile phones. After putting the order from Penguin Group aside, Shen Fei then looked at the third order. And when he saw the 3 words Daimler, a layer of cold sweat suddenly broke out on my back. You made the conditions so tempting. Aren't you harming me? I am a patriotic young man with 3 good deeds. How could I possibly accept an order from a foreign group? Shen Fei couldn't help but speak repeatedly. Then he blocked the order from Daimler Group. He started typing quickly on the keyboard. Not long, an order notice was posted high on the homepage of the Super God Manufacturing Store. I am Shen Fei, the owner of the Super God Manufacturing Store. I hereby solemnly declare, we only accept orders from Dragon Citizens and Dragon Enterprises. In addition, any orders of unknown origin or directly belonging to foreigners and foreign companies. I will not accept any calls. At this time, there were still several million viewers gathered in Shen Fei's live broadcast room. Soon everyone discovered the order announcement released by Shen Fei. It doesn't matter if you don't watch it, but once you see it, all the netizens are stunned. Then the barrage of comments completely exploded. Brother Fei doesn't seem to be joking. The order from Daimler Group has disappeared. Has he been blacklisted? Fuck, I am crying. Is this still the profiteer, boss? I know. A business worth tens of billions. But Brother Fei is really not interested at all. Brother Fei has completely conquered me with this move. From now on, I declare that Brother Fei has both the skills and the character. Oh, I really want to let those scientific researchers who go abroad and never come back see that Brother Fei is a real dragon countryman. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments one after another. I can't stop it all. Countless netizens were moved by Shen Fei's announcement. But these netizens, we just don't know the process and results of the combat exercise between the First Army and the 71st Army yet. If they knew all this, they would understand why Shen Fei issued such an announcement. People like Shen Fei, the position must be clear. Otherwise, all the military leaders and senior politicians in Longwo will not be able to sleep well. And Shen Fei not only understood this, he also happens to be very patriotic. Without changing some of my principles, he is unconditionally patriotic. Phew, that should be all right. Commander Sun, others may not understand my patriotism, but you definitely understand. After all, I have given you the priceless UAV manufacturing blueprints for free. If you hold a high-level meeting later, why don't you say something good for me? I will be very sad. If I am sad, your First Army's orders will be. Shen Fei spoke to himself. The expression on his face was sincere, without any hint of threat. Chapter 102, Can I Trust You? In the meeting room of the 1st Military District, After Sun Dongxian, Chen Jinmin, Qin Ying, Su Ting, and others returned to the military region. Then they received news that people from the Western Wilderness War Zone were visiting. At this moment, I was looking at a middle-aged man and a gentle-looking female officer standing in the conference room. Sun Dongxian finally understood why Zhang Taifeng and he Jinzhong said that the people coming from the Western Wilderness War Zone had a connection with their first army group. Old comrade, it's been a long time. The middle-aged man named Huang Heng opened his arms and hugged Sun Dongxian tightly. What is different from Sun Dongxian's momentum is Huang Heng, commander-in-chief of the 76th Army Group in the Western Wilderness Theater, exudes a murderous aura, even though he was smiling at the moment. It also made Su Ting and others feel a chill on their backs. Sister Ing, this Western Wasteland War Zone is indeed the force guarding the western border. General Huang's murderous aura is overwhelming. Su Ting moved closer to Qin Ying and whispered softly. Seeing this, Ma Hongyi also wanted to come over and say a few words. But I touched my still swollen butt. He finally gave up the idea. And Qin Ying heard what Su Ting said. But it seems as if I haven't heard it. He just looked at the charming and pretty woman in military uniform standing behind Huang Heng with a smile on his face. It is hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful woman in this remote area of the Northwest. Not far away, even an honest man like Zhang Ku was looking at the woman. They were all a little stunned. And just at this moment, a woman with a gentle temperament suddenly walked slowly towards them. This made Zhang Ku and Su Ting's heartbeat speed up. But in the end, the woman stood in front of Qin Ying. Sister Qin Ying, I haven't seen you for a long time. Since we graduated from military school, we have rarely had time to get together. By man, you are still so beautiful. Every time you make me doubt my sexual orientation. How could such a rough place like the Northwest keep you so pretty? Tell me honestly, are you in love? Didn't I tell you not to talk? I want to introduce my eldest nephew to you. Qin Ying's words were not to be stunners, and she raised her hand and touched Luo Baiman's chin. In an instant, Luo Baiman's face was full of shyness, making her look even more attractive. Sister Qin Ying, how could that be possible? I'm not in love. Looking at Luo Baiman's pitiful expression, Su Ting, Zhang Ku and others couldn't help but feel their throats moving and swallowed several times. At the same time, now they finally understood why Zhang Taifeng said that the people coming down from the Western Wilderness War Zone had a deep connection with their first army. It turns out that there were two people coming down in total. Sun Dongxian and Qin Ying were caught in one fell swoop. Okay, old comrade, I'll catch up with you later. Let's take care of business now. You should already know about the actual combat exercise between our Western Wilderness War Zone and the White Tiger Nation. The military commission directly asked us to come to you. Tell me, is there something good hidden? You have to take out all the good stuff this time. 2 of the 3 combined brigades participating in the actual combat exercise were drawn from our 76th Army. Huang Heng looked at Sun Dongxian seriously. But Sun Dongxian hesitated a little after hearing this. At this moment, he thought of 10,000 excuses in his mind. But in the end, he still sighed slightly in his heart. I plan to confront Huang Heng directly. Old comrade, I won't hide the truth from you. I actually have a good suggestion. You should have heard of the name Shen Fei, right? Some time ago, we placed an order for tanks from Shen Fei, and Shen Fei helped us build a tank called Xuanwu. The performance of this tank is very good. My suggestion is that you, the Western Desert War Zone, take out 600 million and place an order with Shen Fei. Build 2 Xuanwu tanks to deal with the actual combat exercise with the White Tiger Nation. Sun Dong finished first. He quickly looked up at Huang Heng. Observe his expression. As expected, Huang Heng's brows furrowed when he heard this. Old comrade, is this your good advice? What does 600 million mean? A Type 99 is only 20 million yuan, and 600 million yuan can make 30 Type 99s. No matter how superior a tank is, can it be as good as 30 Type 99s? And we requested from the Military General Office that we dispatch 300 Type 99s. Now, instead of giving us 300 Type 99s, they want us in the Western Desert Theater to pay 600 million to place an order with that Shen Fei. Old comrade, we haven't seen each other much in the past 2 years, and our relationship is faded. Or do you want to disregard the lives of tens of thousands of brothers in the 3 brigades of my Western Desert War Zone? By the end of his speech, Huang Heng's face was already cold. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a lot because of his words. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing. Sun Dong heard Huang Heng's words first. I don't know what to say anymore. After all, Zhang Taifeng and he Jinzhong had already instructed him. Nothing terrible about Xuanwu can be revealed. And just as Huang Heng's eyes became increasingly cold, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Commander Huang, our commander is not that kind of person. We don't have such people in the First Army either. Commander Huang, by man, if you believe Commander's son, believe me. Then go to Shen Fei and place your order. We are really doing this for your own good, and for the good of the Western Wasteland war zone. Qining simply avoided the topic directly and said this. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng cast a cold look at Qining. In an instant, Qining felt an inexplicable pressure suddenly sweeping over her. Layers of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but she still chose to look directly into Huang Heng's eyes. Without blinking an eye, Luo Baiman, who was standing next to him, hesitated for a moment when he saw this. He couldn't help but said, Uncle Heng, I believe in Sister Qining. She won't hurt us. Hearing Luo Baiman's words, Huang Heng's gaze seemed to relax for a moment. Then he turned his head and looked straight at Sun Dongxian and said, Old comrade, can I trust you? Sun Dongxian heard this and nodded immediately without saying anything. We were brothers in life and death back then, and we will be brothers in life and death for the rest of our lives. You'll always have my back. You can also leave your back to me. Hearing Sun Dongxian's answer, Huang Heng suddenly grinned, and his smile was very bright. Okay, that's settled then. We, the Western Desert War Zone, will pay 600 million to place an order with Shen Fei. The name Shen Fei has been a household name lately. I would also like to see if the title of genius is worthy of its reputation. Let me tell you all again, Godfathers, the bill will be out soon if nothing goes wrong. Tomorrow at the earliest, and the day after tomorrow at the latest. I won't write about the actual combat exercises in detail, or I won't write about them at all, because Xuanwu is destined to sweep across the battlefield, so there's not much point in writing about them, and you still have to say that I'm dumb. However, this actual combat exercise will bring about some chain reactions, so the actual combat exercise plot is very necessary. Then about updating, it will probably be 4,000 words before the new year, mainly because I need to save manuscripts for the new year, and I can't stop updating, so I will update on New Year's Eve. However, after the Chinese New Year, if nothing unexpected happens, I should update more every day. 2 key words, if nothing unexpected happens. I hope the Godfathers will not take the initiative to skip them. Finally, I would like to ask for a gift again. You guys were so awesome that day. Can you shock me again? Chapter 103, The Second Generation of Xuanwu, The Battlefield Butcher. After the announcement statement was released, Shen Fei sat in front of the computer and selected orders. But I looked at it for a long time. There are still no orders worth taking over. But just at this moment, one order suddenly took the top spot in terms of order amount. Even Warwick was left behind. Shen Fei was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then he turned his gaze over. Order placed by Lao Shi, order amount 600 million, order information hidden. 600 million? Even Shen Fei was surprised by the scale of this order. Subconsciously click on the order details. Shen Fei saw a familiar encrypted compressed file. At the same time, Shen Fei's cell phone rang. Shen Fei picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out to be a text message sent to him by Sun Dongxian. The text message contains the password to open the encrypted compressed file. Another order from the 1st Military Region? Shen Fei muttered to himself. But this time, after learning from previous experience, Shen Fei was not in a hurry to accept the order. Instead, he raised his hand and entered the decryption password. I plan to let the printer print out the contents of the compressed file first. And this time, Shen Fei only put 3 pieces of paper in. He had to first see if this compressed file was useful. It's worth all the printing paper he used. A few seconds later, the printer started working. Contrary to Shen Fei's expectations, only 1 piece of paper was printed this time. The remaining 2 sheets of paper were not used. Seeing this, Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the paper. When the above content came into Shen Fei's eyes, Shen Fei's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Comrade Shen Fei, I was not the one who placed the order. I sent this encrypted file on his behalf. The one who actually placed the order for you is the Western Theater, one of the 5 major theaters of the Dragon Kingdom. 1 week later, the Western Theater Command will. Sun Dongxian briefly told Shen Fei about the crisis currently facing the Western Theater Command. Finally, I left a serious message, leaving everything to him. Take the paper aside and light it with a lighter. Shen Fei couldn't help but pursed his lips. He will definitely accept the order. The attraction of 600 million to him was too great. But it is different from all the previous orders. This order concerns the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Shen Fei had no choice but to be cautious. Forget it. The Western Theater Command has already raised the order amount to 300 million per vehicle. Let's do some hard work and get a Xuanwu too. This should be no problem for dealing with a real large-scale war. Shen Fei accepted the order while muttering to himself, while directly opening the super laboratory. In fact, Shen Fei believes that the performance of the Xuanwu tank is sufficient. The only thing he needs to make up for is the Western Theater. It's the defense of the armor, as well as the power of Tianshui, poison gold, and the red gun. Open the material library for the system. Shen Fei chose the materials for making Xuanwu with ease. The last time I created Xuanwu, the total cost for Shen Fei was 16.8 million. This time the selection took about 10 minutes. Shen Fei has selected 2 sets of materials for creating an enhanced version of Xuanwu. When making settlement, the total amount of the 2 materials is 53.6 million. That is to say, each material is based on the original. Shen Fei spent an additional 10 million yuan. Looking at the raw materials piled up like 2 small mountains in front of me, Shen Fei couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Commander Sun, I didn't invest so much money just because the Western Theater Command gave me an extra 200 million yuan. I am concerned only about the safety of tens of thousands of soldiers and soldiers. You can't accuse me of favoritism, or I'll cry foul." When Shen Fei devoted himself to the experiment of creating the second generation of Xuanwu. On the other hand, an uproar had already been set off on the internet. A mysterious customer placed a sky-high order of 600 million yuan with Shen Fei, and the items in the order caused speculation among netizens. In a short period of time, it rushed to the top of the new round of hot search list. The People's Daily even reposted this incident and praised it by name. From orders worth 100,000 to orders worth 600 million. It took Shen Fei less than a month to make us understand the true power of technology and knowledge. I hope that the new generation of young people can take Shen Fei as an example, study hard, create personal value, and create social value. Once this report was released, it instantly attracted countless people to like and comment. The 2 words Shen Fei have become the subject of discussion among the entire nation. The popularity remains high. 3.5 days passed in a flash, while countless netizens are still talking about Shen Fei's deeds. At this moment, Shen Fei has been in the super laboratory for nearly 200 days. Although many of Xuanwu's technical difficulties were overcome by Shen Fei last time. However, Shen Fei still had no way to quickly copy Xuanwu. Some technological work still requires him to do it personally. For example, Xuanwu's armor technology is strong enough to withstand so many anti-tank missiles. There is also the unique structure of Tianshui and Dujin, and the red gun's explosive compression technology. If it weren't for Shen Fei's extremely meticulous control of the manufacturing process, at best, the effect will be greatly reduced. Severe cases will directly lead to the failure of the experiment. And this time, Xuanwu was strengthened by Shen Fei. The armor's ability to withstand impact has once again been qualitatively improved. Previously, the same part of the Xuanwu armor could withstand at most 6 red arrows 12. Now, after being strengthened, it will have no problem taking on 10 red arrow 12s at the same time. Tianshui's armor penetration ability is more than 1/3 stronger than before. The ones with the biggest improvements are poison gold and red gun. The poisonous gold of the first generation of Xuanwu can only paralyze enemy tanks. As for the poisonous gold performance of the second generation of Xuanwu, Shen Fei has added a new function on this basis. That is, as long as the poisonous gold passes through Tianshui's escort and enters the local tank cabin, it will be divided into 3. One of the balls of poisonous gold could go straight to the weapons storage compartment of the enemy tank. By then, it won't be as simple as just paralyzing the tanks. Instead, it can directly detonate the weapons storage warehouse. Let the enemy tank explode. It instantly became a pile of scrap metal. Even the combat personnel inside the tank will be blown into pieces. Since it was an actual combat exercise with the White Tiger country, Shen Fei felt that there was no need to keep it in reserve for production. As for the red gun, the power is increasing with the cost of Shen Fei. It has also increased exponentially. Originally, the red gun explosive unit was just made of 50 kilograms of compressed RDX. This time, Shen Fei directly increased the explosive equivalent to 150 kilograms. The explosive power is not comparable to that of 1 or 2 rockets. The explosion range directly expanded to nearly 1,000 square meters. All tanks in the center of the explosion whether they are Leopard 2 or heavy tanks like Challenger, will become waste in an instant. In addition, Shen Fei has also made great improvements in quantity. Originally, the Xuanwu generation was only equipped with one red gun. The number of red guns loaded in the Xuanwu 2 is as high as 5. Even a reinforced division of the White Tiger country could not withstand the power of 5 red guns. If the Xuanwu generation is just a killer on the battlefield, then the second generation of Xuanwu is definitely a butcher on the battlefield. Of course, there is the first experience. Shen Fei also saved a lot of time. The entire construction process of the first Xuanwu took Shen Fei nearly 150 days. It took less than 200 days to build these two enhanced Xuanwu vehicles. Efficiency has been greatly improved. It's time to go out. Add some diesel to the two Xuanwu 2s, and then we can directly ask Commander Sun to send someone to pick up the goods. But then I have to spend more money to buy a batch of equipment directly from the system mall. The equipment in the factory is not enough to create Xuanwu in reality. There are some loopholes after all, and I think that factory building needs to be expanded. It will definitely not be enough in the future. Shen Fei talked to himself. At the same time, his figure gradually disappeared into the super laboratory. Expanding the factory is not difficult for Shen Fei. The biggest problem was that he had to buy the land around the factory first. And this time, Shen Fei plans to buy more space to save the effort later. Put aside the money spent on purchasing equipment from the system mall. Shen Fei probably still has more than 400 million left in his hands. There shouldn't be any problem buying several thousand square meters of land around here. Of course, the prerequisite is that no one competes with him for this piece of land. Chapter 104 Financial Report released, causing a sensation on the entire internet. Added some diesel to the two Xuanwus. After opening the manufacturing shop one after another, Shen Fei then planned to start purchasing equipment from the system mall. It's only about 7 o'clock in the evening. Before going to bed, Shen Fei felt that he should be able to handle the equipment issue. However, just as Shen Fei drove the Xuanwu out of the manufacturing store, he sent Sun Dongxian a message to pick up the goods. An extremely cold system prompt suddenly sounded in Shen Fei's mind. Ding! The deferred period financial report has been generated. The system will be gradually announced in the host store live broadcast room. Financial reports only record and disclose actual expenditure items, such as material costs plus other costs. The first detail has been generated, and the subsequent details will be announced within 12 hours. The host can go and check it out. As the year draws to a close, the weather in Demon City is much colder than before. But at this moment, the cold wind was blowing on Shen Fei. It couldn't even outweigh the chill in his heart. His eyelids twitched violently a few times. Shen Fei couldn't help but struggle in his heart. No, system, are you serious? Have you ever thought about whether I'm dead or alive? Do you really have to kill me so that we can part ways completely to make you happy? Who else but me would be willing to take you in with a black-hearted system like you? I'm giving you one chance now. Cancel the financial report announcement immediately, then we can still have fun. After Shen Fei finished shouting, he raised his head and waited hopefully for the system's reply. But 1 second, 2 seconds. After more than 10 seconds had passed, the system remained silent. There was no response at all to Shen Fei's words. Shen Fei took a deep breath when he saw this. He couldn't help but raise his head at a 45-degree angle. Don't ask why. The reason why Shen Fei didn't want tears to run down his cheeks. System, okay, you are so cruel, but people won't always have the upper hand. So is the system. After saying that, Shen Fei quickly returned to the manufacturing shop, then set all defense and warning levels to the highest level. Meanwhile, on the other side, the first financial report detail generated by the system. It has been posted on the screen of Shen Fei's live broadcast room. Supercar Manufacturing Store's periodic financial report is announced. Details of the first item. Computer manufacturing order amount, 100,000 yuan. Cost of materials, 126 yuan. And express delivery cost, 58 yuan. Total 184 yuan. In Shen Fei's live broadcast room, millions of netizens have been wandering around for a long time. But what they usually see is basically a live broadcast with a black screen. At this moment, several lines of words suddenly popped up. It scared many netizens. But when they saw the content of these words clearly, I was completely stunned at that moment. The whole process lasted for dozens of seconds. The screen was filled with dazed faces. A moment later, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded like a tsunami. Excuse me, does this count as surrendering yourself? Is Brother Fei trying to get leniency? Brother Fei, you are really presumptuous. Huh? Anyway, I can't take it anymore, so let me laugh for 3 minutes first. I can only say that I thought Fei Ge had ripped off Erzi for a lot of money, but I really didn't expect that he had ripped off so much. The total cost is less than 200 yuan, and the delivery fee accounts for 1/3. The Great Gatsby would cry if he saw it, and Musk would give a thumbs up if he heard it. There were barrages of comments in Shen Fei's live broadcast room, one after another. I can't stop it all. And the other side. Also a Z-Tai of the Tiger Shark live broadcast platform. I'm also broadcasting live on a daily basis. Ever since he became famous because of the computer that Shen Fei bought for him. Z-Tai never met an opponent again. Now the computer that Shen Fei equipped him with has been kept by him. Before starting the show every day, Z-Tai has to burn 3 incense sticks to this computer. Of course, if someone disobeys him, he will have a hearty duel with him. Then Z-Tai will immediately move this computer out again. As time went by, no one dared to follow Z-Tai anymore. I'm really lonely. Now I don't know what to do every day when I start broadcasting. Is there anyone who can fight and stand up to challenge me? To suppress my arrogance? In front of the screen, Z-Tai looked at the camera with a lonely and invincible look. At this moment, a group of netizens ran out from Shen Fei's live broadcast room. All of them rushed into Z-Tai's live broadcast room. The comments in Z-Tai's live broadcast room suddenly changed. When he saw a netizen asking him if he knew how much the computer Shen Fei bought for him cost, Z-Tai immediately lay back on the chair, hummed twice and said, "Why did my Brother Fei's little black guy come in again? What a bunch of clowns." Yes, the computer Brother Fei bought for me doesn't look very good, but I don't need to show you how it performs, right? I don't know what you are yelling about. Brother Fei is not a profiteer. The computer he bought for me is definitely a high-cost yuppie. Even if we ignore Brother Fei's exaggerated technical fees, I think the cost would be as high as 80,000 or 90,000. And don't forget, when Fei Ge delivers a car to Lei Bushi, the shipping fee has to be paid on delivery, but when he delivers a car to me, the shipping is free. What does this prove? It proves that Brother Fei definitely loves me more. I'll make a dinner date with Brother Fei some other day. Brother Fei might agree to it. You little black guys can just be envious. At the end of the conversation, Z-Tai couldn't help but laugh in a frivolous way. He looks like he won't stop until he makes the haters lose their temper. But the next second, when a barrage of comments floated across the screen, the expression on Z-Tai's face was suddenly stunned. Super God Manufacturing Store Financial Report released. Computer manufacturing order amount, 100,000 yuan. Cost of materials, 126 yuan. Express delivery cost, 58 yuan. Total, 184 yuan. Erzi, yes, Brother Fei did provide you with free shipping, but I guess he didn't provide it for you because he was afraid that you would have a heart attack and die suddenly. If you live farther away, the courier fee would almost be as much as the cost of the computer. Now I want to ask, who is the clown? Erzi, stop playing dead. Speak. Chapter 105. You will cosplay as Shen Fei tonight. Barrages of comments flashed across the screen. Z-Tai was completely stunned. Then Z-Tai sat up straight. Just start sliding the mouse towards the live broadcast hall. After a while, he arrived at Shen Fei's live broadcast room. Look at the lines of fonts in the financial report. Z-Tai's face remained blank for more than 10 seconds. Finally, his body began to fall straight onto the back of the seat. It was as if the soul had been sucked out of the whole person in an instant. His eyes gradually became dull. At this time, Z-Tai's girlfriend Lu Luong saw this not far away. He walked over quickly. "Husband, what's wrong with you, husband? Are you okay? Don't scare me, okay?" Lu Luong, who had dyed long white hair, shook Z-Tai's arm. He said with an anxious look on his face. After a few seconds, Z-Tai still didn't react at all. Lu Luong thought quickly and raised his hand, pinching Z-Tai's philtrum with all his strength. Next second, a pig-slaughtering scream suddenly rang out in the live broadcast room. "Lu Luong, do you want to strangle me to death? Even if I'm not dead, you'll strangle me to death. Woo, honey, are you okay? It's really scary. I thought you were really going to have a heart attack because of Shen Fei's anger, just like what the netizens said. It's okay, just stay aside for now." "Oh yes, hubby, I'm waiting for you to get off the air." After saying that, Lu Luong ran to the sofa not far away and started playing with his mobile phone. And Z-Tai sent Lu and Wong away. He turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at the computer he had set up. After hesitating for a moment, Z-Tai picked up a long piece of cloth from the side and covered the computer with it. At the same time, he murmured to himself. I don't even remember how many days I've been supporting you. All I remember is 22,480 minutes. I am very happy these days because of you. But the happiness only goes so far. At the end of the story, tears seemed to well up in Zitai's eyes. After a few seconds, he completely covered the computer with the long cloth. But he pulled the long cloth down in an instant. Then he covered it. Pull it down. Cover. Pull down. This operation stunned the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. No. Ertzi is playing with it here? Is he going to cover it or not? Alas, I can actually understand Ertzi's feelings. It's like he spent a lot of money to buy a rare Hermes bag and couldn't let it go every day, but in the end he found out that the bag was made of the rags of homeless people. It's a love-hate relationship. Hey, Ertzi is just afraid that she will be laughed at by haters every day for buying a computer that only costs $100. What's the big deal? Let's just talk about how powerful the computer made by Brother Fei is. Who cares how much it costs? Brother, you don't understand. You will never understand the perspective of the black man. Just like helping our region win the first League of Legends World Championship trophy in 2018. At that time, everyone said that they should give them permanent freedom from criticism. But what happens now? We still have to criticize. I don't play League of Legends, and I don't know much about computers. I just want to ask, can you really build such a powerful computer with a cost of more than 100 yuan? Well, I can only say that cost is important. After all, a piece of stone cannot be turned into gold no matter what you do. But technology is more important. And the terrifying thing about Brother Fei is that he can use his skills to turn a piece of stone into a piece of gold. But in other words, what if there was a piece of gold and Fei Ge was asked to forge it? How perverted would he be able to forge it? So, buddy, do you understand why Ertzi is so sad? He called Fei Ge and Fei Yi in the live broadcast room for more than half a month. But Fei Ge only spent less than 200 yuan on his 100,000 yuan order. It's hard for us who are not the parties involved to understand this feeling. To put it in one sentence, I treat you as my big brother, and you treat me as a clown. Do you understand? Alas, to say 1,000 to 10,000 is just because Brother Fei is too evil. He is not the leader of a profiteer. He is simply the forefather of profiteers. If Fei Ge spent 5,000 yuan, I think Ertzi would be able to accept it, but the total cost was 184, and 5.8 was the courier fee. Who can bear this? The audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it. They all expressed their sympathy for Zitai for a second. And Zitai repeatedly covered the computer built by Shen Fei more than 10 times. Finally, he sighed and threw the long cloth aside. Then he faced the camera and said, "The host is in a bad mood recently, so he will stop broadcasting for a week." After saying that, Zitai turned around, and at the last second the live broadcast screen disappeared. The audience vaguely heard a deafening roar. "Lulu Wang, you're going to be my Shen Fei tonight."